Wildflowers cluster in patches, fragrant grass grows lush and thick across the low hills and flat plains while the setting sun sinks behind the western mountains. This should have been a desolate, empty wilderness encircled on all sides by verdant mountains heavy with green, yet in the distance a vast tide of people surges forward like stars clustering around the moon as they surround a single luxurious and noble royal carriage. The crowd is noisy and faint cries and pleas drift over noble crown prince. Return to the capital. You have been wronged. On a tall mountain to the west, a giant python and a gray wolf gaze down upon this scene. The giant python unexpectedly speaks human words, complaining impatiently. How long are these commoners going to keep escorting them? We have followed for 2 days and 2 nights, yet they still refuse to turn back. Let us wait a little longer. The Gwesher instructed us to strike only when no one is paying attention. The gray wolf also speaks in human tongue, clearly a great demon like the python. Doubt flickers in its eyes as it says, there are too many people now. They have already traveled 30 li from the capital. Who exactly is the target inside that carriage? The giant python flicks its forked tongue and snorts. Who cares who it is? Just a mortal. Kill them, and the task is done. True enough. There is no aura of any powerful martial expert. The strongest guard is only mediocre. We will make our move when there are fewer people. The gray wolf speaks, yet the doubt in its eyes barely diminishes. Another day passes, yet the number of travelers escorting the carriage has hardly lessened at all. The carriage comes to a halt. The curtain is lifted and a refined, handsome young man steps out, his bearing scholarly and elegant. He cups his fists toward the surrounding crowd and raises his voice. Good people, please heed a word from Feng. It has already been 3 days, and this place lies 50 li from the capital. Please do not escort me any farther. Return home. I have already felt your heartfelt devotion. The crowd falls silent for a moment before an old man slowly steps forward, leaning on his cane, his body trembling slightly, as he says, Prince Feng, we believe you are innocent. Come back to the capital with us. We will explain everything clearly to the Gwesher. You will continue as crown prince. No, you should ascend and become the emperor of our Feng kingdom. It is useless. Please all of you return. If explanations were of any use, I would never have been slandered and driven out of the capital. A bitter smile tugs at the corner of Feng's lips. So what if he has been wronged? So what if the hearts of the people are with him? In truth, the one who holds the greatest power in this nation is not the princes and lords, but the Gwesher, who has always remained hidden behind the scenes. Hao Yin Shangxian. Gwesher usually do not meddle in mundane affairs. There is but one duty they shoulder: to protect all living beings and slay monstrous abominations. Only when man-eating demons appear within a nation's borders will the immortal Gwesher descend. No matter which kingdom it may be, the immortal Gwesher is always held in the highest esteem. How absurd. Feng had transmigrated for 15 years, devoting himself to developing technology and improving the people's livelihood. Everything had gone smoothly all the way up to the day before his supposed coronation, when the always low-key Gwesher suddenly took action, framing him for defiling the late emperor's concubine and stripping him of his position. After muddling along for 15 years, Feng abruptly realized that this was in fact a fantastical world. Once he was deposed and exiled from the capital, countless commoners, moved by his past achievements, spontaneously came to see him off, hoping to persuade him to stay along the road. Along the way, Feng had tried to persuade the people to turn back several times, yet it had all been in vain. Feng sighed, able only to let them do as they wished. He returned to the interior of the carriage and opened his system maul, suddenly seized by an urge to curse at the system. In a perfectly good Xuanhuan world, it actually saddled me with a black technology system. Host Feng. Gender male. Age 15. Unlocked technology level bronze civilization. Wealth 520 kilograms of gold, 4200 kilograms of silver. Future black technology unlocked tier level 2. Owned items: 1 red alert style subsea mining vessel. Owned wonders: Neuschwanstein Castle generates 4 tech points daily, Grand Canal generates 2 tech points daily. Technology in development: 3D printing technology, 25. Remaining tech points 1632, 6 per day. Damn it, it used to be 25 points a day. After losing the position of Crown Prince, I only gained 6 points a day. I will definitely seize back the ruling power over Feng Kingdom that I have lost. Feng was thoroughly displeased. Previously, libraries and other buildings had also provided tech point bonuses, but now only the wonders remained, and the growth of his tech points had been drastically reduced. Open the Black Technology System Mall. Feng opened the system mall, searching for items that could enhance his own strength, and finally narrowed it down to several choices. Steel Armor Set, 1000 tech points. Mechanical Body, 800 tech points. Extraordinary Archery, 500 tech points. Mutant Serum Direction Unknown, 1500 tech points. Feng propped his chin with his left hand, while his right hand tapped unconsciously on the table. It was so hard to choose. He wanted all of them. Since the Guosher had already struck at him from the shadows, the man would certainly not be content with merely banishing him. Who knew when another murderous scheme might come? He had to raise his own strength. At the same time, halfway up the mountainside before the desolate wilderness, the giant python flicked its tongue, fumes of anger rising. I can't endure this any longer. Those commoners have trailed that carriage for 3 days and 3 nights. How much longer are they going to follow? There's not the slightest sign of them leaving. I'll go down right now and slaughter them all. The wolf demon stopped him. You must not. Do you even know who sits inside that carriage? Who? The Crown Prince Feng. The giant python lashed its tail dismissively. I don't care if he's a crown prince or a king. He's merely the prince of that tiny Feng kingdom, and he's already been deposed. I'll swallow him in one bite and be done with it. No, this man is one we cannot kill. He is the crown prince of Feng kingdom, a prodigy of internal administration unseen for 10,000 years. In the wolf demon's scarlet eyes, a look of genuine reverence unexpectedly surfaced. The giant python scoffed. TCH, what prodigy of internal affairs? He's just another mortal. What consequences could there possibly be if we kill him? You understand nothing at all. The wolf demon shook its head, eyes filled with longing. Crown Prince Feng ascended to the position of heir apparent at the age of 5. Because of him, in just 10 years, the national strength of Feng kingdom increased 100-fold. From a first-rank duchy, it leaped 2 grades in succession and attained the might of a 3rd-rank marquisate. That formidable. The giant python's tongue kept flicking and even forgot to retract. Even as a demon, it knew how vast the difference was between each rank of nation. It was nearly an unbridgeable chasm that ordinarily required the efforts of several, even dozens of generations to cross just once. The giant python snorted. So what if he is a prodigy of internal affairs? Is he not still a mere mortal? Still just a mortal, isn't he? You know nothing of Crown Prince Feng. The wolf demon spoke with growing unease. A mortal. Crown Prince Feng has 3 mighty backers. His talent has already caught the eye of the king of a 5th-rank kingdom, who has taken him as a royal son-in-law. Once he comes of age, the marriage will be consummated. That is his first pillar of support. His backing runs that deep. The giant python began to waver. It already held deep misgivings toward a newly risen 3rd-rank marquisate. As for a 5th-rank kingdom, that was an existence that could utterly crush it. His second pillar is Crown Prince Feng's elder sister. She was originally to be married off in a political alliance to a 4th-rank marquisate. Yet before the wedding, she was taken away by a wandering Taoist nun passing through the realm. It is said she has joined Wanhua Sect. Wanhua Sect. The entire body of the giant python seemed to go weak. Wanhua Sect was not something it could afford to offend. Awkwardly it muttered, since she has joined a sect, perhaps his elder sister will not return anytime soon. That is merely his second pillar. The tale goes that when Crown Prince Feng was 10, a reclusive master from a hidden sect declared that his aptitude was extraordinary and wished to take him as a disciple. Crown Prince Feng thought he was a fraud and refused, but that expert insisted. Fate bound them together and left behind a jade pendant. That is Crown Prince Feng's 3rd pillar of support. The giant python was utterly stunned. Then this mission is a complete trap. With 3 such backers, doesn't that mean Crown Prince Feng can reach out to powerful experts of those hidden sects? Do you know which sect it might be? The wolf demon replied in a low, eerie voice. What other sect could it be? Within the Eastern Victory Divine Continents, 3,000 immortal kingdoms, Feng kingdom lies in the overlapping sphere of Kaoshan Sect and Men. It is surely one of those 2. Kaoshan Sect. Men. The giant python was completely shaken. Its entire serpentine body trembled uncontrollably as it cried out. We cannot provoke them, we cannot. I'm abandoning this mission. Let's go back. 1 python and 1 demon turned around, about to depart. Beside them, a soft, wistful sigh suddenly sounded. Leaving already? Why not make a move? Hua. The gray wolf's fur bristled in every direction, and the giant python coiled its body tightly. The voice had arisen far too abruptly. With the cultivation of these 2 demons, they had not sensed the presence of anyone nearby at all just moments before. That could only mean the newcomer's cultivation far surpassed their own. Crack! A dry twig snapped underfoot. From the woods to their left emerged a Taoist, immortal-bearing and crane-like demeanor, with a long white beard drifting in the breeze, a ruddy face, and a straight, upright figure. Who are you? The giant python's tongue flicked frantically. Demons and cultivators were natural enemies, and this old Taoist did not display the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura. Not only was there no hint of spiritual energy, the python could not sense even the faintest breath of life from him. By its perception, there should have been no one there at all. The Taoist's strength was unfathomable. He smiled faintly. This poor Taoist is King Songzi. Did you not just now speak of me? We were speaking of you. While the giant python was still in a daze, the wolf demon's expression changed dramatically. In terror it cried, You are that master from a hidden sect, the one who wished to take Crown Prince Feng as a disciple. The giant python's eyes flushed red. Desperate it roared, "We know this terrain better than he does. Scatter and run." The wolf demon spoke in despair, "It's useless. In truth, he noticed us long ago, yet never struck. He was waiting for us to attack Feng so that he could then rescue him. In this way, Feng would owe him a great favor, making it easier for him to accept discipleship. The wolf race is cunning and keen. You are indeed clever. A pity you belong to the demon clan." The Taoist glanced at the wolf demon and admitted, "Indeed, Prince Maple possesses exceptional talent, making him highly suitable for our cultivation methods. Unfortunately, he has always refused to take a master, immersing himself entirely in trivial tricks and crafts, a true waste of his innate gifts. I have waited all this time precisely to rescue him after you two demons attacked, coupled with the earlier incident of his deposition as crown prince. I hoped this would make him recognize the brutal reality of this world where the strong prey on the weak and follow me back to the Kaoshan Sect. Yet at the final moment you chose to back down." The wolf demon nodded frantically. Yes, we gave up. We would never dare to lay a hand on Prince Maple. Please, Taoist, consider us insignificant and let us go." Heh. The Taoist's eyes narrowed as his long sleeves fluttered in the wind. "Having failed to achieve my goal, you still think you can leave? For merely intending to attack my future disciple, you deserve death. 5 elements lightning by my decree." Unbeknownst to them, the sky had already turned overcast. 2 bolts of lightning descended with lightning speed, striking directly at the 2 demons. "Spare us, Taoist. Damn it, let's fight." The 2 demons reacted differently, but the outcome was the same. After a burst of thunder, an eerie silence fell. On the plain, the sky had also darkened. A guard lifted the carriage curtain and leaned in, reporting, "Your Highness, the weather has suddenly turned gloomy, threatening a thunderstorm. We must find shelter immediately." "Very well, Yi, arrange for the evacuation of the civilians. Most importantly, prepare for battle." A sharp glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. "Battle?" Yi, a loyal guard trained by the Imperial family, knew many secrets. Realizing the implication, his face paled. "Is the Grand Preceptor so heartless as to utterly destroy the Crown Prince? The principle of raising a tiger to court disaster is understood by all. Go now and prepare for battle." Yi Feng's calm and composed expression reassured the anxious guard, who quickly hurried off to relay the orders. "Come on, let's test the newly exchanged enhanced serum." Yi Feng clenched his fists, eliciting a series of bone cracks. A surge of power coursed through his body, filling him with confidence. Suddenly, a premonition of danger struck Yi Feng. He tapped a concealed spot on the carriage, and a hatch opened in the floor, into which he jumped. Whoosh! A tearing sound ripped through the air as a massive crossbow bolt pierced the carriage. "Assassins! Protect Prince Maple!" Cries of alarm erupted from the guards outside. Yi Feng emerged from beneath the carriage, observing that his guards were being overwhelmed. Though elite, the assassins were both skilled and numerous. An assassin broke through the guard's line and charged forward. "Prince Maple, beware! Protect the prince!" It's too late. The guards knew that Prince Maple had never practiced martial arts. He always emphasized that technology was the primary productive force, dedicating himself to science governance and never to combat. The assassin, aware of this too, knew that killing Prince Maple would bring boundless riches and glory. A cruel glint shone in his eyes as he cackled, "Hee, your time is up." Facing the assassin's assault, Yi Feng stood motionless, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "I didn't want to kill anyone, but you leave me no choice." "How unfortunate." 2 figures crossed paths. The one who fell was not the expected Prince Maple, but the black-clad assassin. The assassin's face was etched with disbelief as he stared at the dagger in his chest, his own weapon. In the fleeting moment of their clash, Yi Feng had moved like lightning, seized his arm, and plunged the dagger into his own heart. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The guards' morale surged. Prince Maple is mighty and domineering. The assassins were dumbfounded. Hadn't they been told the target was defenseless? Hadn't they been told the target was a lamb for the slaughter? That he would be an easy catch? It was all a lie. With every flash of Yi Feng's figure, another assassin fell. The guards erupted in cheers. Yi Feng moved like a grim reaper, dancing a deathly waltz through the assassins, precisely reaping their lives. The remaining assassins were obliterated with a single punch from Yi Feng, who confronted them, Hedon, embodying the brutal elegance of violence. The assassins were on the verge of tears. Everything had been going smoothly. The siege crossbow had shattered Prince Maple's carriage. They had broken through the guards' defense. But then the situation had reversed, all because of the target himself. Yi Feng was simply too overwhelming. Some assassins were literally scared into wetting themselves. It wasn't that they were unprepared. It wasn't that they lacked strength. It wasn't that the target's guards were too strong. It was that the target himself was too monstrous. They had thought he was a harmless rabbit, but in an instant he had transformed into a prehistoric beast. How unfair. It was a complete massacre. The fight was over. Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back, wearing an expression of solitary mastery as he sighed. A life is indeed as lonely as snow. The leader of the assassins broke down, crying out in despair. Mang Xuanzhang, Lang Xuanzhang, aren't you going to make your move? The head of the guards tightened his expression and whispered to Yi Feng. Based on the names, they might be great demons. Yi Feng felt a tingling on his scalp. This was getting serious, and now there were monsters involved. Is the National Master really going all out? There's no guarantee against monsters at all. What to do? Is begging for mercy useful? I'm quite anxious here. Mang Xuanzhang, Lang Xuanzhang, aren't you going to make your move? The leader of the assassins shouted again. A voice neither high nor low rang in his ear. Are you looking for them? Bang! Bang! Two heavy objects fell before the leader of the assassins, shaking the ground. Monsters, there are monsters. Oh my, help me. Protect the prince. The onlooking commoners screamed in panic and terror. The crowd was in chaos. The smell of blood and decay, there really are demons. This smell reminded Yi Feng of when the army killed a giant python in the Imperial harem while expanding the territory of Maple Leaf Nation during the conquest of the capital of the annexed neighboring country. It's this kind of bloody stench. Why is there also a burnt smell mixed with the aroma of meat? Yi Feng stopped his legs, which were about to flee, and looked ahead. A giant python lay across the last few assassins, its skin mostly charred, exuding a strange meat aroma. Beside it lay a wolf as large as a water buffalo, its body twitching in a state similar to the giant python, lying dead on the ground. After the initial panic, the commoners all gathered around out of curiosity. The demon has been slain, fallen before Prince Feng's carriage. Surely these two monsters had ill intentions toward the prince, and they were vanquished by heaven. Prince Feng is the true mandate of heaven, blessed with great fortune. When Prince Feng trembled, the two monsters immediately died before the carriage. Hearing the increasingly exaggerated claims of the commoners, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder Liu Bang could claim to have slain a white snake. It could turn into a myth. One must say the imagination of the ancients was quite remarkable. Feeling a warmth emanating from something in his arms, Yi Feng took out a warm jade pendant and instantly understood. This indicated that the owner of the pendant was nearby. It must be Taoist Qing Songzi, who had helped him resolve the trouble in advance. Yi Feng called out, "Please reveal yourself, Taoist Qing Songzi." "Prince Feng, I see you are well." With a resonant and ethereal voice, a Taoist floated down from the sky. Though Qing Songzi had white hair and beard, he still appeared youthful, with a rosy complexion and an abundance of vitality. That was the righteous aura that only immortals possess. Dressed in a snow-white Taoist robe adorned with numerous bagua patterns, Qing Songzi held a whisk, preventing evil from approaching. His eyes sparkled like stars, and no evil could escape his gaze. "Welcome, immortal." Regardless of age or gender, everyone except Yi Feng prostrated themselves on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Qing Songzi cast a sound barrier enveloping the entire carriage. "Prince Feng, you should understand now. I am no charlatan. This world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. True power belongs only to those who grasp it in their hands. I will ask you again what I asked you 5 years ago. Are you willing to join my Kaoshan Sect?" Qing Songzi got straight to the point, speaking plainly with someone intelligent without going in circles. The power of science truly belongs to oneself. Although Yi Feng was non-committal about Qing Songzi's words, he was indeed very interested in the sect. What Qing Songzi just displayed was simply too cool. Flying with a sword equipped with high-tech systems to cultivate, that might be quite interesting. Yi Feng gazed at Qing Songzi, his eyes shining with determination, saying firmly, "I, Yi Feng, am willing." "Ha, good. Prince Feng has finally come to terms with it. With your talent, although you started cultivating a bit late, you will certainly not be lacking." Qing Songzi was overjoyed and was about to take Yi Feng away directly. Yi Feng interrupted, "Wait, Taoist Qing Songzi, allow me to give some instructions to the guards and commoners." Qing Songzi frowned slightly. In his view, the guards and commoners were mundane people and did not require any instructions. However, since Yi Feng was an apprentice he valued greatly, he naturally agreed to fulfill his request and waved his sleeve to lift the sound barrier. After instructing Yi to lead the guards to lie in ambush, Yi Feng stepped down from the carriage. The commoners immediately surrounded him, speaking in a flurry, "Prince, are you going to become an immortal? Prince, aren't you abandoning us?" "Don't talk nonsense, the prince will not abandon us. After becoming an immortal, he will surely be even more powerful when he returns." "That's right, if the prince also becomes an immortal, he won't be afraid of the national master anymore." Yi Feng nodded. Since the commoners thought this way, he need not say much more. "Dear citizens, thank you for sending me off for 3 days and nights. Yi Feng is going to follow the immortal for cultivation. The day I return will be the day I reclaim the throne of Maple Leaf Nation." The commoners immediately shouted in unison, "We will definitely wait for Prince Feng to return. Old immortal, you must take good care of our Prince Feng. Prince Feng, we will always wait for you." A warm current surged in his heart. Yi Feng smiled, faintly waved his hand, and walked towards Qing Songzi, making a vow to himself, This day will not be too far away. Let's go, Taoist. Qing Songzi nodded, flicking his sleeve. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and both Prince Feng and the immortal vanished without a trace. Farewell, Prince Feng. Farewell, immortal. The commoners cried out once again, prostrating themselves on the ground. Watching himself soar through the clouds on a mystical cloud, Yi Feng had to admit that the methods of the mystical realm were truly extraordinary. Training the body to connect with heaven and earth was a completely different evolutionary path from the technological means of ascending to the heavens and delving into the earth. Taoist King Songzi, are we heading directly to the Kaoshan Sect now? Yi Feng asked. King Songzi hesitated for a moment before saying, Prince Feng has an excellent foundation with talent surpassing that of 100,000 others. Entering the sect directly is absolutely no problem. However, you are already 15 years old, which poses a bit of trouble. Today happens to be the day our Kaoshan Sect opens its mountain gates to accept disciples. I will first take you to participate in the entrance test. After you reveal your talent, I will formally take you as my disciple. Yi Feng then realized that the optimal age to begin cultivation was around 7 or 8, when the bones were still malleable and best for building a foundation. At 15, he was somewhat older. The Kaoshan Sect had strict rules, and as an outer sect elder, King Songzi would face trouble if he tried to directly accept a disciple into the sect. An opposing elder might use it as an excuse to attack him. Therefore, he planned to have Yi Feng participate in the entrance test, display his talent, and silence any critics. As Yi Feng was carried high through the sky, he was deeply captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the multicolored. This place is called Saixia Mountain. It is the recruitment site our Kaoshan Sect opens to the public. In ancient times, it was known as Luofeng Mountain. Legend has it that a 5-colored phoenix descended from the heavens and transformed into this mountain. Later, our Kaoshan Sect's founding ancestor occupied this place, finding the sunset here extraordinarily beautiful, as if shrouded in rosy clouds, so he renamed it Saixia Mountain. King Songzi truly valued Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng's interest in Saixia, he immediately began. The two landed halfway up Saixia Mountain, where a plaza had been artificially carved out. Quite a few people were already gathered, mostly middle-aged individuals accompanied by youths around 10 years old. Elder King Songzi, you have arrived. The Kaoshan Sect disciple in charge of testing interrupted the ongoing test and respectfully came forward to greet the two. Are there many good talents this time? King Songzi asked casually. The quality of this batch is decent. We have tested 3 with cyan talent and 1 with blue talent. The Kaoshan Sect disciple reported. Yi Feng looked toward the high platform in the plaza where a massive gray testing stone stood. This is the testing stone which can assess a cultivator's aptitude and display the 7 color grades: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. King Songzi explained, go ahead, Prince Feng. Test your aptitude. Junior brother, please. Since Yi Feng was brought by King Songzi, the disciple in charge of testing clearly already regarded him as a future fellow disciple. Yi Feng did not decline. He strode toward the testing crystal, and the crowd parted, casting reverent glances. Look, the youth brought by the immortal is about to take the test. Isn't he a bit old? What does age matter? He was personally brought by an immortal. His talent must surpass that of 100,000, a million, a talent rarely seen in an entire nation. Son, open your eyes wide and learn well. He might become your senior brother one day. Such a genius must be befriended. This is a valuable connection. Under the gaze of the multitude, Yi Feng placed a single finger on the testing stone. Ding, congratulations, host. Detected external unknown energy. Absorb. Oh, the black technology system could actually detect the energy of the testing stone. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Absorb it. The disciple in charge of testing kindly corrected him. It's not like that, junior brother. You need to cover it with your entire palm. Only through extensive contact can the testing stone sense. Before the disciple could finish, the testing stone flashed and suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The colors cycled in succession, surging into the sky, dazzling all who beheld them. Unlike the simple single-color candlelight glow of others, the 7-colored light Yi Feng emitted was as blinding as the sun soaring into the heavens and mingling with the sunset clouds in a dazzling display of splendor. Silence. An eerie silence fell over the entire plaza. Everyone stood with mouths agape, staring blankly at the brilliant colors in the sky, their eyes wide as brass bells, completely stunned. Even King Songzi was dumbfounded. Could this be? He suddenly thought of a terrifyingly rare talent that appeared once in a millennium. His heart was a mix of joy and worry. Joy because his disciple's talent was so monstrous, surpassing not just 100,000, but 1,000,000, 10 million, even 1 billion. Worry because, marvelous. A legendary supreme talent has appeared. This child is destined to be my disciple Qinjianzi. A long laugh echoed from the horizon, and a figure burst through the air from deep within Saixia Mountain. Qinjianzi, you think too much. My divination tells me this child is fated to be with me, King Guizi. Another figure similarly shot forth from the depths of Tsaishao Mountain. Qin Jianzi's angry shout rang through the sky. Nonsense. You've never even seen this child. How can you claim he is fated with you? Before the two had even landed, they were already scuffling in midair, utterly disregarding decorum in their struggle over Yifeng. Qing Songzi let out a bitter smile, for this was his concern. Yifeng's exceptional talent had drawn the attention of his fellow disciples, leading to competition for him. He stepped forward and declared, brothers, do not fight over him. Prince Feng has already become a disciple of Qing Songzi. Qing Songzi. Qing Yunzi and Qing Huizi finally noticed Qing Songzi standing in the square and gazed at Yifeng with admiration for quite some time. They both exuded an astonishing aura, and Qing Huizi laughed heartily. Junior brother Qing Songzi, as the saying goes, a man without guilt bears the guilt of holding treasure. Such an extraordinary talent is not one you are qualified to take as a disciple. Since the veil had been torn, Qing Songzi was no longer polite. He waved his sleeve and released his own aura to stand against them, grumbling, if I am not qualified, do you two think you are? When immortals quarrel, mortals suffer. Many young people and their guardians were frightened by the spiritual energy exuded by the three of them and hurriedly distanced themselves from this trouble spot. Everyone in the square was terrified. Even some timid individuals hid behind trees, trembling as they watched the scene unfold. Yifeng looked up at the sky filled with clouds and turned to the disciple responsible for the test, asking, did you just say that I need to cover my entire palm for a large area of contact? Theoretically that's correct. Alright, I will give it a try. Yifeng retracted his index finger and placed his entire palm over the testing crystal stone. Beep. Contact area increased, initiating quantum amplification program, increasing energy transmission speed. In an instant, the myriad lights first dimmed, then an even more dazzling radiance shot up into the sky. This beam of light was extraordinarily grand, lacking the previous 6 colors. It was only purple. The purple radiance surged like the Yangtze River, soaring into the heavens, and in an instant covering the colorful clouds at the horizon. Within the light, the figures of dragons and phoenixes could be seen circling and singing. What is this? In that moment, even Qing Songzi, Qing Yunzi, and Qing Huizi were dumbfounded. The scene produced by Yifeng during the test was something they had never even heard of. Could it be? Unmatched talent. The entire space reverberated with a sound like thunder, a rolling celestial roar that shook Qing Songzi to the brink of losing his footing. The surrounding mortals, including the disciple responsible for the test, were stunned into unconsciousness, missing the subsequent events. You three, especially Qing Songzi, go to the inner sect's conference hall to report the details of this matter. This matter is to be kept confidential and no information is to be leaked. The voice's owner possessed extraordinary cultivation. His true form remained hidden in the cave, and he transmitted his voice across the space, rendering irrelevant parties unconscious. We obey the decree of the sect master. Qing Songzi and the others looked respectful as they bowed toward the sect's direction. They cast a subtle glance at Yifeng, and their expressions were no longer filled with admiration and affection for a potential disciple, but rather awe and amazement. Prince Feng, please follow me. As the voice fell, the sky above suddenly shattered, and a pale jade-like hand reached out from the void, lifting Yifeng and taking him deep into the colorful clouds. Before him was a white mist, and Yifeng could see nothing. It was not until the void shifted that he opened his eyes and found himself in a grand, majestic hall. The hall was filled with towering columns, and at the end of it stood a dragon-shaped divine statue with 3 wooden carvings enshrined on it. Each wooden statue stood 16 feet tall, exuding a dignified aura. In front of the carvings stood a silver-haired Taoist in feathered robes, exuding an ethereal presence. You have arrived. The silver-haired Taoist opened his eyes, and in that instant Yifeng felt as if a starry sky unfolded before him. Through the Taoist's pitch-black eyes, Yifeng seemingly saw countless stars moving throughout the universe, witnessing the rise and fall of numerous worlds within the starry expanse. I am Yifeng. May I ask how this esteemed Taoist is addressed? Yifeng cupped his hands in greeting, maintaining a demeanor of neither humility nor arrogance. It was a seller's market now, the other party was desperately seeking him as a disciple, and whether to agree depended on his mood. I am Yuxian, the sect master of the Kaoshan Sect. The silver-haired Taoist scrutinized Yifeng from head to toe, stating solemnly, Yifeng, male, 15 years old, with no cultivation experience, possessing worldly combat skills. He inherited the title of prince at the age of 5, displaying astonishing talent. At 10, he oversaw the construction of the new Swan Castle, completed in 5 years. At 12, he directed the building of the Grand Canal, benefiting generations. At 13, he lost his virginity to his personal mate. At 14. My goodness, is this a census? In just a few minutes, they even found out when I lost my virginity. Yifeng rolled his eyes, internally astonished. The Kaoshan Sect, despite being inconspicuous in the mundane world, possessed such formidable intelligence capabilities. Yu Xian spoke with some hesitation. Although you possess unparalleled talent, you have already missed the best age for cultivation. First, use this spiritual medium crystal stone passed down from our ancestors to test your compatibility with the core Dao techniques of our Kaoshan Sect. With a wave of his hand, the middle wooden carving lowered the transparent crystal sphere it held floating before. Another test. When will it end? Feng didn't waste words and stepped forward, grasping the crystal-like object in both hands. Beep. New energy structure detected. Analyzing. 1 second passed. 5 seconds passed. Yu Xian was puzzled. Given Feng's previously displayed extraordinary talent, it was impossible for there to be no compatibility at all. Could it be that such a genius is fated to have no connection with my Kaoshan Sect? Crack. A crisp sound suddenly echoed, and a fissure appeared on the surface of the spiritual medium. Under Yu Xian's gaze, the invaluable spirit medium crystal passed down from the ancestors inexplicably shattered, as if struck by a heavy hammer, countless cracks spreading as it crumbled into a heap of glittering fragments. Yu Xian stood dumbfounded, his eyes vacant. The two stared at each other in shock, while Feng looked utterly innocent. Could it be that the system had adapted, and this time it absorbed so quickly? Yu Xian, utterly bewildered, was about to speak when a thunderous, furious voice suddenly erupted from the enshrined statue, deafening. Who is it? Who dares to destroy our sect's spirit medium crystal? Could someone have invaded the patriarch hall of our Kaoshan Sect? In the statue's understanding, the spirit medium crystal had always been enshrined in the patriarch hall. Its destruction could only mean the hall was under attack. The statue's wrath caused thunder to roll and the entire hall to tremble. Patriarch, calm your anger. Yu Xian shouted urgently. No one has invaded the patriarch hall, for our Kaoshan Sect is safe. Little Xuan, what's going on? The crimson statue on the left spoke, uttering a nickname that nearly made Feng choke with laughter. Yu Xian's face flushed red as he honestly recounted the whole story. He looked at Feng as if he were a treasure. A mere talent test had stirred the 3 patriarchs who had dominated for a millennium. Feng was simply extraordinary. What? The spirit medium crystal shattered on its own, and there was a flash of purple-grade talent. Could he be a natural martial body with supreme talent? The 3 patriarchs were astonished. Silent waves of consciousness flowed among the statues. After a brief exchange, the central statue declared, "This news must be sealed. Absolutely no one, especially our rival sects, must know. Little Xuan, list this matter as the top priority of the sect. Seal the mouths of all who know, erase their memories, and if necessary, kill, without mercy." A murderous aura swept over Yu Xian, who understood the gravity of the situation and replied solemnly, "Disciple understands." The statue turned to Feng, its tone suddenly gentle. "Feng, from today onward you are accepted as our Kaoshan Sect's 3 patriarchs' closed-door disciple. But for your protection, you will be nominally placed under Yu Xian's tutelage to receive instruction." Feng understands. Feng was indifferent, but the 3 patriarchs of Kaoshan Sect had not taken disciples in a millennium. The target was too prominent and rival forces were watching. If news of taking Feng as a disciple leaked, it would bring more harm than good. Do not be disheartened. In basic cultivation guidance, we may not surpass Yu Xian. He is the sect leader and will oversee your cultivation through the embryo dwelling stage. When you reach the embryo departure stage, contact us. For your safety, we grant you a life-saving treasure. A golden object flew out from the statue and hovered before Feng. He reached out and caught it, discovering it was a dragon-shaped accessory of unknown material with a matte texture to the touch. With a hum, the dragon-shaped accessory emitted a clear chime. Countless ancient characters barely visible to the naked eye emerged on its surface, swirling rapidly around the accessory before a textual imprint struck Feng's body. Beep detected advanced cultivation technology, a talisman item. Absorb and analyze. The technology system suddenly spoke. Absorb. At Feng's command, the dragon-shaped accessory in his embrace vanished instantly. Soon the system reported back, first absorption of a high-level cultivation technology item. Talisman Guardian Jade Pendant. Reward host with 2,000 tech points. Talisman technology items exchange unlocked. Such a generous reward. Feng somewhat regretted not asking for more of these items. Truly, cultivation was a branch of technology, but the technological development path differed. He opened the exchange shop. Talisman Deaf Mute Sphere consumable blocks, prying eyes, 100 tech points. Talisman Azure Dragon consumable activates for attack, 500 tech points. Talisman White Tiger consumable activates for attack, 500 tech points. Talisman Guardian Jade Pendant rechargeable defensive item auto protects master, 1,000 tech points. Yu Xian glanced at Feng, his emotions tangled. He had originally planned to take Feng as his disciple, but now Feng had become the closed-door disciple of the 3 patriarchs, putting him on the same generation level as Yu Xian. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. Ahem. Yu Xian led Yi Feng to the Patriarch Hall and began teaching. Yi Feng, since I am instructing on behalf of the Patriarchs, let me first explain the martial arts cultivation realms, the embryo dwelling stage, the embryo departure stage, and the 3 divine abilities realms. The embryo dwelling 6 realms which I will teach are the Qi realm, True Qi realm, Gang Qi realm, Qi field realm, Array realm, and embryo dwelling realm. First and foremost, the most important step is to awaken the martial soul. In our Qianlong continent, everyone is born with an innate talent, the martial soul. It can be said to be the soul of a martial artist, and a martial artist's achievements are closely tied to their martial soul. Only 4th-rank vassal states and above have the qualifications to master the method of awakening the martial soul. Maple Leaf Country never had access. Now it seemed that across the entire Maple Leaf Country, only the mysterious and powerful national master was the sole high-level martial artist who had activated his martial soul. To ensure success, sect leader Yu Xian invited the Great Elder and the Elder of the Sutra Library to assist Yi Feng in awakening his martial soul. The Grand Elder, with his flowing white beard and an aura of immortality, was the head of the Council of Elders. He had long been in a power struggle with Yu Xian. Upon entering, he mocked, "O Yu Zhangjiao, you are personally taking in disciples and awakening martial souls, and yet you still ask me to act as your protector. You aren't trying to trick me, are you?" Yu Xian rolled his eyes and directly communicated through his thoughts. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned, shock evident on his face as he stared wide-eyed at Yi Feng. "Is this true? You aren't trying to trick me, are you?" Yu Xian rolled his eyes and directly communicated through his thoughts. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned, shock evident on his. Although Yu Xian was the leader of the Kaoshan Sect, he could not dominate everything. He summoned the Grand Elder mainly to give him a heads-up, ensuring that the Grand Elder would not oppose him regarding Yi Feng. Yu Xian had considered intentionally not mentioning it publicly, claiming Yi Feng was his disciple, to trick the Grand Elder into causing trouble for Yi Feng, thereby bringing the 3 ancestors to teach the Grand Elder a lesson. However, the 3 ancestors were wise and cunning, as such petty tricks would be easily seen through. Even if the Grand Elder faced misfortune, Yu Xian would likely suffer losses as well. Thus, he decided to bring the Grand Elder over and inform him of the truth. After returning from the Ancestor Hall, the Grand Elder's eyes were red. He circled Yi Feng, and with a flick of his fingers, an ancient mottled orb of light burst forth, instantly transforming into countless mysterious talismans that spread out, creating a myriad of twisted light shadows that danced across the walls of the hall. Yi Feng's eyelids twitched. This was likely the first item exchanged from the talisman marketplace, the silent sphere designed to block prying eyes, costing 200 technological points. The Grand Elder, with a piercing gaze, turned to Yi Feng and proposed, "Prince Feng, as the current Grand Elder of the Kaoshan Sect, and the uncle of Yu Xian, with your talent Yu Xian is completely hindering you. Why not follow me and let me impart knowledge on behalf of the ancestors? I guarantee you will smoothly pass through the 6 realms of gestation and advance to the rebirth realm." "You old rascal, how dare you compete with me?" Before Yi Feng could say anything, Yu Xian's face turned pale, and he dropped the title of uncle and exploded in anger. The Grand Elder sneered, "What? With my qualifications, teaching the Kaoshan Sect's techniques is definitely better than yours." Yu Xian's eyes sparkled with cold fury as he shouted, "You old fogey are relying on your age, since you claim to have the qualifications. How about we settle this with a duel? Whoever wins will teach on behalf of the ancestors. How about it?" The Grand Elder shrank his neck and muttered, "We are competing for teaching qualifications. What does that have to do with our personal strength?" Yi Feng understood. Although the Grand Elder was old and qualified, he likely could not match Yu Xian in terms of strength. Watching the usually dignified and high-ranking leader and Grand Elder quarrel fiercely over who would teach him was quite amusing for Yi Feng. Yi Feng spoke up to mediate. "Ahem, since it's about apprenticeship, could I say a few words?" The Grand Elder, at a disadvantage, immediately supported. "Indeed, what are we arguing about? We should first ask Prince Feng's opinion." Yu Xian also looked at Yi Feng, saying, "Please, Prince Feng, speak up." Yi Feng, spending 1,000 technological points to exchange for items, took out a protective pendant and asked, "Who can offer more for such talisman items?" Upon hearing this, both the Grand Elder and Yu Xian were taken aback. Yi Feng was directly turning the opportunity to learn from the ancestors into an auction. Both were eager to teach on behalf of the ancestors, primarily to fulfill the ancestors' tasks, but even more so to forge a good relationship with Yi Feng. Given Yi Feng's talent, he would undoubtedly become a dominating presence in the future, akin to an emperor of martial arts. Investing in him was investing in the future. The Grand Elder thought of his unaccomplished descendants and gritted his teeth, saying, "I can provide 3 similar talisman items. The talismans themselves aren't difficult, but sealing them into items is the challenge. My stock is limited." Yu Xian shot a disdainful glance at the Grand Elder and calmly said, "I will offer 4. They'll offer 5. The Grand Elder fumed, puffing up his cheeks. Yu Xian hesitated, saying, 6. The Grand Elder in pain replied, I can also offer 6. How did a simple apprenticeship turn into a market-like negotiation? Yu Xian and the Grand Elder were baffled. It seemed that 6 was their limit. Yi Feng nodded, saying, Good, then each of you will provide 6. Thank you, both of you. When shall we start awakening the martial souls? Yu Xian and the Grand Elder were dumbfounded, frowning. What do you mean? Are we both teaching on behalf of the ancestors? And we both have to provide 6 talisman items. Wasn't this double extortion from Yi Feng? Even without Yi Feng's interruption, their dispute would have ended up here, but now they had to contribute 6 expensive talisman items. Exactly, you both just said 6. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Yi Feng smiled warmly, as gentle as a spring breeze. Both of you are great masters. Teaching together would complement each other's strengths. I'm sure the 3 ancestors would also agree with this decision. Mentioning the 3 ancestors, both Yu Xian and the Grand Elder fell silent. The Grand Elder, gritting his teeth, conceded, Fine, Prince Feng, at such a young age you are exceptionally clever. I will consider this an investment in the future. This is a gift from me to you. With a wave of his sleeve, the Grand Elder took out 6 items from his spatial pouch and sent them flying towards Yi. Having already given his offering, Yu Xian, as the leader, naturally could not go back on his word. With a sigh, he also sent 6 items flying to Yi Feng, his heart bleeding as he sensed that allowing Yi Feng to learn from the ancestors might be a mistake. The items provided by Yu Xian, the sect leader, and the Grand Elder differ in quality, with each item averaging 600 technological points, totaling 7,200 technological points. Keeping 2 items for personal use, I exchanged for 6,000 technological points. A bountiful harvest. Yi Feng was absolutely thrilled. Had I known I wouldn't have focused on developing technology, I should have followed Qing Songzi to the mountains at 10 years old. Just as I embarked on my journey, I encountered such a great fortune. Regarding Yi Feng awakening his martial soul, hurry and notify the elders of the scripture pavilion to come so the 3 of us can hold a ceremony together. To ensure this talented seed, Yi Feng successfully condenses his martial soul. The 3 influential figures of the Kaoshan Sect convene with utmost seriousness. Typically, when entry disciples condense their martial souls, hundreds gather in the grand hall, guided by the instructing elder. Yi Feng's conditions are vastly superior in comparison. The elder of the scripture pavilion, an old man with a long beard, sat cross-legged in a triangular formation, with the other 2 protecting Yi Feng at the center, forming a formation of heaven, earth, and humanity. Yu Xian and the others held their seals, each releasing different colored glows pointing towards Yi Feng in the center. Yu Xian shouted, Fenger, quickly channel the heart method I taught you and condense your martial soul. Yi Feng closed his eyes, operating the heart method incantation, sensing a warm current emerging from his body, surrounded by 3 different energies. These energies accelerated the flow of the warm current, which moved smoothly exactly as Yu Xian had taught. However, Yi Feng was astonished to find no signs of condensing a martial soul. Not even a trace of the martial soul's phantom. What's going on? Why hasn't the martial soul condensed yet? Yu Xian and the others whispered among themselves, the elder of the scripture pavilion being the only one unaware of Yi Feng's true identity, believing him to be a new disciple of the sect leader. He complimented a martial artist's achievements are closely related to their martial soul. With such unparalleled talent, Prince, Yi Feng's martial soul must be exceptionally powerful. The Grand Elder sighed, perhaps it's the martial soul of the Azure Dragon or White Tiger. Our Kaoshan Sect is bound to produce an emperor-level figure in martial arts. Yu Xian furrowed his brow. However, logically speaking, with the 3 of us assisting in this formation, the martial soul should have condensed by now. It's been almost the time of an incense stick. The elder of the scripture pavilion cast a puzzled glance, wondering why the Grand Elder and the sect leader seemed at odds with each other today. Odd as it was, the elder of the scripture pavilion continued speculating. Genius talents always differ from ordinary people. It's not impossible for the condensation to take longer. Let's wait and see. After all, among the people of the Qianlong continent, I have yet to hear of anyone unable to condense their martial soul. A hint of doubt laced Yu Xian's voice. Unintentionally, Yi Feng's heart stirred. As a transmigrator, he was not a native of the Qianlong continent, and likely did not possess a martial soul. What should I do? I can't let them discover anything unusual. System, open the exchange shop. Another incense stick's time passed, and even the elder of the scripture pavilion, who had been flattering, began to feel something was off, his old face wrinkling in confusion. Sect leader, Grand Elder, is there something wrong? Maybe we made a mistake with our formation. That shouldn't be the case. The Grand Elder was perplexed while Yu Xian appeared to be deep in thought. At that moment, buzz. A faint sound of air vibrating echoed. The 3 influential figures with their sharp gazes locked onto the void behind Yi Feng. Gradually, a golden-red silhouette began to condense, revealing a human shape. The The three of them widened their eyes, not daring to miss even a fraction of a second. But what was this? Martial souls come in all sorts of varieties: natural martial souls like flames, tsunamis, hurricanes, and lightning, weapon martial souls like swords, blades, halberds, and forks, beast martial souls like mice, rabbits, dragons, and snakes, as well as many powerful exotic martial souls, such as the undying martial soul, dark martial soul, and frenzied martial soul. However, Yi Feng's condensed martial soul turned out to be humanoid. This figure was quite peculiar, with skin of golden red hues, a bright triangular mark on its chest, and its skin felt unlike that of a human. Could it be a demon god? There's no martial soul wave emanating from it. This might be some kind of divine or demonic martial soul. The elder of the scripture pavilion spoke uncertainly. Generally speaking, martial souls would emit energy fluctuations, but they felt not a trace of martial soul fluctuation from Yi Feng's martial soul. It was exceedingly strange. There are two possibilities: either the martial soul is highly condensed at an extremely high level with no energy leaking out, hence they cannot perceive any fluctuations, or the second possibility is that this isn't a martial soul at all. The three influential figures dismissed the second thought and speculated solely on the high-grade martial soul. Indeed, the martial soul of a prodigy is extraordinary. Its colors are so vibrant, resembling a demon god that controls the rules of color. Could it be the dazzling demon god? I believe this martial soul exudes a metallic sheen reminiscent of extraterrestrial star iron. Extraterrestrial star iron refers to meteorites that fell onto the Qianlong continent, known for their extreme hardness. Indeed, this martial soul gives me a sense of being like an Iron Man. It must be of a very high grade. While a humanoid martial soul is truly rare. Amidst their heated discussion, Yi Feng opened his eyes, concluding the process of condensing his martial soul. Prince Feng, what exactly is your martial soul? After a martial artist condenses their martial soul, its name naturally imprints itself in their heart, and the Grand Elder directly inquired of Yi Feng. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly. Mine is called Steel Battle Armor Extraordinary No. 6. Steel Battle Armor Extraordinary No. 6. The three influential figures exchanged bewildered looks, completely puzzled. They had never heard of such a name. Could it be a new category of martial soul? Indeed, this is a brand new type of martial soul. Yi Feng rambled on with wide eyes. The Steel Battle Armor is a type, and Extraordinary No. 6 is its name. This is merely the initial stage. After evolving, there will be Super No. 7 No. 10 Silver Centurion No. 13 Gold, 10,000 Centurions No. 42 Rogue, and so on. That sounds incredibly impressive. MHM. The three influential figures widened their eyes, not entirely understanding, each unwilling to appear ignorant, merely nodding along like fools. The elder of the scripture pavilion was the first to ask, "May I ask, Prince Feng, how powerful is this Steel Battle Armor martial soul?" No matter how flamboyant the name, it ultimately comes down to strength. It would be unfortunate if it turned out to be a useless martial soul. The Qianlong continent is a world for martial artists where the more powerful a martial soul, the more popular it is. This is undoubtedly not a problem. Just watch. Yi Feng walked to the Steel Battle Armor, facing away from it, and pretended to shout dramatically, "Martial soul Extraordinary No. 6 received Yi Feng's voice command and immediately took a step forward. A series of precise gear sounds echoed, and before the astonished gazes of the three influential figures, the chest of the battle armor opened, enveloping Yi Feng entirely. Then came the closing process, where every screw and metal plate operated with precision, forming a wonderfully complete whole. The donning process exuded an aesthetically pleasing beauty, exceptionally cool. This is the aesthetics of technology. It profoundly impacted the three influential figures' eyes, delivering a colossal visual shock that resonated with their souls. Huh. This feeling is just too exhilarating. Yi Feng laughed heartily, his excitement beyond words. Becoming a superhero is the heroic dream of countless boys. Previously, the vigorous development of technology aimed to create a steel battle armor. Little did he expect it would be realized so quickly. The metallic texture and the feeling of mastery over it were astounding. Yi Feng was thrilled to the max, while the three influential figures were equally flabbergasted. In the great hall, Yu Xian, Feng Shan, and Yen Su stood frozen for half a day, all stunned by the manifestation of Yi Feng's martial soul. The peculiar humanoid shape, the unique metallic texture, and the vague sense of weight. The key was that none of the three had ever encountered such a thing, and in their understanding they thought it was a martial soul. This martial soul. The elder of the scripture pavilion was astounded. Even having perused countless books and historical records, he had never seen any mention of such a martial soul, leaving him speechless with shock. The Grand Elder shot a glare at the elder of the scripture pavilion. "What do you mean, this martial soul? Fenger is so gifted, and of course his martial soul is unique. What kind of look is that? It's embarrassing." Yu Xian picked up the conversation. guarding the Scripture Pavilion, yet possessing such limited insight you, as the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion, are wasting your position. Fenger's martial soul is extraordinary. Yifeng quickly interjected, extraordinary no. 6. Right. Just hearing the name of this martial soul indicates that it is an extremely rare one, unparalleled and supreme in the world. You must remember to keep it a secret, otherwise, even if you are an elder, I will have to ask the three ancestors to deal with you. You all. The elder of the Scripture Pavilion glared at the unusually assertive Yu Xian and the Grand Elder, puffing up his beard in anger, yet he found no words to counter. After a moment, as if coming to a realization, he stroked his beard, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. With such a talent as Fenger, it is a blessing for our Kaoshan Sect. We must do our utmost to guide him and not let his natural gifts go to waste. Yu Xian and Grand Elder Feng Shan, who worked day and night for the sect, likely lacked the time and energy. In my opinion, let me be the one to teach Fenger in his cultivation. Yu Xian and Feng Shan exchanged a glance, both revealing strange expressions, looking at Yifeng with odd looks. Yen Su saw them both looking at Yifeng and thought they were leaving it up to him, instantly feeling more confident. Logically, although the three had varying cultivation levels, with him being the highest, they were equal in status as peers, and as the elder of the Scripture Pavilion, he had to maintain a slightly lower profile, which would certainly lead to some competition to take Yifeng as a disciple. It now seemed manageable, so Yen Su seized the opportunity, addressing Yifeng. Fenger, although I am merely the elder of the Scripture Pavilion, whether in cultivation status or sect seniority, I am not beneath the master and the Grand Elder. If you become my disciple, I will certainly not treat you poorly. Moreover, I have never taken a disciple before, and over the years I have amassed some resources: spirit stones, talismans, treasures, and rare herbs. Seeing Yen Su reveal his wealth, Yu Xian and Feng Shan couldn't help but turn their heads, thinking this old, honest man was done for. Yifeng's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he thought, Elder Yan's wealth is impressive. How about showing a little generosity first? He gave a thumbs up to Yen Su and beckoned with his hand. The meaning was clear. Yen Su was not stingy either. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged from the nearby table and treasure sparkled. There were at least 7 or 8 talismans similar to those presented by Yu Xian and Feng Shan, along with other items that Yifeng did not examine closely. Fenger, take these first. Yifeng immediately gathered all the items, not leaving a single one behind, and his smile was almost crooked with joy. Seeing Yifeng accept the items, Yen Su beamed with joy, believing this matter was settled. Since that's the case, from today onward, Fenger, you are my direct disciple. But he hadn't finished speaking. Yu Xian and Feng Shan interrupted. Elder Yen, when did it become your turn to take a direct disciple? Fenger has already been accepted as a disciple by the 3 ancestors, and I and the Grand Elder will impart teachings on their behalf. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yen Su looked at the items tightly held in Yifeng's arms, suddenly feeling hopeless. Yifeng looked at him innocently, knowing he would never return the items. Meanwhile, his mind was racing. This Elder Yen of the Scripture Pavilion was wealthy, and he would certainly need to pester him more in the future. So Yifeng said, Senior, since the ancestors have spoken, I will leave the matters of my cultivation to you 3. But, Yen Su said, looking reluctant. But what? Fenger has the potential to reach the emperor level in martial arts. With such talent, it's already a privilege for us to pass on teachings on behalf of the ancestors. What more can you ask for? Yu Xian added. Right? Fenger represents the future of the sect, and all hopes are pinned on him. It is our honor to pass down teachings to Fenger. When he stands at the pinnacle of martial arts, our contributions will certainly not be negligible. Although Yen Su was an honest man, he was not foolish. Seeing Yu Xian and the Grand Elder speak this way, he suddenly understood and no longer dwelled on the lost treasures. In that case, Fenger's matters are my matters. Without hesitation, all the books in the Scripture Pavilion will be made available to Fenger without reservation. Yifeng was delighted. With 3 powerful figures backing him, the Kaoshan Sect could surely stand tall. Next, Yu Xian took out a token from his pocket and tossed it to Yifeng. Fenger, you have now become a disciple of the 3 ancestors, but officially you are still my disciple, and teachings will be imparted jointly by Elder Feng and Elder Yen. This is your sect token. It not only contains the basic cultivation methods for the Qi level, but also allows you to find a fortuitous location in the mountain gate for your usual cultivation. If you have any questions, feel free to come to us. Today, after undergoing several tests, we will discuss your cultivation further tomorrow. Later, I will take you around the inner gate to familiarize yourself with the environment. Thank you, senior brother. I appreciate your help. Yifeng did not call him master. After all, they were of equal generation. All right, then let's arrange it this way, and now the 3 of us will take you around to settle in. Then the master Yu Xian, Grand Elder Feng Shan, and Elder Yen Su took Yifeng around after arranging his residence, showing him the inner gate. They visited places like the Alchemy Hall, where sect-specific pills were refined, the Spirit Treasure Hall for exploring mines and places for spiritual energy crystals and unique materials, and the Punishment Hall, which specialized in sect punishments. On the way, many junior disciples saw them and hurried to pay their respects, which delighted Yi Feng. It should be known that he had once held a high position as the crown prince, second to none in the Maple Leaf Kingdom, but in the sect, even someone like Qing Songzi could be considered a lofty immortal. Yet now these immortals were bowing to him, and the sense of achievement was beyond imagination. Of course, there were also a few like the Grand Elder who were sect elders. Since this place belonged to the inner gate, Yu Xian and the others had no intention of hiding it, so Yi Feng still had to call them senior brothers. Moreover, the other elders, upon seeing Yi Feng, were filled with flattery, knowing he had been personally accepted as a disciple by the three ancestors. With his qualifications evident, his future achievements were foreseeable. In the pill hall, Elder Hu Lian sat at the head of the table, while Yu Xian and the others brought Yi Feng to visit. Yu Xian introduced, "Elder, this is Yi Feng, the disciple personally accepted by our esteemed ancestor." Yi Feng saluted, saying, "I have met Brother Hu." Indeed. No wonder he could trigger the seven-colored clouds of the testing stone. He is a dragon among men with legendary top-tier talent, a rare find across billions of miles. Truly a blessing for our Kaoshan Sect. Elder Hu Lian nodded repeatedly, while reaching into his robe, pulling out a bottle of pills from his Chinkoan bag and handing it to Yi Feng. "Here, Fenger, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is a top-grade vitality pill. I hope you can condense your vitality soon and not disappoint the great expectations of our three ancestors." Yi Feng accepted the pill without hesitation, saying, "Thank you for the gifted elixir, Brother Hu." Yu Xian, witnessing this, immediately exclaimed in awe. "It's actually a top-grade vitality pill. Fenger, Elder Hu is quite generous. Although this is just a vitality pill, since I've been the sect leader, the pill hall has produced no more than this number of top-grade vitality pills." Yu Xian gestured, indicating less than 10. At the same time, Feng Shan added, "Don't underestimate the top-grade vitality pill. Back then I sought one for my granddaughter, but Elder Hu refused to agree no matter what. Not only can it help you condense your vitality sooner, but it can also elevate the quality of the condensed vitality by a large tier." Yi Feng could only say, "Once again, I thank you, Brother Hu." Next, they visited the Spirit Treasure Hall, the Artifact Refinement Pavilion, the Sect Affairs Hall, and the Exchange Pavilion. They toured the entire inner sect. The inner sect's prominent figures had all seen Yi Feng, and after the rounds, he was grinning from ear to ear. There were over a dozen elders in the inner sect, and Yi Feng kept receiving gifts. In the end, he had to utilize the system's scanning ability to absorb what he could and properly store what was left over, or else he wouldn't be able to carry it all. The pills gifted by Elder Hu alone brought Yi Feng 1,000 technology points, and it also unlocked the system's drug exchange feature. This delighted Yi Feng beyond measure. Although it required unlocking, there were many medicines available in the system, not only healing ones, but also auxiliary medicines such as stamina potions that prevent fatigue and enhance endurance. Of course, don't misunderstand, this endurance refers to combat, where one would not tire during fights. Yi Feng calculated that the technology points he had earned just in this morning had reached over 10,000, not counting some items that he had not yet absorbed into the system. Of course, not every elder gave him gifts, and not everyone needed to curry favor with him. Among them was an Elder Hong Tao, the elder in charge of the Punishment Hall. His cultivation surpassed that of Elder Yen Su from the Scripture Pavilion and was vaguely the highest among the three ancestors' disciples. When they arrived at the Punishment Hall, it was exceptionally quiet and exuded a chilling atmosphere. Yu Xian introduced Yi Feng to Hong Tao according to the usual protocol, saying, "Elder Hong, this is Yi Feng, the disciple taken under the wing of our three ancestors." "Oomph." Hong Tao snorted coldly, merely glancing at Yi Feng before turning and striding out of the hall, showing no regard for the others. Aside from Yi Feng, the other three revealed bitter smiles. Every 100 years, the three ancestors select a disciple of supreme talent from among the sect's disciples to take as their named disciple. Previously, Hong Tao's grandson Hong Tian was the most likely candidate to become one of the three ancestors' disciples. Now that Fenger is valued by the three ancestors, it is natural that Hong Tian has no hope. Elder Hong, with his already cantankerous personality, must be furious about this matter. "I see." Yi Feng understood, realizing he had offended someone. But who could he blame? If he had to offend someone, then so be it. After Hong Tao's outburst, Yu Xian saw that they had visited enough and settled everything that needed to be taken care of. Everyone lost their enthusiasm and took Yi Feng back to his residence. "Fenger, everything has been arranged. I must go cultivate now. As for you, you can either go to the instruction hall for practice or find me at any time, as well as the Great Elder and Elder Yen Su." Yu Xian reminded, "Remember, this cannot be rushed, but you also can't be negligent." "Rest assured, brother, I know what to do," Yi Feng replied. "All right, I will take my leave first." After changing the nameplate of his residence to Maple Leaf Abode, Yifeng truly began to like the Kaoshan Sect. This was much better than being the prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom, where he was treated like a guest of honor by martial arts experts. Yifeng greatly enjoyed this and also witnessed the extraordinary aspects of the cultivation world. If merely displaying cultivation talent could achieve this, then what would it be like to become a true powerhouse? But I don't have a martial soul. Yifeng felt troubled at this thought. However, Yifeng quickly adjusted his emotions. He primarily relied on the black technology system. As for cultivation, he would go with the flow. In the afternoon, Yifeng went straight out of his residence, deciding to take a stroll. He wandered along the winding steps, casually exploring the Kaoshan Sect, while also utilizing the system to let's discover a few things while I'm at it, Yifeng thought. In the past in Maple Leaf Kingdom, just investigating or veins could yield technology points, and by chance he earned a good reputation for being attuned to the needs of the people. What about the Kaoshan Sect? Given that it was chosen to establish a sect, it surely possessed its own extraordinary qualities. Moreover, there were many things in the cultivation world for him to explore. But he couldn't fly yet, and the entire Kaoshan Sect covered a vast area. Yifeng could only walk, so he didn't hold out much hope. Suddenly, not long after he set off, Yifeng sensed a slight movement from the black technology. What a coincidence! There's already a fluctuation. Yifeng was overjoyed. But the system occasionally had such fluctuations, making it hard to discern whether they were useful or not. It probably wasn't a big deal. Persistent fluctuation. The source of the fluctuation was nearby. Could it be a level 1 or vein? Yifeng noticed something was off as he moved in a certain direction, and the system's fluctuations gradually grew stronger. Wait, this fluctuation seems a bit like level 2 quality. After this discovery, Yifeng began to move steadily in that direction. He had encountered such situations before. That was how he discovered or veins in Maple Leaf Kingdom. However, with his movement, the fluctuations continued to intensify. To be clear, in Maple Leaf Kingdom, the highest quality or vein he discovered was only level 2, but now. Could it be level 3? That would be a fortune. Yifeng quickened his pace, not caring about the changing environment, crossing mountains until he finally arrived at a uniquely shaped, enchanting peak. At the foot of the mountain was a narrow path surrounded by birds singing and flowers fragrant, creating a very pleasant scene. Hongyue Valley, no trespassing. At the entrance of the path, there was a sign indicating that it was private property and that outsiders should not approach. Yifeng paid it no mind and leisurely walked up the path. Detected special energy in the water, discovered a level 3 pure, natural, nurturing hot spring. How pleasant. It's actually a nurturing hot spring of level 3 quality. It seems I need to find a way to acquire this place. With senior brother Yuxin, it shouldn't be difficult. Yifeng pondered, not expecting that what the system detected was actually a nurturing hot spring. According to the system's description, this type of nurturing hot spring only requires soaking in the water to enhance one's physique, with additional benefits of healing, alleviating aging, and prolonging life. Technology point 1, technology point 1, technology point 1. Haha, this really is a good place. Just lying in the water can strengthen my physique and earn technology points. After realizing this, Yifeng became increasingly fond of this place, but he couldn't help but wonder why such a good location was unoccupied. These practitioners who only knew how to cultivate really had no idea how to enjoy life. He dove underwater and swam forward, momentarily forgetting everything. After taking the enhancement serum, all aspects of his body's functions improved. Even without needing to breathe, he could stay underwater for half a day. At this moment, Yifeng was like a carefree fish in the nurturing hot spring, swimming freely. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air loud enough to shatter a decibel meter. Yifeng broke the water's surface and caught a glimpse of a white figure that quickly slipped beneath the surface, followed by a swirl of water mist that obscured everything. What the? This sudden change left Yifeng stunned, his mind filled with a blur of white. Though it was just a glimpse, it was enough for him to savor. It's really so white. Yifeng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. You lecher. A delightful voice filled with annoyance brought Yifeng back to his senses, and feeling a bit embarrassed, he turned around. Miss, I apologize, I thought no one was here. Humph. Stop pretending. You think I won't make you half paralyzed? If I don't call myself Yu Hongyue, then I'm not her. The voice came again. Yifeng instinctively turned back to see the girl who called herself Yu Hongyue, now dressed in a fiery red outfit, standing across the pool. What fast dressing speed. What a beautiful girl. Her brows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, waist like a slender reed, teeth like pearls. Such a magnificent beauty was something Yifeng could never have seen in his previous life in Maple Leaf Country. Yifeng marveled in his heart. This beauty, this aura, even her frowning expression, seemed to carry a unique charm. However, hearing the girl's fierce words, Yifeng couldn't help but explain this. Miss Yu, I am Yifeng, a newcomer to the sect. I didn't mean to intrude on you. I truly didn't know anyone was hiding in the water. Hiding in the water. I was cultivating all right. Yi Feng's words made Yu Honyue even angrier, her silver teeth gritting together. Who in the sect doesn't know that Honyue Valley is her exclusive cultivation ground? And how could an ordinary disciple who just entered the sect come here? This is truly excessive. Yu Honyue was furious, her heart ablaze, yet she did not show it on her face. Her eyes twinkled, her cheeks flushed, the anger in her gaze slowly transforming into shyness, and the atmosphere between the two began to grow ambiguous. Yi Feng stared blankly, unable to regain his senses for a long time, then heard Yu Honyue's awkward voice as she shyly said, "Oh, I see. Then Honyue misunderstood you, young master. You should come out of the water, get dressed, and don't catch a cold." Could this be leading to a promise of commitment? Is it not said that beautiful girls who are spied on while bathing end up offering themselves in return? I wonder if that's still the trend. Of course, as absurd as it is, Yu Honyue's rapid change of attitude really left Yi Feng a bit unprepared. "Young master Yi, why are you still not getting up?" Yu Honyue urged. Yi Feng poked his head out of the water, curiously sizing up Yu Honyue, until he noticed her shy demeanor and the sly glint in her eyes, which made him consider his next move. However, since the girl urged him to get up again and was watching from the shore, Yi Feng felt embarrassed to linger in the water any longer, so he awkwardly swam toward the shore, preparing to put on his clothes. Yu Honyue then turned around, patiently waiting for him to dress. After a while, when Yi Feng reminded her that he was dressed, Yu Honyue turned back with a bashful expression, her bright eyes hinting at a flirtatious glance. "If it weren't for seeing the cunning in her eyes earlier, I might have been completely fooled," Yi Feng observed, feeling a tickle in his heart, while secretly summoning the system's exchange shop. "Come here, young master Yi. Don't you find it distasteful to stay so far away from me?" Yu Honyue spoke sweetly. Yi Feng could only respond with an awkward smile. No. How could that be? "Miss Yu, you're as beautiful as a celestial being. I would be eager to get closer." Despite saying this, Yi Feng still stood at a distance, wary of what schemes Yu Honyue might be plotting, not wanting to fall into a trap. "Young master Yi, you just said you're new to the sect." Yu Honyue coldly huffed, questioning Yi Feng. "Yes. I just joined not long ago, just finished testing and accidentally stumbled into your area," Yi Feng answered truthfully. Yu Honyue did not speak for a moment, staring intently at Yi Feng, seemingly trying to see through him. Yi Feng felt uneasy under her gaze. Not that Yi Feng was afraid of her, it was just that after having seen her body, he felt both excited and somewhat nervous. He cautiously said, "Miss Yu, if there's nothing else, then I shall take my leave." Then Yi Feng clasped his hands in farewell, intending to slip away. "You think you can peek at a lady while she bathes, and then just leave? Isn't that a bit unreasonable, young master Yi?" Yu Honyue clearly did not intend to let him off so easily, as she floated up and blocked Yi Feng's path. "Ugh." Yi Feng thought it really wasn't that simple. "Then what does Miss Yu want me to do? I truly did not mean to." "Didn't mean to? Are you sure?" Yu Honyue, let's not even mention this area belongs to the inner sect, the core of the sect. Even the outer sect isn't something a newly admitted disciple could enter. Yet Yi Feng claimed he just joined. "Miss Yu, I truly did not mean it," Yi Feng reiterated. He was initially brought up the mountain by Qing Songzi, then wrapped into the main hall by Yu Xian, and later accepted as a disciple by the three ancestors, bringing his status to par with Yu Xian. He had no idea about the normal admission rules. However, his explanation to Yu Honyue sounded like a blatant loophole, practically insulting her intelligence, which she couldn't tolerate. She immediately coldly huffed. "Didn't mean to. I see you just don't know how formidable Yu Honyue is, deliberately playing dumb." Yi Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. He had thought that becoming a disciple of the ancestors after leaving the main hall with a superior status would allow him to be fearless in the sect, going wherever he pleased inside the mountain gate. Who would have thought he would encounter a beauty bathing? The notion of relying on powerful allies to act arrogantly in the sect was useless in this situation. He certainly couldn't use his status to suppress her. Yi Feng could only helplessly say, "Miss Yu, if you insist on this, then Yi Feng has no way to refute. Besides, having seen it, is it not your intention to offer yourself to me?" "It's not as if it was intentional. What can I do?" "Pak." A whip appeared in Yu Hongyu's hand. "Moi." Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, his expression turning serious. "So it's a whip." Yi Feng thought, could it be that the girl has such a preference? He saw Yu Honyue charging at him with the whip, shouting, "Illusory fire spirit whip." Then the whip in her hand began to elongate, flames flickering on it, creating illusions resembling a fiery serpent. This whip turned out to be a weapon. But why does it have flames flickering? Could it be a martial spirit? Yi Feng thought, then opened the system to investigate, and immediately saw a vigorous flame reflecting behind Yu Honyue. Oh, judging by the color of the flames, it should be of high quality. "Thief, prepare to be punished. If I can't handle you today, I won't be called Yu Honyue." She activated her fire martial spirit, and the whip, accompanied by high temperature and illusions, swiftly struck toward Yi Feng. Under the investigation of the advanced technology system, the whip's speed and trajectory were revealed, floating in Yi Feng's mind. He quickly stepped to the left, instantly jumping out of the whip's range, dodging the attack. Fortunately, Yi Feng had already taken the enhancement serum strengthening his body. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably not even see the whip's shadow before being severely hit. However, this was not over yet. Seeing Yi Feng dodge her attack, Yu Hongyue, with a look of surprise, quickly retracted her spirit whip and continued to strike at Yi Feng. Yi Feng could only dodge again, leaping out of the whip's range. As they chased and evaded each other, dozens of exchanges passed in an instant. Oh, the thief indeed came prepared. He could see through the trajectory of my illusory fire spirit whip. Yu Hongyue, seeing Yi Feng dodge her illusory fire spirit whip time and again, couldn't help but be astonished. Miss Yu, this is a misunderstanding. If you keep this up, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Feng, pursued by the whip, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Although he didn't hit women, if this girl kept her hands on him, he would have to fight back. Thief, use whatever skills you have. Do you think I, Yu Hongyue, am afraid of you? I won't stop until I make you unable to walk. As she spoke, Yu Hongyue swung the long whip continuously, her speed increasing a few notches, and a few times Yi Feng was a tad slow in dodging and almost got hit. This was bad. Although the illusory fire spirit whip was called illusory fire with the enhancement of the martial spirit, Yi Feng immediately felt the intense heat emanating from it. White smoke rings shot out in countless spirals, ultimately forming a milky white rope that bound Yu Hongyue, leaving her no space to evade. Soon she was covered from head to toe, rendered immobile, and collapsed onto the grass nearby. Spider web sprayer. When Yi Feng crawled out of the water, he had already set his sights on this item in the Advanced Technology System Exchange shop, and it was just redeemed. Faced with this situation, Yi Feng had no choice but to confront Yu Hongyue, a martial arts practitioner who relentlessly pursued him. Although he could evade her, it was clearly not a viable solution. But if he fought back, he also had to worry about injuring Yu Hongyue. Especially with some advanced technology weapons, he now had enough technology points to redeem them, but their power had not been tested, leaving Yi Feng uncertain. After much inner turmoil, Yi Feng finally settled on the spider web sprayer. This thing cost him a hefty 1,000 technology points, but its benefits were evident. At this moment, Yu Hongyue was completely bound by the milky white spider silk, her exquisite figure accentuated and fully outlined, showcasing her curves in vivid detail, which made Yi Feng gulp secretly. Thief, what kind of treasure is this? Let me go. Fear flashed in Yu Hongyue's eyes as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Though she was clothed, being bound like this still made her feel her face burning, especially since it seemed she had just been seen by this person doing something she shouldn't. Yi Feng adjusted his clothes and strolled over to Yu Hongyue, taking in her bound form, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, finally I can relax for a bit. He picked up the fallen illusory fire spirit whip, which had reverted to a normal leather whip due to lack of control, and snapped it vigorously against a nearby tree. Crack! The whip made a crisp sound, causing Yu Hongyue to tremble all over, thinking Yi Feng was about to do something. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking somewhat shiveringly frightened. What do you want? Hurry and let me go, or you'll regret it. Yu Hongyue forced herself to say. Yi Feng shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless. He did think of some inappropriate things, but that was just too beastly, and he couldn't bring himself to do anything forceful. So he innocently said, "Little girl, I never thought of anything from the start. It was you who kept pursuing me relentlessly, all right? Thief, if you don't do anything indecent, how could I hit you?" Hearing this, a playful glint flashed across Yi Feng's face. "Little girl, if you keep calling me a thief, be careful, I might really strip you bare. I said I didn't know you were bathing here. In broad daylight, who knew you would actually? Thief, dare you say more?" Yu Hongyue was furious. "This is my exclusive cultivation area. I can do whatever I want here, what do you care? You're the one who secretly intruded in and plotted something wrong." Yi Feng couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It seemed he was truly misunderstood, so he explained, "But I really don't have any cultivation. How can there be such a thing as hidden cultivation? Moreover, if I wanted to plot something wrong, wouldn't you be at my mercy right now?" After saying that, Yi Feng deliberately scanned Yu Hongyue's body with his eyes. "Nonsense. What do you explain this as?" Feeling Yi Feng's gaze, Yu Hongyue involuntarily struggled her body, trying to avoid his gaze. It's just a mechanism. It has nothing to do with cultivation." Yi Feng opened his palm, revealing the spider web sprayer to Yu Hongyue. "It's a special mechanism and material. Who told you to chase me down?" Yu Hongyue was instantly speechless. The Red Moon Valley was set with prohibitions to prevent anyone from intruding or sneaking in. Little did she know that Yi Feng was just an ordinary person, and those prohibitions aimed at practitioners had not been triggered, thus having no effect. Moreover, usually no one dared to be reckless in front of Yu Hongyue, which led to the current situation. Ultimately, it was still her own oversight, but how could Yu Hongyue admit that? So she stubbornly said, "If you hadn't peeped, would I have chased you down? Let me go quickly. If someone sees you, you're finished. I am the sect leader's niece." What? Yi Feng hadn't expected that Yu Hongyue was actually the sect leader's niece. A smile flashed in his heart. After all, Yi Feng had his eye on this Red Moon Valley. If Yu Hongyue were just an ordinary disciple of the sect, he wouldn't know how to handle it. If he forcefully occupied it without asking Yu Hongyue for her consent, it would easily lead to gossip. Now it would be much easier. Regardless of whether Yu Hongyue agreed or not, he only needed to ask senior brother Yu for permission, as he would handle the aftermath. But this matter wasn't urgent right now. Yi Feng just wanted to leave. He asked, "Let you go? What if you chase me down again? You fear being seen, I don't. I have nothing to regret." Yu Hongyue trembled with anger, but found herself powerless against Yi Feng, so she could only mock. "You dare say you have nothing to regret after peeping at a girl bathing? What heart do you have to question? All right, enough of this nonsense. I see this Red Moon Valley truly is a good place. You can't use it all by yourself. You'll be back." Yu Hongyue suspected she had misheard. How could someone be like this? She looked at Yi Feng assessing the valley and nearly fainted from anger. "No way. Who are you that you dare to invade my exclusive cultivation area?" Yu Hongyue calmed down and reviewed everything from the beginning. This Yi Feng had too many suspicious points. As the sect leader's niece, Yu Hongyue knew a lot about sect affairs. Which ordinary sect disciple did not behave respectfully upon meeting her? Only this Yi Feng from the start had treated her so roughly. Now he even wanted to occupy her Red Moon Valley. Who exactly is he? Me. Yi Feng chuckled inwardly, deciding to tease her a bit more. "I am your martial uncle." After saying that, Yi Feng waved his sleeve, preparing to leave the same way he came. Uft. Yu Hongyue nearly spat out her drink. The phrase "I am your martial uncle" was truly devastating, but seeing Yi Feng about to leave, Yu Hongyue quickly became anxious, shouting, "Hey, let me go first." Yet Yi Feng did not look back, ignoring her. "You thief, pervert, beast, bad guy. I won't let you go, Yi Feng, just you wait." Yi Feng quickened his pace. This spider web had a time limit, and as time passed, if Yu Hongyue managed to break free, she would be cautious, and then escaping would be impossible. Having quickly exited the Red Moon Valley, Yi Feng walked along the mountain path, contemplating his next steps. He had managed to establish a foothold in the Reliant sect, but he hadn't really thought through his specific path. Moreover, the Qianlong continent was a cultivation world, but what he possessed was an advanced technology system. He was unsure whether the two could conflict or coexist. Having been trapped in Maple Leaf Country and not having come into contact with the cultivation world, Yi Feng initially thought this world was like his original one without practitioners. Now it seemed he had indeed underestimated the situation. As Yi Feng pondered these matters, he strolled leisurely forward. Not to mention that after just soaking in a hot spring nourished by the spiritual spring, he felt much more relaxed and comfortable. However, before he could walk too far, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. At first, Yi Feng thought it was Yu Hongyue and was startled, nearly spraying the milky white spider silk at the beauty. Upon closer inspection, Yi Feng found this woman's appearance was no less than Yu Hongyue's, and she looked even more gentle. This made Yi Feng think that the cultivation world indeed had higher standards of beauty than ordinary people, encountering two stunningly beautiful women in one day. But why was she suddenly blocking his way? "Who are you? How did you end up in Red Moon Valley?" the beauty asked. She seemed quite surprised to see Yi Feng. Hear her expression filled with astonishment. "I am Yi Feng, just wandering around for leisure, enjoying the scenery. May I ask why you are blocking my path, fair lady?" Though the other party was a beauty and appeared to have some status in the sect, Yi Feng wasn't intimidated and made up a story. "Haha, you are here wandering around, enjoying the scenery." The girl looked at him with suspicion, laughing as if she had heard a joke. Yi Feng felt puzzled. Was it not allowed to come to Red Moon Valley? "Why? I see the scenery here is beautiful, and there's a spiritual hot spring in the valley. I thought of developing it into a hot spring holy land. Isn't that permissible?" The girl tilted her head, and after a moment of daze, widened her eyes, saying, "You don't mean to sneak a peek at Little Chili bathing, do you?" Little Chili? Yes. Little Chili is Yu Hongyue. Huh. Yi Feng wiped his cold sweat and laughed awkwardly. "How could that be?" The girl playfully replied. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I was just guessing." Yi Feng showed an expression of disbelief, thinking to himself that a woman's intuition was indeed remarkable. He then said, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Don't go. You just mentioned wanting to develop this into a hot spring holy land here." "Yes. Is that strange?" Although Yi Feng was just babbling, it seemed not impossible. No. I just think you have some interesting ideas." The girl shook her head vigorously, then nodded earnestly. "Yes. You do have interesting ideas." Yi Feng shook his head. Perhaps this girl had some issues in her head, shaking her head and nodding at the same time, and it was all quite nonsensical. Yi Feng was about to continue walking forward, but before he could take 2 steps, the girl said again, "By the way, my name is Feng Kaiyun. Can you tell me more about your development plan?" "Oh, I don't have time." Yi Feng thought to himself that this girl was indeed clueless. She actually took his nonsense seriously. Moreover, it was clear that Yu Hongyue was not easy to deal with. If he really wanted to develop a hot spring holy land for everyone to use, she would definitely come after him. At that moment, Yi Feng decided to ignore this girl. But Feng Kaiyun was not so easy to dismiss. She was quite the chatterbox. Yi Feng, did you just enter the valley? Yi Feng, was there something that happened in the valley just now? Yi Feng, I really support your idea of developing that hot spring holy land. Can you tell me more about it? All along, Feng Kaiyun buzzed around Yi Feng like a fly, her mouth never stopping. Finally, when they reached near the foot of the mountain, Feng Kaiyun, facing Yi Feng, who was as wooden as a block, found it utterly boring. She stomped her foot, glared at Yi Feng fiercely, then turned and floated away into the valley. Seeing her finally leave, Yi Feng shook his head all the way to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a group of people stood at the foot of the mountain, watching Yi Feng's direction as if waiting for something. Especially when they saw Yi Feng come down, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Did you see? Did you see? He came out. Huh? What happened? How did he come out unscathed? Who is this person? Does anyone know the inside story? It seems Hong Tian wouldn't dare to intrude into Red Moon Valley. Go, hurry and tell Hong Tian. As Yi Feng passed by them, he noticed they were all staring at him excitedly, as if they were watching a superstar, leaving him utterly perplexed. What were they doing here instead of cultivating? What were they looking at? If they set up a bench with peanuts and sunflower seeds, it would just be a bunch of melon-eating spectators. Yi Feng couldn't help but examine himself, thinking he didn't have flowers growing on him, did he? He then shook his head, pretending to be calm as he walked past the crowd and listened to what they were saying. You don't know this. Have you heard? Today, a peerless genius, mysterious person just entered the sect and was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader. Could it be this esteemed one? So amazing. TSK Tisk. To be accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader must be extraordinary talent. As this topic arose, the crowd's expressions towards Yi Feng instantly changed. There were continuous gasps of surprise, and some even questioned whether this was true, demanding confirmation. Yi Feng listened with delight, feeling quite pleased. He even unconsciously walked with a more pompous gait. So that was what they were gathering for. It made sense now. He thought to himself, where would these people know that in fact he was not just a direct disciple of the sect leader? Filled with pride, Yi Feng returned to his residence, Maple Leaf Cottage. Immediately, he opened the system interface, which displayed his technology points, 18,600. Yi Feng burst into laughter and began counting the treasures he had received during the day. After keeping a few useful items, he exchanged everything else for technology points. Ultimately, the number of technology points reached 23,400 points. Remembering that senior brother you had given him a token with 6 beginner techniques, he immediately took out the token and immersed his consciousness into it. The token displayed not only his personal information, but also his sect identity, along with the foundational techniques inscribed by the 6 divisions of spiritual sense. Kaoshan Sect Foundational Technique Metal. Kaoshan Sect Foundational Technique Wood. Kaoshan Sect Foundational Technique Water. With 5 divisions in total, the 5 elemental techniques of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were perfectly complete. The last technique was titled Divine Origin 9 Refinements. He never expected such an impressive name to belong to a trash technique. Yi Feng's consciousness first opened Kaoshan Sect Foundational Technique Metal. However, he found that he could not cultivate this metal attribute technique. He then picked up the wood attribute technique to try once more, but still could not cultivate it. Then he switched to the water attribute technique, yet still could not cultivate it. After trying all 5 attribute techniques, Yi Feng discovered that he was unable to cultivate any of them. Each of these techniques was based on the martial soul with differing attributes, and the minimum requirement was to possess a martial soul. But without a martial soul, how could Yi Feng engage in the cultivation of the accompanying techniques? In the end, he could only reluctantly pick up the last one, Divine Origin 9 Refinements. Divine Origin 9 Refinements, destined to become a martial saint. Incredible. But when Yi Feng saw the annotations below the introduction of the technique, he was struck with dismay. Note the Divine Yuan 9 Refinements, though named as such, can at most refine the Qi twice. Being able to refine it 3 times is a rare talent indeed. Note the cultivation speed is astonishingly slow. It requires great comprehension and perseverance in the technique, truly a method that misleads the practitioner. Yi Feng understood, as everyone knows, martial souls possess various attributes that enhance different aspects, with the most crucial being the improvement of cultivation speed. This Divine Yuan 9 Refinements, however, takes a different path, discarding the martial soul and continuously refining the Qi to elevate one's realm. The key lies in the refinement of the Divine Yuan 9 Refinements. Those who do not grasp the method cannot even pass the threshold of the first refinement. Only those with exceptional comprehension may achieve the second refinement, and those who reach the third refinement possess talents seldom seen throughout history. How unfortunate must one be to have high comprehension, yet awaken an incredibly weak martial soul, thus limiting their path in martial arts. Surely anyone with a decent martial soul wouldn't choose to cultivate the Divine Yuan 9 Refinements, huh? Yi Feng mused only to find that the introduction of the technique did indeed mention such a misfortunate soul. This person possessed such high comprehension that he was called the number one in martial arts comprehension in 3,000 years. He took 10 years to cultivate the divine Yuan 9 refinements to the 5th refinement, ultimately reaching the 5th level of the Qi realm. It is important to note that his martial soul was merely an ordinary blade of grass. Based on martial soul aptitude, it was once predicted that reaching the 2nd level of Qi would be a miracle for him. However, through the divine Yuan 9 refinements, he achieved the 5th level of the Qi realm, a threefold increase, and was invincible below the 6th level of Qi. Though his cultivation was not high, it still showcased his innate comprehension and the extraordinary nature of the divine Yuan 9 refinements. Yet this remarkably talented individual ultimately practiced the divine Yuan 9 refinements to the point of vomiting blood, resolutely abandoning the path of martial arts to pursue alchemy instead. In the end, he became a master in the field of alchemy, embodying the perfect motivational figure for the saying, "When God closes a door, he opens a window for you." Indeed, fate can be cruel. This unfortunate person is far too unfortunate. Yi Feng sighed, thinking that without even a martial soul, he was even worse off than this unfortunate soul, causing him to bitterly smile. However, he did not wish to resign himself to such a fate. As a transmigrator having no ambition to dominate this otherworldly continent was no different from being a salted fish. Immediately, Yi Feng summoned the high-tech system. Does the system have any items to enhance martial arts comprehension? The system replied no, but the host can spend 100 tech points to unlock the supermaterial energy simulation function. Unlock it, system. Yi Feng thought the expenditure of tech points was quite high. However, according to the description, the divine Yuan 9 refinements was the only technique in the Qianlong continent that could be cultivated without a martial soul, allowing one to pass through the Qi realm and embark on the path of martial arts. Yi Feng had no choice but to cultivate the divine Yuan 9 refinements. As for comprehension and perseverance, those would be left to the high-tech system. Yi Feng had already read through the entire divine Yuan 9 refinements. He could at least say that he recognized every word. But martial arts comprehension with all the references to operations guidance of the mind method meridians and so on. What on earth was this talking about? Yi Feng was dumbfounded as he read, let alone comprehend. Ultimately, Yi Feng was a transmigrator who originally did not believe in the existence of cultivation, and he had no foundation in it. Concepts like acupoints, meridians, and complex operating routes left him utterly bewildered. Supermaterial energy simulation function has been unlocked. Please input the technique for use. Yi Feng used the system to scan the divine Yuan 9 refinements, and the system displayed that the technique was successfully input. Simulate the first refinement of the divine Yuan 100 tech points. Only 100 tech points not. Then Yi Feng instructed the system to simulate the second refinement. This was indeed convenient, but once the system completed the simulation, Yi Feng only needed to follow along to cultivate. Moreover, a single divine Yuan 9 refinement simulation turned into 9 techniques. No wonder its comprehension requirement was so high. It was essentially 9 techniques condensed into one. Without the simulator relying solely on comprehension would truly be no easy feat. Simulate the second refinement of the divine Yuan 500 tech points. When the system displayed the cost for the second refinement, Yi Feng immediately shouted, "Are you kidding me?" It increased 5-fold. This is just the second refinement. Then Yi Feng simulated the third refinement, and the tech point consumption became 100 points, increasing by 500 each time. Therefore, to simulate the entire cultivation method of the divine Yuan 9 refinements, a total of 1810 tech points would be required. While Yi Feng felt the pinch, he thought that the divine Yuan 9 refinements might indeed be as impressive as described, allowing a direct path to becoming a martial saint after achieving the 9th refinement. It is important to know that spending 200 tech points could exchange for a particle cannon or single soldier warship items, highlighting the power of this technique. Finally, after spending 760 tech points, he successfully simulated the first 6 refinements of the divine Yuan 9 refinements, leaving him with only 5800 tech points. Cultivating truly is a money-burning endeavor. Although it only consumed tech points, Yi Feng knew well the value of tech points. He then began to cultivate according to the simulated path of light, veins inscribed in his body. Soon the first refinement of the divine Yuan circulated within him, as the surrounding natural qi gradually gathered towards Yi Feng, continuously being absorbed into the light veins. Then a layer of crimson flame ignited within Yi Feng, as all the qi entering his body was refined by the flames. The absorption speed, initially not slow, became extraordinarily sluggish due to the refining by the crimson flames. Is this what they call cultivating by fate? At this rate, even if Yi Feng cultivated until he died of old age, he feared he wouldn't be able to break through to the qi realm. Can the system speed up the operation of the simulator? Yi Feng asked. Sure. Yi Feng then entered a meditative state, causing the light veins to operate rapidly, exceeding 10 times the previous speed. All the surrounding qi began to converge towards Yi Feng, where it was absorbed and refined. If someone were to observe the flow of natural qi at that moment, they would find that the qi within a 10-mile radius of Yi Feng's location was being drawn in, and the scope was expanding, continuously flowing towards him, ultimately forming a massive vortex of qi. This phenomenon was noticed by many from the high-ranking members of the sect to the outer disciples. Anyone with some cultivation could distinctly feel the direction of the qi. At the main peak, Yu Xian opened his eyes from meditation, gazing in Yi Feng's direction with a satisfied expression. A similar scene unfolded in the scripture library with Yen Su, as well as in the sect affairs hall where the Grand Elder Fengshan resided. Aside from these, 3 other elders of the sect also opened their eyes, displaying unusual expressions. Meanwhile, the disciples who sensed it were all astonished, realizing that an extraordinary figure was likely emerging among the new disciples. This must be the mysterious person rumored to have been taken as a personal disciple by the sect leader. To have such a grand aura from the very beginning, I wonder how many days he can remain in meditation. The first cultivation after awakening the martial soul is the best indicator of one's talent and strength of their martial soul. Some can even leap through several realms in one go. Given this momentum, I believe his meditation time will be no less than half a month, if not a month. I remember Hong Tian meditated for half a month and jumped straight to the 5th level of qi, surpassing the achievements of countless people in a lifetime right from the starting line. In the blink of an eye, a month has swiftly passed. Outside, the atmosphere has become lively, with many astonished by the flow of spiritual energy triggered by Yi Feng. The month-long period of meditation has rarely been seen, even in the long history of the Kaoshan Sect. He still hasn't come out. The sect master has even arranged for a specialized protector for him. What kind of existence is this Yi Feng in the center of it all? I wonder what his martial soul attribute is. After such a long period of meditation, he should be able to reach the 5th or 6th level of the spiritual energy realm upon emergence. I doubt it. Back then, Hong Tian only crossed 5 realms after his meditation. You must know that Hong Tian's martial soul is an extremely rare high-level martial soul. People discussed among themselves, some marveled at the talent to stir such a spiritual energy storm, while others held a skeptical attitude, not having high hopes for this newly emerged mysterious disciple. In the center of the storm, Yi Feng awakened from hunger. Immersed in the cultivation of the 9 refinements of divine origin, he was unaware of the passage of time lost in the intense refining of spiritual energy. With the aid of the simulator, Yi Feng quickly absorbed enough spiritual energy to reach the 7th refinement of divine origin. He not only absorbed the energy from the storm, but also consumed all the elixirs given by the sect elders upon his entry. However, despite achieving the 7th level of the spiritual energy realm, the amount of spiritual energy appeared to be only at the 1st level due to the compression through his techniques and the 7 rounds of refining. The 9 refinements of divine origin are indeed hard to master. After absorbing so much spiritual energy, I still remain at the 1st level of the spiritual energy realm. Yi Feng sighed. Feeling the purple flames of spiritual energy flowing within the simulated light veins, the purity captivated him at first glance. The noble and cold purple flames combined with the complex flow patterns exuded a sense of immense power. According to the technique's introduction, this purple flamed spiritual energy is refined to a degree that even the true qi practitioners cannot compare. Yi Feng thought to himself, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He stood up to stretch his body, feeling the changes brought about by the spiritual energy. He stepped into the courtyard, walked to a rocky artificial hill, and clenched his fists to channel the purple spiritual energy. Boom! Yi Feng punched the artificial hill, which was made of hard rock, instantly causing a shower of stones as it shattered into countless pieces. The point where his fist made contact was reduced to powder, demonstrating the weight of his punch. Yi Feng estimated that this punch weighed around 6 or 7,000 kilograms. Satisfied, he nodded and left his residence, heading towards the outer sect's dining hall. Although his nominal identity was that of an inner sect disciple of the Kaoshan Sect, his residence was still in the outer sect. As Yu Xian said, cultivation is a step-by-step process. Some foundational martial arts training is better conducted in the outer sect. After all, with the token given by the sect master, he could go anywhere within the Kaoshan Sect. After eating his fill, Yi Feng arrived at the outer sect training ground. Before he even entered the arena, a group of people appeared before him, led by none other than Elder Qing Song, who had brought him into the sect. Yi Feng saw him from a distance and quickly greeted. Yi Feng pays respects to Elder Qing Song. In the Feng Kingdom, Elder Qing Song had slain 2 revered beings, bringing him to the Kaoshan Sect. Now, in terms of genuine seniority, Yi Feng was actually a step above Elder Qing Song, but out of gratitude, Yi Feng took the initiative to greet him. Wait, why is it that you are only at the 1st level of the spiritual energy realm? Given your talent, this shouldn't be the case. Elder Qing Song, unaware that Yi Feng had been accepted as a disciple by the three ancestors, circled around him, scrutinizing him. As soon as he spoke, the crowd of outer sect disciples following him erupted in an uproar. Look, after such a long meditation, he's only at the first level of the spiritual energy realm. What kind of extraordinary talent is that? Haha, this is hilarious. With such talent, I'm even better than him. It must be that his awakened martial soul isn't powerful enough. What a pity for the cultivation talent he displayed during the test stone. If the martial soul doesn't measure up, it doesn't matter how well he cultivates, his potential is ultimately limited. Some laughed, some expressed regret, but more were gloating, feeling this was only fair. Elder Qing Song also shook his head, feeling pity for Yi Feng. Yi Feng, don't be discouraged. The awakening of the martial soul depends on bloodline inheritance and luck. With your cultivation talent, even if your martial soul is a bit lacking, as long as you work hard, there is still hope. Hearing Elder Qing Song's comforting words, Yi Feng felt a bit speechless. Wasn't he implying that he was wasteful in a roundabout way? However, since he was just being kind, Yi Feng didn't retort and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Elder Qing Song. Yi Feng will not be complacent." "That's good. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave," Elder Qing Song said with a hint of "All right, Elder Qing Song, please take your leave." After Elder Qing Song left, those outer sect disciples immediately surrounded Yi Feng, with one of them asking, "Hey, did you really become a personal disciple of the sect master?" "Haha, I'd say if you can become a disciple of the sect master, then I must also be able to catch the eye of the ant." Waste. The outer sect disciples began to laugh uproariously, with some even directly calling him trash. At this moment, as they laughed, Yi Feng was about to explode. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd of outer sect disciples and approached Yi Feng, coldly asking, "Are you?" "It's him. Outer sect law enforcer disciple In Xiong." Someone in the crowd recognized the identity of the newcomer and quietly exclaimed. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. "It's me. What's the matter?" Yi Feng replied, his tone not particularly pleasant, clearly sensing that this person was here to cause trouble. "Oh, you still have some temper. Where do you get the qualifications to be arrogant?" Upon seeing Yi Feng at only the first level of the spiritual energy realm, the newcomer immediately looked down on him. Yi Feng's eyes sharpened, saying, "You don't need to remind me of my qualifications. Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way." In Xiong was furious upon hearing Yi Feng call him a dog. His whole body swelled up, his clothes moving without wind, and he reached out his hands toward Yi Feng, shouting, "Yi Feng is suspected of trespassing in the Hongyue Valley with ulterior motives. Come with me to the punishment hall." He unleashed his martial soul, with dark light flashing from his hands, creating a cage-like aura around Yi Feng, as if opening the gates of hell. In Xiong was known for his ruthlessness, having a cultivation level at the 7th level of the spiritual energy realm. His awakened martial soul was a hellish soul-catching chain that when fighting would unleash a chilling wind, disturbing the soul, making it hard for anyone of the same realm to escape. At this moment, many were surprised to see In Xiong using his martial soul against Yi Feng, who was only at the first level of the spiritual energy realm, believing that In Xiong was taking it seriously and intended to cripple Yi Feng. Yi Feng entered the Hongyue Valley and emerged safely, which has been confirmed by many. Moreover, the elder of the punishment hall's grandson Hong Tian has shown interest in Yu Hongyue, which is already acknowledged within the sect. It's easy to understand In Xiong's motives as an outer sect law enforcer of the punishment hall, an informed person analyzed. Yi Feng's gaze flickered. His true realm was the 7th level of the spiritual energy realm, and his perspective was not comparable. Realizing the danger of the situation, seeing that In Xiong showed no mercy and aimed to cripple him right away, a glint of cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. A flash of shock flickered in In Xiong's eyes, as he did not expect Yi Feng, with a mere cultivation of the 1st level of the Qi gathering realm, to match his fists against his palms in a stalemate. Although he held back some power, he was a 7th level Qi gathering realm cultivator and had even activated the special ability of his martial spirit. He initially thought that with this strike Yi Feng would be completely incapacitated, but who would have thought that Yi Feng could actually withstand it? Could it be that Yi Feng possessed a battle body martial spirit? In Xiong's thoughts raced as he felt that being pushed back 3 steps was too humiliating. He then took out a dark brown chain from his waist, angrily declaring, "You dare to resist the law enforcement of the punishment hall? I will drag you back to the punishment hall like walking a dog." The outer disciples in the arena were also taken aback, unable to believe the scene before them. However, upon seeing In Xiong unfasten the chain, they all revealed expressions of fear. Being defeated by someone was not terrifying, but being humiliated like a dog and dragged away was. And this was precisely what In Xiong loved to do. Is that so? A mysterious object appeared in Yi Feng's palm. Although he was at the 7th level of the Qi gathering realm in terms of rank, in terms of true strength, with his condensed divine essence, he could at most contend with an ordinary 5th level Qi gathering realm cultivator. His ability to match Yin Xiong was also due to the use of a strengthening serum. Thus, if it truly came to a contest of strength with Yin Xiong, Yi Feng would indeed find it somewhat challenging. However, since Yin Xiong had taken out a weapon, he could not be blamed for borrowing some power. Hell's Soul Hook, Lock Soul. Yin Xiong shouted loudly. This move was his signature skill, the Hell's Lock Soul. Wherever the soul chain passed, no ghost or monster could hope to escape. Super material energy, simulate. At the same time Yin Xiong shouted, Yi Feng also called out in his heart. In a flash after Yin Xiong wielded the Hell's Soul Hook, everyone thought that Yi Feng was left with no choice but to surrender. However, Yi Feng remained unafraid. Just at that moment, as Yin Xiong launched his attack, a system prompt appeared, discovered a method of special energy utilization, Lock Soul. Simulate Hell's Lock Soul, consuming 100 tech points. Use Hell's Lock Soul, consuming 10 tech points. 2 beams of white light shot out from the object that appeared from Yi Feng's palm after Yin Xiong made his move. Dog leash, go. The crowd saw 2 beams of white light flash by, identical to Yin Xiong's Hell's Lock Soul, except with an additional one and a different color. Smack. Boom. One white beam reached Yin Xiong's Hell's Soul chain, causing it to veer off course and strike the stone pillar beside Yi Feng, splitting it in two, while the other white beam flew towards Yin Xiong. By the time everyone regained their senses, the white light had transformed into a white rope that tightly bound Yin Xiong's neck. The other end of the rope was held by Yi Feng. The whole arena erupted in uproar. How is this possible? What kind of treasure is this? Yi Feng, with his first level of Qi gathering realm cultivation, had actually broken Yin Xiong's Hell's Lock Soul. This was astonishing. Everyone thought that those 2 white ropes were some kind of remarkable treasure, and only this could explain it. Only Yi Feng knew in his heart that this was merely a web sprayer, but it had been simulated to mimic Yin Xiong's Hell's Lock Soul, making it much more agile. Yin Xiong was also greatly shocked, his neck trapped by the milky white rope with one end held by Yi Feng, resembling a dog being walked. This was an utter humiliation. His face flushed red as he shouted, release. The web rope, limited by its materials, was merely a single strand, and its toughness was ultimately insufficient, and with a single effort Yin Xiong broke free. Just as Yin Xiong was about to make another move, he saw Yi Feng raise his right hand again, releasing a smoke ring that transformed into a section of white rope aimed at him once more. Yin Xiong dodged in every possible way, but the rope seemed to have a mind of its own, always locking onto his neck. In a moment of negligence, Yin Xiong was once again ensnared around the neck. Break free. Yin Xiong once again channeled his spiritual power to break the rope. But before he could rejoice, Yi Feng raised his right hand once more. The entire arena fell into a strange atmosphere. Yin Xiong jumped around the training ground like a monkey, avoiding the ropes, yet each time he was ensnared. Although he could break free, he was immediately ensnared again by Yi Feng. After dozens of times, Yi Feng was having a great time, while Yin Xiong was on the verge of madness. This seemingly ordinary rope was extraordinarily resilient. Although he could break it after dozens, or even hundreds of repetitions, Yin Xiong's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and soon he would be running out. Looking over at Yi Feng's relaxed demeanor, it seemed that this strange rope was as plentiful as he desired. At the same time, Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Isn't this a bit too much bullying? The system's supermaterial energy simulation function not only simulated Yin Xiong's Hell's Lock Soul, allowing Yi Feng to repay him in kind. Even after continuous use, it gradually improved to the point where Yin Xiong had no chance to dodge at all. Truly a marvelous item. Not only could it simulate others' techniques, but it could also improve them, and all he had to do was expend some tech points. Moreover, once simulated, it was effortless, requiring no arduous training. However, as this continued, the consumption of tech points was also rapidly decreasing, and it wouldn't be long before they ran out. Half an hour later, Yi Feng had only 3,000 tech points left, while Yin Xiong had already collapsed. Yi Feng brought the rope over to a stone pillar in the training ground and tied the rope around Yin Xiong. He then clapped his hands. The surrounding outer disciples were all dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief at such an outcome. Seeing Yin Xiong's face turn ashen, tied up like a puppy by Yi Feng, the crowd began to look at Yi Feng with a hint of fear. What kind of treasure is this? How could it break my Hell's Lock Soul? Yin Xiong struggled to speak. Dog leash. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiong lowered his head, no longer the arrogant figure he once was. His shoulders trembled as he buried his head in the ground. He was actually crying. Yi Feng shook his head and walked to the pavilion in the training ground to pour himself a cup of tea. He was waiting for someone. As the saying goes, the big dog still needs to look to its master, and he was waiting for the person behind Yin Xiong. Yi Feng's treatment of Yin Xiong was partly because he had no attacking methods, and partly to force out the person behind Yin Xiong once and for all. However, it was evident that the person was quite clever and did not want to appear in such a situation. Yin Xiong had been abandoned. Yi Feng waited for a long time, almost finishing his tea, yet there was still no sign of anyone coming, and he soon lost interest. Coward, Yi Feng muttered. All right, you all can disperse. Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Yi Feng addressed the crowd of onlookers. And take him away. He then tossed the teacup and walked towards the scripture pavilion. As for Yin Xiong, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. If you enjoy being a sycophant and biting others, you must be prepared to be beaten. He was not worthy of sympathy. The scripture pavilion is located deep within the confines of the Kaoshan Sect, dominating a towering peak. Yi Feng originally thought it would merely resemble a typical pavilion, but to his surprise, the scripture pavilion was more like a palace with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, heavily guarded and impressively grand. At the foot of the scripture pavilion, an older gatekeeping disciple blocked Yi Feng, who was dressed in gray. The scripture pavilion is a sacred place of the sect. Ordinary disciples are not allowed to approach. Please return the way you came. It turns out that the status of all disciples in the Kaoshan Sect can be discerned from their attire. Those who have just entered are merely ordinary disciples dressed in the standardized gray robes, hence they are referred to as gray-robed disciples. Above the gray-robed disciples are the outer disciples who have reached the 3rd level of the Qi realm, wearing dark blue robes, also known as blue-robed disciples. To enter the scripture pavilion, one must at least be a blue-robed disciple. During his entry, Yu Xian had not informed Yi Feng of these trivial sect rules, as both of them were prominent figures in the sect, and such minutiae were likely beneath their concern. Thus, Yi Feng was blocked at the foot of the mountain by the outer disciple guarding the scripture pavilion. Yi Feng scratched his head, thinking it was rather awkward. Since the disciple was speaking kindly, he felt reluctant to force his way through. So he said, Brother, although I have just entered the sect, I am indeed an inner disciple. I simply forgot to change my clothes. The gatekeeping disciple shot him a sideways glance. You? An inner disciple? Go back and cultivate properly. This is the rule, and I cannot let you through. Yi Feng was left speechless. Enough of that. Unless you show me your inner disciple token, you best leave. If someone sees you, who knows what consequences may arise. The gatekeeping disciple kindly warned. Yi Feng rummaged through his belongings, recalling that he had taken out his token during his training and had left it on the table at his residence. He immediately prepared to head back. Suddenly a voice rang out. Luo, how come here? Hey, who is that ordinary disciple in gray? Hearing this, Yi Feng saw a young man in a dark blue robe emerge from the mountain gate. He appeared gaunt with prominent cheekbones and an unsteady gait, clearly someone who indulged in a life of vice. Upon seeing Yi Feng in gray and noticing his cultivation at only the 1st level of the Qi realm, the young man's expression immediately turned unfriendly. All right, senior brotherly. This is a distant relative of mine. No harm done. I'll send him away right now. With that, Luo Hao turned to Yi Feng and whispered, You better leave quickly while you can. But it was clearly too late. The outer disciple, referred to as senior brother, Li, raised his hand and said, Wait, your sect history states you are an orphan. Oh, when did a distant relative appear? Then senior brotherly turned his gaze to Yi Feng, his tone cold as he said, Kid, you have trespassed into the sacred grounds of the scripture pavilion. What punishment do you deserve? Yi Feng regarded this senior brotherly, noting his sharp features and unwelcoming tone. He seemed easy to provoke. However, if the other party dared to offend him, he might have to teach him a lesson, so he replied indifferently, I haven't even entered the mountain gate. Where is the trespassing to speak of? What punishment do you think I deserve? Luo Hao stood to the side, sensing the escalating tension, and quickly spoke up. Senior brotherly, this relative doesn't understand the rules. Please do me a favor and let him off this time. I will certainly discipline him when we return. Favor? Do you have that right? You dare speak back to me and still wish to leave? Luo Hao, go and give him 100 strikes. Let him learn his lesson. Senior brotherly didn't even glance at Yi Feng, directly commanding Luo Hao. Yi Feng understood the situation. This senior brother Li and Luo Hao both had the cultivation of the 5th level of the Qi realm, but Luo Hao was kind-hearted, yet fearful of senior brother Li. As Luo Hao hesitated, Yi Feng spoke up. Wow, senior brother Li, what an imposing stature you have. A mere outer disciple dares to act so arrogantly. Luo Hao's face changed dramatically, and senior brother Li revealed a sinister expression, snapping. I was initially going to give you 100 strikes and let you go, but now it seems I must teach you a lesson so you understand the rules of the sect. Bang. Before he could finish, Yi Feng unleashed a punch, striking him squarely in the face, sending him flying into a tree behind him, several teeth flying out of his mouth. Senior brotherly spat out a mouthful of blood, scrambling to his feet, shouting, You're seeking death. Just wait until I ruin you. Shut up. With that, Yi Feng charged towards senior brotherly. Before senior brotherly could regain his composure, Yi Feng's fists descended upon him like a torrential downpour, completely overpowering the 5th level of the Qi realm, leaving him without the ability to fight back, unable to even execute his martial techniques. Soon the arrogant senior brother Li was knocked unconscious by Yi Feng, his body marked with numerous bruises, his pockets turned inside out, and all his treasures stripped away, which Yi Feng then fed to the system, instantly boosting his technology points by over 1,000. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, then elegantly dusted off his hands. Finally, some peace and quiet. For a disciple like senior brother Li, who had the 5th level of Qi cultivation, Yi Feng could easily take on as many as he encountered. It was simply that he hadn't practiced martial techniques, making his moves less impressive. Luo Hao stared at Yi Feng as if he were a monster, speechless for a long while, until Yi Feng asked him, "Can I go in now?" Luo Hao nodded repeatedly. "I didn't expect you to truly be an inner disciple." "Haha, of course." Yi Feng laughed. Luo Hao laughed along, realizing that Li Gaoming, relying on his brother's entry into the inner sect, had oppressed fellow disciples endlessly, and today's encounter had finally met its match. Then Luo Hao seemed to recall something, his expression turning grave. Senior brother Li Gaoming has a brother named Li Gaowen who is said to have been accepted as a direct disciple by a reclusive elder within the sect. He is currently in the inner sect cultivating, having reached the 9th level of the Qi realm. These two brothers are vengeful. Now that you have struck his brother, it won't be so simple to settle this matter. Yi Feng looked at Luo Hao and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, if he comes to find me, you can tell him my name is Yi Feng." Luo Hao's mouth dropped wide open, seemingly shocked, and after a moment he said, "So it turns out that senior brother Yi is the mysterious person who has been rumored to be taken as a direct disciple by the sect master in the past month." That's me," Yi Feng replied, then asked, "Do you really need to be that surprised?" No, it's just that I heard outside that senior brother Ye's awakened martial soul is too useless, entering meditation for a whole month only to emerge at the 1st level of the Qi gathering realm. So it turns out senior brother is just playing the fool to catch the tiger," Luo Hao said with a strange smile in a low voice. Cough, cough. Yi Feng awkwardly cleared his throat. Luo Hao immediately said, I understand. Senior brother, don't worry, I won't spread it around." Yi Feng felt even more awkward. He hadn't expected Luo Hao to be so simple-hearted yet sharp-witted. It truly was a rare talent. He took out a pill of Qi restoration from the system space that he had just searched from Li Gaoming and casually tossed it to Luo Hao, saying, "Here, take this. Work hard on your cultivation." Luo Hao was overjoyed, reaching out to catch the Qi restoration pill Yi Feng had thrown, and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, senior brother Yi." Yi Feng felt in high spirits, flashed a mysterious smile at Luo Hao, patted his shoulder, and walked through the door of the scripture pavilion into the inner sanctum. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. This Luo Hao is quite an interesting person. Perhaps I can bring him back when I return to Feng Kingdom. With this thought, Yi Feng entered the outer hall of the scripture pavilion, and indeed the interior was extraordinary. Upon entering, the system detected several strong fluctuations. One lingered on Yi Feng for quite a while. No wonder the guards at the mountain foot were merely outer disciples. The outer layer of the scripture pavilion was divided into many areas, such as the technique area, martial arts area, artifact refining area, and pill area, each categorized with numerous varieties. The countless scriptures were like a sea of stars, with only one book placed in each shelf compartment, making the entire outer layer of the scripture pavilion extremely vast, stretching endlessly in rows. Yi Feng casually picked up a book from a nearby shelf, flipping through it, without even glancing at the introduction on the shelf. This was a cultivation technique called the Kunming 6 transformations. Upon seeing the cultivation requirements specified in the technique, Yi Feng knew he couldn't cultivate it because this technique involved a martial soul and required a bird-type martial soul to be practiced. Just as Yi Feng was about to close the book, the system suddenly prompted, "Would you like to transcribe this book?" According to the technique levels, a heavenly grade technique rewards 100 technology points, a ground grade technique rewards 50, a mysterious grade technique rewards 30, and a yellow grade technique rewards 10. While special techniques reward 200 technology points, and divine techniques reward 500. There's even this function, but the technology point rewards are too little. Only 100 points for a heavenly grade technique. One should know that such a technique may not even exist in the entire Kaoshan Sect. Yi Feng thought, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He didn't even consider that in the entire outer scripture pavilion, with nearly 10,000 books, even if they were all yellow grade techniques, they could bring in tens of thousands of technology points. Moreover, transcribing these scriptures was equivalent to having them for himself. With the system in place, it was essentially a mobile scripture pavilion. Yi Feng immediately got to work, flipping through the pages rapidly. The system required him to open each book and take a glance before it could transcribe. Kunming 6 transformations transcription complete, technology points 10. Looking at the additional 10 technology points, Yi Feng burst into laughter. 10 points are neither too many nor too few, but the key to collecting technology points lies in accumulation. In this regard, Yi Feng was no different from a money-loving person. If you casually found $10 on the street, would you be happy? Although it's not much, the answer would definitely be yes. What if you found $10 with every step? Feng frantically moved about the outer layer of the scripture pavilion, causing the previously quiet and solemn place to echo with the sounds of flipping books. Many disciples who heard the noise turned to look only to see an ordinary disciple clad in gray, frantically flipping through a yellow-grade technique, while occasionally bursting into laughter, breaking the tranquility of the scripture pavilion. Is he from the countryside? Is this guy practicing so hard that he's gone crazy, laughing like that while holding a yellow-grade technique? Who let him in? Isn't he wearing gray? All the sect disciples who saw Feng's foolish appearance had similar reactions. However, Feng's following actions left them dumbfounded. After quickly finishing one book, Feng immediately grabbed another, flipping through several dozen books in a short time, and he was still going. Those disciples who came to select techniques momentarily forgot their purpose for being there, as it was the first time since the establishment of their sect that someone dared to cause trouble in the scripture pavilion. Go summon the elder of the pavilion. A curious disciple stealthily walked toward the elder. Half an hour later, Feng had flipped through nearly 200 techniques, most of which were ordinary techniques, and the grade was mostly yellow-grade low tier. Even the yellow-grade middle-tier ones were only a few, with none at the mysterious grade. No, that's not to say there were none. There was one martial arts technique whose grade was shown as yellow-grade low tier, but the system evaluated it to reward 100 technology points, even though it was only a fragment. 9 swords of wind and cloud. The entire technique contained only 9 moves, but this fragment didn't even have one complete move. It only had a thrust action, which should be related to stabbing. According to the technique's introduction, when the wind and cloud merged, the 9 swords break through the void. This left a deep impression on Feng. Feng continued to browse new martial techniques. He had flipped through more than half of the technique area and nearly half of the martial arts area. His original intention was to come to the scripture pavilion to transcribe whenever he had time, but for now he was looking for a few suitable martial techniques. However, in the vast outer layer of the scripture pavilion, there was not a single technique that Feng could cultivate, so he could only temporarily give up and ran to the martial arts area. Feng opened a new martial arts book and was about to flip through it, when suddenly a grand and rich voice echoed in the outer layer of the scripture pavilion. Who is causing trouble in the scripture pavilion? Feng paused for a moment, looked around in confusion, then quickly continued flipping through, completely unaware that the troublemaker referred to him. It wasn't until the elder of the pavilion, surrounded by a group of disciples, stood before him that Feng finally raised his head, but his hands kept moving. Who is causing trouble in the scripture pavilion? The elder of the pavilion asked again. Feng didn't even blink. Trouble? I didn't see anything. You should look elsewhere, Feng said, looking around. The corners of the elder's mouth twitched slightly. From the moment Feng entered the scripture pavilion, the elder had been monitoring all his actions. Everything was seen clearly, and it was evident that he knew Feng's background. Therefore, due to his status, he hadn't intervened. But now that someone had reported him, and Feng showed no signs of stopping, he had no choice but to step forward. Ahem. This. Could you please stop for a moment? Seeing Feng utterly unaware, the elder of the pavilion had to speak again. Huh? Are you talking? Seeing the elder of the guard staring intently at him, Feng finally realized that the elder was indeed speaking to him. He then asked, Elder, may I ask if there is something you need? The elder of the guard could only helplessly ask, May I ask what you are doing? If this were an ordinary disciple, he would have slapped him long ago, but since the other party was a disciple of the ancestor, he could only endure. Feng scratched his head and replied, I'm reading. Is there something wrong with that? He couldn't possibly tell the elder of the guard that he was copying techniques. If that were the case, even as a disciple of the 3 ancestors, he would be expelled. Is he treating the scripture pavilion like a mundane academy? The elder of the guard sighed, saying, These are all cultivation techniques. Cultivation requires deep understanding and insight. What use is it to flip through them like this? I see you've probably skimmed through hundreds of them by now. Well, Feng was contemplating how to deceive him, but he had only copied a fraction of the outer scripture pavilion. If he were driven out like this, it would be a significant loss. Before Feng could organize his words, the elder of the guard continued, The scripture pavilion is a place for sect disciples to select techniques suitable for themselves. Each technique is created by exceptionally gifted predecessors, and it has taken the sect thousands of years to gather them here. You must remember not to be greedy and bite off more than you can chew. Just pick 2 techniques from what you've seen and leave, alright? Feng was unwilling and immediately replied, But elder, I haven't chosen yet. Nonsense. This is outrageous. You've looked through hundreds of techniques and still haven't found one suitable for you. The elder of the guard couldn't help but raise his voice. Yes, elder, I want to compare multiple techniques and choose the one that suits me best. Feng stood his ground. After all, these were all valuable points of technology, and he would eventually return to develop Maple Leaf Kingdom, making these his collections and foundation. No, even if you have extraordinary talent as the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion, I cannot allow you to act recklessly and ruin yourself. The Elder of the Guard asserted firmly. What the heck? Why is this Elder so persistent? Yi Feng cursed inwardly but said outwardly, "You're not my master. This is not something you can decide. Besides, I haven't violated any rules of the Scripture Pavilion, have I? You a rotten wood cannot be carved." The Elder of the Guard pointed at Yi Feng, saying "you" 3 times in a row, his finger trembling with anger. Next, the Elder of the Guard painstakingly tried to persuade Yi Feng for quite some time, but Yi Feng remained unmoved, ultimately causing the Elder to leave in anger. The disciples who had stopped to select techniques watched in confusion, speculating whether this gray-clothed disciple might be the illegitimate child of a certain big shot within the sect, to have even driven away the Elder of the Guard. Once the Elder left, Yi Feng began to scour the place again, regardless of whether it was a medium or low-level technique. As long as he could earn technology points, he wouldn't mind how many he collected, continuing to sweep through them all. Yi Feng estimated that it would take several days just to copy the entire outer layer. This was a tedious task, but thinking of the technology points, he reluctantly mustered up his spirits and continued flipping through, yawning repeatedly. He didn't even notice when the stern head of the Scripture Pavilion stood before him until the head spoke up. "Feng, what are you doing?" "Huh?" Elder Yan's expression was very serious. Yi Feng instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Elder Yan was preparing to forcibly kick him out of the Scripture Pavilion, citing reasons such as the importance of deep understanding and focused study. Elder Yan's expression was very serious. Yi Feng instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, Elder Yan was preparing to forcibly kick him out of the Scripture Pavilion, citing reasons such as the importance of deep understanding and focused study. "Elder Yan, you promised that the entire Scripture Pavilion would be open to me." Yi Feng shouted. "Yes, but that doesn't mean you can behave recklessly like this." Within the Scripture Pavilion, Yi Feng and Elder Yan argued fiercely, eventually escalating into a shouting match that left a group of outer disciples completely bewildered. "Elder Yan, tell me, how am I behaving recklessly?" Yi Feng retorted angrily. "Isn't this reckless? I ask you, after flipping through so many techniques, do you remember even a little bit?" Elder Yan's face was also turning red as he argued back. "How could I not remember? If I do remember, would you dare to fulfill your promise and let me view the entire Scripture Pavilion?" "Fine. You've gained some skills even before starting your cultivation. If you dare to let me test you, if you can recite one technique, I'll consume one technique." Their argument had already attracted the attention of many big shots from the entire Kaoshan Sect, with numerous elders rushing over to witness the intense verbal duel between the two. As for those disciples who were selecting techniques, they had long been chased away, but even so, it was enough for them to gossip. Within the sect, a rumor swept through regarding the illegitimate child of a hidden ancestor. Many disciples who witnessed Yi Feng drive away Elder Huang of the Guard and argue with Elder Yan were in total awe of him. "Elder Huang, go select a few techniques, and I want to test you properly." Yi Feng sneered. "Elder Yan, feel free, but don't forget to eat the technique books later." Elder Huang of the Guard immediately rushed to the technique area, casually selecting a few techniques. He didn't believe that with Yi Feng's flipping speed, he could remember the contents of the techniques. Including all the elders present, upon hearing that Yi Feng had flipped through hundreds of techniques, in just a few hours they all showed expressions of disbelief. If he were to truly memorize them, a few hours might not even be enough for just one technique. Unless he was at the It is said that in the middle stage of the Transcendence realm, cultivators begin to transform into divine beings, awakening intelligence and increasing wisdom, enabling them to truly remember everything at a glance. Elder Huang, the guardian of the Scripture Pavilion, waved his hand and instantly produced over a dozen martial arts manuals, all randomly taken from the shelves. He never believed Yi Feng could truly memorize every single manual. The reason he cooperated with Pavilion Master Yin was merely to suppress Yi Feng's arrogance. If every disciple in the sect followed Yi Feng's example, guarding the Scripture Pavilion would become an impossible task. Yin Su drew one manual from the stack in Elder Huang's hand and snorted coldly. "Finger, listen carefully. Wild rampant art. This old Yin is truly a blockhead. Finger is young and thin-skinned." That defiant remark was clearly just a way to save face, yet he takes it seriously. With so many manuals here, who could possibly glance at them once and remember them all? Grand Elder Feng Shan, who had just arrived, couldn't help scolding Yin Su for his lack of tact upon witnessing the scene. Sect leader Yu Xian also observed from the side, but he believed Yi Feng was merely causing a ruckus, so he allowed Yin Su's actions to proceed. Yu Xian remarked, "Not so. Finger is young and spirited, and with such innate talent, a hint of pride is inevitable. Within the sect it's manageable, but if he ventures out, it could easily invite hostility. Let Elder Yin temper him a bit." Those nearby nodded in agreement after hearing Yu Xian's words. Wild rampant art is suited for martial artists who awaken beast spirits like serpents or pythons. The wild and rampant resemble dragons. So old Yin, am I word perfect? Unfortunately, this art is not suitable for my cultivation. Yifeng stood in the center radiating youthful exuberance, while secretly chuckling waiting for the crowd's astonished expressions. Little did they know Yifeng wasn't so much reciting the manual as waiting for it. The copied text of wild rampant art was already perfectly reflected in his mind thanks to the system. He merely followed the displayed words verbatim. Indeed, seeing Elder Yan's gaping mouth, everyone realized Yifeng had likely recited it without a single error. Understanding this, all the high-ranking members of Kaoshan Sect displayed looks of profound shock. After all, this manual was randomly chosen from hundreds. There was no trickery involved. It could only mean that Yifeng had truly memorized it with just a single glance. Unconvinced, Yin Su took another manual from Elder Huang, Wind Thunder Fist, a combat technique. I refuse to believe you can memorize every manual with one look. Try this one Wind Thunder Fist. A smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's mouth. Calmly, he summoned the system, silently chanting, Wind Thunder Fist. The manual's contents instantly reflected in his mind. He selected the textual portion and recited it word by word. Halfway through, Yifeng said smugly, "Well, old Yin convinced yet? Want me to recite it backward?" With that, he gestured for Yin Su to flip to the last page, and indeed read it in reverse. Holding the Wind Thunder Fist manual, Yin Su's mouth hung wider and wider, utterly astounded, unable to believe what was happening. Seeing Elder Yan's reaction, everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. Clearly, Yifeng had recited it again. Considering he had flipped through hundreds of manuals that morning, could he really have memorized them all? Yifeng displayed a sly grin. How could these people grasp the uniqueness of black technology? Need more tests, old Yen. Didn't you say you'd eat a manual if I could recite one? Care to demonstrate for everyone? Yifeng teased maliciously. Yin Su's face flushed red, and he stammeringly changed the subject. Well, what use is memorizing them? Can you cultivate so many techniques? That's none of your concern. I'm gifted with a photographic memory after all. Just tell me, will you open the scripture pavilion to me or not? This was the crux of the matter. Yifeng had staged this whole scene to avoid being kicked out of the scripture pavilion, which would ruin his copying plans. Yin Su composed himself and said seriously, "This matter is no small affair. I must discuss it with the sect leader and the other elders before making a decision." Yifeng understood. His identity was special. The Maple Leaf Kingdom had risen to a 4th-rank vassal state, and the next step was a 5th-rank kingdom, a power level that could rival the Kaoshan Sect. Though ascending from vassal to kingdom was far from simple. As the elder in charge of the scripture pavilion, Yin Su knew well how crucial the martial arts manuals were to a kingdom-level force. They represented the very foundation of a faction's heritage. As the crown prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom, once Yifeng's martial cultivation advanced, would he elevate the kingdom to a 5th-rank power or even annex the Kaoshan Sect? This was a consideration that couldn't be ignored. That's why the sect thoroughly vetted every disciple they accepted to prevent spies and control talent. Yifeng stepped aside voluntarily, while Yin Su approached the sect leader and several elders, detailing Yifeng's exceptional situation. What say you all? Yifeng, the crown prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom, possesses unparalleled talent, extraordinary intelligence, and a photographic memory. This matter must not be taken lightly. The importance of martial arts manuals goes without saying. In my view, the scripture pavilion should no longer be open to this boy, lest our secrets be stolen and a formidable enemy be created for the sect. I'm sure none have forgotten our great enemy, the Shattered Sect. Legend has it that they broke away from an ancient power, which is why they grew strong enough to rival our Kaoshan Sect in such a short time. An elder stepped forward and spoke. Several elders found his words reasonable and nodded in agreement. No, Yu Xian said gravely. If we must guard against even talented disciples selected from within the sect's territory, we might as well close our doors and seal the sect. What purpose would recruiting disciples serve? How could we ever develop? Let me consult the 3 founding ancestors before deciding. Yu Xian took a token from his bosom and sent a voice message to the 3 ancestors recounting every detail of what had transpired in the scripture pavilion without omission. Soon Yu Xian received a reply. The token flashed with light, and when he held it up, 2 characters materialized on its surface. Those 2 words were recruit. These 2 words changed the gazes of all the elders present towards Yifeng. If this child fails to grow, that would be fine, but if he does grow, he will undoubtedly become a powerful figure. These 2 words not only reflected the importance placed on Yifeng by the 3 ancestral masters, but also changed the attitudes of several elders present. The profound cultivation of the 3 ancestors surely allowed them to see something in Yifeng that others could not. Everyone looked towards Yu Xian, who then stepped forward at the right moment and said to Yifeng, "Feng, come here. Do you have a decision?" Yifeng thought to himself while also saying, "Oh, senior brother, you." When Yifeng walked up to Yu Xian looked at all the elders present, especially the elder of the scripture pavilion, and solemnly declared, From now on, all the scriptures and skills of the Scripture Pavilion will be open to Feng, including the Earth Pavilion. The expressions of several elders changed once again. After seeing the words recruit, they had already placed significant importance on Feng, but they still underestimated him. They understood what the Earth Pavilion represented. Even they, as inner sect elders, had never entered the Earth Pavilion. Feng wore a faint smile and sincerely said, "Thank you for the importance placed on me by the sect. Feng will never forget this and will definitely not let down the Kaoshan Sect." Hearing Feng didn't thank the sect leader or the other senior brothers, but directly thanked the sect, Yuxian nodded in satisfaction, feeling somewhat relieved in his heart. Before Yuxian could speak again, Feng continued, "Senior brother, you please bring me paper and a pen. After observing hundreds of scriptures, I was inspired and realized that 2 skills still have room for improvement, 1 martial art and 1 cultivation method. I will copy them down for everyone to review." Oh, Yuxian was surprised and immediately took out paper and a pen from his chinkoan ring. The others looked on in astonishment, rendered speechless. Clearly they found it hard to believe that a disciple who had just stepped into the martial cultivation world could improve a skill. However, Feng paid no mind to whether they believed him or not, and directly activated the supermaterial energy simulator of the system, inputting commands to improve the 2 skills. The 2 skills were indeed the ones he was sternly instructed to memorize earlier: the Savage Decision and the Thunderstorm Fist. After consuming 1,000 tech points, the skills were quickly improved. The consumption of tech points was somewhat high because these 2 skills were originally of the yellow low tier, yet Feng chose to improve them to the high tier of the mysterious level, directly crossing 5 tiers. The reason for doing this was that Feng did not want to owe too much to the Kaoshan Sect. He could accept their favor, but he did not want to feel indebted to them internally. Taking the paper and pen handed to him by Yuxian, Feng swiftly wrote down the improved skills. Fortunately, the system displayed everything clearly in his mind, allowing Feng to replicate it perfectly, otherwise accurately depicting the operation routes, and the flow of spiritual power would have been quite challenging. A quarter of an hour later, Feng tossed the paper and pen back to Yuxian and called out, "That's it for today." Yuxian took the paper and began to carefully examine the skills Feng had written. Initially, he was indifferent, but as he delved deeper, his expression shifted from nonchalance to seriousness, eventually turning solemn, and he closed his eyes in contemplation. At the same time, he raised his hands, palms facing down, in a posture resembling cradling a ball, and unconsciously began to manifest a stream of spiritual energy that formed a small snake in his palms. The small snake coiled and sped up until it seemed to transform into a true dragon. This situation continued for a moment until Yuxian finally opened his eyes, dispersing the spiritual energy in his hands, his eyes filled with shock, unable to believe what had just happened. "High tier of the mysterious level," Yuxian exclaimed in astonishment, then excitedly grasped Feng's shoulders and shook him vigorously. "How is this possible? Feng, quickly tell me how you did it." To be honest, when he announced the opening of the Earth Pavilion to Feng, Yuxian had no internal conflict about it. It seemed impossible. Even he felt the ancestors' decision was overly risky, but at this moment Yuxian believed that perhaps this move by the ancestors was indeed the right gamble. Just the improved Savage Decision was already worth far more than the several hundred skills Feng had previously seen. After witnessing the improvements made to the Thunderstorm Fist, Yuxian's conviction solidified further. Before the improvement, the Thunderstorm Fist was also of the yellow low tier. For the Kaoshan Sect, such martial arts were as common as dirt. They could be found in abundance outside the Scripture Pavilion, and in other sects as yellow low tier skills were simply too ordinary. However, after the improvement, it was different. This was a martial art and still of the high tier of the mysterious level, whose value even surpassed that of the previous Savage Decision. Seeing the sect leader's reaction, the other elders began to take the papers to examine them as well. After reading, their reactions mirrored Yuxian's, continuously exclaiming that it was impossible. After multiple demonstrations, several elders finally confirmed that this was real. Feng had indeed improved skills that were originally of the yellow low tier to the high tier of the mysterious level. 5-tier improvement. This is unbelievable. Is this a reincarnation of a martial god? To know that improving a yellow low tier skill to a high tier of the mysterious level is even more challenging than creating a new high tier skill. The elders kept exclaiming in astonishment, looking at Feng with strange eyes, as if he were an unusual Meanwhile, Yuxian, who was almost driven crazy, kept shaking Feng and asking how he did it, and whether he could improve other skills. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Don't shake me anymore!" Feng shouted. He thought to himself, was this guy trying to shake him to death in order to inherit his high-tech system? Upon hearing Feng's shout, Yuxian finally came to his senses, stopped shaking, and stared at Feng with flushed cheeks, nearly drooling. On the other side, Feng felt a shiver down his spine as he was nearly overwhelmed by Yuxian's intense gaze. What was with that look that resembled a cute girl? It's not that simple. Do you know how many brain cells I lost to improve these two skills? Millions. Yifeng didn't care whether the big shots of the Kaoshan Sect understood the term brain cells and gestured wildly, pushing away those who wanted to get closer. Perhaps Yifeng's assertiveness made the big shots gradually calm their excitement and madness. Yuxian also returned to normal and ordered, everyone disperse. Remember, do not leak the information about Feng improving the skills. As for Feng having exhausted so much energy in improving the skills, he must be tired. Let him rest here in the scripture pavilion. I will arrange for someone to bring food to him. How does this mean they want me to stay in the scripture pavilion for a long time? Hearing Yuxian's words, Yifeng laughed. If he had known it would be this simple, he would have just handed them the two improved skills instead of wasting time testing and memorizing the skills. By the way, Feng calling the two improved skills by their original names doesn't seem quite fitting. You can name them, and he'll have someone inscribe them for the scripture pavilion. Yuxian said seriously. All right, let's call them the Savage Divine Decision and the Thunderstorm Divine Fist. They are just improved versions, but the foundation remains the same as before. Yifeng did not refuse, casually adding a word, thus deciding the future names of the two skills. Good. That's much more imposing than the original fitting for the quality of the high-tier mysterious skills. Let's settle on that, Elder Yin. You will be responsible for inscribing them and placing them in the inner layer of the scripture pavilion. All right, esteemed elders, please leave first. Grand Elder Yin and Feng, please stay for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you, Yuxian said. Upon hearing the command from the sect leader, the elders hastily expressed their reasons for leaving. In the end, only the four of them remained in the scripture pavilion. After sealing the heavenly listening, Yuxian turned to Yifeng and said, Feng, after your martial soul was activated, you entered meditation for a full month and even managed to guide the spiritual energy vortex for miles around. Why is it that I see your cultivation at only the first level of the Qi realm now? With such a long meditation time, due to your special martial soul, your cultivation should not be this low, should it? Beside them, Yen Su and Feng Shan also displayed puzzled expressions. They believed that with Yifeng's talent and the seemingly extraordinary martial soul, this situation should not occur. Indeed, Feng, what cultivation method are you practicing? Why can I not detect your spiritual energy attributes? Normally, even with a special martial soul, you should not be outside the 5 elemental attributes. Feng Shan's eyes sparkled with magical energy, and his expression grew increasingly strange. Only after confirming that there were indeed no attribute fluctuations in Yifeng did he finally speak up. After he finished speaking, Yen Su's eyes also gleamed with magical energy. Upon further confirmation, he too exhibited a puzzled expression. Feng, could it be? Don't leave it as a possibility. If you think of something, say it quickly. Feng Shan, being impatient, immediately interrupted Yen Su. Ancient texts record that there is a type of martial soul that is incredibly powerful, yet possesses no spiritual energy attributes. Apart from lacking elemental properties, it shares some similarities with body martial souls, being able to enhance the physical body, but is even more formidable. When a battle martial soul merges with a warrior, the warrior's combat power will multiply. Could it be that Feng possesses such a martial soul? Huh. Yifeng chuckled inwardly. Earlier he worried that the matter of his martial soul would eventually be discovered. It seems now that he wouldn't even need to fabricate a lie. The battle martial soul described by Yen Su resembles him putting on a mech. I think that should be the case. The 5 elemental cultivation methods that senior brother you gave me, I couldn't cultivate at all, and my martial soul does not possess spiritual energy attributes, yet it can enhance my body. Yifeng followed Yen Su's words. At this moment, Yuxian puzzledly asked, if it's not a 5 elemental cultivation method, then what cultivation method are you practicing, Feng? Of course it's the divine origin 9 refinements, Yifeng answered matter-of-factly. What? How can you practice such a trashy cultivation method? Yuxian along with the other two nearly had their eyes pop out simultaneously. Senior brother, you only gave me these 6 cultivation methods. I couldn't practice the other 5, so naturally I had to cultivate the divine origin 9 refinements, Yifeng said, sounding aggrieved, as if he was saying the fault was not his. Indeed, Feng Shan and Yen Su both pointed fingers at Yuxian with glaring eyes. You misguided the disciples, you. If the ancestor asks, how will you respond? The path of martial arts is not to be taken lightly, especially the initial meditation, which can affect future achievements. Feng entering meditation with the divine origin 9 refinements, how can this be acceptable? Yuxian felt somewhat frustrated as he thought. I said the meditation lasted so long and the fluctuations in spiritual energy were so intense. How could it only be at the first level of the Qi realm? It turns out he was actually cultivating the divine origin 9 refinements. He didn't even respond to Feng Shan and Yen Su's accusations, feeling regret for his earlier oversight. Is the divine origin 9 refinements really that trashy? Yifeng thought to himself as he observed the expressions of the 3. Simulating the operation of the entire divine Origin 9 refinements requires nearly 2,000 technology points. With such a high cost, Feng did not believe it to be a trashy cultivation method. However, he did not show this on his face. Such a good opportunity, if he did not take advantage of it to extort a bit, wouldn't that be foolish? My future in martial arts, you three senior brothers, must take responsibility. Fenger, it was my oversight. I will take responsibility and compensate you. The most urgent matter is to find a suitable cultivation method for you. At this point, Yu Xian had no choice but to admit his responsibility. How can you bear any responsibility when Fenger has been harmed to this extent by you? Feng Shan scolded angrily. Indeed, senior brother, how do you plan to compensate? Feng pressed for an answer. Yu Xian was momentarily at a loss and truly did not think of a specific way to compensate. Senior brother, the divine Origin 9 refinements is quite difficult to practice. You see, I absorbed so much spiritual energy, yet my cultivation is only at the first level of the Qi realm. With such a low cultivation, I will be bullied out there. Feng continued to complain. It was indeed effective, as Feng saw Yu Xian reach into his robe and pull out a white jade porcelain bottle, saying flatteringly, Fenger, this is an exquisite spirit essence pill refined from countless rare herbs. It can be used by any practitioner at the fetal stage. Just one is worth a month's worth of your meditation. There are 10 inside, take them first, but remember to divide one into 3 portions and consume it over 30 times, or you will burst from the spiritual energy. Feng immediately reached out to take it happily, saying, Thank you, senior brother. But senior brother, isn't this bottle a bit short? I am cultivating the divine Origin 9 refinements, and there won't be much I can absorb after the spiritual energy is refined. I still have another bottle left to take it too. Yu Xian said helplessly. This time Feng did not stretch out his hand to take it, but instead raised 5 fingers, indicating that 1 bottle was not enough, and that he wanted 5 bottles. Such pills could only be used at the fetal stage, yet Yu Xian carried them for the purpose of rewarding disciples. How could he possibly just have 2 bottles with 20 pills? 5 bottles. Yu Xian's eyes widened. Feng nodded. Fenger, you must understand that when giving such spirit pills to other disciples, I only give them 1 at a time. What are you stalling for? If you don't give Fenger the divine Origin 9 refinements, can he even practice? What's wrong with him asking for 5 bottles of spirit essence pills? Before Yu Xian could finish explaining, Feng Shan began to scold loudly, as the bloodshed was not on him. These spirit essence pills were indeed quite precious, but the 3 individuals present were all powerful figures within the sect, and they must have brought several bottles with them. Hearing Feng Shan scolding, Yu Xian felt somewhat awkward, but continued to bargain, saying, All right, Fenger, I will add 1 more bottle, and give you 3 bottles. Feng shook his head. No haggling, otherwise you will take me to find the 3 ancestors, and have them. Hearing this, Yu Xian could only endure the pain, and obediently pull out 3 bottles, handing 4 bottles of spirit essence pills to Feng. Feng then nodded in satisfaction, smiling. Thank you, senior brother Yu. I forgive you. Let's drop the matter of the cultivation method, and not pursue it any further. Yu Xian, though feeling the pinch, could only force a smile, and say, Fenger, be understanding and magnanimous, no need to thank me. Use them as you wish, and feel free to come find me if you need anything. By the way, Feng seemed to recall something, and said, Senior brother Yu, I actually have 1 more thing I need your help with. Yu Xian exclaimed, feeling a bit annoyed at himself for being so talkative. Feng continued, Last time while passing through a valley, I found it beautifully scenic, and even discovered a natural spiritual spring. It is very suitable for my cultivation, so I thought senior brother would grant me this place. The valley? Yu Xian asked in confusion. Yes, as the sect leader, you wouldn't be unable to make this decision, would you? You promised to compensate me. Yu Xian rolled his eyes, thinking, didn't we just agree to move past the compensation issue? Why bring it up again? Isn't it just a valley? Fine. Then Yu Xian seemed to recall something and uneasily asked, You aren't referring to the Red Moon Valley, are you? Yes, that's the Red Moon Valley. Feng replied. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Xian clutched his head, feeling faint. Among the sect, the person he feared most was undoubtedly his niece Yu Hongyue. She was a little devil, and Yu Xian had no way to deal with her. Then Fenger, can I leave first? Go. This is none of your business here. Yu Xian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, and with a swoosh he flew out of the scripture pavilion, disappearing in an instant. Flying in the air, Yu Xian immediately decided to return to his cultivation place and enter seclusion, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. After Feng and the others left, he smiled at Feng Shan and Yansu. The 2 who had just witnessed Yu Xian being extorted seemed to be enjoying the show. Seeing Feng looking at them, Feng Shan and Yansu immediately felt uneasy. Fenger, if there's nothing else, my senior elder Yan and I will take our leave first. Senior brother Feng. Senior brother Yan. As the saying goes, those who see should share in the spoils. You 2 aren't just planning to slip away like this, are you? Yi Feng said, extending his hand towards the two, making his intentions clear. This damned saying. Feng Shan and Yin Su both felt like cursing. This was not sharing spoils, it was extortion. Why did it also fall under the category of sharing? However, the two were quite honest. Yi Feng didn't have to use much persuasion before each of them took out 5 bottles of Yuan Ling Dan, ultimately leaving with a similarly pained expression. Low-level yellow grade, 10 technology points. Mid-level yellow grade, 10 technology points. After the 3 left, Yi Feng took the white jade porcelain bottle and poured 2 Yuan Ling Dan into his mouth from time to time. Chewing on the spirit pill, he flipped through the secret techniques, feeling an indescribable sense of enjoyment, treating the spirit pills as candies. The Yuan Ling Dan, containing vast amounts of vitality, was absorbed by the simulated operation of the divine Yuan 9 refining technique upon entry, rapidly refined and absorbed. An ordinary person would need to divide 1 Yuan Ling Dan into 3 portions for absorption, and the effects wouldn't be significant, not to mention it would take many days to fully absorb, which was quite troublesome and time-consuming. But this was not an issue for Yi Feng. It was merely a matter of consuming technology points. The simulated operation of the technique could allow his body to cultivate, and speeding up the cultivation process was simply a matter of consuming more technology points. As Yi Feng continuously consumed the Yuan Ling Dan, his cultivation was gradually increasing. Surprisingly, the spirit pills seemed to be filling, as Yi Feng spent 3 consecutive days in the scripture pavilion without feeling the slightest bit of hunger. During these 3 days, he occasionally encountered disciples coming to select techniques, but upon seeing Yi Feng flipping through the books quickly, they found it strange, yet did not show much astonishment. After all, Yi Feng had not emitted that strange laugh from before. Anyone would find it boring to flip through books continuously, and if it weren't for the system notifications indicating an increase in technology points for each book flipped, Yi Feng would have long since given up. Now he had nearly copied all the techniques from the outer layer of the scripture pavilion, and his technology points had stabilized at 3600 points. Of course, this was after spending 9500 points to fully simulate the divine Yuan 9 refining technique. This meant that there were approximately over 400 techniques in the outer layer of the scripture pavilion, along with some books that weren't techniques, but Yi Feng documented them all. With so many techniques, Yi Feng didn't have time to tally them up. Most were low-level yellow-grade techniques, and the majority were indeed of the lower tier. This delighted Yi Feng immensely. He wasn't afraid of the low levels, what mattered most was the variety. The martial spirits common in the Qianlong continent could all find corresponding techniques within. With the system in place, all he needed was to improve them, and they could definitely become top-tier techniques. Although improving techniques consumed a lot of technology points, as long as he returned to the Maple Leaf Kingdom, these would all be solid top-tier techniques. At that time, not only the kingdom, but even elevating the Maple Leaf Kingdom to an imperial level would be no problem. He would become a living emperor dominating the foreign lands. Yi Feng was happily contemplating this when a disciple rushed up to him. It was Luo Hao. Luo Hao, looking flustered, hurried to Yi Feng's side and whispered in his ear, "Senior brother, Li Gaowen has come." "What?" Yi Feng looked up in confusion and said, "Li Gaowen? Who is that? Let him come, and what does it have to do with me?" Luo Hao's expression changed upon hearing this. He thought Yi Feng was scared. After all, Li Gaowen's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm, while Yi Feng had just entered the 1st level of the Yuanqi realm a few days ago. That was a difference of a full 8 realms. How could he not be afraid? However, Luo Hao could only grit his teeth and stand by Yi Feng's side, thinking that since Yi Feng was the disciple of the sect, Master Li Gaowen would not dare to do anything. Following Yi Feng, he would surely have his day to shine. He said with difficulty, "Li Gaowen is Li Gaoming's younger brother, the one who fought with that gatekeeping disciple at the foot of the scripture pavilion yesterday." "Oh, is he coming to cause trouble for me?" Yi Feng's expression changed to one of realization. "Yes, senior brother Yi. Both brothers are people who repay grudges. Now that Li Gaowen has come, he wouldn't dare to storm the scripture pavilion, but is definitely waiting to intercept you when you come out." "All right, I understand. He'll go out and meet him." Yi Feng frowned and said. The two left the scripture pavilion and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Yi Feng saw Li Gaoming standing behind Li Gaowen and immediately pointed at Yi Feng, saying, "It's him. Now that you've come out, you have to avenge me, brother. If you don't cripple him, how can we, the two brothers, have any face to stand in the Kaoshan Sect? Rest assured he'll break his legs and make him crawl to apologize to you." Li Gaowen, just as Luo Hao had said, was not a good-natured person. Clearly it was his brother who had bullied others and was taught a lesson, yet he still came out and threatened to break Yi Feng's legs. Li Gaowen's voice was loud, clearly intentional, causing all who heard it to show fearful expressions, thinking that these two brothers were indeed not to be trifled with. Only Yi Feng, upon hearing this, revealed a smile, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "I destined to dominate the foreign lands, dare you to threaten to break my legs? Hey, you probably don't even know how to write the word death." Yi Feng shook his head in his heart, feeling pity for Li Gaowen's arrogance. Why provoke him of all people? You probably don't even know how to write the word death. Yi Feng shook his head in his heart, feeling pity for Li Gaowen's arrogance. Why provoke him of all people? What do you want? Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. I heard you were accepted as a disciple by the sect master, yet your cultivation is so low after entering meditation. Only at the 3rd level of the Yuanqi realm. You aren't a waste, are you? Li Gaowen bluntly insulted him. His master was a hidden elder of the sect whose cultivation was higher than Yuxian's, so he was not afraid of Yi Feng's status. Oh, does the 3rd level of the Yuanqi realm bother you two brothers? You already beat your brother at the 5th level of the Yuanqi realm, and now you've come to deal with a brother at the 9th level of the Yuanqi realm. Are you both just asking for a beating? Yi Feng was not backing down at all. In terms of cultivation comparison with his 3rd level of the Divine Yuan 9 refining technique against Li Gaowen, it might be somewhat difficult, but that was only a minor challenge, especially considering he had so many trump cards. Haha, how dare you be so tough in front of me, Li Gaowen? Do you think your identity as a disciple of the sect master can protect you? Do you know who my master is? Hearing Li Gaowen's question, a senior disciple nearby spoke gravely. His master is the hidden elder of the sect, Elder Shui. His martial spirit is the blood prison martial spirit, which is extremely bloodthirsty. Once targeted, even sect members can be killed. It is said that Elder Yu Tian was harmed by him outside the sect, but there has never been evidence, and even the founder could do nothing about him. Li Gaowen had heard this as well, but instead of feeling ashamed, he took it as praise and became even more arrogant. Not interested to know. I don't care who your master is. In the Kaoshan Sect, Yi Feng didn't have many acquaintances. He only owed favors to a few people, such as Yuxian, Feng Shan, Yinsu, etc. As for others, whether they were the hidden Elder Shui or Elder Hong from the Punishment Hall, Yi Feng didn't take them seriously. You dare. Li Gaowen was furious at the insult to his master and was about to make a move, but a wave of energy swept over from the scripture pavilion, causing him to withdraw his Yuan force, repeatedly saying, Good. Good. Yi Feng, you really have guts to insult even my master. I see you are tired of living. I ask you, do you dare to fight me at the martial arts peak? He thought that invoking his master would intimidate Yi Feng, who would show fear and humiliate himself. He never expected that the other party would directly refer to his master Elder Shui as just another nobody, which made Li Gaowen unable to tolerate it. Wudo Peak. Yi Feng murmured in confusion. Standing beside him, Luo Hao immediately explained, senior brother, refuse him. Do not fall for his tricks. Wudo Peak is a place where disciples of the sect resolve grievances and disputes through martial combat. There even murder goes unpunished by the sect's laws. Thus there are guards at Wudo Peak, and entry is only permitted with mutual consent. Unless it's a fight to the death, no one wishes to go to Wudo Peak. Is that so? What an interesting place, Yi Feng thought. Indeed, in the world of martial arts, resolving issues is so brutally straightforward, somewhat akin to duels on Earth, but here there is a dedicated arena for combat. Are you afraid? Li Gaowen, seeing Yi Feng's silence, revealed a sinister smile, and said, even if you do not go to Wudo Peak, I will torment you to death. If you dare to insult my master, you shall pay a bloody price. You can't possibly hide in the scripture pavilion every day, ha ha. Li Gaowen seemed to have already envisioned Yi Feng's fate, laughing with reckless abandon. The crowd looked at him with deep fear. No wonder his brother Li Gaoming was so arrogant despite only being at the 5th level of the Qi realm. With such a brother backing him, who would dare to touch even a hair on Li Gaoming's head in this outer sect? Li Gaoming, following behind Li Gaowen, also smirked at Yi Feng. What he desired was the helplessness of his opponent. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the scripture pavilion, he would have loved to slap Yi Feng's face. He smugly said, Kid, how about you kneel down and beg for mercy now? I said you will die, and you won't live long if you provoke the Li brothers. Do you want to die? As Yi Feng truly began walking towards him, everyone thought he was genuinely begging for mercy. After all, provoking the Li brothers meant that even without going to Wudo Peak, they would not let him off. Seeing Yi Feng approach, Li Gaoming's smugness grew stronger, and he shouted, Kid, I told you to kneel, not walk over. Smack. Before he could finish the word, over, a loud slap echoed, and a fiery pain struck Li Gaoming's face, causing several of his remaining teeth to fall out. This slap completely bewildered Li Gaoming, leaving him stunned for a moment, while the onlookers were equally dumbfounded. How audacious to slap him in front of his brother. Noisy. Li Jiaowen's sinister grin remained, as he was completely taken aback that Yi Feng dared to strike his brother. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Yi Feng's calm voice drifted over. Isn't it just Wudo Peak? Is young master afraid of you? Shall we leave now? With such a carefree demeanor, the crowd thought he must be at the 9th level of the Qi realm. How bold to challenge someone at the 9th level with only the 3rd. Li Jiaowen immediately suppressed his anger, turning it into a mocking smile, as he said, that's enough for me. Everyone present bear witness. Even if you refuse to go, I will drag you to Wudo Peak. Yi Feng, looking impatient, said, stop with the nonsense. Why are you all so long-winded? Shall we leave now, or what? I just joined the sect not long ago, and I genuinely do not know how to get to Wudo Peak. At this moment Luo Hao approached him again to explain. Brother Feng, the rule for Wudo Peak is that only those at the 5th level of the Qi realm and above are qualified to enter. You're only at the 3rd level. Is that so? Yi Feng asked Li Gaowen, completely disregarding him. Seeing that Yi Feng had already agreed, Li Gaowen was not in a hurry and sneered indeed. I'll let you live a few more months, you worthless fool. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. At that moment the crowd looked at Yi Feng with different eyes, as if seeing a dead man, he would only live a few more months. Even Luo Hao showed a similar expression. Yi Feng likely had no idea what kind of place Wudo Peak was. By the time he reached the 5th level of the Qi realm, so what? Once he was on Wudo Peak facing the overwhelming advantage of the 9th level of the Qi realm, even the sect leader could not protect him. Boasting for a moment, how will it matter when you lose your life later? It's foolish. Just endure a bit. I don't think Li Gaowen can do much to him. After all, it's rumored he is the direct disciple of the sect leader. Murmurs from the crowd continued. However, Yi Feng uttered something even more shocking, declaring 7 days. Just 7 days, and I will see you at Wudo Peak. Good, good, good. I want to wait a bit longer too, lest you think I bullied you. Since you said 7 days, then it shall be 7 days. I hope you won't go back on your word when we meet at Wudo Peak Kikik. Li Gaowen was truly furious, yet laughed. He had thought himself to be arrogant enough, but he never expected someone even more so. Yet this Yi Feng should consider whether he even had the qualifications to be arrogant. Then get lost. You and your brother can go together to the road of the underworld. It will be good company. The crowd was utterly speechless. This Yi Feng must be out of his mind. Perhaps he could defeat the notoriously decadent Li Gaoming with his 3rd level of the Qi realm, but Li Gaowen was a bona fide 9th level. How could he dare to compare himself to him? Li Gaowen was no longer angry. He looked at Yi Feng with the eyes of a dead man, pulling his brother along, as he said, let's go. Lacking the ability, yet daring to be arrogant, we'll see how you die later. Yi Feng did not care about his gaze. After they left, he turned to Luo Hao. This Luo Hao is quite something. Even when no one had faith in him, he still dared to stand by my side. Yi Feng thought as he poured 3 Yuanling pills from the white jade vial into Luo Hao's hand, saying, here. This is for you, you did well. Luo Hao caught the pills and instantly revealed a look of shock, exclaiming, these are top-grade Yuanling pills. Just one can offset several months of hard work. I heard only elite inner disciples are rewarded with Yuanling pills. Brother Feng, are these truly for me? Yi Feng nodded and smiled, saying, take them. However, to Yi Feng's surprise, Luo Hao did not accept them immediately. Instead, he handed the pills back to Yi Feng, saying, Brother Feng, this pill is so precious. Since you have already agreed to go to Wudo Peak, you should keep it for now. You need the spirit medicine to improve your cultivation. After you come back from Wudo Peak, you can give me the pills then. You are quite thoughtful. Use them. Do not worry, a mere Li Gaowen is nothing to fear. Don't forget what you said about playing the pig to eat the tiger, haha, Yi Feng joked. Luo Hao's eyes brightened at these words, yet deep down there was still a hint of worry. Yi Feng ignored him and walked out of the mountain where the scripture pavilion was located. After several days of monotonously reading the martial arts scriptures, although his body remained lively, he felt somewhat mentally fatigued. Should I take a bath? Perhaps that fiery girl is still there. Yi Feng thought of Hongyue Valley, which was a wonderful place to relax, rich in spiritual energy. He planned to use the system's simulation feature to elevate his cultivation to the 5th level of the Qi realm before anything else. On his way, Yi Feng stealthily made his way to Hongyue Valley. Now that he knew there were people in Hongyue Valley, Yi Feng's mindset was completely different from the last visit. The last time had been a mere coincidence, while now he felt as though he was prepared, harboring a subtle expectation. I wonder if that little firecracker is bathing. If only. Yi Feng tiptoed, his mind racing, trying to keep to the depths of the grassy hillside, while constantly peeking towards the nurturing hot spring. He whispered a repetitive phrase, almost like a prayer. As he drew closer, one could hear him muttering, Ba, if I'm not discovered, it's not a crime. Ba, just looking isn't a crime. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Red Moon Valley, far from its center, the scenery here, though not as enchanting as that within the valley, was still filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant flowers, exceptionally beautiful. Yi Feng crouched in the grass, revealing only half of his head, feeling somewhat anxious as he scanned the valley, but due to the distance he could not discern whether anyone was present inside. He walked forward for several meters when suddenly his heart stirred, prompting him to activate the system probe. Indeed, a colorful light shield was illuminated, and Yi Feng was only 5 meters away from it. That was close. Yi Feng thought to himself. The light shield resembled an inverted transparent bowl centered around the nourishing spiritual spring in the middle of the valley, enveloping the entire valley. Occasionally, colorful speckles and lines floated across the shield, vibrant and dreamy in appearance. Could this be the legendary talisman restriction or some kind of formation? Indeed, it was marvelous. Yi Feng sighed, grateful for the system. Otherwise, he feared that if he got too close to the valley that girl Yuhanyue would notice him, which would be quite embarrassing. He approached the light shield and poked the transparent area with his finger. Seeing that there was no reaction from within the valley, he immediately understood. It seems that only by touching those constantly shifting colorful lines and speckles will the restriction be triggered, and these transparent areas are the loopholes. With a smile, Yifeng exchanged a heavenly mute talisman from the system shop and activated it on himself. Technology points 500. A similarly transparent light shield appeared around Yifeng, with elemental power fluctuating within. Aside from the single color and the absence of any visible speckles, it was nearly identical to the one in the valley. The principles were likely the same, differing only in function and coverage. Knowing that he could not touch the flowing colorful speckles and lines on the shield, the talisman restriction in the valley felt almost non-existent to Yifeng. Under the system's probe, its loopholes were simply too vast. Thank goodness for the system, otherwise the visible speckles in the valley would be impossible to avoid. Some of those dazzling speckles must be powerful restrictions. Yifeng sighed as he walked, thinking that this was far more useful than the laser beams from his past life. After all, this was intangible. Without the system, it would not be visible to the naked eye. Soon Yifeng arrived beside the nourishing spiritual pool. To his disappointment, it seemed that Yuhanyue was not here. Upon seeing this, he felt both lucky and a bit let down. Whatever, it's fine if she's not here. I'll just directly enter the spiritual pool to cultivate. Yifeng thought, not bothering to think too much, and jumped into the water, sitting cross-legged at the bottom. Technology points 1. Technology points 1. Sitting in the pool, the system notified him every 10 minutes of an increase in technology points. Simulate the operation of the 9 refinements of the divine element. Following this, the luminous veins appeared, and the 9 refinements of the divine element began to operate within Yifeng's body. The rich elemental energy in the pool immediately stirred up a storm, continuously rushing towards Yifeng. The vortex of elemental energy formed this time was not as exaggerated as when he first entered the meditative state. It merely enveloped the valley, but the purity and total amount of the elemental energy were even higher than during his previous meditation. This was because a stream of extremely pure elemental energy was emanating from the bottom of the spiritual pool. Normally, this energy would condense and circulate within the pool, but now, due to Yifeng's cultivation, it began to surge upward continuously. It seems this nourishing spiritual pool just happens to sit atop an elemental vein. Yifeng pondered as this explained the continuously rich elemental energy, which would certainly save him effort. He figured that within 7 days he would reach the 5th level of the elemental realm. Yifeng was seated atop the elemental vein, absorbing the violent elemental energy, while occasionally pouring 2 elemental spirit pills from a bottle into his mouth. If someone saw this, they would either scold him for being a spendthrift or call him crazy. Is he not afraid of blowing himself up with such reckless cultivation? In contrast, Yifeng seemed unfazed. With the system simulating the cultivation technique, he didn't need to worry about the cultivation process. No matter how violent the elemental energy, the system could simulate the corresponding absorption rate. What he was considering now was which martial skill to practice. Although he had copied numerous martial skills in the scripture repository, he had yet to find one that truly satisfied him. Though many martial skills could be improved with the system to become quite powerful, they ultimately only stemmed from yellow-level techniques. In Yifeng's view, they lacked the flair and prestige he desired. Oh, it seems there's one that's worth looking at. Yifeng recalled a particular martial skill, the 9 swords of wind and cloud. Yifeng summoned the 9 swords of wind and cloud from the system. This martial skill consisted of a total of 9 moves, but the scripture repository only contained fragments. The core method was missing, and only the first half of the first move wind comes remained, while the second half cloud goes was blank. One could say that the entire martial skill was in tatters, nearly entirely lost. Yet this technique was still classified as a yellow-level technique, indicating how extraordinary its complete form must have been. Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately activated the system and opened the simulation function. Martial skill 9 swords of wind and cloud technique incomplete. Would you like to calculate and complete it? Yifeng directly chose no. Given his current cultivation level, even the first half of the move was somewhat challenging to use. Completing the entire technique would require tens of thousands of technology points, which he couldn't utilize right now. System simulate the first half of the move, wind comes. Yifeng commanded. Simulating 9 swords of wind and cloud. Wind comes, consuming technology points 300. Would you like to pause the operation of the 9 refinements of the divine element to practice the wind comes sword style? 2 consecutive system prompts arrived, and Yifeng promptly responded yes. Wind comes sword style. Yifeng stood at the bottom of the pool. Without a sword in hand, he could only form a sword finger and pose according to the movements simulated by the system. The elemental energy followed the system's simulation and circulated within him, causing the waters of the nourishing spiritual pool to surge, as if an invisible force was pushing the water into waves. That was the wind. Soon a wind sword took shape on Yifeng's sword finger, composed of countless miniature tornadoes forming the shape of a sword. This move looks quite impressive, but too bad I don't have a sword. Otherwise I would have to go out and test its power. If this was on land and I executed this move, wouldn't it create a fierce wind? Coupled with shouting wind comes that effect, and scene combined with the graceful sword movements would surely be stunning. I bet the enemy would be intimidated even before I struck. Huh. After testing it, Yifeng laughed heartily. System, help me calculate and complete the second half. Cloud goes. Received. Calculating. Cloud goes sword style, consuming technology points 500. The minimum cultivation level required for the Cloud goes sword style is the 5th level of the elemental realm, which would be just in time for him to use, so it should be calculated first. Then Yifeng resumed cultivating the 9 refinements of the divine element, deciding to raise his cultivation level to the 5th level of the elemental realm first. As he watched the primordial energy of heaven and earth continuously entering his body, refined by the technique, and transforming into a part of himself, it felt akin to the nourishment derived from food. The energy directly merged with his body, making his blood seem to breathe. Yifeng felt an indescribable beauty in this process of becoming stronger, as it itself was a form of enjoyment. Although the system's simulation feature relieved Yifeng of the burden of cultivation, he eventually found himself drifting into a profound meditative state, subsequently losing awareness of the external world. Upon arriving at the Hongyu Valley, Yu Hongyu immediately sensed the swirling primordial energy within the valley, her delicate face lighting up with joy as she let out a loud shriek. Wow! Such rich, primordial energy. The earth vein beneath the spirit pool must have erupted again. Indeed, occupying the Hongyu Valley was the wisest decision I ever made. Yu Hongyu shouted, quickly approaching the spirit pool in the center. Such eruptions of primordial energy were rare, and since she began her cultivation in Hongyu Valley, she had only encountered a few, none of which matched the richness of today. This was a golden opportunity for cultivation. At that moment, the entire spirit pool was enveloped in primordial energy, and the energy in the center was so concentrated, it was almost liquefied. How could Yu Hongyu let this chance slip away? She gently leaped to hover above the center of the spirit pool. Just as she was about to descend directly into the water, she suddenly spotted a figure momentarily freezing in midair, her mind struggling to comprehend. After a brief pause, she shouted, You thief. You really dared to come. I've been looking for you for over half a month, and you actually hid here. Previously, upon hearing that Yifeng had appeared at the foot of the Cangjing Pavilion, she had rushed over to teach him a lesson, only to find him missing. Sensing the unusual primordial energy in Hongyu Valley, she turned back only to discover that Yifeng was indeed in her valley. Thief! Get out here! Yu Hongyu drew her illusion fire whip and lashed it towards the water. Below, Yifeng sensed her presence as soon as she spoke, swiftly evading her fire whip with a swift movement of his feet. Thief! You really are incorrigible, you voyeur! Yu Hongyu scolded. Yifeng pushed off forcefully from the bottom of the pool, leaping out onto the shore. Seeing Yu Hongyu again, she was no longer dressed in fiery red, but wore a pale, golden-threaded gauze skirt. Combined with her furious expression and fiery temper, she exuded an indescribable charm. A loli. But aren't lolas supposed to be light and easy to topple? Yu Hongyu certainly didn't look like someone who would be easily pushed over. Hearing her call him a voyeur, Yifeng awkwardly touched his nose. He did sneak in this time, but it was merely by chance that Yu Hongyu was absent. However, Yifeng did not confess verbally. He smiled and said, Here we are again. I told you I would. Seeing him still smiling only made Yu Hongyu angrier. She scolded, You shameless lecher. This time I will make sure you pay. Miss, can we not have a proper conversation? Please don't keep calling me a lecher. I said last time I merely passed by chance. Yu Hongyu scoffed, not believing Yifeng's nonsense. She retorted, Last time it was by chance, what about this time? Seeing Yu Hongyu's playful expression, Yifeng smiled and replied, I came to cultivate. You cultivating? This is my exclusive cultivation ground. You think I would believe that? Yu Hongyu was so furious she switched between addressing herself as I and sister, revealing her extreme anger. If this was once your exclusive cultivation ground, then it's mine now. Of course, if you also wish to cultivate here, I won't mind at all. Yifeng didn't care whether Yu Hongyu believed him. After all, she couldn't defeat him anyway, and teasing her was quite entertaining. You really think you can occupy my cultivation ground? You should find out who I Yu Hongyu am. Yu Hongyu immediately wanted to take action, seeing Yifeng as nothing but a nuisance. I've heard of you, aren't you just the sect's little hot pepper? Huh? Yifeng laughed, aiming to infuriate her. You? Just wait. Yu Hongyu absolutely despised being called little hot pepper, and this Yifeng had the audacity to openly provoke her. Oh, You dare come back? Have you forgotten how I tied you up last time? If I catch you again, be careful of your bottom. Don't even think about it. Do you really believe the same old tricks will work on me again? Watch out, you lecher. Yu Hongyu looked at Yi Feng with disdain, thinking that last time she had been careless, and this time she would not let him succeed. Yi Feng smirked, amused that Yu Hongyu thought she could defeat him. He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve, and with tens of thousands of technology points at his disposal, he had many gadgets he could exchange. However, Yi Feng had no intention of using the system right away. He picked up a dry twig from the ground. Then why don't you try the first half of the Feng Yin 9 swords technique? You should know that apart from seeing it on TV, Yi Feng had never really used such flashy martial arts. Now that he had learned a half move, how could he keep it hidden? As he contemplated this, Yu Hongyu charged at him with her whip. Yi Feng held the dry twig and struck a graceful sword dance posture, loudly calling out, "Wind come." Suddenly, a whirlwind arose in the valley, lifting leaves from the ground, swirling them in the air, reminiscent of the entrance of a martial arts expert from a TV show. Seeing this effect, Yi Feng's face broke into a smile as he glanced sideways at Yu Hongyu, feeling immensely proud. The Feng Yin 9 swords truly did not disappoint. This is so impressive. Huh. But in the next moment, Yi Feng was stunned, nearly nosebleeding. This. Could it be the legendary wind lifting skirts? The wind generated by the wind blade technique was incredibly strong and rose entirely from the ground without warning. Therefore, as Yu Hongyu wearing a skirt entered the wind's range, her skirt was lifted. Completely unexpected. Ah, you shameless thief. Yu Hongyu suddenly felt the wind swirling around her, then sensed a chill beneath her, and upon seeing Yi Feng's shocked expression, she screamed, hurriedly dropping the whip to hold down her skirt. I didn't mean to. Can't you just let me show off in peace? Yi Feng thought to himself, realizing that everything portrayed on TV was misleading. The stars fought on screen, yet never revealed anything. Martial arts dramas mislead people. Not even having started fighting, a mere martial arts effect had already blown the girl's skirt up. This truly was a situation from which he could not clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. You rogue, do you still dare to say it wasn't intentional? I will kill you. With that, Yu Hongyu rushed towards Yi Feng. This left Yi Feng feeling quite troubled. He could only strike the previous pose again and shouted, "Wind come." The sound of wind rose again, and seeing Yi Feng using this move again, Yu Hongyu dared not charge forward halfway. She angrily said, "You rogue, you shameless." Yi Feng could only helplessly say, "You want to hit me? Does that mean I can't make a move? Clearly you trespassed into my training grounds several times, yet you still use such despicable martial arts." Yu Hongyu gritted her teeth and said, "What exactly do you want? What do you mean trespassing into your training ground? This is clearly my training ground, even the sect master." Yi Feng corrected her. But before he could finish, Yu Hongyu secretly activated her elemental power planning to launch a sneak attack. Just as she was about to explode with power, he shouted, "Wind come." Yu Hongyu's little movements were apparent to the system. Everything was under Yi Feng's watchful eye. The moment Yu Hongyu moved, he shouted. Suddenly, Yu Hongyu wilted again. "Rogue, what exactly do you want? Can you let me go, please?" Yu Hongyu was completely out of options. If hard tactics didn't work, she would try soft ones. Yi Feng looked at Yu Hongyu's pitiful expression, seemingly resigned, and was not moved at all. He had seen how quickly Yu Hongyu could change her demeanor and would not easily trust her. "I just came here to cultivate. As for what you want, I already said, I don't mind sharing Hanyu Valley with you." Yu Hongyu immediately dropped her pitiful act and shouted, "This is clearly my training ground. How can you say you don't mind sharing with me? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any medicine?" Yi Feng immediately employed a classic line from Earth. Yu Hongyu was nearly driven to the brink of anger. "Stop with the you already. I told you this place is my training ground. If you don't believe me, go ask the sect master. He has already granted me Hanyu Valley." "That's impossible. You are just a disciple of my sect master. Don't forget, I am his niece." Yu Hongyu shouted, thinking Yi Feng was deceiving her again. "There's nothing impossible. My talents are unparalleled. The sect master is merely my senior brother. Next time, remember not to call me rogue. I am your master uncle." Yi Feng spoke earnestly, treating himself as an elder in mere minutes. Yu Hongyu was taken aback. She was not an ordinary sect disciple and was much more informed. She had specifically inquired about Yi Feng from her uncle Yuxian. However, her uncle hesitated, seeming to hide something, never directly admitting that Yi Feng was his disciple. She found it strange at the time. Wasn't it just accepting a disciple? Why the secrecy? Now it seemed that Yi Feng's identity was indeed not so simple. "This uncle of mine is so unreasonable, secretly gifting my Hanyu Valley to someone else. Just wait until I see you. I will pull out all your hair." Yu Hongyu was furious inside. "Are you telling the truth?" she questioned Yi Feng. "Of course it's true. Yi Feng never lie." Seeing that Yu Hongyu seemed to believe him, Yi Feng spoke with conviction. "But, wind come. You little girl, do you have to be like this? Trying to sneak attack me? I am your master uncle. All your little movements are unhidden before me. You have no chance. Yu Honyue realized she was noticed again and could only stop her movements, glaring angrily at Feng. Even if what you said is true, so what? You joined the sect later than me. Your cultivation level is lower than mine. You are also so provocative and dare to call yourself my master uncle. Dream on. This little girl is too stubborn. Feng thought to himself while saying, are we going to remain at a stalemate? I don't have the time to deal with you. I still need to cultivate. Go ahead and cultivate. Yu Honyue didn't believe he would dare to cultivate while standing beside her. But soon she saw the elemental energy of heaven and earth wildly rushing towards Feng. He really was cultivating. All right. You really don't take me seriously. Oh, just wait until I teach you a lesson. Yu Honyue thought, planning another sneak attack. Wind come. But before she could get close, she saw Feng waking up from his cultivation, shouting 2 words. The sneak attack plan once again failed. After the nth failed sneak attack plan, Yu Honyue finally gave up. She was completely defeated. What kind of person was this? During cultivation, he could still keep guard against her. All right, rogue, wake up. This time I will let you go. Next, let's have a good talk about Honyue Valley's matters. Yu Honyue feigned a posture. Have you compromised? Feng thought, while opening his eyes, eager to see how Yu Honyue planned to negotiate. He then spoke, Honyue Valley is mine. How do you want to negotiate? About that. Feng, right now the earth's elemental vein beneath Honyue Valley is erupting with the energy of heaven and earth. Such a rich opportunity for elemental energy is rare. As for the ownership of Honyue Valley, how about we finish cultivating first and then discuss it? Seeing the pure elemental energy flowing towards Feng, Yu Honyue couldn't help but feel tempted. It was crucial to take advantage of this opportunity to enhance her cultivation. Okay, but if you dare to play tricks again, I will really smack your bottom. Feng said with a smile. Humph. Yu Honyue huffed and puffed, clearly not taking Feng's warning seriously. However, she did become honest and no longer thought about sneak attacks. She approached a large rock near the center of the pool, then sat cross-legged and began her cultivation. Feng was delighted by this, then sat down on a stone a little farther from Yu Honyue, fully activating the divine element 9 refinements. The powerful suction force caused the surrounding elemental energy to form a whirlpool, again rushing towards Feng at the center of the whirlpool. Yu Honyue opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with shock, stunned by the cultivation scene. Feng had. How high is this rogue's talent? What kind of cultivation method is he practicing to be so impressive? But before she could finish her amazement, Yu Honyue became furious. The elemental energy around her was also being siphoned away, flocking towards Feng. Although the elemental energy here was still richer than usual, seeing that the pure elemental energy on Feng's side was almost turning into liquid droplets, Yu Honyue couldn't help but feel disgruntled. Though she was disgruntled, the fact remained that her cultivation talent was inferior to his. No matter how strong Yu Honyue was, she had no recourse. She could only admit that Feng was a monster. But Yu Honyue's mind raced, and she moved to a stone closer to Feng to cultivate. This position indeed had richer elemental energy than the previous one, and seeing that Feng showed no reaction, she thought he wouldn't mind. Yu Honyue simply moved a little closer. Fortunately, there were many stones like this protruding above the surface of the water in the center of the spirit pool, allowing Yu Honyue to successfully approach Feng a little bit more. At this moment, the elemental energy of heaven and earth had become so rich that Yu Honyue couldn't even imagine it, causing her cultivation speed to multiply. It was feared that just one day of cultivation here equated to over half a month's hard work. I never expected this rogue to possess such an advantage. Desire knows no bounds, and the human heart is inherently covetous. Upon discovering this benefit, Yu Honyue grew restless, once more contemplating drawing even closer to Feng. After shifting her position 4 or 5 times, she stood less than 3 meters away from him. Her cheeks flushed crimson, half from exhilaration, half from sheer embarrassment. She had schemed relentlessly to drive Feng away, yet now shamelessly nestled beside him to reap the rewards. Naturally, she felt deeply flustered. What does it matter? He's the one who usurped my cultivation spot. I've merely lowered my pride by moving nearer. What's so wrong with that? Yu Honyue reasoned, convinced Feng was observing her every move, and thus comforted herself accordingly. Feng indeed noticed Yu Honyue's subtle maneuvers, but chose not to expose them. It made no difference to him so long as she didn't disturb his cultivation. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, why did that little miss keep blushing so prettily? That look was undeniably alluring. Little miss, can't you stay still while cultivating? What on earth are you doing shuffling about like this? Come over here. My space is plenty large, sit right beside me. Feng had seen through Yu Honyue's intentions, knowing full well she was drawn by the dense spiritual energy swirling around him, and thus teased her with a mischievous double entendre. Yu Honyue had assumed Feng meant to mock her and was already preparing a retort, only to be caught off guard when he simply invited her over. Her face burned even deeper. Yet the sight of ambient chi coalescing almost into liquid form proved too seductive to resist as she instinctively swallowed hard. Fine, then I'll come. What do I have to fear from you? Yi Feng suppressed a quiet chuckle. She clearly yearned to draw near, yet stubbornly feigned indifference. Still he spared her further teasing and settled back into deep cultivation. Pure refined chi surged into his body, refined and assimilated with each pulse, a sensation nothing short of sublime. Yu Hongyue seated herself beside Yi Feng and instantly felt the suffocating density of ambient chi. Every grievance she'd harbored toward him vanished into oblivion. Inwardly she mused, cultivating here for a single day equals a month's progress elsewhere. If I could do this daily, I'd surely break through to the true chi realm before long, and then let Feng Kaiyan see how she dares compete with me. The delicate fragrance of a young woman lingered softly at his nostrils, while heaven and earth chi flooded his meridians, nourishing his very being. Yi Feng's bliss was absolute. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng emerged from meditation. His cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the chi condensation realm's 5th tier, just one step shy of the 6th tier. Even standing motionless, he exuded immovable solidity, bearing the weight of a mountain. His entire aura had transformed, no longer superficial or frivolous, but poised, elegant, and vibrantly vital, like a jade tree bathed in morning light. Once Yi Feng ceased cultivation, the ambient chi within Hongyue Valley began dissipating naturally. The earthbound spirit vein, no longer erupting with refined chi, gradually returned the valley to its ordinary state. Yi Feng watched Yu Hongyue still seated cross-legged. At the faintest twitch of her nose he knew she was about to awaken from her meditative trance. Truly exquisite things are pleasures in themselves. Even to behold them is a delight. He sighed inwardly, having intended to savor the vision of her youthful beauty a while longer, yet now discretion demanded otherwise. With a light touch to his nose, he swiftly turned away, pretending to admire the distant landscape. Wow, so wonderfully refreshing. Yu Hongyue stretched languidly, blinking awake with a soft, intoxicating sigh. Rogue, why are you still here? The moment she spotted Yi Feng, she jolted fully awake, realizing she wasn't alone, and blushed fiercely, shouting indignantly. Dare you call me rogue again? Have you forgotten my warning? Yi Feng turned back, a playful smile dancing across his lips, then moved without warning. What warning? Slap. Opt. Before she could utter another word, the sharp crack echoed, and her shriek pierced the air like thunder. Yi Feng returned to sit opposite her, dusted his palms lightly, and grinned. My warning stands. Call me rogue again, and your bottom shall bear the consequence. You actually dared strike me. Yu Hongyue's face burned scarlet, disbelief etched across her features. He had truly struck her bottom. Why should I hesitate? Remember well, Yi Feng speaks only what I mean and means only what I speak. You wretched rogue, I'll kill you. Humiliation and fury overwhelmed Yu Hongyue. Without thought, she lunged toward Yi Feng. Artificial gravity, freeze her in place. Yi Feng activated the ability purchased from his system. System points deducted 1000. Yu Hongyue froze mid-stride, unable even to lift her feet. Rogue, what sorcery is this? Release me at once. Panting heavily, she demanded answers, only for Yi Feng to reply with calm amusement. No rush, no rush. Or have you forgotten my warning once more? He strolled leisurely toward her. Seeing him approach, Yu Hongyue's expression shifted instantly to alarm. Rogue, what are you planning now? Little miss, you truly have no memory, or are you feigning ignorance? Have you forgotten my words entirely? You've already called me rogue 3 times. Yi Feng raised 3 fingers before her eyes, emphasizing 3 times. Exactly. No, please. Brother Yi Feng, I swear I'll never dare again. Spare me. She realized her peril too late, and cried out in desperate supplication. But it was already too late. Yi Feng had already reached her side. Slap. 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 3 crisp, resonant strikes rang out, each more delightful than the last. Yi Feng, I will kill you. How dare you treat me thus? Mark my words. Yu Hongyue's face burned with mortified crimson, her teeth clenched tight. Haha, I'll be waiting. Just ensure you don't fail to slay me, and end up trained instead. Yi Feng found tormenting this little maiden endlessly entertaining. Though Yu Hongyue didn't grasp the meaning of trained, she sensed its malice, and glared back with venomous resolve. You'll regret this. Still hurling threats. Truly, this little miss has no memory at all. Yi Feng mused inwardly, then said aloud, Little miss, I'm off to find something to eat. If you wish me to release you, then say it properly, brother Yi Feng. Yu Hongyue choked on her fury. Yet seeing Yi Feng take a step forward, and recalling how he'd once bound her, and left her sprawled on the ground, she instantly piped up clear, and pleading, Brother Yi Feng, please set me free. Now that's more like it. Yi Feng declared, and silently commanded, artificial gravity, deactivate. Yu Hongyue collapsed onto the ground. All she could manage was a murderous glare, her hands stayed still. In her heart, Yifeng wielded countless arcane arts. Even at the 9th tier of the Qi condensation realm, she couldn't land a single blow upon him. It seems that this grudge can only be kept in my heart for now. I, the dignified Yu Hongyue, have always been one to repay enmity, yet here I am in such a dismal situation encountering such a person. Yu Hongyue pondered to herself, feeling deeply affected. Yifeng, however, was oblivious to her thoughts, knowing that he had not provoked her. At present, Yifeng only wanted to find something to eat. This was quite simple. Earlier, while Yu Hongyue was still unconscious, Yifeng took the opportunity to compile a light body technique from the copied martial arts. The mountain where Hongyue Valley was located was abundant with birds and beasts, making it suitable for hunting. As Yifeng walked along the mountain path towards the summit, Yu Hongyue was confused, but determined not to let Yifeng off the hook, so she followed closely behind him, suppressing her mischievous thoughts. Yifeng turned around and saw Yu Hongyue following him. He asked curiously, "Why are you following me, you girl? Is your butt itchy? You? Why do you care? I said I won't let you off, so don't think you can run." Yu Hongyue followed out of pure curiosity and unwillingness, but when Yifeng asked, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words and could only use that as an excuse. In truth, what could she do by following Yifeng? She couldn't fight him, nor could she out-argue him. Yifeng shook his head, not caring, and let her follow. After they had walked a distance, suddenly a bird flew up from the bushes. Judging by its feather color and appearance, it looked like a large and beautiful wild chicken. "Oh, what a beautiful wild chicken!" Yifeng exclaimed. Hearing Yifeng's remark about the beautiful wild chicken, Yu Hongyue rolled her eyes and retorted, "That's a phoenix-tail partridge. What do you mean by beautiful wild chicken? You don't even have this basic knowledge of martial arts. Do you really want to catch it? In the martial arts world, any bird or beast that survives is not ordinary. I advise you to save your effort. This phoenix-tail partridge is clever and agile. Even with my cultivation at the 9th level of the vitality mirror, it's extremely difficult to catch it. To me, it's just a wild chicken. I don't care if it's a phoenix-tail partridge as long as it tastes good." Yifeng shot back, then added, "Also, your vitality mirror 9th level is fake. Don't compare it to my vitality mirror 5th level, alright? If you have the ability, go catch one and show me." Yu Hongyue was incensed by Yifeng's dismissive response, feeling quite vexed. Before she could finish her words, she saw Yifeng dash towards the direction of the phoenix-tail partridge. Yifeng shouted, followed by several flashes, quickly reaching beneath the phoenix-tail partridge, then shouted, "Mooning." Soon Yifeng landed holding the very phoenix-tail partridge he had just referred to as a beautiful wild chicken. Yu Hongyue was dumbfounded. Could this phoenix-tail partridge be fake? How could it be so easily caught? She was still pondering, wanting to criticize Yifeng. It should weigh around 10 pounds, but it seems it's not enough to eat. Yifeng weighed the phoenix-tail partridge in it. Saying this, Yifeng approached Yu Hongyue and said decisively, "Don't just stand there, help me carry this. They'll go ahead and see if I can catch a couple more." Without waiting for Yu Hongyue's agreement, he stuffed the phoenix-tail partridge into her hands. "I am not your mate," Yu Hongyue reacted, shouting loudly. However, Yifeng had already vanished in a few flashes, leaving her to stomp her foot and mutter, "How can there be such a domineering person? It's too infuriating." Yifeng, however, paid no heed to this. In his eyes, Yu Hongyue was just someone trying to mooch off him for food. Since she wanted to eat and drink, she should also contribute. Utilizing the star shifting and moon inquiry techniques, he continuously flashed through the forest. He found this set of techniques incredibly useful, mainly due to its simplicity and practicality. Originally, there were more elegant and flashy techniques in the copied martial arts, but Yifeng preferred something simple and practical, so he chose a low-tier yellow-level technique called star shifting and moon inquiry. After system modification, this technique successfully upgraded to a high-tier mysterious level. Yifeng intended to further improve it, at least to create an earth-level technique, but upon seeing the terrifying improvement cost, he immediately abandoned this thought. Upgrading from high-tier mysterious to low-tier earth required 1,000 technology points. It seems that the cultivation civilization of the Qianlong continent isn't as simple as he thought after reaching a high level. After circling the mountains and forests, Yifeng quickly returned to Yu Hongyue, carrying 2 more phoenix-tail partridges. "Why are you still standing there in a daze? Why not clean the wild chicken you have in hand first?" Yifeng asked, "But I don't know how." Yu Hongyue was lost in thought and absent-mindedly answered Yifeng's question, then immediately reacted, "Hey, I am not your mate. Why do you order me around like this?" Yifeng paid her no mind. He brought the 2 phoenix-tail partridges to a flowing stream, skillfully plucked their feathers, and quickly cleaned the 2 wild chickens. "Girl, do you just like to be dazed? Hurry up and bring that wild chicken over here. You're so useless you can't even clean a wild chicken just waiting to eat." Yifeng shouted at Yu Hongyue. At that moment, holding the phoenix-tail partridge in her hands, Yu Hongyue watched Yifeng clean the bird skillfully and was momentarily stunned. Hearing Yifeng call her, Yu Hongyue handed the phoenix-tail partridge to him and replied, "Here. Who said I want to eat it? You can eat it yourself." Yi Feng ignored her clean this one as well, then quickly gathered some dry firewood to start a campfire, placing the 3 phoenix-tailed partridges over it. Then Yi Feng took out some seasonings from the system space, occasionally sprinkling them onto the partridges. His movements were skillful, like a sacred chef. Throughout the roasting process, he didn't utter a word, methodically applying each seasoning in an orderly manner. As the chickens turned golden brown, a fragrant aroma wafted through the mountains, making Yu Hongyue swallow her saliva beside him. Yet once the roast chickens were done, Yi Feng seemed to have forgotten her existence, and he picked up a chicken and began. Yu Hongyue was furious. This person was too hateful. He actually ate alone. Seeing how he savored it, the roasted chicken must be extraordinarily delicious. He must be doing this on purpose, Yu Hongyue thought to herself, but having just said she wouldn't eat, how could she now ask Yi Feng for chicken? The meat is tender and delicious indeed. The wild chickens in the martial arts world are different from those in the mundane world. It's tasty, it's really tasty. Yi Feng loudly commented as he ate, causing Yu Hongyue to gnash her silver teeth and stomp her foot in place. Seeing her like this, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself, waiting until Yu Hongyue's mouth watered enough before saying, "If you want to eat, come over and get it." A few minutes later, both of them scrambled for the roast chicken, devouring it ravenously, with even Yu Hongyue disregarding her image as she bit into it. Especially when Yi Feng brought out several cans of different colors, but the same size. "You're still young, drink." Yi Feng completely forgot that he was not older than Yu Hongyue. He opened a can of beer for himself and tossed a can of cola to Yu Hongyue. Yu Hongyue was naturally unreserved, mimicking Yi Feng's style as she opened a can and took a sip. The cool liquid filled her mouth and she couldn't help but burp. "Delicious. What do you have? Is it even better?" Yi Feng shook the beer can and said, "You still want to drink this, huh?" "I do," Yu Hongyue replied without hesitation. Her bold personality made her realize that being reserved in front of Yi Feng would only lead to her losing out, so she became bolder. "Here you go." Yi Feng was generous. This item was considered a benefit from his crossing over. This black technology wasn't very convenient in Tianlong continent, but these little gadgets were plentiful. "Delicious. I think this tastes even better," Yu Hongyue said with a slightly flushed face after taking a sip of beer. "What?" Yi Feng thought to himself, as expected of the girl known as Little Chili, she actually finds beer better than cola. "I heard you challenged Li Gaowen, the direct disciple of Elder Shui, to a duel at the martial battle peak. Is that true?" Yu Hongyue recalled hearing about this while searching for Yi Feng at the foot of the Sutra Pavilion and asked, "Yes, that is the case." "Why?" Yi Feng replied after taking a sip of the cold beer. "Since you provided me with such delicious roast chicken and beer, I'll tell you a piece of news for free," Yu Hongyue said proudly. "Li Gaowen is a dual martial soul practitioner, just like Elder Shui. The visible martial soul is merely a facade, while the real lethal martial soul is hidden away." Yu Hongyue continued slowly. "Oh, there's a dual martial soul. How do you know so much about them?" Yi Feng felt a sense of frustration. It turned out there was a dual martial soul, while he didn't even have a martial soul. "Exactly. So when dueling with Li Gaowen, you need to be on guard against his second martial soul. The reason I know so much is that I investigated it. My father is Yu Tianchuan, and the sect has been saying that my father was harmed by Elder Shui." As she spoke, Yu Hongyue's mood began to lower. "So that's how it is. Earlier it was heard at the foot of the Sutra Pavilion that Elder Yu Tianchuan was suspected to have been killed by Elder Shui. It seems there is some truth to it. I just didn't expect Yu Hongyue to be Yu Tianchuan's daughter." "Thank you," Yi Feng said earnestly, then added, "Little girl, if I get the chance, I will help you unravel this." Yu Hongyue nodded. Given the numerous times she had fought Yi Feng, she was not overly worried about him being unable to defeat Li Gaowen. Elder Shui, Yi Feng thought lightly in his heart. This duel must result in the death of the 2 brothers from the Li family. If Elder Shui is indeed as everyone says, then with his direct disciple being killed, the grudge between him and Yi Feng would be established. "All right, I've eaten and drunk enough, though I need to go back and rest now," Yi Feng said as he tossed down the beer can and stood up, patting his backside. "You're heading back?" Yu Hongyue asked warily. "Where to?" "Of course, back to my residence, Maple Leaf Abode." "Why? Are you planning to keep me here?" Yi Feng joked. "Get lost. Don't think that a meal of roast chicken and beer can buy me off. Our matter isn't over yet. I will settle accounts with you sooner or later." Yu Hongyue immediately turned hostile. However, Yi Feng clearly wasn't afraid of her. Hearing her words, he smiled cheekily, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" The next day, Yi Feng left Maple Leaf Abode, had a casual meal at the outer doors dining room, and then headed toward the martial battle peak. Along the way, Yi Feng encountered many people who were discussing the duel at the martial battle peak. From their comments, it was evident that no one held high expectations for Yi Feng. Li Gaowen being taken as a direct disciple by Elder Shui shows that his talent is extraordinary. Moreover, Elder Shui is known for his combat prowess and is extremely bloodthirsty. Li Gaowen surely inherits this trait. Yi Feng's cultivation level is several stages lower, so he is likely in dire straits. Matters of martial battles should not be taken lightly, a disciple said as he walked toward the martial battle peak, shaking his head in analysis. His candid words received the agreement of many. In my opinion, Yi Feng deserves to die. He thinks that being a disciple of the sect leader grants him the privilege to act recklessly within the sect. Isn't he just encountering an even more arrogantly Gaowen? Other disciples filled with jealousy felt that neither side in the martial battle was good. Haha. Yi Feng laughed to himself nearby, as if they were not talking about him. The disciple who was speaking noticed this scene and immediately shouted at Yi Feng, "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? You're only at the 5th stage of the vitality realm. Do you have the right to laugh? Don't you think you're Yi Feng?" This disciple was at the 7th stage of the vitality realm. Seeing a 5th stage disciple laughing, he assumed it was mockery, and he became a bit angry, throwing a punch at Yi Feng. "Let me teach you a lesson so you know that only those with hard fists are qualified to laugh at others." Yi Feng saw this disciple's fierce punch coming toward him and casually met it with a light punch of his own. The disciple staggered back 10 steps, letting out a cry of pain, and his arm hung down in an awkward position, clearly broken. "Now do you think I have the right to laugh?" Yi Feng asked. The disciple clutched his broken arm tightly, fear in his eyes, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. At this moment, a person stepped out from the crowd and approached Yi Feng, saying, "Senior brother Yi, you're here." Yi Feng nodded at the newcomer. The disciple whose arm Yi Feng had broken along with his group of friends realized Yi Feng's identity from the situation and shook his head with a wry smile. Thinking of what he had said earlier about only those with hard fists being qualified to laugh, he felt a wave of shame and slipped back into the crowd. The one who greeted Yi Feng was Luo Hao, who had been attracted by the commotion and approached upon seeing Yi Feng. Previously, when Yi Feng saw him at the Sutra Pavilion, his cultivation was only at the 7th stage of the vitality realm. In just a few days, Luo Hao's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th stage, likely thanks to those 3 vitality spirit pills. He's truly a talent. Perhaps he was previously hindered by a lack of resources and suppressed by Li Gaoming, which is why he was so weak. Yi Feng thought. From now on, just call me Brother Feng and follow me. Yi Feng said to Luo Hao, then motioned for him to follow closely as they continued toward the martial battle peak. "Yes, Brother Feng," Luo Hao exclaimed joyfully. For an ordinary person, the path of cultivation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and the competition was even fiercer than in the mortal world. Without the support of a noble person, one would still only be trampled upon within the sect, so Luo Hao understood very well that Yi Feng was a benefactor to him. "Brother Feng, Hong Tian is also here," Luo Hao quietly reminded Yi Feng from behind. "Hong Tian, that one from the punishment hall?" Yi Feng asked. "Yes, Brother Feng. Your visits to Hongyue Valley have already spread widely within and outside the sect. If it weren't for the imminent martial battle, Hong Tian might have already come out to confront you," Luo Hao explained. "I understand. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't bother with him, no matter if he's the grandson of an elder from the punishment hall," Yi Feng said slowly. This Kaoshan Sect was merely a transitional phase for him from the sect's records he casually copied. Yi Feng had already understood that above the vassal states and sects there were kingdoms and empires, and that was where his aspirations lay. "Yefeng." Just as Yefeng finished speaking, a voice echoed, followed by a group of people appearing before him, among whom was Yin Xiong, whom Yefeng had once toyed with. The speaker wore a broad smile, appearing quite amiable, yet his tone was filled with arrogance. At that moment, Luo Hao quickly said, "Brother Feng, this is Hong Tian. Is there something you want?" Yefeng retorted, "I've heard that you've trespassed into Hongyue Valley twice. I, Hong Tian, have long wanted to meet you. However, I didn't expect you to challenge Li Gaowen at the martial combat peak, so I've come to send you off," Hong Tian said with a smile. Yefeng also smiled disdainfully, replying, "You might be disappointed. I don't have high hopes for you, so let's see how you perform next." Hong Tian still wore a smile on his face. After speaking, he led his group of lackeys away. Before leaving, Yin Xiong, who was following Hong Tian, cast a glance at Yefeng, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Yefeng merely glanced at him casually, not taking the resentment to heart. Martial combat peak. Yefeng finally arrived at the mountain. He initially thought that the martial combat peak was simply a boundary defined by the entire mountain where combatants could unleash their full potential as long as they remained within the mountain. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the peak seemed to have been artificially truncated, forming a massive circular platform. The circular arena was divided into inner and outer layers, with several stone chairs scattered in the outer layer, suggesting that this duel was open for spectators. No wonder so many people had come. In the inner layer of the circular platform, marked by a stone staircase, Yefeng scanned it with the system and immediately realized that the entire inner layer resembled a cage, its perimeter filled with talisman arrays, and the light barrier was incredibly strong, seemingly without any flaws. However, he was unsure of the talisman's effects. Brother Feng, the circular platform at the center of the martial combat peak, is surrounded by confinement talismans, so once you enter, the only way to leave is by defeating your opponent. Luo Hao explained. I see. Yefeng understood. No wonder no one easily ascended the martial combat peak. Only the victor could leave. Yefeng, you finally arrived. You weren't hiding out of fear, were you? Hee. Come up here. Don't worry, I will make you wish you were dead, so you'll know that I, Li Gaowen, am not someone you can mess with. Yefeng turned towards the voice and saw Li Gaowen standing at the center of the circular platform, arrogantly taunting him. I bet this Yefeng is hiding you. It's obvious he's seeking death. Who would go up there? A disciple nearby who didn't know Yefeng remarked. In the entire Cao Mountain sect, aside from those out training, there are still tens of thousands of disciples within the sect. Yefeng had just joined and hadn't appeared in lively gatherings, so it was normal for many to have only heard of him but not seen him. Hearing someone speak, another disciple immediately said, You don't know. I heard that when he agreed to duel Li Gaowen at the martial combat peak, Yefeng was quite arrogant. It seems that he just wanted a way to escape. Exactly. Whether Yefeng can raise his cultivation to the 5th layer of the Qi realm in 7 days, I doubt. He stands a chance, even if he reaches the 5th layer, against Li Gaowen of the 9th layer. If he goes up, he will only face humiliation and death. With Li Gaowen's character, he would ensure Yefeng does not leave alive from the martial combat platform. Yefeng listened to the crowd's discussions, shaking his head repeatedly as he pushed through the throng. Damn it, with so many onlookers, I almost couldn't make my way through. Don't you all want to watch the show? Yefeng cursed internally, thinking he expected such duels to be low-key and discreet, but was surprised to find that spectators were allowed. The martial cultivation world is indeed unique. Come on, move aside, please. The enthusiasm of the onlookers was indeed unparalleled. In the end, Yefeng had to use a bit of his energy to carve a path through the crowd. Who are you? Why are you squeezing? Didn't you see we were here first? Get to the back, or I'll make you regret it. Yefeng finally encountered resistance as he pushed through the crowd. He could only helplessly state, I am Yefeng. How am I supposed to get in with you blocking me? Upon hearing his name, the crowd was taken aback and quickly parted to make way. Regardless of Yefeng's cultivation, his courage to accept a challenge against Li Gaowen commanded respect. Had I known this name Yefeng was so useful, I should have revealed it earlier. Yefeng thought to himself, speechless. He arrived at the entrance of the martial combat platform, where 2 stone tablets were erected inscribed with, Warriors defy heaven, the victor shall reign supreme. Aside from the entrance formed by the 2 stone tablets, there sat an elder who was evidently the guardian of the martial combat peak. Upon seeing Yefeng approach, the guardian spoke. Are you Yefeng? Yefeng cupped his hands in salute, replying, I am indeed. Martial combat is no trivial matter. Those who step onto the platform face life and death, and no one can intervene. Are you willing? Yes, I am willing, Yefeng answered calmly. After scanning the guardian with the system, he realized this guardian was no ordinary individual with profound cultivation. It seemed only someone of this caliber could ensure fairness during the duel, which alleviated Yefeng's concerns. He certainly did not wish to be interrupted mid-battle by a Blood Elder. Although he had methods to protect himself before the Blood Elder, it would ultimately be troublesome and unwise. It was better to deal with such an elder later. Then please step onto the platform, the guardian said flatly. Yefeng cupped his hands again and was about to step into the martial combat platform when suddenly 3 loud voices echoed one after another. Feng, do not. From a distance, 3 figures flew in. It was the sect leader, Yu Xian, the Grand Elder Feng Shan, and the stern-faced elder from the scripture pavilion. As the crowd recognized them, the atmosphere erupted. Today's drama is indeed substantial enough to alarm the Grand Master, the Great Elder, and the Elder of the Sutra Library. No wonder this Yi Feng has been so arrogant since joining the sect. It turns out he has 3 big shots backing him. Many people murmured among themselves, finally understanding Yi Feng's support. I think Yi Feng has misjudged the nature of the martial combat peak. Even the Grand Master and the Great Elders have no authority to interfere with matters on the martial combat peak. As long as Yi Feng dares to step onto the central arena, no one within the sect can save him anymore. Remember, the rules of the martial combat peak have been passed down for 1,000 years. It's over. This drama is probably not worth watching anymore. With the Grand Master and the Great Elders stopping him, Yi Feng likely won't dare to enter the arena again. His cultivation is already low, and facing Li Gaowen, who is at the 9th level of the Qi realm, if he's not foolish, he'll take this way out and won't take another step forward. From the arena, Li Gaowen saw the 3 sect leaders approaching from afar. His eyes turned cold and he sneered loudly. Yi Feng, I see you don't have the guts to step onto the arena today. Your cowardice is utterly disappointing. How can you be worthy of being a disciple of Kaoshan Sect? Trash. You might as well roll down the mountain yourself. If someone like you can become the Grand Master's disciple, where does that leave the other disciples here with better talents and higher cultivation than you? Li Gaowen schemed in his heart, constantly provoking Yi Feng with words, hoping he would take a few more steps forward, making it too late for the Grandmaster to stop him. But Li Gaowen had clearly miscalculated. As Yu Xuanfei approached, still in midair, he had already waved his hands in advance, sending a blast of wind sweeping toward Yi Feng, seemingly intent on forcibly preventing him from entering the arena. Li Gaowen's face immediately darkened, realizing his plan was about to fail. However, just when he thought things would end like this, Yi Feng quickly dodged to the right, evading the wind blast sent by Yu Xuanfei, and took several consecutive steps forward, suddenly entering the arena. Whoa! The entire crowd was stunned. This turn of events truly surprised everyone. No one expected Yi Feng to dodge the Grandmaster's wind blast, slip past from the side, and leap into the arena. Fenger, Yu Xian Fengshan, and Yin Su shouted simultaneously. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated Yi Feng would make such a move. Now that he had entered the arena, even the three of them had no way to salvage the situation. Li Gaowen burst into loud laughter. I didn't expect you to actually step onto the stage. Today is your death day, and no one can save you. Now on this arena, I am the master. Li Gaowen thought to himself, but said aloud, Yi Feng will give you a chance. If you kneel and beg for mercy, he'll grant you a whole corpse. Otherwise, dying won't be so easy for you. Alas, this Yi Feng is truly bold, ignoring the Grandmaster's warning and taking the initiative to step onto the stage. Is this a lack of self-awareness, or is his brain addled? This Li Gaowen is ruthless and cunning, and this isn't his first time on the martial combat peak. Even his master elder Yu doesn't think highly of him, yet he still rushes forward to die. Exactly. Do you still remember Yao Rui from a year ago, who possessed dual martial souls and At that time, he and Li Gaowen were both disciples of Blood Elder. They eventually came to the martial combat peak to duel for the position of Blood Elder's true disciple. Seeing that the fight was inevitable, some disciples brought up the incident from a year ago. Of course I remember. I watched that match too. I recall that after Li Gaowen defeated Yao Rui, he not only shattered his cultivation, but also tortured him for 3 days and nights. To curry favor with Blood Elder, he even sucked Yao Rui's blood dry like a demon from hell. Finally, when Yao Rui was on the verge of death, Li Gaowen cut off his head as a trophy to claim credit from Blood Elder. Killing is one thing, but this shows how terrifying Li Gaowen is, utterly devoid of humanity. He actually enjoys slowly torturing his opponents to death. I still remember Yao Rui's agonizing screams begging for death. Yi Feng's fate will likely be even worse. While everyone was pessimistic about Yi Feng, one person's beautiful eyes flickered. Shaking her head at the murmurs, she was Yu Hongyue. Among all present, perhaps only she had some understanding of Yi Feng's background. She was also at the 9th level of the Qi realm, with cultivation no lower than Li Gaowen's. Although Li Gaowen was ruthless and more experienced in battle, Yu Hongyue found Yi Feng equally unfathomable, with his bizarre techniques that were hard to guard against. Just as everyone was lamenting and holding little hope for Yi Feng, he stood calmly on the stage and said lightly, "You talk too much. Where's your younger brother? Call him up here. Didn't he want to finish me off himself? Both of you brothers come at once." Seeing Yi Feng's attitude, the audience erupted again, marveling at how reckless he was. Li Gaowen waved his hand toward the outside of the arena and said viciously, "As you wish." Soon everyone saw Li Gaowen approaching with delight, passing the arena guardian to step onto the stage. Since Yi Feng had agreed, even with the two-known situation, the arena guardian did not interfere with the decision. Li Gaowen came behind Li Gaowen with a smile. Originally, he had not planned to step up, fearing accusations of ganging up. But now that Yi Feng had requested it, and his brother had no objections, he looked forward to the pleasure of personally torturing Yi Feng. When all three stood on the arena, the guardian waved his hand, and a ring of fiery light rose along the inner edge of the arena, completely enclosing it. Watching the barrier rise, Li Gaowen stood behind his brother and laughed. "Yi Feng, you truly take the path to heaven, but refuse to walk it, and force your way into Hell's Gate. You're really asking for death. On this arena, no one can interfere. Don't think that just because you're the Grand Master's disciple, we brothers can't do anything to you. Now I just need to watch you get beaten down, then personally tear out your sinews and flay your skin. Even if you want to beg for mercy, it's too late." Li Gaowen cared little about others' opinions, who all he wanted was their fear. Now that everything was settled, Yi Feng was merely a turtle in a jar. He revealed a sinister smile. "Enough chatter. If you want to fight, then fight. Both of you make your moves. He'll send you to the underworld," Yi Feng said indifferently. These two brothers really thought they could push him around. "Since you're so eager to die, he'll first beat you into submission, then slowly torture you to death." With that, Li Gaowen shouted, "Haze." Within the light barrier of the arena, a dense fog immediately rose, filled with flying sand and gravel, obscuring Yi Feng's vision and reducing visibility to just 2 meters. The spectators widened their eyes, completely surprised that Li Gaowen had used this move right away. Wow, he's using his martial soul special technique from the start. It seems he wants Yi Feng to slowly experience the terror of death. I once saw this technique in an ordinary sect sparring match. Although Li Gaowen didn't kill that disciple during the match, the disciple went mad after emerging from the fog and slowly died from internal decay. This Li Gaowen is truly treacherous. Even against someone several minor realms lower in cultivation, like Yi Feng, he still resorts to this. His martial soul special technique is actually called Haze Poison Domain, but he only shouted haze. Without preparation, Yi Feng is bound to fall victim. Even if Li Gaowen spares him on the stage, his internal organs will rot away. This isn't ordinary poison, it's a poisonous mist infused with yuan power, specifically targeting martial artists. Indeed, as the haze poison domain filled the entire arena, Li Gaowen said coldly, Yi Feng slowly savored the taste of death and fear. I want to see you kneel and beg for mercy. This was utterly inescapable. With the light barrier blocking him, Yi Feng had nowhere to flee, and Li Gaowen clearly had no intention of continuing to fight. There was no need. All he needed now was to wait for the moment Yi Feng could no longer hold on. That would be his best chance to The crowd kept shaking their heads and sighing. Even some disciples with higher cultivation than Li Gaowen felt they would have no chance against the haze poison domain within this arena. Here this Li Gaowen was virtually invincible. Damn, this is truly smog. This skill is indeed something unique and bizarre. As everyone sighed, Yi Feng stood on the martial arts stage, surrounded by smog, shaking his head in lamentation that the Qianlong continent actually possessed such pollution-inducing martial techniques. Detection of high concentrations of toxic substances in the smog. The system has selected a protective gear set for you. Would you like to exchange? Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi Feng immediately held his breath. The smog contained deadly toxins, and had it not been for the system's warning, he might have met with disaster. He decisively chose to exchange for the protective gear set. Then a pair of protective goggles and a half mask appeared in Yi Feng's hands. Once he put them on, his visibility quickly expanded, allowing him to see the entire peak of the martial arts arena. With the goggles on, Yi Feng scanned the martial arts stands, noticing the worried expressions on the faces of Yuxian Fengshan, Yan Su, and others who anxiously looked in his direction, seemingly concerned for him. To Yi Feng's surprise, he spotted the figure of Yu Hongyue among the crowd, with another girl of similar stature beside her whose appearance seemed somewhat familiar. The two girls occasionally glanced towards Yi Feng, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Aside from these familiar figures, Yi Feng observed the expressions of the others in the stands. Some wore pained looks, others mocked him with derision, while many appeared indifferent, reveling in his misfortune. Unfortunately, on the martial arts stage, Yi Feng could not hear what they were discussing, nor did he care about their thoughts. When he redirected his gaze, the Li brothers had moved to the edge of the martial arts stage, with Li Gaowen crossing his arms, exuding confidence, indicating he did not intend to attack immediately. Yi Feng was not in a hurry. Since they wanted to wait, he would see what other tactics Li Gaowen had. In the stands, everyone observed Yi Feng standing foolishly in place, believing he had been frightened into inaction, and began to point and whisper. The smog's poison obscured the vision of those caught within it, but from the outside, faint figures were visible. Thus, Yi Feng's unmoving stance indeed resembled a surrender. Yi Feng must be regretting his decision. The sect leader even stopped him from participating in the martial arts match, yet he still rushed in. Now he seems dazed. Unfortunately, it is too late. Given his cultivation level in this toxic domain, he likely cannot last long. At most 10 minutes. Even Yao Rue with a higher cultivation could only last half an hour before conceding without a fight. Let's wait and see. Regardless, he won't be getting out. It's just a matter of minutes, earlier or later. This was the perspective of the sect disciples, all believing that Yi Feng would last no more than 10 minutes in the poisonous smog. Meanwhile, Yuxian Fengshan, Yan Su, and the others had already approached the Peak Guardian, respectfully clasping their hands and Greetings, Elder Qiao. The Peak Guardian merely nodded in acknowledgement and then ignored them. The three did not mind, with Fengshan speaking first. Do you think Fenger will be alright? This poisonous smog is indeed perilous, and with the isolation talismans at the martial arts stage, there's nowhere for him to hide. He hasn't moved yet. Could it be that he has truly lost his composure? I believe that with Fenger's cleverness, he must have a sense of his situation. Our worries are in vain. Once in the martial arts stage, life and death are fated. It all depends on his strength now. Sighed. Yu Xian remained silent, merely sighing, clearly lacking confidence in Yi Feng. On the other hand, near Yu Hongyue was Feng Caiyun, who had met Yi Feng once. At that moment, Feng Caiyun said, "Little Spicy Pepper, how about we make a bet? If that little thief you mentioned really manages to survive, I will grant you one request, no matter what it is. I will keep my word. Conversely, if he fails and dies, you must let me practice in Hongyue Valley for 3 months. What do you say?" "Sure. It's a deal, no backing out." Feng Caiyun shot Yu Hongyue a glance, saying, "Do you think I'm like you, a slippery dog? When have you ever seen me go back?" "That's true. Yu Hanyue chuckled as she did not believe that the mischievous little thief could so easily perish on the martial arts stage. Soon 10 minutes passed. On the martial arts stage, Feng still stood there motionless, and soon a cacophony of voices erupted. Fall down. He hasn't fallen yet. I reckon he won't last a few seconds more. Fall. Fall. However, another 10 minutes went by, and Feng remained standing. The people outside the martial arts stage could see his figure, but could not discern the poison mask on his face, so gradually the crowd began to grow astonished. Even Li Gaowen was getting impatient. In the poisonous smog domain, he could clearly sense Feng's figure. Seeing Feng still standing, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be that Feng is aware of his martial soul's special abilities and came prepared? That's impossible. This toxic domain cannot be resolved with pills, and even elemental power cannot defend against it. Li Gaowen decided to wait a bit longer. If Feng had not fallen, he would have to personally go over and take him down. After half an hour, the crowd in the stands had become numb, thinking that Feng indeed had extraordinary capabilities. Look, Li Gaowen is moving. Even if Feng can withstand the toxic mist, he still has to face a 9th-level Qi Realm cultivator along with a helper of the same realm, a 5th-level Qi Realm cultivator. He has no chance of winning. The Qi Realm is divided into 9 levels. Each level represents a significant increase in a martial artist's abilities, providing a crushing advantage over lower-level cultivators. Moreover, the difference here is not just 1 level, but 4. Unless he practices a heavenly grade technique, otherwise, Feng has no chance of winning. Someone put forth this argument, and those who initially thought highly of Feng came to realize that merely surviving the toxic mist only qualified him to face Li Gaowen. With the protective goggles on, Feng finally saw Li Gaowen move. So you can't wait any longer, Feng thought to himself. On the martial arts stage, Li Gaowen rushed toward Feng. To the spectators in the stands, Feng appeared to be still standing foolishly in place, and soon Li Gaowen was right in front of him. Li Gaowen swung his right fist, radiating with elemental energy, yet he didn't even use a martial technique, directly aiming for Feng's head. In Li Gaowen's mind, dealing with someone like Feng, who was merely at the 5th level of the Qi realm, was already a show of consideration. There was no need for martial techniques. On the other side, Feng also refrained from using any martial techniques, directly colliding his fist against Li Gaowen's imposing punch. Bang! Both of them took 3 steps back, surprisingly evenly matched. Li Gaowen's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. He was astonished that Feng could withstand a punch infused with 7 parts of his yuan power. Angrily, he said, "It seems I underestimated you, but you still cannot escape death." Then the two engaged in a rapid exchange of punches, colliding again and again, having already exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The more Li Gaowen fought, the more alarmed he became. In this no-technique showdown, Feng, with his 5th level of Yuan Qi mastery, surprisingly remained unyielding before Li Gaowen. Moreover, from the initial lack of structure, Feng's punches gradually became increasingly fierce. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Was this a mirage? Feng could actually hold his ground against Li Gaowen despite the latter having a 4-level advantage in cultivation. Did you see the light flashing around Feng? Does anyone know what martial art that is? In such a situation, only a martial art of a higher level could explain why he could contend with Li Gaowen's technique. Someone inquired. It seems that the Mountain Support Sect does not possess such martial arts. Feng appears to be utilizing Li Gaowen to temper his Yuan Qi during the fight. The glow around him, changing from red to orange, yellow, and green, with varying intensities of Yuan power, was indeed a peculiar sight. What martial art was this that exhibited such wonders? A perceptive inner disciple whispered, his voice low yet audible to those nearby, spreading through the stand. Many began to realize what was unfolding. When Li Gaowen, at the 9th level of Yuan Qi mastery, unleashed his first punch with 7 layers of power, Feng merely flashed a red glow and blocked it. Subsequently, Li Gaowen continued to apply pressure, attempting to overpower Feng with his punches, increasing his Yuan power to the 8th and 9th levels, even summoning all his strength, yet he still could not defeat Feng. By now, Li Gaowen had unleashed all his might, and the glow around Feng had transformed into green. People gradually understood the 4-color transformations of Feng's Yuan power represented his ability to combat across levels. Each color shift signified his capability to fight beyond his current stage. The green glow precisely indicated that Feng could stand on equal footing with Li Gaowen despite being at the 5th level of Yuan Qi mastery against Li Gaowen's 9th. With just green Yuan power, Feng can withstand the attacks of a 9th-level Yuan Qi practitioner. This martial art is indeed remarkable. However, I wonder if his martial art has any more transformations. If not, Li Gaowen will certainly resort to his martial techniques next. While everyone marveled at Feng's extraordinary martial art, they still harbored doubts about him, believing that even if he could withstand Li Gaowen's raw power, he would surely fall short in terms of martial techniques. Indeed, as if to validate their thoughts, Li Gaowen's expression turned serious. He no longer underestimated Yi Feng and shouted, "Blood condensation fist. Yi Feng, you should feel proud. You have forced me to use martial techniques." The blood condensation fist, a low-grade mysterious martial art, is said to have been created by Elder Blood in his youth, his unique skill, not even recorded in the scripture pavilion. This technique not only enhances a martial artist's punching power, but also solidifies the vital blood circulating within the practitioner's body. Truly impressive. Yi Feng is doomed. Li Gaowen has started to take him seriously, beginning with a mysterious martial technique. People thought to themselves, who could blame Yi Feng for being a newcomer to the sect? Logically, the practice of martial techniques relies on honing skills. Excluding the time spent in meditation, Yi Feng had only practiced for about 7 days and likely had not even learned any martial techniques. However, they had no idea what Yi Feng was thinking. Beneath the gas mask, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Aside from the wind and Cloud 9 Swords wind coming style, he had not learned any martial techniques, but who could know that Yi Feng had never even considered using martial techniques? Oh really? Today I'll show you what despair truly is. Yi Feng sneered, quickly summoning a blue glow around his fist. He intended to drive Li Gaowen into despair with each punch. In terms of speed, after activating the Ascending Star Questioning Moon technique, Yi Feng was always able to intercept Li Gaowen, matching him punch for punch, so Li Gaowen had no advantage. As the battle continued, Yi Feng finally recognized the uniqueness of the Divine Element 9 tempering technique. Every shift in glow represented his ability to fight across a small stage. According to the system's data, each level of Yuan Qi roughly increases strength by 1,000 pounds, while Li Gaowen, without using martial techniques, could only unleash about 10,000 pounds of force. At this moment, the system displayed that Yi Feng's explosive punching power was 15,000 pounds. From the very beginning, Yi Feng had held a crushing advantage over Li Gaowen, but since they had not clashed before, the system had no comparative data, so Yi Feng could not discern the true disparity. Now Yi Feng struck Li Gaowen's blood condensation fist once more, their fists colliding, still evenly matched. Indeed, Yi Feng thought to himself the martial technique had granted Li Gaowen an additional 1,000 pounds of strength, while the blue Yuan power had also increased his punching power by 1,000 pounds. Li Gaowen's expression grew increasingly grim. He never anticipated such a turn of events. His gaze toward Yi Feng darkened as he began to unleash a flurry of attacks. Blood refining palm, blood godleg, blood rain and wind. As Yi Feng punched, he simultaneously monitored the system's data panel, which displayed Li Gaowen's punching power and martial technique abilities. 1,100 pounds with the blood condensation effect, a high-grade yellow martial art. 1,210 pounds with the blood fusion effect, a low-grade mysterious martial art. 1,3500 pounds with the blood dripping effect, a mid-grade mysterious martial art. Datafication. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. This was another function of the Black technology system, allowing the capabilities of both enemies and allies to be displayed in data format. Huh. Yi Feng laughed out loud. This was incredibly convenient. He sensed the so-called effects of blood condensation, blood fusion, and blood dripping. However, as his Yuan power brushed past them, these passive effects were quickly dispelled, so Yi Feng did not take them to heart. However, Li Gaowen was different. He was truly furious. Initially, he was already on the verge of spitting blood due to Yi Feng's fighting style, and now Yi Feng was laughing, which only fueled his anger. The people in the stands were also going crazy. Yi Feng resembled a chameleon, seemingly changing colors, and thus elevating his strength with each transformation. Time and again, he countered Li Gaowen's ultimate moves with his own punches. This was simply absurd. Where was the promised, overwhelming advantage of cultivation levels? Where was the assurance of easily defeat? Who was truly suppressing whom? On the martial combat stage, Li Gaowen revealed all his hidden cards, even resorting to Elder Blood's renowned ultimate technique, yet he still could not manage to subdue Yi Feng. In contrast, it was only at this moment that the crowd realized Yi Feng had not only refrained from using his martial soul abilities, but had not even employed any martial techniques. This was rather terrifying. Yi Feng, die for me, Li Gaowen declared fiercely, then roared, Ghost Shadow. Li Gaowen had never imagined that a mere 5th-level Yuan Qi practitioner could force him to exhaust all his techniques. At this moment, he could no longer afford to hide and unleashed his second martial soul. He only wanted to kill Yi Feng to make him disappear. So it is the second martial soul. Li Gaowen has hidden it so deeply, and he has awakened a dual Everyone watching the martial contest gazed intently, for Li Gaowen's first martial soul was a wisp of mist, and he had awakened the formidable domain-type martial soul ability of the Haze Poison domain, making him powerful enough with just that. Now he astonishingly displayed a second martial soul, and it seemed that the abilities of this second martial soul did not conflict with the haze poison domain of the first, as the haze poison domain did not disappear even after he utilized the second martial soul's powers, yet Li Gaowen's figure vanished from sight. In confusion, Feng whispered as he saw Li Gaowen's figure slowly fading, "Is he becoming invisible?" But he quickly denied it, saying, "No, this is not invisibility." Not far away where Li Gaowen had previously stood, as his body faded, a twisted shadow on the ground became increasingly clear. After Li Gaowen was completely out of sight, the shadow began to move towards Feng. What kind of martial soul ability is this that can conceal one's form? Not only Feng, but even the spectators in the stands showed puzzled expressions. None present had seen Li Gaowen use this ability before, so the majority were unaware. Only one person was an exception, Elder Shui, who had appeared at the martial contest peak after observing the evenly matched struggle between Feng and Li Gaowen. At this moment, seeing Li Gaowen deploy his second martial soul, a look of certainty flashed across Elder Shui's face. To him, Feng was already a dead man. Li Gaowen's second martial soul is the Shadow Phantom martial soul, capable of transforming into a shadow, making it difficult for enemies to find their target. Yet, as the possessor of the Shadow Phantom martial soul, he can freely switch between shadow and true form. Originally, the combination of the Haze Poison domain and the Shadow Phantom was seamless. However, it was unclear what means Feng had used to break the visual concealment and poison mist of the Haze Poison domain. Thankfully, with the Shadow Phantom present, Feng would only be passively beaten. While everyone was astonished, Li Gaowen's shadow had already twisted to stand before Feng. As the shadow contorted, Feng felt a powerful wind rush toward his face. Feng could only dodge, but the shadow on the ground followed, closely sticking to him, while a continuous sound of powerful force slicing through the air surged toward him. He could only keep dodging. After evading 4 or 5 powerful winds, Feng felt increasingly irritable, as this feeling of having strength without a means to use it was too frustrating. Moreover, given enough time, he would inevitably be struck by Li Gaowen, becoming even more passive. Feng being forced to passively endure a beating isn't that quite despairing. Li Gaowen's voice twisted and became eerie, seemingly to accentuate the power of the Shadow Phantom. Upon hearing the voice, Feng gauged the direction through one of the powerful winds and threw a punch in that direction, but Li Gaowen evidently had no intention of clashing heat. This punch hit nothing but air, further aggravating Feng. "You can't hit me, so stop wasting your effort. I said I would let you slowly taste death and despair and fear. Oh, just wait for me to torment you." Li Gaowen spoke cruelly again, clearly indicating that Feng had not just angered him. Now, it wouldn't be so easy for Feng to wish for death. He intended to make Feng's life worse than death. "You've said that more than once, yet here I stand unscathed. Transforming into a shadow. Is that your final trump card? It's indeed a bit troublesome, but not too much of a problem for me." As Feng spoke, he activated his black technology system, declaring loudly, "Extraordinary no." 6. Then pieces of armor flew out and automatically covered Feng, forming a steel armor that made his figure appear remarkably larger, completely enveloped in the armor. This was the Iron Battle Armor, Extraordinary no. 6. That deceived the Grand Elder into thinking it was a special martial soul. After donning the armor, Li Gaowen's shadow immediately shrank from inside the helmet. Feng looked as if he were a puddle of urine. Clang! Clang! Li Gaowen's fist struck the steel armor, producing a clanging sound, yet he couldn't leave even a single mark. "Huh." Feng laughed heartily, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be able to transform into a shadow and sneak attack? Now I'll transform into a giant for you to hit. You like to speak of despair. Now let me show you what despair truly is. I'll let you hit me, and yet you won't be able to harm me at all." Through the armor amplified by the sound system, Feng's voice echoed across the martial contest peak, completely shattering the solemn atmosphere of life and death inherent in the competition. Could this be the legendary giant martial soul? The spectators in the stands were dumbfounded, realizing they were witnessing something extraordinary today, and not only did they see a powerful dual martial soul, but they were also witnessing Feng transforming into a giant for the first time. The dark, shiny metallic luster combined with its towering height made it look like a real giant. But was there really such a martial soul in Legends? "Is this your martial soul?" Li Gaowen's voice trembled. This dark metallic giant, clearly lacking any imposing aura, nonetheless instilled in him a profound sense of powerlessness. "Huh." Feng laughed again. "So let me ask you, are you afraid? Do you feel despair?" Li Gaowen truly felt despair. He had thought he would remain invincible from the beginning until the moment the Shadow Phantom was unleashed, yet he realized that his opponent was hiding even more. Feng was the one truly invincible. No matter how many moves he unleashed, even if he stood still to let him strike, he couldn't land a hit. At this point, even if Li Gaowen wanted to beg for mercy, it was too late. He didn't believe Feng would let him off. He could only hope that under the Shadow Phantom, Feng would also be unable to do anything to him. Thinking this, Li Gaowen regained some hope, coldly snorting, "Your martial soul is indeed unique and powerful, but what can you do to me? As long as I don't die once I leave the martial contest peak, you can expect endless assassination attempts from me. The Shadow Phantom Martial Soul is a naturally assassination-oriented martial soul. If Li Gaowen had used it from the start, perhaps Yi Feng would have let his guard down and truly faced defeat. But ultimately, Li Gaowen's overconfidence had led to the current situation. However, as everyone observed, the two were still evenly matched. Li Gaowen couldn't harm Yi Feng in his steel giant state, but conversely, Yi Feng also couldn't strike Li Gaowen under the Shadow Phantom. Simultaneously thinking of Li Gaowen's words, the crowd couldn't help but shiver, considering the possibility of a shadow emerging from the darkness to assassinate them. That kind of unknown fear was truly terrifying. Is that so? I'm so scared. As Yi Feng spoke, he approached the edge of the martial contest platform, sweeping his massive steel arm forward, capturing Li Gaowen, who stood at the edge. With a sharp crack as Li Gaowen's words fell, Yi Feng gripped the steel mech tightly, and Li Gaoming was instantly crushed into a meat pie, casually tossed to the ground. Under the shadow of the ghost, Li Gaowen's eyes widened with fury, yet he dared not disperse the ghostly technique hiding in the shadows as he watched Yi Feng crush his brother like an ant before his very eyes. You will pay for your actions today, Li Gaowen rasped. Oh, hey, this is the cost of being arrogant in front of me, Yi Feng. I had already intended to spare your brother, but he immediately invoked your name, trying to crush me with his cultivation and forcing me onto the martial stage. And now, do you think I have gone too far? No, I said I'd send both of you brothers to the underworld together, and now I just need one more. Yi Feng spoke eloquently, not taking Li Gaowen's threat seriously at all. Are you ready, Li Gaowen? He said coldly. In this dire situation, the spectators on the viewing platform fell silent. They had assumed Yi Feng was just a ripe fruit, yet they did not expect him to be so fierce. However, could he truly do anything against Li Gaowen hidden under the ghostly shadow? Even an elder present remarked, unless one reaches the realm of aura with some special means, if Li Gaowen wishes to hide once he transforms into a shadow, no one can do anything to him. Li Gaowen ceased his words, having tested the impenetrable defense of the steel giant. He indeed gave up, preparing to hide in the shadows and not come out again. He glared fiercely at Yi Feng, waiting for his next move. He did not believe Yi Feng could break his ghostly shadow. At this moment, he had transformed into a shadow, his physical form concealed, leaving only a trace of darkness. As long as Yi Feng could not see through his true form, even if Yi Feng possessed immense power, it would be useless. Seeing that Li Gaowen had fallen silent, Yi Feng immediately understood his intentions. After pondering for a moment, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Feng's face as he rotated his steel right arm. The armor on the mech's right arm shifted and reassembled, quickly forming a dark steel cannon in place of the original palm. The spectators on the viewing platform were astonished by this scene. What kind of martial spirit was this? It could even transform. Fortunately, Yi Feng was unaware of their thoughts, otherwise he would have loudly told them, "You must have never seen a transformer. What's the big deal about transforming an arm?" As the steel cannon finished assembling, Yi Feng noticed a faint flame flickering at the tip of the cannon. He then called out to the distant shadow, "For the peace of the sect, I must eradicate harmful elements like you. Will you come out yourself?" The shadow did not respond. Yi Feng knew this would be the outcome. He had said that purely to show off. Ignoring the unease that Li Gaowen felt under the shadow, Yi Feng pressed the fire button to test the power of the flame. A powerful column of flame erupted from the cannon, scorching forward. The intense heat caused those on the viewing platform to wipe their foreheads and step back several paces. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. With such power, Li Gaowen at the 9th level of his vitality would surely not withstand it for long. Li Gaowen thought to himself, fortunately it missed. Nonetheless, seeing the power of the flames caused Li Gaowen's face to change drastically. He hadn't expected Yi Feng to possess such a trick. Even from the shadows, he could still feel the intense heat of the flames. Fortunately, Yi Feng can't see me, otherwise this high temperature would easily injure him with just one strike, and it wouldn't take long before he forced me out of the ghostly state. A sense of dread flashed through Li Gaowen's heart, and he resolved that once he left the martial peak, he would not let Yi Feng go. Such a high temperature of the flames, could this be the special technique of Yi Feng's martial spirit? However, such directed blasts are powerful, but correspondingly costly and very easy to miss right. Even Yu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, and the others nodded repeatedly. They were clearly mistaken, for the flames did not erupt in bursts, but continuously. As Yi Feng continued to hold the button down, the flames at the cannon's tip surged forth, quickly forming a massive column of fire. Just when everyone thought the flames would soon extinguish, Yi Feng swung this fiery club towards the shadow where Li Gaowen was hiding. Li Gaowen, under the ghostly shadow, was stunned into silence, quickly dodging. But the martial stage was only so large. Where could he hide? Especially as Yi Feng reached the center of the martial stage and increased the firepower several times, the flame column was now equal to the radius of the entire martial stage. Now Yifeng only needed to swing the flames in circles, driving Li Gaowen to run endlessly in the shadows like a rat. After a while, seeing Li Gaowen still not emerging, Yifeng shouted, "Get out here." He then quickened the speed of his circling flames, howling in a fan-shaped sweep resembling a massive flash. Finally, after several dozen circles, muffled groans began to echo from the martial stage, and soon a figure fell from the air. It was Li Gaowen, having exited the ghostly state. At this moment, he was gravely injured. After transforming into a shadow, his true form could not stray too far from the shadow. Therefore, after being swept by flames repeatedly, he was heavily burned from several encounters and had to retreat from the ghostly state. Huh. Yifeng saw Li Gaowen had been driven out and immediately extinguished the flames, laughing. "Rodin, have you finally come out? Then it's time to send you on your way." Yifeng's mech right arm transformed again, instantly taking on a more uniquely shaped cannon, but this time the cannon emitted not flames, but a dazzling beam of white light directed at the fallen Li Gaowen. Energy cannon. As the white light shot out before Yifeng could rejoice, he caught sight of two blood-red beams piercing through the barrier of the martial stage heading towards the stage. One beam was aimed at the energy cannon he had fired, while the other was directed at Yifeng himself. "Elder Blood, you dare!" Yu Xian shouted, but it was too late to intercept. He could only attack Elder Blood to prevent another strike, while the Guardian, the Grand Elder, and Yin Su all attacked Elder Blood. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. As soon as Yifeng caught sight of the red beams, he hastily maneuvered the steel mech to cross his arms protectively over his heart, while activating the mech's energy shield and cranking the power to its maximum. Bang! 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 The red beam struck the mech almost instantaneously, while the other red beam attempted to intercept the energy cannon and collided with it, producing a thunderous explosion. Li Gaowen, who had fallen to the ground beneath the explosion, was instantly reduced to ashes with not even dust left. Yifeng was not faring much better. First, the mech's energy shield shattered, and then the relentless red beam crashed into the mech's arms, which were made of unknown metal, instantly reducing them to powder. Finally, the red beam strongly struck the mech's body, sending the several meter-tall mechs soaring before it crashed heavily down onto the edge of the martial stage, where it finally dissipated. Uft! Yifeng spat out blood, exclaiming, "Damn it," before losing consciousness. "Master, you're awake." Yifeng blinked his eyes, awakening from his stupor as a sweet voice suddenly, "Master." Did the system transform into a sweet little lowly and appear in reality? Yifeng, still dazed and not fully conscious, saw a lowly-like beautiful girl swaying in front of him, calling him master. He immediately thought it was the system and joyfully exclaimed, "Is that really you, system?" "Great. It's still a little lowly, he. I'm here, what little lowly?" The system's stern voice echoed in Yifeng's mind, clearing his head somewhat. Just then the sweet voice came again, "Wake up. What system, lowly? Just wait, I'll go inform the sect leader and my grandfather." Yifeng finally reacted, realizing that this was not the system transforming into a person, but rather a real little lowly calling him master. He sprang up, eyes wide open, and finally saw the little lowly clearly. Her face seemed somewhat familiar. She was the girl who had been with Yuhang Yue during the martial arts competition. Seeing the lowly about to turn and leave, Yifeng quickly called out, "Wait. Who are you, and why are you calling me master?" Have you forgotten me? I'm Feng Kaiyun. We've met on the mountain path of Hongyue Valley." Feng Kaiyun said sweetly. Oh, Yifeng remembered that indeed there was such a thing, but why was Feng Kaiyun calling him master? Could she really be crazy? "Why do you call me master?" Yifeng asked, his expression peculiar and filled with confusion. "Oh, I made a bet with Little Spicy Pepper and lost. The wager was to be your maid for a month." Feng Kaiyun said straightforwardly, fully accepting her loss. "Yifeng, what does your bet have to do with me? How did a maid suddenly appear?" Yifeng was baffled while Feng Kaiyun simply went out. After Feng Kaiyun left, Yifeng looked around. Logically, before he fainted, Elder Blood's red light should have severely injured him. Yet now he felt no discomfort and his body bore no wounds. Could it be the system? Thinking of this, Yifeng summoned the system to check. Upon seeing the total amount of technology points displayed, Yifeng immediately shouted, "What the hell?" The system displayed technology points 60,000. What does it mean for technology points to become negative, and it's even 60,000? After all, Yifeng's total technology points had never exceeded this amount. Moreover, Yifeng remembered that after deducting the spent technology points, he still had about 20 to 30,000 points left. Only when Yifeng dug out the technology point usage record did he find a line that read host severely injured automatic repair technology, points 89,600. This is outrageous, it feels like going back to square one. Just as Yifeng was feeling depressed, Yuxian Fengshan and Yin Su entered, followed by two beautiful girls. Upon seeing Yifeng safe and sound, they all displayed joyful expressions. However, Yifeng was currently mourning the disappearance of his technology points, feeling dispirited and lifeless. He had no interest in their joy, not even in the beautiful girls. "Fenger, you're awake." "Great. Indeed, you are a natural martial body, able to withstand an attack from a rebirth realm cultivator despite being of chi condensation realm, and after suffering such severe injuries you recovered on your own after a few days, saving me quite a bit of spirit. Yu Xian spoke before suddenly stopping, then continued, alright, it's good that you're fine, really good. Wait. Yi Feng, putting away his devastated expression, asked, did you just say saving a lot of spirit? Is it spirit medicine, spirit pills, or spirit treasures? This. Fenger, you've recovered by yourself, so it's good. Let the past be the past. Oh, what spirit medicine, spirit pills, spirit treasures, they're all insignificant. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. Yu Xian's face turned awkward, his eyes drifting. Just as he was thinking about how to change the subject, he suddenly noticed Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun following behind him, and quickly added, Feng, look at these two beautiful girls. This one is my niece, and the other is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. Aren't they both very beautiful? Stop. Stop. Yi Feng interrupted, don't try to change the subject. So you guys didn't even give me a single spirit medicine or spirit pill after I suffered such severe injuries. Alright, I'll remember this, and will surely ask the ancestor about it later. Yi Feng looked at Yu Xian, Feng Shan, and Yen Su with a fierce expression as if they had mistreated him. His expression was filled with grievance. The three of them felt uneasy under his gaze, exchanged glances, and led by Yu Xian, began pulling out many items from their bodies. Yi Feng's expression improved somewhat as he continuously counted the treasures they provided, mostly spirit medicines and spirit pills, and there were indeed quite a few. Is there more? Yi Feng asked. Yu Xian and the others immediately shook their heads vigorously, saying no more, no more. These items were originally prepared by the three of them to heal Yi Feng, but they hadn't expected Yi Feng's constitution to be so robust that he healed himself without using any pills. Originally seeing Yi Feng recovered, the three wanted to keep the items for themselves, but they hadn't expected that they still couldn't escape Yi Feng's extortion. After collecting everything, Yi Feng smiled broadly, warmly calling Yu Xian, Feng Shan, and Yen Su as senior brothers. Seeing Yi Feng was fine, the three exchanged pleasantries for a few moments before leaving one after another. If they stayed any longer, they feared their old bones would break. After they left, only Yu Hongyue, Feng Tseyun, and Yi Feng remained in the center of Yi Feng's residence. Noticing the two girls standing still, Yi Feng opened his mouth and asked, why aren't you two leaving? Master, I'm your maid now, so wherever you go, I go. Why should I follow those old men? The one who spoke first was the straightforward Feng Kaiyun. Yi Feng was speechless, then turned to Yu Hongyue and asked, what about you? Me? Yu Hongyue pointed at herself and said, of course I'm here to supervise her. What if she doesn't acknowledge the bet and tries to cheat? It seems these two little girls have decided to latch onto me. Yi Feng rubbed his nose and suddenly asked, by the way, where's Elder Blood? He openly violated the rules that have been passed down for 1,000 years on Wudo Peak and was injured by the Peak Guardian, but in the end he managed to escape. Yu Hongyue answered immediately upon hearing Elder Blood. Is that so? Yi Feng thought. Elder Blood managed to escape, which poses a hidden danger, but since he was injured, he probably wouldn't come looking for trouble with him in the short term. As a cultivation civilization, the Qianlong continent ultimately respects the strong, a world where the weak are prey to the strong. It seems that accumulating technology points and improving my own strength is the top priority. Yi Feng was worried about encountering a rebirth realm cultivator like Elder Blood again and contemplated how to enhance his self-protection capabilities. Yi Feng, clad in a deep blue Taoist robe, stepped out of Maple Leaf residence, followed closely by the two young girls Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun. Along the way, many outer disciples saw Yi Feng and respectfully stepped aside, calling out greetings. The two brothers from the Li family were already well known among the outer disciples, with Li Gaowen having reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm and possessing powerful dual martial souls. However, during the battle at the martial battle peak, Yi Feng easily defeated Li Gaowen and even withstood an attack from Elder Shui. Thus, for a time, Yi Feng appeared to be invincible among those at the Qi realm, becoming the foremost figure among the outer disciples. Of course, there were those who disagreed, believing that Li Gaowen had been too careless and that Yi Feng's giant martial soul's formidable defense had coincidentally countered his sneak attack. In the end, it was only due to the constraints of the venue that Li Gaowen was forced out of the ghostly shadow effect. Otherwise, it remained uncertain who would have emerged victorious. Naturally, Yi Feng paid no heed to these backdoor discussions. Even if he were to start over, he had 100 ways to eliminate Li Gaowen. Everyone, no need for formalities. Just go about your business, Yi Feng said, continuously waving to the respectful outer disciples, indicating the impact brought by the battle at the martial battle peak. Should I first go to the nourishing hot springs in Hongyue Valley for cultivation, or should I head to the scripture pavilion to copy the remaining techniques and pay off some of the technology points I owe? Yi Feng pondered in his heart, quickly formulating a plan, and then he headed toward the direction of the scripture pavilion. Hey, little, where are you going? Yu Hongyue, who was following behind Yi Feng, asked. To the scripture pavilion. What's this? You two young girls are really sticking to me, following me everywhere I go. Yi Feng was never polite with Yu Hongyue. This fierce girl was always thinking of ways to scheme against him. TCH. If you're going, then go. I can't be bothered to visit that boring place. Yu Hongyue pouted and turned to leave. Feng Caiyun, looking adorably confused, asked, what about me? You of course are following this little. Don't forget you are now his maid, so you can't back out. Yu Hongyue said proudly, waving her hand and disappearing from sight. Cute girl, are you really going to let her dictate what you do? Go wherever you want to. Why follow me? Seeing Feng Caiyun dazedly following him, Yi Feng couldn't help but speak up. Feng Caiyun's face turned red as she timidly said, no, I have to keep my word. Yi Feng. Upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, Yi Feng did not see Luo Hao. After presenting his token, this time no one dared to stop him. Yi Feng stepped directly into the inner layer of the scripture pavilion. The inner layer of the scripture pavilion was much smaller than the outer layer, and the number of techniques stored here was significantly fewer. However, there were still plenty of disciples selecting techniques here. Upon entering, Yi Feng noticed several inner disciples dressed in white robes who displayed strange expressions upon seeing Yi Feng and Feng Caiyun. Yi Feng ignored them. He had learned to habitually overlook such gazes since arriving at the sect. He estimated the total number of techniques in the inner layer to be around 600 or 700, a mere tenth of what was available in the outer layer, much less than the outer layer. Of course, these were not just cabbages. If placed in the secular world, a single profound level technique could revitalize an entire family, even attracting countless gazes. Yet to Yi Feng, these techniques were truly like cabbages. After all, a profound level technique only earned him 30 technology points as per the system's rewards, which was hardly anything. The total of all the techniques in the inner layer added up to just over 20,000 technology points. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. That still wasn't enough to pay off half of his debt to the system, and continuously flipping through techniques would be dreadfully boring. Master, are you here to select techniques? Feng Caiyun asked from behind Yi Feng. Yes. Yi Feng paused, then said, you might as well not call me master. I'm afraid it will shorten my life. Though it was quite pleasant to have a beautiful girl call him master, Yi Feng always felt it was odd, and who knew if these two girls were plotting against him together. That's not acceptable. Since I am to be your maid, I must show some respect. If I don't call you master, what should I call you? Feng Caiyun replied matter-of-factly. Yi Feng was speechless. This daft girl calling him sir or brother would be much better than calling him master. What if someone overheard and thought he was abusing or enslaving her? How about you call me brother Feng instead? Yi Feng could only say helplessly. Feng Caiyun tilted her head in thought, and then said, that works, brother Feng. Do you want me to go get you a cup of tea? All right, you go ahead. Yi Feng waved her off, realizing that this girl truly immersed herself in the role of a maid. Coming to the scripture pavilion wasn't for idle sitting, but for serving tea. Yi Feng didn't care where the girl went to fetch tea. After she left, he picked up a technique and began scanning it using the system. Just as he was about to set down one technique and reach for another, a voice interrupted him. Stop right there. Yi Feng turned around to see an inner disciple dressed in white, standing behind him looking at him with an unfriendly expression. Are you talking about me? Yi Feng asked. I'm not talking about you. Is there anyone else here? As an outer disciple, who gave you the courage to enter the inner layer of the scripture pavilion? Don't you know that only inner disciples are qualified to enter here? The white-clad disciple questioned sternly. Oh, but I'm already here, Yi Feng retorted. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the white-clad disciple thought he was intimidated and grew smug, saying fiercely, kid, don't think that just because you tricked Sister Caiyun into bringing you into the inner layer of the scripture pavilion you're qualified to stand here. This is not a place for an outer disciple like you. So it's because of Feng Caiyun. No wonder someone came out so quickly to play the hero, Yi Feng thought, feigning fear as he asked, so what should I do now? What should you do? The white-clad disciple looked at Yi Feng disdainfully and said, now come with me, obediently sever your own legs and kneel to beg for my mercy, and I might let you go. Is this guy an idiot? Yi Feng thought, suddenly bursting into laughter. Haha, I think your brain must be fried. Why would I need you to let me go? And why would I need to sever my own legs to beg for mercy? Who do you think you are? Many disciples selecting techniques turned their heads upon hearing Yi Feng's laughter, with one of them quietly asking, who are these two? How dare they make such a ruckus in the inner layer of the scripture pavilion? Soon someone recognized the white-clad disciple opposite Yi Feng and whispered back, Huowen. The third prince of the Lihuan nation. I heard he is quite close with the grandson of the great elder Feng Tianqing, and his talent in cultivation is exceptionally high. No wonder he has the audacity to make noise in the inner layer of the scripture pavilion. But who is that disciple in the blue robe opposite him who dares to confront Huowen? Indeed, there is no shortage of onlookers and gossipers anywhere. Before long, several disciples dressed in white gathered together, discussing in small groups. I don't know, but he was just seen walking with the eldest elder's granddaughter, Feng Caiyun. I even heard her call him master as I passed by them. Upon hearing this, the others immediately widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Impossible. You must have misheard. If Feng Tianqing finds out, this kid would have long been turned to dust. How could Feng Xianyun, one of the two flowers of our sect, possibly call a disciple in green robes master?" "Absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears." The disciple was about to argue when someone immediately interrupted, saying, "You should refrain from speaking recklessly. Even if it's true, if Feng Tianqing hears you gossiping here, don't drag us down with you." Upon hearing this, the disciple's face turned pale, and he immediately fell silent. However, the way everyone looked at Yifeng changed. This kid probably didn't know that Feng Kaiyun had an older brother. Otherwise, even with 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare approach Feng Kaiyun. Yifeng was already a well-known figure outside the Kaoshan Sect, but among the inner disciples, very few recognized him. Thus, everyone there thought he was trying to use Feng Kaiyun to elevate his status. During the previous tournament at the martial combat peak, Yifeng's influence was limited to the outer sect, as Li Gaowen, despite being accepted as the direct disciple of Elder Blood, was only at the 9th level of the Qi realm, not strong enough to enter the inner sect. Moreover, outer sect duels rarely attracted inner sect disciples. Upon hearing Yifeng laugh, Huo Wuhan immediately understood that the fearful expression on his face was a deliberate act to mock him. He felt a surge of anger, but since they were in the library, he dared not act too recklessly and could only suppress his rage, saying, "Yifeng, you must be courting death, daring to provoke me, Huo Wuhan." "You actually know me?" Yifeng asked in surprise, then continued, "Your surname is Hua. It seems you belong to the royal family of the Lihua kingdom, no wonder." "Now that you know, I thought the Fengya kingdom had been completely overthrown by your national master. I didn't expect you, the prince of Fengya kingdom, to still be alive and even join the Kaoshan Sect." Huo Wuhan said deliberately, "But you really don't know your place. As a deposed prince, you dare to covet the attention of Sister Kaiyun. It seems you know a lot. However, as long as I, Yifeng, am alive, the Fengya kingdom will not fall. As for whether I dare to covet Feng Xianyun, that's something you need not worry about." Yifeng looked coldly at Huo Wuhan, unaffected by his words. Initially, the Fengya kingdom was merely a second-tier vassal state, while the Lihua kingdom was a third-tier one, and the two countries were neighboring. Thus, the Lihua kingdom had always wanted to annex the Fengya kingdom. However, later on, a mysterious national master appeared in the Fengya kingdom, and with Yifeng's management, its strength rapidly rose to that of a fourth-tier vassal state within a short time. At this point, the Lihua kingdom naturally dared not to target the Fengya kingdom anymore, fearing that the latter might send troops against them. No wonder Huo Wuhan is so hostile towards me. It must be because of Feng Kaiyun and the fact that the Fengya kingdom has surpassed the Lihua kingdom, leading to his jealousy. Yifeng thought to himself, it seems that the rise of the Fengya kingdom to a fourth-tier vassal state was not solely due to his management, but rather because of that mysterious national master. Looking at Huo Wuhan before him, clad in white, and clearly a disciple of the inner sect with cultivation above the Qi realm, it was evident he had already been accepted as an inner disciple of the Kaoshan Sect. So why is the prince of the Fengya kingdom, which had risen to a fourth-tier vassal state higher than the Lihua kingdom, was I still unaware that this world had martial cultivators and didn't know that both the Fengya kingdom and the Lihua kingdom belonged to the influence of the Kaoshan Sect? Perhaps this is all because of the mysterious national master. Yifeng sighed lightly, thinking of his sister who had joined some sect called the Wanhua sect. Was it also like the Kaoshan sect? Why had he never seen her return to the Fengya kingdom since then? Just as Yifeng was lost in thought, Huo Wuhan spoke again. "Perhaps you are too confident. Do you not understand that both the Fengya kingdom and the Lihua kingdom are nothing more than mere ants to a sect as powerful as the Kaoshan sect? Moreover, if it weren't for the mysterious national master who is the true ruler of the Fengya kingdom, now your kingdom would have long been destroyed by us. And you as an outer disciple dare to argue with me. Just for that I can break your legs." Seeing that Yifeng still did not understand the situation, Huo Wuhan couldn't help but criticize him. Huo Wuhan wanted Yifeng to realize that whether within the sect or in the mundane world, he was not comparable to a mere deposed prince of the Fengya kingdom. "So what? Is this your way of trying to intimidate me into begging for mercy? Let me tell you that's still far from enough. Get lost and don't hinder me from doing important business here," Yifeng said impatiently. "You?" Huo Wuhan truly wanted to teach Yifeng a lesson right then and there, but remembering that they were in the library, he dared not act and could only threaten him verbally. "Yifeng, don't even think about leaving after you come out of the library. He'll be waiting for you outside." Huo Wuhan left these harsh words, intending to strike down Yifeng as soon as he exited the library. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave the library. Wasn't this just the martial cultivator version of "don't leave after school, they'll be waiting for you at the school gate"? Yifeng shook his head, thinking childish. He knew Huo Yuan's intentions, but did not care in the slightest. For now, it was better to copy the scriptures in the inner layer of the library quickly so he could collect all the technology points from this library. As for the lower library where the earth-level techniques were stored, Feng was not very interested. He figured that the Kaoshan Sect probably didn't have many earth-level techniques. Continuing to copy rapidly, it wasn't long before Huo Wuhan left that Feng Kaiyun returned. She was carrying a teapot in one hand and a teacup in the other, actually bringing tea. Feng was rendered speechless. "Brother Feng, come and have some tea. I've already poured it for you," Feng Kaiyun said sweetly, seemingly unconcerned with the petrified inner disciples. When Feng heard this, he actually felt thirsty and immediately went to the wooden table, picking up the tea and gulping it down. "Not bad, this tea is quite fragrant. Of course, this is the Shishan rock tea I stole from my grandfather. This type of tea tree is nourished by the celestial qi year-round. Not only does it taste wonderful, but it also enhances cultivation. Usually even my grandfather is reluctant to drink it." Hearing Feng's praise, Feng Kaiyun couldn't help but show a proud expression. Cough, cough. Feng sprayed the tea he had just drunk. "This girl really is biting the hand that feeds her. Isn't she afraid of being beaten to death by her grandfather?" "Brother Feng, what's wrong with you?" Feng Kaiyun asked when she saw Feng choking on the tea. It's nothing. It's nothing." Feng then returned to the technique rack and focused on copying again. It took him a whole day to finish copying all the techniques in the inner layer of the library. By this time the sun had set, and it was getting late. Feng Kaiyun still stayed by Feng's side. Throughout the day, she frequently brought him tea and water, and even went out twice to bring him lunch and some snacks, acting like a qualified little maid. Feng glanced at the sky and thought, "I wonder if that martial cultivator little student is still waiting for me." Upon exiting the scripture repository, Feng spotted in the distance beneath a large tree Huo Wuhan and a young man dressed in black waiting there. The young man in black was imposing and exuded an extraordinary aura far surpassing Huo Wuhan in both cultivation and temperament. At that moment, he was glaring at Feng with a dark expression. Seeing this, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Wow, this little student is really blocking my way, and he even brought a teammate along." Feng continued walking forward at a leisurely pace, soon approaching Huo Wuhan. "Hey, Huo Wuhan, you really are blocking me here." Feng spoke first, not because he wanted to provoke this little student, but simply because the latter was obstructing his path, presenting an air of "you won't be able to pass," which made it no longer a matter of choice. "Feng, I bet you didn't expect to see me waiting here. After hiding in the scripture repository for a whole day, you finally can't hide anymore. I said I would wait for you here, so don't even think about escaping." Huo Wuhan looked at Feng with disdain, believing that Feng had only emerged after so long because he was afraid of him. "I truly did not expect you to be this childish." Feng mocked back. Since Huo Wuhan was so eager to stir up trouble, he didn't mind giving him a good beating. "Cut the nonsense. If you don't break your own legs and beg for mercy today, you won't get past this hurdle." Huo Wuhan spoke sharply, viewing Feng as a fish on the chopping board ready for slaughter, yet he couldn't believe that Feng still dared to mock him at this point. "What if I don't break them myself?" Feng asked. "Then I'll have to help you break them myself." As he said this, Huo Wuhan stepped toward Feng, but was blocked by the young man in black behind him. "Feng Kaiyun, are you not coming over?" The young man in black ignored Feng and instead addressed Feng Kaiyun in a commanding tone. This took Feng by surprise. He had initially thought the young man in black was Huo Yuan's ally, but it seemed not to be the case. Feng Kaiyun not only didn't move, but also stepped back towards Feng, whispering, "Brother, why are you back?" Feng asked the young man in black, as he had commanded Feng Kaiyun upon arrival. Even though Feng internally denied the notion of Feng Kaiyun being his maid, given her attentiveness, she could now be considered someone on his side, and he felt it necessary to respond. "Who am I? I want to ask you who you are, to what kind of enchantment you have subjected my sister that she even calls you master. You should consider whether you can bear that title. Once I investigate the matter thoroughly, I will hold you accountable." The young man in black was evidently very angry, but his words were not excessive. At least he didn't immediately threaten to kill Feng. This surprised Feng further. The young man in black had decent composure. He turned to look at Feng Kaiyun and saw her nodding in embarrassment, suddenly realizing that this young man was her brother, which explained why he dared to speak to her in such a commanding tone. Thinking of this, Feng couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. What is this situation? Although Feng Kaiyun had willingly come to be his maid, Feng couldn't very well say that to her brother. Just as Feng was considering how to respond, Huo Wuhan stepped in front of Feng Kaiyun's brother and said, "Tiancheng, I have some conflicts with this brat. Let me teach him a lesson first." Feng Tiancheng frowned, neither agreeing nor denying. Seeing Huo Yuan's demeanor, he assumed it was tacit approval, and a smile spread across his face. Within the sect, private fights among disciples were strictly forbidden, but exceptions existed. If it were just Huo Wuhan, he would worry about being punished by the sect after teaching Feng a lesson. However, now that Feng Tiancheng was present, even without a nod of approval, the situation was different. As long as Feng wasn't killed, no one in the sect would dare to intervene. This was also why Huo Wuhan had invited Feng Tiancheng. Just as Huo Wuhan was pondering how to punish Feng, Kaiyun unwillingly interjected. Huo Wuhan, don't think you can use my brother's authority to achieve your own goals. If you want to punish brother Feng, you still need to ask if I Feng Kaiyun agree. This girl looked naive, yet was quite loyal, Feng thought. On the other side, Feng Tiancheng furrowed his brow even deeper. Though he disapproved of Huo Yuan's current actions, he usually respected Huo Wuhan, and they shared a good rapport. Thus he commanded again, Kaiyun, come over here. However, Feng Kaiyun continued to stand beside, Feng clearly unwilling to obey her brother. She looked at Feng, and then back at her brother, feeling quite conflicted, yet she remained steadfastly by Feng. Seeing this, Feng nodded at Feng Kaiyun, signaling, it's fine. He's just a weakling in the first layer of true qi, Kaiyun, you can go over. Only then did Feng Kaiyun nod, albeit reluctantly, and walk towards her brother. Huo Wuhan smirked coldly as Feng Kaiyun moved away from Feng. He wanted to see if Feng would still act so arrogantly, without Feng Kaiyun as his shield. He then spoke icily, are you going to break your own legs, or should I do it for you, Feng? Feng looked at Huo Wuhan with a half-smile, his tone languid as he replied, Huo Wuhan, if you want to break my legs, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Bring it on, little student. Facing an opponent as juvenile as Huo Wuhan, Feng felt no real interest. He wasn't intimidated in the slightest, not even by a warrior at the third or fourth layer of true qi, especially given his enhanced body and mastery of the 9 refinements of divine essence. However, to Huo Wuhan, Feng's words were nothing short of reckless bravado, and he became furious, resolutely intent on crippling Feng's legs. Huo Wuhan leaped into the air channels of Yuan power, fully coursing into his right leg, as he aimed a sweeping kick directly at Feng's legs. Seeing Huo Yuan's aggressive move, Feng also raised his leg, lightly kicking towards Huo Yuan's sweeping right leg. Foolish. Huo Wuhan had expected Feng to avoid his strike, but to his surprise, Feng not only didn't dodge, but instead kicked at him, prompting him to shout fiercely, pouring his Yuan power into his right leg. He intended to crush Feng's leg into powder, leaving no chance for recovery. His intention was truly vicious, but Feng was fully aware of it. With his system's insight, even Huo Yuan's Yuan power's movements were clearly reflected in Feng's mind, let alone his intent. In that case, I shall return the favor in kind. Feng thought to himself, channeling his refined Yuan power into his right leg, while employing the star-shifting technique. Star shift. In the blink of an eye, Feng took the initiative, swiftly performing a sidestep and delivering a kick to the side of Huo Yuan's right leg. The speed was so astonishing that even the Feng Tianqing siblings, who were merely bystanders, couldn't catch a glimpse of his movement. Crack. Opt. The sound of bones shattering accompanied a scream, followed by a spray of blood. Huo Wuhan collapsed to the ground, his lower leg completely severed from his thigh, flying through the air and disappearing from sight. On my leg. Huo Wuhan couldn't comprehend what had happened, the intense pain causing him to roll on the ground. When he looked at his right leg, he was horrified to find that the area below his thigh was empty, prompting him to scream in terror. Haha, your leg has flown away. Feng laughed heartily, never expecting such a situation. His intention was merely to break Huo Yuan's leg, but he miscalculated his strength, resulting in Huo Yuan's leg flying away. Huo Wuhan curled up on the ground, clutching his right leg, sweating profusely from the pain, his eyes filled with fear, having lost all his previous confidence. At that moment, he still couldn't understand how, with his true qi cultivation level, he could have his leg broken by someone at the 5th level of the qi realm. Feng Tianqing and Feng Kaiyun too were utterly baffled, having failed to see how the recent events had unfolded. Huo Yuan's fierce strike not only failed to harm Feng, but resulted in his own leg being broken instead. Moreover, how could his leg have flown away? In an instant, Huo Wuhan and the Feng siblings displayed vastly different expressions, Huo Yuan's filled with agony and deep-seated hatred, while Feng Kaiyun's eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking Feng's kick had been remarkable enough to send a true qi cultivator's leg flying. As for Feng Tianqing, apart from his unusual expression, he showed little reaction. To him, the outcome of the confrontation between Feng and Huo Wuhan was of little concern. Although he had come with Huo Wuhan, the incident was entirely instigated by Huo Wuhan, who had attempted to use his status to bully fellow disciples. Thus, he felt no sympathy for Huo Wuhan, who had now met his downfall at Feng's hands. However, Feng Tianqing was still quite surprised, as he had never anticipated such an outcome. In his view, Huo Wuhan could easily overpower Feng. He never expected Feng to turn the tables and break Huo Yuan's leg. Suddenly, his gaze towards Feng carried a deeper meaning. Given Feng's strength, he wouldn't need to deceive Kaiyun to enter the inner chamber of the scripture pavilion. It seems Huo Wuhan has been deceived. Have I been away for too long during my training? I didn't even know such a talented newcomer emerged within our sect. Feng Tianqing pondered. Based on Feng's recent performance and strength, he didn't mind Feng getting closer to Feng Kaiyun. After all, in the path of martial arts, strength is paramount. As long as Yi Feng possesses strength and upright character, he as an elder brother would not interfere too much in Feng Kaiyan's affairs. Just as their thoughts were turning, Yi Feng saw that Huo Wuhan had lost his composure and laughed, saying, "So now can I leave? Do I need you to let me go?" Huo Wuhan naturally dared not utter another word, and as he spoke, Yi Feng headed toward the direction of Red Moon Valley. "Brother Feng, wait for me." Feng Kaiyan quickly chased after Yi Feng. "Wait." At that moment, Feng Tianqing spoke up. Yi Feng and Feng Kaiyan turned simultaneously, looking at Feng Tianqing in confusion. Just as Yi Feng thought he was going to defend Huo Wuhan, Feng Kaiyan preemptively asked Feng Tianqing, "Brother, what do you want?" Feng Tianqing's face flushed red, seemingly embarrassed, and he stammered to Feng Tsing, "Oh, it's nothing." Then a voice reached Yi Feng's ear. "Yi Feng, don't bully my sister." It was a whisper. "This." Yi Feng's expression turned strange as he glanced at Feng Kaiyan following closely behind him. Did Feng Tianqing misunderstand something? He had only known this inexplicably caring girl for a day or two, so why did Feng Tianqing's words, "Don't bully my sister," evoke a sense of commitment to protect her for life? Yi Feng was an adept at whispers, so he could only awkwardly smile at Feng Tianqing, who then nodded in response. This felt increasingly awkward. Fortunately, Feng Xian, though unaware of what had transpired between the two, sensed the unusual atmosphere and quickly urged her brother. "I thought you had something to say. If nothing's wrong, brother, I'm leaving first. You haven't met grandfather yet, so hurry and go." As Feng Kaiyan spoke, Yi Feng felt the earlier awkwardness dissipate, instantly feeling relaxed, while Feng Tianqing no longer gazed at him with fervor. Feng Tianqing replied, "All right, you both can go." Saying this, Feng Tianqing took a precious pill from his pocket and tossed it to Huo Wuhan. Although Huo Wuhan had brought this upon himself and attempted to deceive him, Feng Tianqing still offered a valuable spirit pill. Of course, this also signified that he had severed ties with Huo Wuhan. Yi Feng observed all this and thought, Feng Tianqing is indeed a decent person. However, Yi Feng quickly forgot this little interlude. He had never regarded someone like Huo Wuhan as a threat from the start. On his path ahead, there would undoubtedly be many such clowns, as he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of this continent, which meant he would have to step over certain individuals one by one. Climbing along the mountain path, Yi Feng was followed closely by Feng Ziyun, arriving in Red Moon Valley. This time, without any stealth, Yu Hongyue was present in the valley, so as soon as they entered, they were spotted by her. "Why are you here again?" Yu Hongyue questioned Yi Feng angrily. Yi Feng shook his head, thinking this girl might have a short memory or simply lacked awareness, and replied, "This is the cultivation ground granted to me by the sect leader. Why shouldn't I come? It's fortunate I haven't asked you to leave." Yu Hongyue was at a loss for words, but knew she couldn't defeat Yi Feng, so she had no choice but to sulk, her entire face falling. "All right, little hot pepper, you tricked me again. Red Moon Valley clearly belongs to someone else, yet you used this as a wager." Feng Kaiyan stood behind, listening to their exchange. After understanding the situation, she began to question Yu. All right. What's the difference? You're now has made so regardless of win or lose, you can cultivate in Red Moon Valley. You aren't losing anything. Yu Hongyue argued back. Feng Kaiyan tilted her head in thought, seemingly agreeing, and eventually nodded. Yi Feng was speechless, as Feng Kaiyan appeared so naive that she would help count the money even when sold by someone. In the Crimson Moon Valley, two strikingly beautiful young girls around 16 or 17 were chattering noisily, locked in a heated dispute. Not far from them sat a boy with a delicate countenance, appearing to be about 17 or 18 years old, meditating cross-legged. At that moment, the boy listened to the girls' back-and-forth banter, his brows furrowing deeply. He occasionally shook his head as if finding them far too noisy. Little Chili, you should have seen it. When Brother Maple kicked out that disciple, named Huo Wuhan, a true Chi first layer, had his leg fly off. Really fly off, the shin vanished into thin air. "Oh my. Girl, you're calling him sweetly enough, already addressing that little thief as Brother Maple." These two chattering girls were none other than Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyan. Their personalities clashed, yet they were as close as sisters. Feng Xian, slightly older, was naive and straightforward, while Yu Hongyue, younger, was mischievous and quirky. Hearing Feng Kaiyan call Yi Feng Brother Maple, she immediately teased, "So what? I'm Brother Maple's maidservant now, so of course I have to show him respect. No need to say it so sweetly, is there? And didn't you claim I tricked you? Why are you so eager to be that little thief's maidservant now?" Yi Feng, finding the girls' conversation increasingly trivial and unbearably noisy, finally interrupted. "Enough, you two, stop right there. I'm hungry. I'm going to find something to eat. You two coming?" Ever since he entered the world of martial cultivation, Yi Feng's eating and sleeping habits had become quite irregular. Although his body didn't feel hunger, satisfying his palate was still necessary. Moreover, he simply couldn't bear listening to the two girls' endless quarrels any longer. Yes, I'm coming." Yu Hongyue quickly raised her hand. In her mind, Yi Feng was surely planning to roast some phoenix-tailed partridges again. The image of a fragrant, delicious roast chicken along with cola and beer filled her thoughts. Wherever Brother Maple goes, I go. Feng Kaiyun immediately agreed. All right, let's go get some food. Yi Feng made the final decision, then added, after we eat, you two scatter. Don't come bothering me again. I need to cultivate. Deal? Deal. Agreed. At the thought of good food, Yu Hongyue agreed faster than anyone. Then she asked, are we roasting phoenix-tailed partridges again this time? Eating that all the time gets boring. I heard there are plenty of spirit beasts raised on the peak of the medicine hall kept for medicinal purposes. There's even something called a water buffalo. I figure the three of us roasting a whole cow should be enough. Yi Feng said matter-of-factly. What? How can that be? Those are raised by the medicine hall for medicine. And it's not called a water buffalo. Its full name is Heavenly Water Spirit Cow. The two girls exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. It wasn't that they had never eaten spirit beast meat before, but the Heavenly Water Spirit Cow wasn't raised for slaughter. A liquid called heavenly water used in alchemy could be extracted from its blood. Thus the cow was extremely precious to the alchemy hall and was tended by dedicated caretakers. Typically, the alchemy hall would only draw a moderate amount of blood from the Heavenly Water Spirit cows every few months, extracting it gradually and reusing the animals, never directly slaughtering them. Now Yi Feng had set his sights on the Heavenly Water Spirit cow. No wonder the two girls who had grown up on Back Mountain Sect were so astonished. Is there a problem? Yi Feng asked, then tempted them further. Last time I passed by the alchemy hall, I took a glance and saw hundreds of these water buffaloes. They're not rare. With your esteemed positions in Back Mountain Sect and my status as the sect leader's junior, can't we eat one cow? Despite Yi Feng's words, Yu Hongyue still found it unbelievable. Even with her reputation as the sect's little chili pepper, she had never dreamed of doing such a thing. Feng Ceyun, on the other hand, listened with a look of half understanding, occasionally nodding lightly, as if she found the idea feasible. Seeing their reactions, Yi Feng intensified his persuasion. Little you've seen my barbecue skills before. If we get that Heavenly Water Spirit cow, and I take charge of roasting it whole, I promise you won't be disappointed. By now Feng Kaiyun had already nodded in agreement. Yet Yu Hongyue, usually sharp and cunning, still hesitated. This showed just how extraordinary the Heavenly Water Spirit cow was, truly precious. Her hesitation only strengthened Yi Feng's resolve to roast the whole cow. However, Yi Feng still wanted to drag Yu Hongyue along. After all, doing such a heinous deed was much more fun with accomplices. Besides, Yu Hongyue was quite pretty, and the thought of enjoying roasted whole cow beer and the company of two beautiful girls was truly a feast for the eyes. So what do you say, girl? Make up your mind quickly. Let's go get the cow. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I still have plenty of that iced beer and cola you had last time. Enough for everyone, Yi Feng urged. All right, let's do it. At the mention of iced beer, Yu Hongyue finally made up her mind. She added, they'll have the iced beer later. An hour later, by a small clear stream behind the peak, where Crimson Moon Valley lay, Yi Feng set up a campfire. Summoning his system, he pulled out a large stew pot. He roasted the cow, while also taking some meat to braise. Besides various seasoning bottles and jars, there were several white jade boxes beside the stew pot. Following Yu Hongyue's suggestion, he had taken them from the medicine hall storage warehouse for medicinal herbs. Yi Feng didn't know their effects. Some looked like ginseng, others like vegetable leaves, but all exuded an enticing aura of spiritual energy. He had grabbed them on a whim to use for braising the beef. Following the principle that as long as it doesn't kill you, it must be useful, he tossed them all into the stew pot. By now some time had passed since the fire was lit, and a rich aroma of meat began to permeate the air. The stew pot in particular combined the spirit herbs and the spirit cow, creating a fragrance that could travel for miles. Many disciples passing by the peak of Crimson Moon Valley sniffed the air, some even swallowing saliva. Their gazes all turned toward the valley, but deterred by Yu Hongyue's reputation as the little chili pepper, no one dared to investigate. Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun watched Yi Feng busily moving about, tending to this and that. Before long, the enticing aroma emerged. Both silently swallowed their saliva, careful not to disturb his work. Yi Feng, on the other hand, didn't mind that the girls couldn't help. The process of creating delicious food was a pleasure in itself, especially when accompanied by the sound of two stunningly beautiful girls swallowing their saliva. Yu Xiaoniu, how does it taste? Yi Feng asked as he watched Yu Hongyue devour the roasted whole cow in one hand and gulp down beer in the other. Delicious. So tasty. Yu Hongyue couldn't stop eating, while on the other side Feng Kaiyun was not much better off. She was drinking the delicious fruit juice Yi Feng had exchanged for her instead of beer. Brother Feng, you are amazing. Feng Kaiyun quickly responded from the side. Haha, that's only natural. Yi Feng laughed heartily. After 2 or 3 hours, the roasted beef and stewed meat had been devoured by the three of them. Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun still seemed unsatisfied, prompting Yi Feng to sigh. In the martial cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are revered. While it may be cruel, it does have its advantages. At least the general beauty standards are high, and just look at these two little gluttons. They not only have an incredible appetite, but don't have to worry about gaining weight. As it neared the right time, Feng began to urge the two girls to get up. He said, "All right, you've both eaten and drunk enough, hurry up and leave. I still have to cultivate." The two girls were initially unwilling, but seeing Feng's determination, and after he promised to build them a residence in Hongyue Valley tomorrow, they left contentedly once the construction was confirmed. By this time, Hongyue Valley had quieted down. Feng arrived at the nourishing spiritual spring in the valley, soaking and cultivating at the same time. He still hadn't found a new way to earn technology points, having accrued a debt of tens of thousands of points, so he could only temporarily set his mind to cultivating to improve his strength. In the following days, Feng built 3 separate villas distanced from each other in Hongyue Valley. To complement the surrounding scenery, he specifically chose a retro style. Previously, Hongyue had occupied this area solely for her cultivation, and since she had another residence, this place was quite rudimentary, lacking even a proper house to live in. With Feng's efforts, the popularity of Hongyue Valley surged immediately. Hongyue and Feng Kaiyan stayed there to cultivate regularly. In their free time, they accompanied Feng and the sect, sneaking out for picnics, eating until they were full, and then soaking in baths to cultivate. Due to the distinctions between men and women and the fact that the Qianlong continent was not as open as in Feng's past life, even the central nourishing spiritual spring was diverted and remodeled by Feng, introducing it into their respective villas. In no time, the entire Hongyue Valley became very lively. After nearly a month, one day, Yuxian came knocking. "Fenger, these past few weeks you've turned the entire Kaoshan Sect into a mess." Yuxian earnestly advised Feng. "You can't keep stealing the spirit beast from the spirit medicine hall, like the Tian Shui spirit cow, fire element chicken, and Xianbing wolf. These are raised for the sect's alchemy needs. For instance, the Tian Shui spirit cow is already precious, and the supply of Tian Shui needed for alchemy is insufficient. You've already stolen several of them this past month. This cannot continue. Also, some medicinal herbs like ginseng are not just seasonings. Your way of eating is wasteful. The elders in the sect are turning a blind eye due to their positions, but if you keep this up, they will surely come to me about it. Don't make it hard for your senior brother." Yuxian paused and continued earnestly. "Most importantly, Fenger, you have been at Kaoshan Sect for 2 to 3 months now, yet you haven't been to the transmission hall even once, nor have I seen you consult with me or the Grand Elder. Even if you are exceptionally gifted, you can't af." Yuxian continued. "Have you considered the impact your actions have on the sect? You are bound to become a pillar of Kaoshan Sect in the future, yet you are not setting a good example. You don't go to the transmission hall and have started a terrible trend of picnics in the sect. Other disciples are following suit, roasting spirit beasts, and even catching some monsters to roast. What's worse, some disciples are even roasting medicinal herbs. What kind of situation is this? How can we cultivate like this?" Feng listened with wide eyes, stunned. He had never imagined that his actions would have such a significant impact, igniting a trend for picnics within the sect. However, as Yuxian earnestly lectured, he could only awkwardly smile on the side, neither refuting. Seeing Feng silent, Yuxian's tone grew stern. "Starting tomorrow, you must set a good example. You need to go to the transmission hall. This is a compulsory course for every disciple of the sect. If you don't go again, what will the other disciples do if they follow your example?" Ugh. Feng was about to refuse. Just then, Yuxian's expression turned serious. "The ancestor entrusted you to us. If you don't take your cultivation seriously, I will have to forcefully throw you into some forbidden areas of the sect for closed-door cultivation." That would be so miserable. Feng thought to himself. He certainly did not want to go through hard training. Who knew what those forbidden areas were like? Staying in the nourishing spiritual spring of Hongyue Valley at least allowed him to earn a few hundred technology points daily. "All right, senior brother, starting tomorrow, I will go to the transmission hall." Feng replied decisively. Hearing Feng's response, Yuxian finally smiled, as if he had found a handle on Feng, and remarked with satisfaction, "Just don't forget it, otherwise I will have no choice but to put you into the forbidden area for hard training." "I won't forget, senior brother, you can rest assured," Feng replied honestly. After receiving the assurance, Yuxian left satisfied. He did not mention Hongyue and Feng Caiyun, not knowing whether it was ignorance or intentional avoidance. The two girls seemed to have received the news, as they were nowhere to be seen all day, not coming to Hongyue Valley. This left Feng feeling somewhat helpless about these two girls who lacked loyalty. With the system in place, why should I even go to the transmission hall? Feng pondered. However, thinking of how Yuxian might throw him into the forbidden area, he could only helplessly say, "It seems that even if it's just for appearances, I have no choice but to go to the transmission hall tomorrow." The next day, Feng slept until nearly 10 o'clock without getting up. After waking, he remembered his promise to Yuxian from yesterday, so he slowly washed up and made his way to the transmission hall. When he arrived at the transmission hall, he saw that apart from the spacious main hall in the center, there were dozens of smaller halls surrounding it. At this time, many of the smaller halls were already filled with people, and the teaching elders were in the midst of delivering their lessons. Seeing this, Yifeng had no choice but to casually pick a small hall and walk in. He had no idea what this hall was teaching. It was all the same to him, as he was just here to put on a show. Thus, after he entered the hall, a strange scene unfolded. Suddenly, the entire small hall fell into silence with the sound of a pin drop audible. The teaching elder stared blankly at the suddenly intruding Yifeng, while the seated disciples looked utterly bewildered. Who is this? How dare he be late to the transmission hall? Doesn't he fear offending the teaching elder? This was the collective thought that sprang to the minds of all the disciples in the hall. Yifeng looked around the small hall and thought to himself, this scale is quite impressive. The Kaoshan Sect indeed has its unique strength, surpassing even some fourth-grade feudal states. This small hall reminded him of his past classroom. Aside from the lack of desks, it truly resembled the classrooms of his previous life. Seeing the seated disciples all staring at him, Yifeng raised his hand and waved at those with their mouths agape, then casually found a mat in the back and sat cross-legged on it. The teaching elder sitting at the front let out a cold snort upon seeing Yifeng's behavior, but he did not immediately explode with rage. After giving Yifeng a sharp glance, he resumed his lecture. The teaching elder sitting at the front let out a cold snort upon seeing Yifeng's behavior, but he did not immediately explode with rage. After giving Yifeng, the teaching elder today was named Wang Shuang. Among the teaching elders, he had a relatively good temper, but he merely snorted coldly at the late disciples, which puzzled them. Logically speaking, a disciple who arrived late like this would at least be expelled by the teaching elder, and those with more serious offenses might even face punishment. This was extremely serious. Being late to the transmission hall was a blatant insult and provocation to the teaching elder. You should either not come or arrive early to wait for the teaching elder. How dare you be late? Not only would there be punishment, but it would also leave an extremely bad impression on the teaching elder, even leading to resentment. For an ordinary person, this would mean their time at the Kaoshan Sect was effectively over. This was why the disciples' reactions were so intense. However, Yifeng was unaware of all this. He had merely come to put on a show and didn't need the teaching elder's explanations. Therefore, apart from listening to the teaching elder's explanation for a short while at the beginning, Yifeng quickly began to nod off, eventually shifting to lean against a nearby pillar and falling asleep. Once he fell asleep, it caused quite a stir. The disciples in the hall began to whisper to each other. Look, that disciple who was late is sleeping over there. This is truly reckless. It's a blatant disrespect towards the teaching elder. Elder Wang will surely notice. Even with his gentle temper, this disciple will either suffer or be punished severely. The discussions among the listening disciples grew more intense. At this moment, Elder Wang also noticed Yifeng dozing off. He felt a surge of anger and shouted, "Scoundrel!" Yifeng, half asleep, felt as if thunder had struck beside him. He immediately jumped up and woke from his nap, confused, saying, "What happened? Did it thunder?" Then Yifeng saw the furious face of the teaching elder and the disciples who wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. Realizing what had happened, he quickly said, Elder, I'm sorry. I practiced too hard last night, and I couldn't help but doze off." "Oomph." Elder Wang coldly snorted. "I see you looked down on me, Wang, and came to ruin my class." "How could that be?" Yifeng replied awkwardly, but he didn't take it too seriously. In his heart, he thought, isn't it just sleeping in class? Which student in my past life could claim they never dozed off in class? Is it really necessary to be this furious? Elder Wang observed Yifeng's expression and instantly felt that this disciple had indeed come to humiliate him. Suppressing his anger, he asked, "May I ask if this disciple possesses a superior understanding of this martial technique, which is why you look down upon my explanation?" "Not at all." Yifeng replied. He had no idea what the elder was talking about, let alone looking down on it. However, Elder Wang was convinced that Yifeng was disrespecting him and had no intention of letting him off the hook. The ninefold wave of dominance technique, when cultivated to its depth, can unleash 9 waves of elemental power with a single punch. This is the origin of its name, as each wave surpasses the previous one, ultimately combining into a force that is unparalleled. If one can cultivate it to the 9th level, its power can even exceed many advanced Xian level techniques. This is why the ninefold wave of dominance is rated as a yellow level technique due to its cultivation difficulty. Elder Wang boasted, and the disciples below instantly had their eyes lit up with excitement, yet Elder Wang was still not finished. He punched towards the sky, and suddenly the sound of wind and waves erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like waves crashing against rocks, reverberating 9 times in succession, and then a wave of energy formed in front of Elder Wang, swiftly striking a test stone placed in the small hall. Boom! The solid test stone was merely struck by the wave of energy and shattered into powder. This martial technique is incredible. Elder Wang is indeed the one who has mastered the ninefold wave of dominance to its utmost limit within the Kaoshan Sect. How impressive! Wow! The 9 waves of energy relying solely on the energy waves from afar shattered the test stone, made of crystal steel, into powder. One must realize that it is impossible to break the test stone without a massive force of at least 10,000 pounds, let alone turn it into dust. Yifeng was also shaken by Elder Wang's move, mainly because the sound exploded right beside his ear, and it was a continuous 9 times, too deafening. So if you can also unleash the 9 waves of energy, I won't make things difficult for you today. Otherwise you might find it not so easy to leave this hall. To directly insult a teaching elder is a grave offense, Elder Wang said proudly. In terms of the 9-fold wave of dominance technique, he claimed the 2nd spot in the Kaoshan Sect, and no one dared to say they were first. Elder Wang is determined to punish this disciple. Who else in the sect can master the 9-fold wave of dominance to its fullest extent besides Elder Wang? Indeed, this is why Elder Wang is the teaching elder for this martial technique. Yifeng felt a bit speechless. He didn't expect to offend the elder just by dozing off. Now, if he didn't execute this 9-fold wave of dominance and produce the 9 consecutive sounds, Elder Wang might not let him off so easily. Yet Yifeng's tech points were still in the negative. Even after collecting the tech points from the Sutra Pavilion, he was still over 32500 points in the red. Can I skip this? Yifeng asked the teaching elder. He had no desire to stir up trouble. With his tech points still negative, simulating this martial technique and mastering it to the highest level would cost a fortune. Moreover, Yifeng had just discovered that when his tech points were negative, any consumption would be doubled, in fact multiplied by 10. That meant the Overlord Fist 9-fold wave, normally requiring 500 tech points per level for a total of 4500 to reach the 9th and highest level, now demanded a staggering 4500 tech points to fully master. This damn system is kicking me while I'm down. Thinking that his tech points were already negative and the system had multiplied the cost 10-fold, because of it Yifeng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Skip A. Elder Wang's gaze sharpened. Are you showing me contempt? If you can't deliver, you'll kneel your way out of my hall of transmission crawl, and then kneel outside for 10 days and 10 nights. Only then will I let you off. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your legs to teach you how to respect a teaching elder. Breaking my legs again. Yifeng realized Elder Wang had no intention of letting him off easily. But thinking of the exorbitant 4500 training cost, he frowned and said, But Elder, I haven't even practiced the Overlord Fist 9-fold wave yet. Could you give me some time, or let me just produce a few waves first? This isn't a negotiation. It seems I'll have to break your legs first. Elder Wang didn't believe Yifeng could actually unleash the 9-fold wave, let alone the 9th level. Even among the disciples who regularly attended his lectures, the most talented could only produce 4 or 5 waves at best. Can't we play fair? Why is it always about breaking legs? Where's the camaraderie? Yifeng's heart tightened. If he couldn't produce the 9th wave of the Overlord Fist 9-fold wave now, Elder Wang would likely follow through on his threat. Either that, or Yifeng would have to kneel his way out of the hall. But Yifeng would choose neither. Ordinary disciples might bow to the elder's tyranny, but Yifeng had a system. If Elder Wang had imposed a lighter punishment, Yifeng might have accepted it given his lateness and discourtesy. But kneeling or having his legs broken? No way. Fine. Then don't blame me for slapping your face. Yifeng thought to himself. The system might be a pain, but he had no choice now. But the testing steel here is already smashed, and this little hall is too cramped. Shouldn't we change the venue? Hearing this, Elder Wang's expression turned icy. He hadn't expected this disciple to actually want to try. A blatant disregard for his authority as a teaching elder. Haha. The disciples below burst into laughter. Does this disciple really think he can unleash 9 waves? And he wants to change the venue. His cultivation is barely at the 8th level of the Qi realm. What use does he have for a testing steel? With strength like that, he's among the weaker outer disciples, yet he dares to be so arrogant and show no respect to the teaching elder. He deserves to die. An inner disciple standing tall among the crowd spoke up. Then respectfully addressing Elder Wang, he said, Elder, since he's so shameless, let me be the target and see just how much weight his punch carries. Very well. You'll do. Elder Wang nodded, his expression softening as someone stepped forward. This disciple had reached the 2nd level of the true Qi realm and could easily withstand attacks from the Qi realm even while standing still. He had stepped up to curry favor with Elder Wang, and seeing the elder's approval, he was overjoyed. You clueless outer disciple, remember my name, Nie Jinghao. Do your worst. I'm curious to see if you can even muster 1 or 2 waves. Yifeng glanced at him sidelong. Who was the clueless one here? Are you sure? Yifeng asked. He'll stand still and let you hit me. But if you can't produce 9 waves, I won't wait for Elder Wang. They'll break your legs myself and make you crawl out of this hall. Nie Jinghao said maliciously. A mere 8th level Qi realm disciple dared to think he could touch him. As the Kaoshan Sect controlled several vassal states over tens of thousands of miles, it had countless disciples. Thus no one in this hall recognized Yifeng. Fine. Don't regret it. Yifeng said calmly. Without even using any martial technique, Yi Feng had once kicked aside Huo Yuan's full-force leg strike. A mere true Qi realm second level was nothing, especially when he was about to use the Overlord Fist Ninefold Wave, a technique that at its peak rivaled high-grade Xian-level martial arts. But Nie Jinghao didn't know that. He thought this was a perfect chance to shine before Elder Wang. A Qi realm cultivator like Yi Feng was beneath his notice. Get on with it. I want to see how many waves you can produce. Remember him waiting to break your legs. Don't waste time. Nie Jinghao sneered. In his mind, the opponent could at most manage 3 or 4 waves. With his 8th level Qi realm cultivation, the punch's force would top out at around 10,000 jin. So he stood confidently, arms crossed in the open space before Yi Feng. Yi Feng said nothing. He summoned the system, found the Overlord Fist Ninefold Wave technique copied from the Sutra Pavilion, selected the simulation for the first level, and then threw a punch straight at Nie Jinghao's chest. Tech points 5,000. Slap. The system's voice and the sound of the air wave rang out simultaneously. First wave. Boom. With a soft impact, Nie Jinghao's upper body remained still, but his feet stumbled backward a step from the punch carried at least 1200 jin of force, which astonished Nie Jinghao. An 8th level Qi realm disciple could deliver such power. Yet a smile crept onto his face. One wave, just one wave. Huh. One wave. Impressive. If that's all you've got from the Overlord Fist Ninefold Wave, then Nie Jinghao will have to break your legs. As he spoke, he began walking toward Yi Feng, a grin spreading across his face as he envisioned the other disciple kneeling before him, an Elder Wang leg shattered. Hold on. Yi Feng called out. That was just a warm-up. You're celebrating too soon. Yi Feng's shout made Nie Jinghao freeze. There was more. If the first wave already has 1200 jin of force, what comes next? Nie Jinghao's expression darkened. He thought grimly, what does it matter if he unleashes another wave? As long as he doesn't produce 9, it'll destroy him. In Nie Jinghao's eyes, being knocked back a step by that careless blow had already cost him face. Now this fool wanted to continue. The Overlord Fist's Ninefold Wave was increasingly domineering with each successive wave. If the first wave merely granted a martial artist an additional 500 jin of force, the second wave bestowed 1,000 jin, and the third wave 2,000 jin. A terrifying multiplication through doubling. This was precisely why this cultivation technique, when mastered to its peak, could rival high-grade, profound-level techniques. However, disciples of the mountain supporting sect could usually only cultivate to the 4th or 5th wave, as the difficulty was immense. It was precisely due to this limitation that the technique was rated as yellow-grade. Nie Jinghao's expression darkened, yet he stood firm. This time he channeled his power, no longer underestimating his opponent. If he were pushed back again by an outer disciple, he feared he would lose all face among the inner disciples. Moreover, Elder Wang was observing from the side. When he had retreated a step earlier, he caught a glimpse of Elder Wang subtly shaking his head. Brat, state your name. I underestimated you. It was only because I hadn't channeled my power that you managed to push me back a step, Nie Jinghao declared. I am Yi Feng. Yi Feng replied, prepare yourself. Simultaneously, he used the system to simulate the 5th wave of the Overlord Fist's Ninefold Wave, launching a punch toward Nie Jinghao. Crack, crack, crack. 5 consecutive sonic booms echoed. Nie Jinghao, standing opposite him, was instantly shocked, and he bellowed, Divine Ape Arm. A mid-grade, profound-level technique. The watching disciples were baffled. They had only seen Nie Jinghao, a Kigathering second-layer cultivator, being pushed back a step by Yi Feng's first wave of the Overlord Fist. When Yi Feng struck a second time, not only did Nie Jinghao's expression drastically change, but he also abandoned his stationary stance and activated the mid-grade, profound-level martial art Divine Ape Arm. Immediately, everyone saw Nie Jinghao's arms swell to more than twice their normal size, covered in long ape-like hairs that gleamed with a dark luster. He had pushed the Divine Ape Arm to its limit, manifesting the ape arms. Is it necessary to go this far against a Kigathering 8th-layer disciple? Perhaps he's humiliated from being pushed back earlier and wants to cripple Yi Feng in a fit of rage. But there's no need to use the Divine Ape Arm. This is a mid-grade, profound-level martial art. As far as I know, ordinary inner disciples aren't even qualified to learn it. Nie Jinghao only got special permission through connections. The observing disciples all assumed Nie Jinghao was simply acting out of spite, intending to cripple Yi Feng. Little did they know that Nie Jinghao felt like a lone boat facing a raging tempest. A fact even Elder Wang failed to perceive. This was because the power of the Overlord Fist's Ninefold Wave varied with each user. Some could only amplify their force by a mere 100 jin with the first wave, while others might reach 200 or 300. Yi Feng's first wave, however, had achieved a 500 jin amplification. Given the nature of the Overlord Fist's Ninefold Wave, although Yi Feng's punch was only the 5th wave, its power combined with his own strength approached nearly 30,000 jin. This was why Nie Zhenghao's expression had changed, so drastically compelling him to use the divine ape arm. Among everyone present, he alone had a rough idea of the immense weight behind Yifeng's punch. If he didn't activate a martial art to defend himself, he would either die or suffer severe injury. Boom! Two thunderous impacts rang out in succession. First, the shockwave collided with Nie Zhenghao's ape-arm fist, reverting it to its normal form. Then their fists met solidly. Ah! A muffled groan followed, and Nie Zhenghao was sent flying out of the hall. He landed on the training grounds outside, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The punch had not only twisted his arm and hurled him from the hall, but the violent force had also inflicted internal injuries, leaving his organs feeling as though they were about to rupture. "Ha, didn't you say you'd stand there and let me hit you? That was only the fifth wave, and you couldn't withstand it. You even had to use a martial art. Utterly pathetic." Yifeng laughed heartily. How terrifying, Nie Zhenghao thought to himself. Although only 5 sonic booms had sounded, he was clearly no match. Yet recalling Elder Wang's earlier mention of 9 booms, a manic gleam appeared in his eyes. He shouted, "Elder Wang, this brat only produced 5 booms. I implore you to punish him, break his legs, and cripple his cultivation as a warning to others. Otherwise, any talented disciple might dare to defy the sect's transmission hall." Nie Zhenghao's voice, amplified by his energy projection, boomed like spring thunder, reverberating throughout the entire transmission hall. His words were venomously calculated. Knowing he could not defeat Yifeng, driven by jealousy and rage over his injury and humiliation, he falsely accused Yifeng of defying the transmission hall, hoping to use its authority to destroy him. At that moment, because Nie Zhenghao was outside the minor hall and many sessions had concluded, numerous people turned their attention to the transmission hall. Some teaching elders, upon hearing that someone had dared to defy the hall, began to rush over. One elder, his face stern, arrived at Nie Zhenghao's side and demanded, "Nie Zhenghao, who dares to defy the transmission hall and injure you?" A flicker of joy passed through Nie Zhenghao's eyes. Wiping the blood from his lips, he said solemnly, "Elder, how it is this brat Yifeng? Not only did he arrive late to Elder Wang's lecture, but he also dozed off during the session." When Elder Wang reprimanded him, he responded with arrogance, even provoking Elder Wang. "I stepped in to teach him a lesson, but he used a trick to harm me." If the first part of his statement was a slight distortion and embellishment, the next addition was the crux. He said venomously, "The key point is, after I used the divine ape arm," he arrogantly declared that the divine ape arm was utterly useless. The divine ape arm utterly useless. As expected, upon hearing this, Elder Hao's face contorted with fury. His sharp gaze, carrying a formidable aura, locked onto Yifeng as if he was about to strike him down with a single punch. And indeed, that was Elder Hao's intention. Elder Hao, whose full name is Hao Shuai, is known as an instructor elder in the transmission hall due to his exceptional skills in the divine ape power technique. His temper is fierce, and with the unparalleled might of the divine ape power technique at the mid-level of the Xian rank, Hao Shuai is quite renowned within the entire transmission hall. Hao Shuai has a violent and capricious character, yet because of the formidable strength of the divine ape power technique, all disciples wishing to learn this skill regard him with both respect and fear, trying to curry his favor. He is indeed the one who exceptionally taught Nie Zhenghao the divine ape power technique, making Nie Zhenghao somewhat of his apprentice. At this moment, seeing Nie Zhenghao injured and humiliated by the claims that the divine ape power technique is feeble, Hao Shuai could not help but feel enraged, and dark energy enveloped him as he prepared to strike Yifeng. Just then a voice filled with authority rang out. "Elder Hao." Instantly, the dark aura surrounding Elder Hao dissipated as the sudden voice halted his actions. Yifeng's hair stood on end, and only then did it return to normal. Just moments ago, Elder Hao's presence felt like that of an ancient giant ape, one that could strike down at any moment. How could Yifeng not be startled? He did not want to accumulate more technology points owed from the last healing, and now he faced an additional 100,000. It's important to understand that technology points are not like debts. Debts can be repaid without significantly impacting one's life. However, accumulating technology points only decreases their value the more one owes. It is akin to an item that originally costs 1,000, now requiring 10,000 to purchase after incurring debt. This is simply unaffordable. In the world of Qianlong continent, where martial cultivation prevails, if one does not use the technology points to acquire advanced technological items, Yifeng would find it nearly impossible to survive, let alone for a minute. Thus, it is best not to owe technology points. Only when prices return to normal can one sustain a living. Just as Yifeng sighed in relief, a figure appeared in the martial arts arena outside the transmission hall. "Elder Hao, Elder Wang, and all the elders present in the transmission hall, what are you doing?" the newcomer inquired with an imposing expression. Upon seeing him, Yifeng immediately recognized him as Elder Lu Yuan, the head elder of the transmission hall. When Elder Lu looked over, Yifeng smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Elder Lu." Elder Lu shook his head, struggling to maintain his authoritative demeanor and said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "So it turns out you are the one causing trouble here. Ah, Elder Lu, you are mistaken. I was compelled by the master to come to the transmission hall, and as a newcomer, I was unaware of the rules here. I simply arrived late, and who knew it would escalate to this?" Yi Feng said with a cheerful laugh. Elder Lu was indeed the elder who had visited the Kaoshan Sect on Yi Feng's first day and back. Then Elder Lu even gifted him a small gadget worth several thousand technology points, which Yi Feng had forgotten, but he distinctly remembered Elder Lu. Seeing Yi Feng so carefree in front of Elder Lu, the main figure of the transmission hall, everyone felt that the situation was unusual. Yi Feng's backing must be formidable, yet now he had offended both Elder Wang and Elder Hao, which could lead to a troublesome outcome. Elder Lu, this child, disrespects the transmission hall and openly insults the instructor elder. If he is not severely punished, it will be detrimental to the sect's teachings. I propose that his cultivation be abolished and that he be expelled from the Kaoshan Sect. Hao Shuai's words were directed at Lu Yuan, but were clearly meant for everyone present. Oh, Elder Lu turned to Yi Feng and asked, "Fenger, is this true? To add a crime, one need not lack excuses." Yi Feng stated frankly, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Even if I was late and dozed off, what of it? Even if I said that the Divine Ape Power technique is garbage, what of it?" Elder Hao was no different from Ye Zhenghao. Seeing that he could not handle Yi Feng openly, he resorted to sly means. "Wasn't he just fond of slapping on a big label? Then I shall slap your face in front of everyone hard." Elder Lu, you heard it with your own ears. This child is an obstacle lacking strength, yet he fails to respect his seniors and shamelessly insults. If someone of such character emerges from our Kaoshan sect, it would be a disgrace to our sect's dignity. Elder Hao, seeing Lu Yuan's inclination to protect Yi Feng, deliberately incited the crowd. Indeed, many people immediately echoed his sentiments, including disciples and some lesser-ranking elders, with Elder Wang standing among them. Elder Lu, I suggest a severe punishment to quell the anger of the sect's disciples and to appease the instructor elder. An elder stepped forward and said. Once he finished speaking, the disciples behind him began to chant together, "Severe punishment. Severe punishment." The call for severe punishment against Yi Feng resonated throughout the martial arts arena, and finally Elder Lu raised both hands to signal for silence, looking helplessly at Yi Feng. After the shouting subsided, Yi Feng said, "Elder Hao, you claim that I insulted the instructor elder. May I ask how I insulted him?" "You disrespected Elder Wang, which is 1, and you claimed that the Divine Ape Power technique is unworthy, which is 2. You being at the 8th level of the Qi realm dare to act so arrogantly. Do you need more reasons?" Elder Hao questioned sternly. "Huh?" Yi Feng laughed heartily and then said, "In martial arts cultivation, one strives to surpass their teacher. You and Elder Wang are merely instructors of a martial technique, and as my time practicing is short, if we disregard cultivation levels and solely focus on martial techniques, I can indeed look down upon you. You obstacle." Elder Hao was about to reprimand again when he saw Yi Feng walk over to a testing stone and then throw a punch at it. Bang! 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 The sound of the shockwaves continued until the 9th strike occurred, and just when everyone had their eyes wide open thinking it was over, suddenly. Bang! The 10th strike. Then the arena was filled with a sound like crashing waves. The shockwaves transformed into the sound of waves crashing against rocks, and finally, Yi Feng's punch landed on the testing stone. Crack! Several fine cracks appeared on the testing stone. The crowd was in an uproar. With the cultivation at the 8th level of the Qi realm, he actually shattered the testing stone. What kind of power is this? Does someone at the 8th level of the Qi realm possess such explosive strength? The disciples and elders present were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. And that 10th strike, along with the sound of the waves, could this truly be the 9 layers of overbearing fist? While everyone was in shock, Yi Feng spoke up. "I ask you, Elder Wang, does that count as disrespecting you?" Elder Wang was stunned. At the Kaoshan Sect, his greatest pride was having brought the 9 layers of overbearing fist to the 9th layer, becoming the first in the sect to achieve the highest mastery of this martial technique, which is why he became the instructor elder for this technique. Now Yi Feng had shattered this record and had also broken his proud confidence. Then Yi Feng approached Elder Hao, speaking sharply. "The 9 layers of overbearing fist and the Divine Ape Power technique are both renowned for their strength. I ask you, Elder, how would you dare to suppress your cultivation to the 8th level of the Qi realm and face me in a punch? Would you dare?" Yi Feng's words echoed in Elder Hao's ears, leaving him hesitant to utter a word of challenge. Elder Hao could not, nor could anyone else present. Although that punch exhausted all of Yi Feng's energy, the pure energy refined through the 9 levels of divine essence had transformed it into a force comparable to that of a martial realm master. While cultivation improvement relies not solely on strength, it is undeniable that no one can withstand such a punch at the same level. Thus the hot-tempered Elder Hao backed down. "So does my claim that the Divine Ape Power technique is unworthy constitute an insult to you?" Yi Feng continued to press. Elder Hao was immediately left speechless, but a flash of hatred flickered in his eyes. Enough. Let's leave it at that. From now on you need not come to this transmission hall. Elder Lu said sternly. Expelled. This was just to undermine my authority. Of course, while it was said that Yi Feng was expelled, it was actually performed for the sake of the crowd. 4 ordinary sect disciples being barred from the transmission hall equated to losing their path to cultivation. To those disciples it may seem like punishment, but in reality, it was to comfort Yi Feng. As the disciple of the founder on his first day, he had already managed to slap the instructor elder's face. Did Yi Feng still need to come to the transmission hall? Elder Lu understood this point, which was why he spoke this way. Then Elder Lu scanned everyone present and continued, You may disperse. If you possess such talents you need not come to the transmission hall. But if not, then please respect the instructor elders. The implication was clear. Unless one had extraordinary talent, they were not allowed to learn from Yi Feng. As he spoke, Elder Lu shot Yi Feng a stern glance. Yi Feng could only smile awkwardly. This is not my fault they wouldn't let it go, and I've already lost several thousand technology points. In the nourishing hot spring of Red Moon Valley, Yi Feng lay lazily on a float bed, a blade of grass in his mouth, sighing. When will I ever be able to repay the technology points I owe? Yi Feng lamented, realizing that without technology points he couldn't go out and show off. He could only lie here in the nourishing hot spring, slowly earning some technology points. As Yi Feng pondered how to acquire technology points, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Hey, little thief, what is that thing under you? It was Yu Hongyue peering over the wall of Yi Feng's villa, calling out. Damn it, little girl, you're peeking at me while I'm bathing. Since understanding Yi Feng's personality, Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun had become increasingly unrestrained around him. At this moment, Yi Feng, bare-chested and wearing only a pair of shorts, didn't mind at all. You're a guy. Yu Hongyue continued to lean on the wall. Yi Feng was left speechless. After a while he said, Hey little girl, do you know if there are any fun places in the Kaoshan Sect that can also enhance strength? Fun places that can enhance strength. Yu Hongyue thought for a moment and said, That would definitely be the Monster Beast Forest. Monster Beast Forest. This was the first time Yi Feng had heard of it, so he looked at Yu Hongyue in confusion. Seeing his reaction, Yu Hongyue continued with pride. The Monster Beast Forest is located at the rear of our Kaoshan Sect, vast and sprawling. Inside are towering trees, and it is said that there are swamps where many cute and fun monster beasts live. Many disciples go to the Monster Beast Forest to train, either to capture monster beasts or hunt for beast cores. In short, it's the best place for enhancing strength that is also fun. Cute and fun monster beasts. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel that Yu Hongyue was trying to fool him. However, for Yi Feng, unfamiliar places meant exploration, and exploration could lead to acquiring technology points. Alright then, let's go to the Monster Beast Forest. Yi Feng decisively declared. Just the two of us? Asked Yu Hongyue. Of course, plus Feng Kaiyun if she decides to come along. Yi Feng said this with certainty. That won't work. For the Monster Beast Forest there are rules in the sect that require reporting to the sect before going, and a true Qi realm cultivator must lead the group to be allowed in. It's too dangerous for Qi gathering realm cultivators. Yu Hongyue explained earnestly. Not only are there powerful monster beasts, but you might also encounter other sect forces with ill intentions. I see now, Yi Feng replied. Perhaps this little spicy pepper wanted to drag him along because she herself couldn't go. Then let's go report, and as for finding someone to form a group, I'll leave that to you, little spicy pepper. I told you not to call me little spicy pepper, or I'll make you pay. Yu Hongyue protested, stamping her foot. However, Yi Feng ignored her words, thinking that she would have to be able to beat him first. After mumbling for a while, Yi Feng finally understood that there was a strict hierarchy among the monster beasts. The laws of the jungle were vividly displayed. The monster beast forest was divided into core areas and outskirts. The stronger the monster beasts, the closer they were to the core area, while the core area was occupied by some unimaginably powerful beings. Thus, while the outskirts had a diverse range of monster beasts, their strengths varied widely, with most being low-level monster beasts. As long as one didn't delve deep, a Qi gathering realm cultivator could ensure their safety in the outskirts of the monster beast forest. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the sect affairs hall, Yi Feng walked with Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun towards the two disciples waiting at the entrance of the hall. One of them was a man and the other a woman slightly older than Yi Feng and Yu Hongyue. Both wore inner sect attire, and upon seeing the three of them arrive, they came forward. Yi Feng guessed that these two were the disciples Yu Hongyue had invited to train in the outskirts of the monster beast forest. He scanned them with the system and noted that both were at the peak of the second level of the true Qi realm, which was quite impressive among the younger generation. Yi Feng, these two are the true Qi realm disciples I invited, Lian Qingshan and Lian Qingyu. They are siblings and very nice people. With them we meet the sect's requirements to go to the monster beast forest. Yu Hongyue quietly introduced them to Yi Feng. Yes, Sister Qingyu is usually very kind to us. Feng Kaiyun chimed in enthusiastically. Yi Feng nodded and approached the two. Brother Qingshan. Sister Qingyu. Hello, I am Yi Feng. Please take care of me during our trip to the monster beast forest. Yi Feng clasped his hands in greeting. Since Yu Hongyue was usually the one bullying others, it was surely a good sign if even she acknowledged them, and Feng Kaiyun nodded in agreement. Yi Feng was always easy to talk to with those who did not provoke him, especially if they were good people. Lian Qingshan, rugged in appearance and bearing a heavy sword, grinned widely upon their greeting and boomed, Yi Feng, good to see you. Red Moon was absolutely right. Junior brother is indeed a dragon among men, worthy of being accepted as a disciple by the master. On the other side, Lian Qingyu, looking delicate and quite pleasing to the eye, nodded at Yi Feng with a smile. Hello, junior brother Feng. Not only are you exceptionally handsome, but your cultivation talent is also extraordinary. According to Hongyue, your combat strength surpasses that of our siblings. Don't forget to take care of us later. Hearing the words of the two siblings, Yi Feng turned to look at Yu Hongyue. This little girl always called him a little thief, which left him somewhat suspicious. Seeing Yi Feng look over, Yu Hongyue quickly turned her face away, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, All right. Enough of the mutual flattery, let's hurry inside to report our departure. With that, Yu Hongyue took Feng Kaiyun by the hand and led the way into the sect affairs hall. Yi Feng and the Lian siblings could only follow in her footsteps. When they entered, Yu Hongyue was already discussing matters with the elder in charge. Elder, we want to train in the outskirts of the monster beast forest. Yu Hongyue stated directly. The elder clearly recognized Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun, glancing at them with a raised eyebrow and questioning, You three. What's wrong with that? Not allowed. The elder rejected without a second thought. Why not? Yu Hongyue's voice immediately rose in volume as she pointed at the Lian siblings and shouted, I have true Qi realm cultivators with me, it meets the sect's regulations. That still won't work. It was evident that this wasn't Yu Hongyue's first attempt to go to the monster beast forest. The elder turned his gaze elsewhere, indifferent to her volume, showing no willingness to explain. How can it be like this? Feng Kaiyun asked in confusion, her attitude being much better than Yu Hongyue's, her voice much sweeter. Because the master and the grand elder left a message to pay special attention to you too. If you want to leave the mountain gate, it won't be enough just to find me. The elder explained, albeit impatiently, perhaps due to Feng Kaiyun's demeanor. Upon hearing this explanation, Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun simultaneously turned to Yi Feng. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Seeing the defeated expressions of the two girls, Yi Feng immediately realized that relying on them would not suffice. The Lian siblings were merely ordinary disciples, unable to speak up in front of the elder, leaving him with no choice but to step forward. Thus Yi Feng approached the elder, cupping his hands in a polite gesture and saying, Elder, I am Yi Feng. I wish to venture into the beast forest for training to gain experience while honing my own skills. I kindly ask for your approval. You are Yi Feng. Upon hearing Yi Feng's self-introduction, the elder turned his head to inquire. Yes, elder. You are referring to the one who dueled with the disciple of Elder Shui on the Martial Peak, prompting Elder Shui to intervene, and who withstood a strike from the Earth Transformation Realm, causing quite a stir in the transmission hall. The elder asked again. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. Even Ye Jinghao, at the second level of the True Qi realm in the transmission hall, could not withstand a single punch from him, indicating that he was indeed capable of venturing into the outskirts of the beast forest. Meanwhile, Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun were just a step away from reaching the True Qi realm, and with the Lian siblings they could easily navigate the outer regions of the forest. However, just when he thought the elder would grant his request, the elder of the sect affairs hall shook his head again. That is absolutely not allowed. You three are all precious gems. If anything were to go wrong, I cannot bear the responsibility. Unless the sect master agrees, don't even think about it. Hearing the elder's words, Yi Feng was taken aback. He knew that some ordinary disciples could go to the outskirts of the beast forest as long as they had a true Qi cultivator leading them, even if they were only at the 5th or 6th level of the vitality realm. Why was it that he couldn't even obtain approval? Could it be that Yu Hongyue was so eager to go to the beast forest? This made Yi Feng feel that he absolutely had to visit the beast forest. The thought was too enticing to resist. Elder, regardless of whether you permit it or not, I am determined to go to the beast forest. You can handle it as you see fit. Seeing the elder's refusal, Yi Feng resorted to being stubborn. Then I can only consult the sect master. Let the sect master handle you. The elder was not one to be easily swayed, promptly invoking the sect master, and without further ado took out a token to transmit a message. Before long, sect master Yu Xian and the grand elder appeared in the main hall of the sect affairs hall. Sect master, grand elder. Everyone present saluted Yu Xian and Feng Shanying, who waved their hands and walked directly towards Yi Feng. Fenger, why have you caused trouble again? Not only is there chaos within the sect, but now you even want to venture into the beast forest. How can this be permissible? And those two girls, look at how you have led them astray. After setting up a soundproof talisman, Yu Xian wasted no time and began to reprimand Yi Feng. Yi Feng, What does this have to do with me? You can say I've caused trouble, but to claim I've led those two girls astray is too much. Yi Feng could not tolerate this. Senior brother, you are mistaken. I have not caused trouble for a long time. I have almost faded into obscurity, which is why I felt compelled to stir things up and venture into the beast forest for some training. Yi Feng did not hold back in front of Yu Xian. Growing more familiar, he became increasingly casual, treating Yu Xian and Feng Shannying more like senior brothers. Yu Xian was also helpless. Although he had not personally taught Yi Feng, he could tell that the ancestor regarded Yi Feng highly. This was not an attitude reserved for merely one talented disciple. Every 100 years, the ancestor's attention to Yi Feng was far greater, indicating his exceptional nature. Moreover, after understanding Yi Feng's character, Yu Xian felt both fondness and helplessness towards him. Upon seeing Yi Feng's defense, Yu Xian could only respond, "It's not that senior brother does not allow you to go, but the beast forest is not an ordinary place, and it is several thousand miles away from the sect. Not only are there demon beasts, but also martial cultivators who kill for treasure. The risks and unknowns are simply uncontrollable. Senior brother, that is misguided. The path of martial arts is inherently against the heavens, requiring courage and strength to advance. If one only focuses on risk control, they would remain sheltered under the protection of seniors like you. No matter how great the talent, what use is it? How can one become a martial arts powerhouse?" Yi Feng spoke earnestly. Going to the beast forest was not a leisurely trip, but rather an opportunity to explore and gather technological points. However, he could not disclose this to Yu Xian, though it was indeed for the purpose of gaining strength. On this point, Yi Feng understood better than anything. Whether in his past life or in the Qianlong continent, the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest remained unchanged. Even with the system and the protection of the sect, the pursuit of personal strength had always been Yi Feng's goal. The path of martial arts requires courage and strength. Feng Shannying muttered these words deep in thought. "Are you serious?" Yu Xian asked. "Of course." Yi Feng replied, speechless. "Am I not serious often? The beast forest is vast, and its core area is a forbidden zone for human martial cultivators. Even the outermost regions are filled with mixed personnel and numerous factions. Now the broken sect has ulterior motives towards our Kaoshan Sect, and I fear you may encounter them." Though Yu Xian still wanted to persuade him, Yi Feng's previous remarks had clearly resonated. "Don't worry, senior brother. If I can't defeat them, I can still escape. You've witnessed my martial soul. Even if I encounter martial cultivators with flying abilities, I am not afraid." Yi Feng revealed extraordinary no. 6. Having previously shown off its flying capabilities while wearing the mech. "Then it's settled. Since you've made your decision, I can only agree. However, in a couple of days, there will be disciples from other sects coming to exchange martial arts insights with us. You must wait until after this martial arts exchange before you can go." In the end, Yu Xian could only agree. Yi Feng was right. In the path of martial arts, only through courage and strength can one hope to become a martial arts powerhouse. This was also the reason Yu Xian agreed to his training. "All right, thank you for your approval, senior brother." As long as Yu Xian agreed, Yi Feng did not mind waiting a couple of days. That was just enough time for him to prepare. Senior brother Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun also want to see the beast forest. What do you think? Not far away, Yu Hongyue was making faces at Yi Feng, seemingly reminding him not to forget to take her along, prompting Yi Feng to continue speaking. "Tell them that as long as they can reach the true Qi realm within these few days, I will approve. Those two girls only know how to play all day long, neglecting their cultivation. What right do they have to go to the beast forest?" Yu Xian said discontentedly, glaring sternly at the spot where Yu Hongyue was standing. Yu Hongyue stuck out her tongue and made a face at him, showing no fear whatsoever. Yu Xian shook his head and then flew outside the hall. "Haha, kid, good idea. I support you. Just don't run off with my granddaughter." Feng Shannying laughed heartily. Having only listened before, he fell into contemplation after hearing Yi Feng's words, and now spoke to Yi Feng clearly, also acquiescing to Yu Xian's response. In the main hall of the sect affairs hall, after Yu Xian and Feng Shan left, Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun immediately approached Yi Feng. "So how is it, Yi Feng?" Yu Hongyue eagerly asked. Yi Feng smiled and said, "Of course. Just look at who is taking action. However, the sect leader mentioned that you two young ladies only know how to play all day long. You must reach the true Qi realm before you can go to the monster beast forest." Upon hearing that they must reach the true Qi realm, both Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun immediately showed worried expressions. Yet before they could speak, Yi Feng continued, "Moreover, we have to wait a few days to go. It seems that disciples from other sects are coming to our Kaoshan Sect for martial arts exchanges." "Martial arts exchange?" Yu Hongyue asked in confusion, clearly unaware of the matter. Feng Kaiyun, however, was much more reliable than Yu Hongyue. She answered, "I know about this. I heard that the Yunming Valley Wanhua Sect, Liang Sect, Beast King Palace, and Danwu Pavilion will all send young prodigies over." "Oh," Yi Feng asked, "so many sects, are they all on the same level as our Kaoshan Sect?" He was surprised that there were so many sects, as he had never heard of any of them in Feng country. "Of course. Among them, the Beast King Palace Liang Sect and Danwu Pavilion are stronger than our Kaoshan Sect. Feng Kaiyun said, without hesitation, clearly a well-known fact. Then what exactly is this martial arts exchange for? What is there to exchange between different sects? It's causing us to delay going to the monster beast forest for several days. Yifeng felt somewhat dissatisfied. Currently, besides accumulating technological points, he had no interest in anything else. The martial arts exchange is of course for the disciples of each sect to spar and compete. Feng Kaiyun said innocently. However, she hadn't finished speaking before Yu Hanyue took over the conversation. What martial arts exchange? It's nothing more than showing off, since our Kaoshan sect hasn't produced any talented disciples in recent years and the three ancestors are closed off and not emerging. They just want to show off. Yu Hanyue was not as naive as Feng Kaiyun and hit the nail on the head. She said, to put it nicely, it's a martial arts exchange. To put it bluntly, it's intimidation, as if our Kaoshan sect has no one. After listening for a while, Yifeng nodded. So this is what martial arts exchange is. This exchange is nonsense. They should just directly hold a competition for the talented disciples. According to Feng Kaiyun, there would even be a competition stage set up where disciples under 18 from each sect could participate. Then that's meaningless. Let's head back to Hanyue Valley and rest for a few days. Saying this, Yifeng walked over to Lian Qingshan and Lian Qingyu, informing them that the sect would have a martial arts exchange in a few days and that their training trip to the monster beast forest would be delayed. Lian Qingyu said, then we shall wait as well. The martial arts exchange is a major event for the sect. Although we are past the age to participate, it's still fine to go and watch. Alright, we'll decide on the time then. Yifeng then took his leave and returned to Hanyue Valley. As for Yu Hanyue and Feng Kaiyun, Yifeng couldn't manage them. They treated Hanyue Valley as a place they visited occasionally and did not regard it as a place for cultivation. After returning to Hanyue Valley, Yifeng dove headfirst into the nourishing spiritual spring planting to spend all his time there before heading to the monster beast forest. Since the absence of spiritual pills and herbs, his cultivation had slowed down significantly. The spiritual energy required for the 9 refinements of divine essence could be described as immense. Therefore, Yifeng was only at the peak of the 8th layer of the Qi realm, still a distance away from entering the 9th layer. In the nourishing spring water, he could not only operate his techniques for automatic cultivation, but he could also earn several hundred technological points in a day. Although it became a bit monotonous after a long time, he was at least making progress, which was better than nothing. 2 days later in Hanyue Valley, Yifeng lay sideways on a floating bed sighing, "Sigh, this life is..." He drank the juice beverage exchanged from the system for 10 times the technological points while munching on sunflower seeds, when suddenly a loud bang echoed. Boom. It was like thunder, and then the protective barrier in the valley lit up. Someone actually intruded into Hanyue Valley. This surprised Yifeng. Since moving into Hanyue Valley, it seemed that no one had ever attempted to intrude, and now someone was trying to force their way in. Moreover, judging by the light emitted by the barrier, it seemed like it was about to break. Yifeng could not help but get up from the floating bed and walk towards the place where the barrier was triggered. Meanwhile, outside Hanyue Valley, several disciples of Kaoshan Sect were arguing with several martial cultivators who clearly did not belong to Kaoshan Sect. Hanyue Valley is a forbidden area for male martial cultivators of our sect. Please stop and do not proceed any further. One of the disciples from Kaoshan Sect sternly shouted. Oomph. What forbidden area for male disciples of your sect? We are disciples of Liang Sect here for the martial arts exchange with Kaoshan Sect. We are doing you a favor by wanting to sightsee here. Hurry and clear the path, or don't blame me for being merciless. These few were disciples of Liang Sect who came for the martial arts exchange. Initially, they thought that since the barrier of Hanyue Valley was not strong, it was likely a cultivation place for a female disciple of Kaoshan Sect, and they intended to force their way through. Now that they were blocked by the disciples of Kaoshan Sect, the Liang Sect disciples immediately became displeased. Seeing how audacious they were, the few disciples from Kaoshan Sect lined up, determined to block them. You should leave. This is a forbidden area. Haha, just you lot. Yes, you. The leading disciple of Liang Sect pointed at one of the disciples from Kaoshan Sect and said, "You are the one with the highest cultivation here. You look like you're in your 20s, yet you're only at the 9th layer of the Qi realm. What a waste. How dare you block me? You're asking for death." The disciple from Kaoshan Sect's face changed, and he fell silent, but still did not step aside. Good. You've got some guts, huh? I'll count to 3. If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being rude. Today I will definitely break through this forbidden area for male disciples of your sect. The leading disciple of Liang Sect, seeing that several disciples from Kaoshan Sect dared to block him, immediately called out several times, feeling quite pleased, and then arrogantly shouted 1. The disciples from Kaoshan Sect remained unmoved. 2. Still no response from the disciples of Kaoshan Sect. 3. Seeking death. As he spoke, the disciple from Liang Sect radiated a red light, a commanding aura emanating from him. He raised both arms ready to strike, when suddenly a voice interrupted. Hey, wait. The disciple from Liang's sect turned his head and saw a 16 or 17-year-old disciple from Kaoshan Sect leisurely walking out from the mountain path, with several sunflower seed shells floating down from his mouth. For a moment, the Liang sect disciples were taken aback, and the imposing aura of the leading disciple who was about to make his move was notably diminished. They stared blankly at the young man coming down the mountain thinking, didn't you say this was a forbidden area for male disciples of your sect? How come a male disciple is coming down? And he's even eating sunflower seeds. The person arriving was Feng, who had come down the mountain path after hearing the loud noise. To his surprise, he saw the disciples of the Kaoshan sect confronting others, and the opponents were clearly stronger. Seeing the other party about to make a move, Feng feared for his disciples and shouted out loud. His shout not only left the few members of the Liang sect stunned, but also rendered the disciples of the Kaoshan sect speechless. Though Feng had only been in the sect for a few months, he had already become a revered figure akin to a minor deity within the sect. The restrictions that applied to male disciples did not apply to him. At this moment, seeing Feng step in, the disciples breathed a sigh of relief. The visitors from the Liang sect were clearly hostile. They had only been holding their ground with sheer willpower. The pressure exerted by the leading disciple from the Liang sect had nearly suffocated them. Did you just say to slow down? After a moment, the leading disciple from the Liang sect finally reacted, his tone unfriendly. Of course. What's wrong with shouting? The leading disciple from the Liang sect was taken aback, then shouted back. Do you know who I am? When I say slow down, you slow down. I don't care who you are, get lost, and stop babbling in front of me. Feng stepped in front of the Kaoshan sect disciples, blocking the pressure from the Liang sect. Though these disciples were not strong, they understood they could not defeat their opponents, yet they still stood firm, demonstrating their resolve. Given the situation, Feng naturally wanted to stand up for them. Since these Liang sect members were being unfriendly, he would be even more unfriendly. Haha, are you an idiot? I thought you were impressive, but you're just trash at the 8th layer of Qi, even worse than that guy from before. The leading disciple from the Liang sect, initially intimidated by Feng's entrance, began to observe closely and found that Feng was merely at the 8th layer of Qi, causing him to burst into laughter. Let me tell you, I am Liang sect's Lai Yan. Feng interrupted him. He'll count to 3, and if you haven't left by then he'll make you leave. Lai Yan, huh? So you carry the Lai from Liang sect, you must hold some status there, but so what? Feng interrupted intentionally to slap him back in the face. Sure enough, Lai Yan's face turned dark, and he gritted his teeth in suppressed rage. No one had ever dared to treat him with such disdain. Heh, 1. Feng was aiming for this effect. After spitting out a sunflower seed shell, he casually began to count. He'll kill you. Liang technique. Lai Yan could no longer endure it, activating his technique and launching a fist imbued with scorching energy towards Feng's face. His fist turned crimson, resembling a blazing sun, radiating light and intense heat, leaving no doubt that being struck would burn a hole into the flesh like a branding iron. On the other side, Feng had long been waiting as the sound of ocean waves echoed behind him, resembling waves crashing against rocks. Gentle, yet continuous, as if he were at the shore. Domineering fist, 9 layers of waves. No, this could no longer be called 9 layers of waves. After systemic enhancement, domineering fist 9 layers of waves no longer merely produced sound effects, but generated genuine waves, each one higher than the last, surpassing just 9 layers. Feng called it domineering fist heavy waves. With a sizzle, the moment their fists were about to collide, they emitted a sizzling sound. It's a pity I don't have a water attribute martial soul, otherwise the power of this domineering fist's heavy waves could be even greater, but for now this is sufficient. Feng thought this as the 2 fists collided. Boom. Lai Yan's fist instantly lost its fiery intensity, the once brilliant red glow faded, and the heat vanished. After stepping back a few paces, a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Feng advanced instead of retreating, maintaining his relaxed demeanor. After tossing another sunflower seed into his mouth, he shouted too. Sigh. I say, son, are you fake? A fake son faking a 3rd layer of Qi. Feng spat out the seed shell, making sure to insult. The other disciples of the Liang sect turned pale upon seeing this, while the disciples of the Kaoshan sect behind Feng burst into laughter. Lai Yan glared at Feng, but he couldn't utter a word. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he feared that if he opened his mouth, blood would spill out. Feng was not about to let this go. He continued to taunt. Sigh, this trash at the 8th layer of Qi actually managed to make a 3rd layer martial artist bleed. Truly pathetic. Come on. Son, open your mouth, and let me see if you'll spit blood. I want to know just how heavy my Qi power is. Lai Yan's eyes nearly popped out. If his furious gaze could kill, he would have already turned Feng into minced meat. Yet the boy in front of him continued munching on sunflower seeds, casually speaking. You think you can boast in front of me with this kind of strength? You must be tired of living. Sunflower seed shells scattered around Yi Feng's feet, and his words were sharper than the shells mercilessly striking the faces of the Liang sect disciples. Seeing that Lai Yin was rendered speechless, they felt even less inclined to speak up, merely enduring in humiliation. Heh! Yi Feng spat out another sunflower seed shell, saying, "Get lost. I haven't finished counting to 3 yet. As a courtesy, since you are guests, I'll let this slide this time, so leave immediately." Lai Yin shot Yi Feng a dark glance before signaling the disciples of the Liang sect to leave. He then turned and walked away. In the moment he turned, a mouthful of blood could no longer be restrained and sprayed out. Yi Feng did not pursue them further. After all, as the host, it would not be good for the Kaoshan Sect to severely injure their opponents on the first day. Moreover, he still needed to enjoy the nourishing spirit spring. The technological points were his foundation. After all, strength was crucial in the Qianlong continent. Just now, the satisfaction of delivering that slap was immense. If he lacked strength, he would be the one getting slapped. Yi Feng had no masochistic tendencies. He only enjoyed slapping others' faces. The disciples of the Kaoshan sect behind him still looked at Yi Feng with admiration, their eyes shimmering with envy. "You all did very well just now, keep it up." Yi Feng turned back to the Kaoshan sect disciples and said, "Come find me at the Red Moon Valley after some time. I'll give you some pointers." "Thank you, Senior Brother Feng." The disciples were overjoyed. They had heard about Yi Feng's performance in the transmission hall, with rumors saying his understanding of martial techniques surpassed that of the elders there. To receive his guidance was a great honor. "All right, you all can disperse now," Yi Feng said. As for giving them pointers, he planned to wait until his technology points were positive and use the system to help them improve their techniques. The disciples bowed to Yi Feng in respect, indescribably reverent, watching him disappear down the mountain path before they left. Yi Feng felt a swell of pride. Strength truly was a wonderful thing. Initially, he had planned to watch the martial arts exchange, but upon seeing the standard of the leading disciple from the Liang sect, he immediately lost interest. Watching them compete is not as enjoyable as soaking in the spirit spring while munching on sunflower seeds. Yi Feng thought as he returned to the Red Moon Valley to continue enjoying the nourishing spirit spring. 3 days later, Yi Feng was still at Hongyue Valley, boredly soaking in the hot spring. At this moment, on the martial fight peak of the Kaoshan sect, the Beast King, Hall, the Liang sect, the Danwu Pavilion, the Wanhuazong, and the Yunming sect, along with the Kaoshan sect, the 6 major sects, surrounded the martial fight platform in the center, each occupying a side. Among them, aside from the Yunming sect being adjacent to the Kaoshan sect, the other 4 sects were far from the direction of the Kaoshan sect, vaguely confronting each other across the martial fight platform. Their numbers were not large. Each sect had 2 elders accompanied by a dozen disciples, yet they all held their heads high, showing no awareness of being the guests, but rather conveying a sense of united opposition. Even arriving at the martial fight peak was a decision made jointly by the Beast King Hall, the Liang sect, the Danwu Pavilion, and the Wanhuazong. Traditionally, such martial exchanges were held in the sect's transmission hall, but now several sects requested to hold it at the martial fight peak. The intention was clear. The Kaoshan sect's leader Yu Xian, along with the Grand Elder Feng Shan, had already arrived at the venue, with Feng Shan presiding over the martial exchange. Seeing the other 4 sects occupying the opposing side of the Kaoshan sect and the subtle atmosphere at the martial fight peak, Feng Shan exchanged a glance with Yu Xian. Despite their frequent fights at this moment, they were in perfect sync, and after seeing Yu Xian nod, Feng Shan raised his voice. "Esteemed guests, the purpose of establishing the martial exchange among the 6 sects is to promote harmony and mutual development. Originally, the martial exchange should take place in the demonstration hall, but at the request of the Beast King Hall, Liang sect, Danwu Pavilion, and Wanhuazong, this exchange has been moved to the martial fight peak. However, I hope that the rules for the duels among the outstanding disciples of the 6 sects remain as usual, just to determine the victor without malicious intent to kill, to preserve the friendship between the sects. Haha, I have heard that the martial fight peak of the Kaoshan sect has a 1,000-year-old rule. Aside from the victor, no one can leave the martial fight platform. Is this true?" An elder from the Beast King Hall laughed loudly and asked. "The martial fight peak indeed has this rule, but considering the friendship among the sects, I have decided to make an exception this time." Yu Xian frowned and responded with equal vigor. "When I entered the martial fight peak earlier, I saw 2 majestic stone tablets inscribed with martial artist against heaven, the spirit of combat victorious as king. Since the rules of your Kaoshan sect's martial fight peak have been passed down for 1,000 years, we cannot break them. Moreover, the inscriptions on the tablets are indeed accurate. The victor of the martial fight is the king. If there are restrictions and limits, what kind of martial exchange would this be? I suggest we follow the rules of the martial fight peak." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Danwu Pavilion nodded and said, "I agree." The female elder leading the Wanhuazong also immediately echoed, "I agree as well." Only the Yunming sect remained silent. This time they had only sent one person to lead, but it showed their seriousness about this martial exchange, as their representative was the current leader of the Yunming sect, Yunming. Yunming looked at Yuxian. Although she did not express her opinion, her celestial demeanor and slightly furrowed brows seemed to convey her helplessness. With the four major sects having voiced their opinions, even if the Kaoshan Sect and the Yunming sect disagreed, it would be of no use. The four sects were clearly not friendly, and this was also the reason why Yunming had personally come to lead. The Yunming sect and the Kaoshan sect had always supported each other, but now with the other four sects united they appeared weak. In that case we shall follow the rules of the martial fight peak, but I still hope that the disciples of each sect can show mercy and avoid creating enmity. Yuxian could only say helplessly, "That is excellent," said the elder of the Beast King Hall. "As for the other matters, we will adhere to the old rules. The outstanding disciples who occupy the most platforms may request rewards from the sects without platforms." The outstanding disciples competition was the agreed-upon rule for the martial exchange among the six major sects. A total of 6 platforms were set up for the martial exchange, and since most participants were young disciples under 18, the one who occupied the platform would be the undeniable outstanding talent among the 6 sects. The 6 outstanding disciples were further divided by their levels into 8th level of Qi Realm, 9th level of Qi Realm, 1st level of True Qi Realm, 2nd level of True Qi Realm, 3rd level of True Qi Realm, and 4th level of True Qi Realm. It's settled then. "Elder Feng, can we begin this martial exchange?" said the elder of the Liang sect with a smile. Fengshan looked at Yuxian, who nodded helplessly. Thus Fengshan could only say the martial exchange among the talented disciples of the 6 sects officially begins. Please, disciples of each sect who meet the conditions occupy the platforms according to their cultivation levels. To avoid wheel battles, each person may only go up once, and after each duel one must wait until the platform owner has fully recovered before continuing the challenges. Upon hearing this, the faces of the disciples from the other 4 sects all revealed smiles. Their elders had come together precisely to embarrass the Kaoshan Sect. They could even guess the outcome. By then there would definitely be no Kaoshan Sect disciples standing on the talent platform. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect wore serious expressions, as anyone could see that the other sects were well prepared and had even united to make it difficult for the Kaoshan Sect. Moreover, this was the martial fight platform, and those who participated were responsible for their own lives and deaths. As for the people from the Yunming sect, from the leader Yunming down to the disciples, their expressions were not good. Some were sympathetic while others were indignant, but they found themselves powerless. "I will go first. From the Beast King Hall, the Grey Demon Wolf, 4th level of True Qi Realm. Is there anyone who dares to challenge?" Soon someone stepped onto the platform. A young man in gray leather armor, wild and unrestrained, jumped onto the 4th level of True Qi Realm platform, his sharp gaze sweeping across the audience, as if announcing that he was the platform owner. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed onto the platform, and soon people were standing on several platforms waiting to be challenged. Even Feng Kaiyun stood on the platform. Her cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi Realm, about to enter the True Qi Realm. In terms of combat strength, she was even a cut above Yu Hong Yue, and with the treasures given by the Grand Elder, she had no issue in self-defense. Thus she stepped onto the platform after receiving the Grand Elder's tacit approval. The other sects, seeing that the Kaoshan sect had a disciple on the platform, especially a female disciple, many felt stirred. Soon a girl from the Wanhuazong stepped forward to the 9th level of Qi Realm platform. Seeing that someone had already taken the platform, those who wanted to challenge the Kaoshan sect disciples immediately halted their steps, casting sidelong glances. This was considered the first challenge, and everyone turned their gaze towards the platforms where the 2 female disciples were, while no one had yet challenged the other platforms, seemingly in tacit agreement to watch the duel between the 2 female disciples from the Kaoshan sect and Wanhuazong. "Sister from the Kaoshan sect, I am quite lacking in skills, and my cultivation talent is not great, so I hope you can show mercy and not be too harsh on me." The female disciple from the Wanhuazong, slightly older than Feng Kaiyun, smiled as she spoke. "Sister, you are being modest. I am not very skilled either. How about this, let's just stop when we reach a conclusion, okay?" Feng Kaiyun said with wide, adorable eyes. Upon hearing this, the smile in the eyes of the female disciple from the Wanhuazong deepened, and she quickly said, "All right, we will stop when we reach a conclusion, or it's a deal." After saying this, a hint of mockery flashed across her face, hidden beneath the smile. However, Feng Kaiyun did not notice and thought it was agreement, and immediately smiled, saying, "All right, sister, let's begin." "All right, sister, go easy on me. Let's take it slow." The female disciple of the 10,000 Flowers sect opposite Feng Kaiyun smiled as she walked toward her, showing no sign of being about to duel. This caused Feng Kaiyun, who had already mustered her full power, to involuntarily hold back a little. Since they had already agreed, she couldn't very well renege. She could only watch the approaching 10,000 Flowers sect disciple warily. When the 10,000 Flowers Sect disciple was only a few steps away from Feng Caiyun, she suddenly spoke, "Sister, remember my name. I am Jiang Panqiao." Then she shouted, "10-step poison mist." Feng Caiyun saw a noxious, stinking mist hurtling toward her face, followed by Jiang Panqiao's mocking expression. She knew she had been tricked, but it was too late. Holding her breath, she barely managed to raise a barrier of primordial power before Jiang Panqiao struck her with a palm. Jiang Panqiao's spirit soul was a venomous python, and 10-step poison mist was its special ability. This spirit soul technique was rather mediocre, with an activation range of only 10 steps, making it easy to evade. Feng Caiyun was young and had never left the Backhill Sect. How could she know the depths of human malice? Though she had been cautious on the arena stage, she still fell for Jiang Panqiao's trick. After inhaling a trace of the poison mist, the flow of primordial power within her body became obstructed. "You despicable wretch!" Feng Caiyun cursed angrily. But Jiang Panqiao cared little for such words. She chuckled lightly. "Little sister, how foolish you are, so easily deceived. You've been poisoned by my spirit soul's snake venom. I suggest you admit defeat, and I'll let you off." "You?" Feng Caiyun was left speechless with rage. In the observation stands, Yuhan Yue was stomping her feet in fury, cursing non-stop. "That 10,000 Flowers Sect disciple is utterly treacherous. But only an idiot like Feng Caiyun would fall for it. She never learns from all my pranks on her. Idiot, idiot, idiot. This is a battle stage." In terms of real strength, even with the mediocre 10-step poison, Miss Jiang Panqiao was no match for Feng Caiyun. Rage burned in Yuhan Yu's eyes. She said, "When that idiot comes down, I'm going up there to beat that despicable 10,000 Flowers Sect scoundrel to death." Minutes later, on the 9th stage of Primordial Power Arena, Feng Caiyun quickly began to falter. With her primordial power unable to circulate smoothly, she could barely unleash her strength. Fortunately, her powerful spirit soul and her cultivation being only a step away from the true Qi realm made it difficult for Jiang Panqiao to defeat her without paying a price. Jiang Panqiao, clearly a ruthless woman, soon realized this. As time passed, once the Backhill Sect female disciple expelled the trace of poison mist from her body, defeat would be Jiang Panqiao's. So Jiang Panqiao traded a palm strike with Feng Caiyun, sustaining injury herself, but also wounding Feng Caiyun and forcing her off the arena. Thus, the 9th stage of Primordial Power Arena was temporarily seized by the 10,000 Flowers Sect. Yuhan Yue rushed to Feng Caiyun's side, helping her up as she fell. Feng Caiyun still carried poison within her, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, looking utterly miserable. However, her injuries were not severe, and the poison would need to be gradually purged. At the rear of the Backhill Sect, a disciple in a dark blue robe, watching the scene, immediately changed expression and turned to leave. The subsequent battles proceeded swiftly. The Backhill Sect attempted to seize a few arena holders, but failed repeatedly, costing 3 young disciples their lives. When Backhill Sect disciples tried to take over arenas, the Beast King, Hall Blazing Sun Sect, and Danwu Pavilion showed no mercy, even deliberately killing while pressing their advantage. Yet when disciples from these sects challenged each other, they refrained from lethal force, inflicting at most light injuries. Yuxian Fengshan and the Cloud Dream Valley Master saw this, but could do nothing, forced to suppress their anger and let the other 4 sects have their way. Soon no one from the Backhill Sect dared to step forward for a challenge. They could only glare furiously at the arena holders, yet due to the collusion and superior strength of the other sects, none dared to ascend. This had become a contest of the Backhill Sect alone against the other 4 major sects, whose goal was to leave not a single Backhill Sect disciple standing on the arena. From elders to disciples, the other 4 sects wore smiles, as if they had the Backhill Sect cornered. Of course, there was one exception: Liu Yan of the Blazing Sun Sect. He had seized the 3rd stage of True Qi Arena, but as he stood on it, his expression was grave. His gaze swept constantly over the Backhill Sect crowd, as if searching for something. Soon he let out a soft breath. 3 days ago, that 8th stage of Primordial Power Backhill Sect disciple had knocked him out with a single punch. This had truly terrified Liu Yan, and he feared that disciple might be present here. But obviously that Backhill Sect disciple had not come. With this thought, a smile quickly spread across Liu Yan's face. In the Red Moon Valley, Yi Feng was lying on a floating bed, nearly bored to sleep, when a familiar voice came from outside the valley. "Senior brother Yi Feng. Senior brother Yi Feng, are you there?" Yi Feng listened intently and realized the visitor was looking for him with an urgent tone, as if something pressing had occurred. Yi Feng immediately rose from the floating bed, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the valley. "Luo Hao, it's you." Outside the valley, Yi Feng finally saw who had called him. It was Luo Hao, a clever youth whom Yi Feng remembered well, and he had even considered bringing him along when returning to Maple Leaf Kingdom. "It's me. Senior brother Yi Feng's senior sister Caiyun was injured in battle, and it seems serious." Luo Hao panted heavily, drenched in sweat. He had run all the way to the Red Moon Valley. Ever since Yi Feng had given him a pill, Luo Hao had held Yi Feng in high regard, always paying attention to his actions, hoping to find a way to help. Because Feng Kaiyun and Yu Hongyue often spent time with Yi Feng and were of similar age, Luo Hao naturally assumed these two young women would eventually belong to Yi Feng. So when he saw Feng Kaiyun injured, he raced across several peaks to reach the Red Moon Valley. What? Yi Feng asked. At the martial exchange, senior sister Kaiyun was tricked and injured by a 10,000 Flowers sect disciple. It's very serious. Luo Hao quickly said. Take me there first. How could she be injured? Weren't matches supposed to be governed by restraint? On the way, Luo Hao explained as they walked, and soon Yi Feng understood. These sects had come with ill intentions. They had actually injured that straightforward girl and used underhanded tactics at that. This infuriated. I had no interest in participating in this childish, hypocritical martial exchange, but now I see I need to teach them a lesson or they'll think the Backhill sect has no one. With that, Yi Feng quickened his pace, leaving Luo Hao behind and headed straight for the martial arena peak. Since the Backhill sect was hosting, many disciples had arrived at the martial arena peak in staggered groups, so Yi Feng's appearance went unnoticed. He went directly to the Backhill sect's area and saw 3 young bodies laid out side by side. One of them was so disfigured it was clear he had been beaten to death. These 3 were all young, one even younger than Yi Feng, with a trace of childishness still on his face. Yi Feng could not help but feel anger rise within him. This was sheer oppression. Previously, from what Feng Kaiyun and Yu Hongyue had said, this martial arts exchange was akin to child's play, which was why Yi Feng found it uninteresting and did not wish to attend. Now it seemed entirely different. A trace of blood was lingering at the corner of Feng Kaiyun's mouth as she sat cross-legged nearby, recuperating from her injuries. Yi Feng scanned her with the system and found that she was not in serious danger. However, the other disciples sitting beside her were grievously injured and on the verge of death, while several elders were infusing them with true essence to barely sustain their lives. If these disciples were to perish, it would be a catastrophic loss for the Kaoshan Sect. These individuals may currently possess low cultivation levels, but they were all promising talents. Once they grew, they would become the backbone of the Kaoshan Sect. Yi Feng put aside his usual carefree demeanor, glaring angrily at the few people on the arena, ready to step up and deal with them. Seeing Yi Feng arrive, Yu Hongyue immediately ran to his side, tears glistening in her eyes. Though she often enjoyed teasing him, she had never witnessed such a scene before, watching the disciples of their sect being brutally killed, with several others gravely injured. Now that Yi Feng had arrived, it was as if she had found a pillar of support. Wiping away her tears, she excitedly said, Yi Feng, it was them who killed and injured our Kaoshan Sect disciples, and that woman in green from the Wanhua Sect, the cunning and treacherous one, it was she who injured Kaiyun. Although she has already been knocked off by a senior sister from Yunming Valley, we cannot forget this grudge. Don't forget, Kaiyun is your maid, you must stand up for her. In Yu Hongyu's eyes, although Yi Feng often acted mischievously, he possessed great talent and strength, and she had never seen him lose. Seeing the tears still lingering in Yu Hongyu's eyes, and hearing her childlike complaints, Yi Feng couldn't help but reach out to pat her head. Rest assured, I will make them pay the price. Perhaps stimulated by his words, Yu Hongyue did not shy away, allowing Yi Feng to affectionately pat her head. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair before stepping forward towards the arena. Suddenly, an elder from the Beast King Hall spoke up. Elder Feng, are there still disciples wanting to challenge the arena? If not, please announce the results quickly. My Beast King Hall has taken 2 arenas while your Kaoshan Sect hasn't claimed a single one. The elder from the Beast King Hall wore a smug expression, his words growing increasingly arrogant. He continued, the Kaoshan Sect is truly becoming weaker and weaker. According to the rules, my Beast King Hall can demand rewards from your Kaoshan Sect and the Wanhua Sect, both of which have not claimed any distinguished arenas. What I mean to say is your Kaoshan Sect should cede the subordinate Feng Kingdom to my Beast King Hall. My. A cold glint flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he realized that the Beast King Hall was targeting his. Although Feng Kingdom only spanned several 100,000 miles and was not particularly large, it had already been elevated to a 4th-tier princely state, and with further advancement, it could rival a sect. Moreover, for the Kaoshan Sect, Feng Kingdom lay strategically between their territory and Yunming Valley, making it a crucial location. The Beast King Hall's demand for Feng Kingdom was well known to be malicious. Upon hearing this, Yu Xian and Feng Shan also exuded a chilling aura, but the elder from the Beast King Hall seemed oblivious, still smiling as he continued, I wonder what the Kaoshan Sect's headmaster and the Grand Elder think. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Feng had already stepped out of the crowd and was walking slowly towards the designated arena. His actions startled everyone on the Wudo Peak, especially the disciples from the other 4 sects, who all wore mocking smiles. Given the situation on the arena where the outcome was already determined, it was absurd that any disciples from the Kaoshan Sect would dare to appear. It was simply courting death. On the Kaoshan Sect side, many were astonished. It's Yi Feng, the direct disciple of the headmaster. Now our Kaoshan Sect should be able to claim at least one arena. What a pity about those dead disciples. Oh, why didn't we think to call Feng earlier? He has only been in the sect for 2 or 3 months, and he has been goofing off all day. Who would have thought he would step? However, they did not expect him to stand up at all. After all, the peak of the 4th level of the true Qi realm had not even stepped onto the stage. As this disciple trailed off, his voice gradually lowered. In such martial arts exchanges, not every sect brings all their outstanding disciples. Some exceptionally talented disciples might even be hidden away from the public eye. On the Kaoshan Sect side, everyone was discussing Feng as he approached the arena, while on the 6 arenas aside from the senior sister from Yunming Valley, the expressions of the others varied, especially the proud disciples from the 2 arenas claimed by the Beast King Hall, who were filled with fury. Kid, state your name. I see you are also at the 8th level of the true Qi realm. Come on up, the masters of the Beast King Hall are waiting for you. A young disciple with fiery red hair pointed at Feng, flaunting the dark steel claws on his hands, arrogantly shouting at Feng. Oh, Feng from the Feng kingdom of Kaoshan Sect. Feng replied flatly. Beneath this calm exterior, however, his heart was raging with fury, though he did not show it on his face. Haha, so you are from Feng kingdom. The red-haired youth laughed. Is it the Feng kingdom that our elder demanded be ceded to us? So what if it is, eh? Feng retorted. Then come on up. Ooh, I guarantee I will kill you. At this point, daring to show your face has already insulted my Beast King Hall. The red-haired youth did not hide his intentions. Before Feng could respond, he continued. Oh, by the way, once Feng kingdom belongs to us, I will definitely hunt down your family, relatives, and friends, and take them out one by one. This will be the consequence of angering me. The red-haired young man was exceedingly confident, seemingly convinced that Feng was as good as dead, as he possessed a beast martial soul that was extraordinarily powerful. However, he did not notice that on the true Qi 3rd level arena, Lai Yan from the Liang sect was filled with fear, realizing that this person had actually come. In Lai Yan's eyes, the words of the Beast King Hall disciple were nothing but self-deception. This disciple from the Kaoshan sect, while appearing to be at the 8th level of the true Qi realm, possessed a might in his punches that even he at the true Qi 3rd level could not contend with, let alone another at the same level. Recalling that just moments ago a disciple from the Kaoshan sect had perished at his hands, cold sweat broke out on Lai Yan's forehead. A casual punch from Feng could easily injure him. What would happen if Feng were enraged and fought seriously? Lai Yan dared not think further. This was a monstrous individual. Yet no one noticed Lai Yan's display of fear and thoughts. Apart from a few within the Kaoshan sect, the vast majority on Wudo Peak regarded Feng as a foolish clown stepping forward to meet death. The elders were no exception. Even the master of Yunming Valley, Yunming, shook her head repeatedly, her beautiful eyes harboring a sense of regret. While admiring the courage of this disciple, named Feng, she believed he had no chance of winning. Feng stepped onto the arena for the 8th level of the true Qi realm, disregarding others' opinions. Since this red-haired youth was acting so boldly and mentioned Feng kingdom, he would start with him. Do you know? Before this, I was only thinking about teaching you a lesson. Feng said softly as he looked at the red-haired man, a hint of wicked charm flickering in the corner of his eyes. But now I've changed my mind. As he spoke, Feng extended his right hand, which had been resting behind him, gently polishing a tiny bit of faint dust in front of him. You are not the first to dare insult my relatives, but do you know where the others went? Feng raised his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. They have all gone to hell to reunite. Pretending to be mysterious, I want to see if you can still speak after this. The man in red showed no concern for Feng's words. To him, Feng was merely a small fry at the 8th level of the Qi gathering realm. Although they were in the same realm, he had absolute confidence that among his peers there was no one from the Kaoshan sect who could defeat him. Thinking this, the man in red seemed to gain even more confidence. Kid, I really don't know where you got the courage to step onto the stage, but since you're here, leave something behind before you go. After finishing his words, the man in red revealed a sinister smile. Then, without further ado, he activated his Qi and shot towards Feng like a cannonball, arriving in front of Feng in an instant, swinging his massive iron fist down towards Feng's face. As the man in red swung his fist, not only Feng, but even the crowd below could feel the suffocating force of the punch sweeping across the entire stage. Throughout the process, Feng remained motionless, holding his previous stance. Below the stage, the crowd grew increasingly worried as they saw Feng remain still, especially Yu Hongyue and Feng Ziyun, with Feng Kaiyan's small hands tightly clenched, her worry clearly visible in her eyes. Just as that iron fist was mere centimeters away from Feng, he finally moved, looking unperturbed at the incoming punch, simply raising his right hand. A hard collision. Feng chose to meet force with force. Since the man in red's greatest strength lay in his iron fists, Feng decided to defeat him with his own fists. Isn't that more impactful? Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the large fist and the small fist collided. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a dull thud. Immediately after, a crisp sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Opposite, Feng, the man in red, had already lost his previous arrogance, and the disdain on his face had vanished without a trace. At that moment of contact with Feng's fist, he couldn't believe that such seemingly weak power could unleash such immense strength. Deep down, he felt that this was no ordinary Qi gathering realm individual. Instantly, the expression on the man in red's face darkened. He realized that he had kicked a metal plate. Another crisp sound echoed out, and the expression on the man in red's face grew even darker. His eyes turned red, veins bulged on his face, clearly indicating that he was using all his strength, yet the fist before him remained unyielding, like a pillar of heaven. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it an inch. The man in red lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Feng. Feng wore a strange smile, quietly observing the man in red, saying, "Is this all the power you have?" The man in red could clearly feel how piercing Feng's voice was, like needles piercing deep into his heart. With a cold snort, the man in red said nothing, but Feng continued, "Your speed is decent and your strength is average, but in front of me you are nothing more than an ant." As he finished speaking, Feng let out a cold huff, and then exerted a slight force with his right hand. The man in red's figure was sent flying backward like a kite cut loose, soaring over the platform, and continuing to fly backward, unfortunately landing right where the Beast King Hall was located. Feng clenched his fist, a strange smile on his lips. What others didn't know was that at the moment the man in red was sent flying, Feng had already used electromagnetic propulsion to stimulate the man in red's brain. It was likely that the man in red had turned into a fool by now. Feng, senior brother, you're amazing. Feng, senior brother, you're so great. After a moment of silence, cheers erupted from the direction of the Kaoshan Sect. Everything that had just happened seemed long, but in reality, it was only the span of a breath. The many disciples still hadn't understood what had transpired when they saw the man in red flying out. Seeing Feng successfully win the match, Feng Kaiyan's tightly clenched hands gradually relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her face. In contrast, the direction of the Beast King Hall appeared much gloomier, as many people still hadn't recovered from the shock of the man in red's defeat. From the Kaoshan Sect's direction, Yuxian and Elder Fengshan stood together. Yuxian looked at Feng's figure, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face, sweeping away his earlier displeasure. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Feng's performance. "Sect Master, this time we've struck gold." Elder Fengshan also nodded in satisfaction at Feng. "Bastard, is this how the Kaoshan Sect treats its guests? You disciples are so ruthless, and the two of them are not even on the same level, yet you resort to such cruel tactics." The Beast King Hall held the body of the man in red, who had not lost consciousness, but was no longer as he had been before. He placed his finger in his mouth, making incoherent babbling sounds, and if one listened closely they could discern, "Daddy, I want milk." Ha ha. Hearing this childish voice, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Only the elder from the Beast King Hall had a gloomy expression, looking at Feng with hostility. If possible, he would have liked to kill Feng on the spot. This was his most outstanding disciple, and now he had been easily disabled by someone. How could he swallow this humiliation? "Yuxian, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" The elder from the Beast King Hall turned to Yuxian and questioned. Yuxian paused, his slight smile. "In martial arts, the victor is king. Are you, Elder Song, trying to go back? You?" The elder from the Beast King Hall pointed at Yuxian, trembling with speechlessness. "I already said to go easy. It was you who insisted on determining the winner, and now you want to go back on your word." Yuxian stood with his hands clasped behind him, looking at the elder from the Beast King Hall with a calm demeanor. "What? Do you think the Kaoshan Sect is easy to bully?" Feng remained standing on the stage, unfazed by the pressure emanating from Yuxian. With the system's assistance, any so-called intimidation was non-existent to him. However, the disciples of the four major sects suffered greatly. Those with slightly better cultivation in the true Qi realm merely bent their waists, their faces flushed, clearly not feeling well. As for the disciples in the vitality realm, they were not as fortunate, kneeling one after another around the competition platform. Since Yuxian targeted only the disciples of the four sects, the disciples from the Kaoshan Sect and the Yunming Sect were unscathed. "Yuxian, the elder from the Beast King Hall glared at Yuxian with bloodshot eyes, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. "Beast King Hall, remember, this is still the territory of my Kaoshan Sect, not a place where you can act recklessly." Yuxian disregarded the elder's murderous gaze and glanced towards the four sects, saying, "Today is a sparring session for the younger generation. If you wish to disrupt the rules, have you forgotten my existence? Do you truly think my Kaoshan Sect is easy to bully?" Humph. As he spoke, Yuxian's aura seemed to intensify, causing the young disciples present to feel as if they were suffocating. "Yuxian, do you truly want to provoke a sect war?" The elder from the Beast King Hall shouted loudly, and a powerful aura emanated from him, which alleviated some of the pressure felt by the disciples of the Beast King. "Do you represent the Beast King Hall, or yourself?" Yu Xian looked down calmly at the elder who felt an oppressive force invading his soul, causing him to bend slightly. If it's the Beast King Hall, let your hall master say this. Yu Xian continued without care. You are not qualified. Not qualified. Yu Xian actually claimed that the elder of the Beast King Hall was not qualified. The elder's face turned red as he heard this piercing remark, but being weaker than Yu Xian, he found himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect looked at Yu Xian with flushed faces and shining eyes. This was their Kaoshan Sect's leader. In an instant, the grievances suffered by the young disciples of the four major sects dissipated significantly. In stark contrast, Feng was completely different from the other young disciples. He sat down cross-legged, keeping his head lowered to listen attentively, and one could even hear the gentle sound of his snores amidst the tense atmosphere. Yu Xian, do you really believe that the Kaoshan Sect has the strength to contend with our four sects? After a long pause, the elder of the Beast King Hall finally managed to say this. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Liang Sect, Danwu Pavilion, and Wanhua Sect quietly observed the confrontation between the Beast King Hall and the Kaoshan Sect. In their eyes, interests were paramount. Although the four major sects had previously been united, now that the Beast King Hall had taken the lead, they were content with the situation. I said today is a competition among the younger generation. Since you from the Beast King Hall have broken the rules, I will naturally not retreat. As for your claim of opposing our four major sects, you say, so then so be it. Wow. The crowd began to feel uneasy upon hearing Yu Xian's familiar voice. You say so. Does this represent the stance of the Kaoshan Sect? Is it merely for the sake of a disciple in the vitality realm? The image of Yu Xian became blurred in the eyes of the disciples from the four major sects. Is the Kaoshan Sect truly hiding some trump card that allows it to stand against the four major sects single-handedly, or is it merely putting on a brave front? They evidently believed it was the latter. No one thought Yu Xian would make a meaningless joke about the survival of a sect. Beast King Hall, let today's matter end here. The competition must continue. If you have any grievances, feel free to seek me out at the Kaoshan Sect. No matter what tricks you use, my Kaoshan Sect will respond accordingly. After speaking, Yu Xian waved his hand casually, and the oppressive aura in the arena dissipated instantly. Phew! The disciples of the four major sects breathed a deep sigh of relief. In the arena, the leaders of the Liang Sect, Danwu Pavilion, and Wanhua Sect scrutinized Yu Xian, unable to comprehend why the typically weak Kaoshan Sect appeared so invigorated today. In contrast, the elder of the Beast King Hall wore a grim expression, not expecting Yu Xian to be so assertive today, showing no signs of backing down against their Kaoshan Sect. Was it truly just because of that disciple named Feng on stage? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look towards Feng, who was still snoring softly. The elder of the Beast King Hall felt a surge of anger, but with Yu Xian nearby, he had no means to retaliate. At this moment, the elder of the Liang Sect approached him and said, "Old Song, you seem a bit anxious today." Elder Song turned to look at the elder of the Liang Sect, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of dissatisfaction, but he concealed this well so much so that even the elder of the Liang Sect did not notice. Didn't you feel something off about Yu Xian's aura today? Are you saying Yu Xian has reached that level? Elder Song reflected carefully on the words of the elder of the Liang Sect, then looked at him in shock. How is that possible? That level cannot be entered just by saying so. The elder of the Liang Sect slowly shook his head, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Please speak plainly. Elder Song cupped his fists slightly towards the elder of the Liang Sect. Just now I distinctly sensed a fluctuation in Yu Xian's aura that felt familiar. It is an aura only found in our sect leader. No wonder. I didn't expect that old Yu Xian has also touched the threshold of that level. It seems our four sects' plans need to be revised. This matter must be reported to the sect. Elder Song regained his composure at once, losing the previous restlessness, and instead wore a grave expression. If what the elder of the Liang Sect said was true, things would become much more complicated. Meanwhile, on the side of the Kaoshan Sect, Feng Shan stood closely beside Yu Xian, asking, "Sect Master, are you not worried that exposing this might alert them?" Yu Xian did not respond to Feng Shan, but looked at Feng, who was still snoring, a strange emotion flashing in his eyes. It's fine if they find out, it's good. It will buy us some time. Just how long can we buy, I wonder? After speaking, a hint of anxiety appeared on Yu Xian's face. Quickly, on the Qi gathering platform, Feng slowly awakened, standing up to survey the crowd around him, his gaze sweeping toward the four sects, a faintly wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. In truth, he had not been sleeping just now. It was merely a ruse for the onlookers. When he defeated the man in red, Feng suddenly noticed a slight issue with the system. There seemed to be a subtle change, but even now he had yet to figure it out. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. There were some debts he needed to settle for Feng Kaiyun. In the 9th level of Qi gathering, has no one come up? Feng looked at the young disciples of the four sects standing below the platform, completely motionless. What's wrong? You four sects were so arrogant before bullying my Kaoshan Sect for having no one. Now that I am here, anyone at the 9th level of Qi gathering can come up. At this, Yifeng deliberately glanced in the direction of the Wanhua sect, saying, the illustrious Wanhua sect can only resort to some underhanded tricks. Why is it that no one dares to take the stage now? Pointing forward with his right hand, he continued, the Wanhua sect cannot just be all show. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, a disciple at the 9th level of Qi gathering from the Wanhua. What do you mean you? If you want to fight, come up. If not, stop talking nonsense from below the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng interrupted, what? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, then come up. Against someone like you, I only need one hand. Ooh, I could crush you with less than half a hand. Arrogant. At that moment in the hearts of the crowd, Yifeng was indeed arrogant, which was exactly what he wanted. He aimed to let the Wanhua sect know that actions had consequences, especially for those around him. Saiyun, this madman is standing up for you. From the Kaoshan Sect's direction, Yu Hongyue looked at Yifeng, her eyes filled with satisfaction. In contrast, Feng Kaiyun stood to the side, feeling quite embarrassed, her pretty face flushed, unable to utter a word. Now that's what a real man should be like. If Yifeng just let it go today, Yu Hongyue would truly look down on it. After a moment, Yifeng still did not see anyone from the Wanhua sect come up to challenge him, so he continued, is the Wanhua sect really that weak? No one left. Then how about this, all of you at the 9th level of Qi gathering come up together, so it doesn't seem like I'm bullying the weak. Yifeng, you are going too far. Below the stage, an elder from the Wanhua sect spoke up, breathing heavily, his aura agitated, but due to the previous dominance of Yuxian, he did not dare to act recklessly. Anyone could tell Yifeng was humiliating the Wanhua sect, yet they had no way to counter it. Was it really as Yifeng said that all the disciples at the 9th level of Qi gathering should come up together? Setting aside the chances of winning, just the fact that all the disciples at the 9th level of Qi gathering from the Wanhua sect coming together would already be a boost for the Kaoshan sect. If Yifeng lost, it would be understandable, but if he won, the Wanhua sect would truly lose face, and how could they hold their heads up in front of the world afterward? Everyone understood this logic, and so did the elder of the Wanhua sect. Yi Shixiang is formidable. Yi Shixiang is doing great. Instantly cheers erupted from the disciples of the Kaoshan sect. Yifeng's popularity there had reached its peak. Yifeng Shixiang, you don't need to say anything more. The Wanhua sect is one of the 6 major sects, and they certainly wouldn't resort to such despicable tactics, right? They are just cowards afraid to fight. Yifeng Shixiang. A voice from the Kaoshan sect clearly reached everyone's ears. Listening to the harsh words, the elder of the Wanhua sect's face darkened, and his aura became increasingly turbulent. He shot a cold glance at Yifeng, then huffed. This time I'll consider it an admission of defeat for the Wanhua sect. However, Yifeng, I hope you can still be laughing in some time to come. Rest assured, Wanhua sect, next time Yifeng will definitely give you something to smile about. The elder of the Wanhua sect huffed coldly, and then stopped speaking, looking at Feng Shandao. Elder Feng, the competition is over. Please announce the results. Feng Shan glanced at Yuxian, and upon the latter nodding, he was about to begin. Suddenly, Yifeng interrupted first. Wait a moment. Yifeng, what is it? Reporting to Elder Feng, I heard that this competition is limited to high-level cultivators, not challenging low-level ones, but it does not state that low-level ones cannot challenge high-level ones, right? Bang. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, especially the young prodigy Lian on the Qi gathering stage, whose expression changed drastically. He had thought this competition was about to end, and just as he was ready to relax, Yifeng suddenly came out with such a statement. Yifeng, what do you mean? Exactly. Since no one from the 9th level of Qi gathering has come, I will take the initiative to challenge all of the prodigies at the Qi gathering level. As Yifeng spoke, he even glanced playfully in Lian's direction, a teasing smile spreading across his face. Upon meeting Yifeng's gaze, Lian hurriedly averted his eyes. I believe they won't refuse, will they? With Yifeng's words, the crowd erupted again. They couldn't have heard wrong. Yifeng was actually taking the initiative to challenge the Qi gathering stage. In the crowd, the sound of swallowing could be heard continuously, yet Yifeng paid no mind to it, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of the Qi gathering stage. Kid, I thought you had some great ability. It turns out you're just an inexperienced little brat. The one who spoke was the elder of the Wanhua sect, who had previously suffered at Yifeng's hands. Feng Shan observed Yifeng's resolute demeanor and chose not to argue further. After a brief glance at Yuxian, he remained silent upon receiving the latter's nod of agreement. Although Yifeng was a talented disciple of the Kaoshan sect, he had not yet fully matured. Yifeng glanced at the True Qi arena, where the Beast King Hall occupied one of the platforms. Originally, the Beast King Hall had 2 extraordinary platforms, but due to Yifeng's arrival, the one belonging to the red-clad man had been claimed by him. Yifeng continuously scanned the True Qi arena, where a prodigy from the Wanhua sect, Jianyang, held the first platform. The individual appeared strikingly handsome, with a fair complexion emanating a peculiar fragrance. Yi Feng could even discern the light makeup at the corners of his eyes, but he knew that this person was not a woman. Seemingly aware of Yi Feng's gaze, Jiang Yang turned around, his alluring eyes fixated on Yi Feng with a hint of malice flickering within them. Though he concealed it well, Yi Feng clearly caught the nuance. "Kid, soon you will learn the consequences of insulting my Wanhua sect." Jiang Yang's voice was soft like a breeze passing through, but everyone present was a cultivator. Any slight disturbance would not escape their ears. This is going to be entertaining. Yi Feng is courting death by insulting the Wanhua sect, and now he even dares to challenge a disciple of the true Qi realm. Indeed, just look at Jiang Yang's expression. He's going to make Yi Feng pay for it. Another disciple chimed in, not forgetting how the red-clad man fell to Yi Feng previously. With someone now standing up to deal with him, they couldn't help but revel in the misfortune. However, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect were not as carefree as those from other sects. Although they had confidence in Yi Feng's strength, they still couldn't help but worry for him. "Elder Feng, how about we begin now? We are eager to see how your Kaoshan Sect's talented disciple challenges our true Qi disciples." The elder from the Wanhua sect spoke, particularly emphasizing the word challenge, making his intentions clear to everyone present. Yi Feng naturally heard this, but would he allow them to have their way? The answer was obviously no. "Old man, no need to rush, you will understand soon enough." After speaking, Yi Feng disregarded him and turned his gaze towards the direction of the Lian sect, a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. Then he withdrew his gaze, saying, "Since you want to see, I will show you that the true Qi realm is nothing extraordinary." With that, Yi Feng exerted his legs with force, leaping into the air, and in the next moment, he appeared on the platform of Jiang Yang from the true Qi first level. In a place unnoticed by others on the true Qi third level platform, Lian's expression grew heavy. Seeing Yi Feng land on Jiang Yang's platform made him somewhat relieved, and he silently mourned for Jiang Yang for 3 seconds. "I didn't expect you to really dare to come up. In that case, prepare to face the wrath of my Wanhua sect." Jiang Yang looked at Yi Feng, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger. Yet Yi Feng only chuckled lightly at the androgynous voice. "I truly feel sorry for you." With that, he couldn't help but cover his mouth with both hands. Jiang Yang remained silent as he couldn't comprehend Yi Feng's meaning, merely gazing at him in confusion. "You freak, I mean, you've made yourself into something neither human nor ghost, clearly a man, yet you insist on speaking like a girl. But what you say is not even that to tell me, is it? Because you lacked love as a child, lacked calcium growing up, and are now lacking in development." "Huh." Hearing Yi Feng's words, the crowd below couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even some disciples from the Wanhua sect joined in, although they refrained from being as bold as their counterparts from other sects due to their status. This couldn't entirely be blamed on them. In the Wanhua sect, everyone knew Jiang Yang, but due to his strength, few dared to speak openly in his presence, only thinking it in their hearts. Now that Yi Feng had voiced it in front of Jiang Yang, they couldn't help but laugh along. "What are you laughing at? Who dares to laugh?" Jiang Yang's voice, filled with an eerie quality, roared in the arena, causing the entire martial combat peak to fall silent for a moment, followed by a collective burst of laughter. Seeing this, Jiang Yang's face darkened like a storm cloud. "Yi Feng, very well, you have successfully enraged me. Let's see if you still have the strength to be arrogant later. You need not worry about that. I am just curious about your reaction when you, a true Qi first-level expert, are knocked off the stage." Boasting. Jiang Yang glared coldly at Yi Feng. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." As he spoke, Jiang Yang's delicate face twisted into a fierce scowl, releasing a presence far more terrifying than the red-clad man before enveloping the entire platform. Yi Feng could distinctly feel that he had been locked onto by Jiang Yang's aura, bringing with it a chilling, sinister energy that made Yi Feng feel slightly nauseous. It seems Jiang Yang's technique belongs to the extremities of yin and evil. Yi Feng murmured softly, but this did not significantly impact him. Silently invoking his system, he commanded mechanical battle armor. In the next second, Yi Feng's entire body was enveloped in a heavy steel armor, with only a pair of bright eyes visible from within. This was the first time Yi Feng revealed his steel armor in front of the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, immediately drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Is this Yi Feng's martial soul? So impressive. With the steel armor covering him, Jiang Yang's chilling aura was instantly dispelled. At the same time, Jiang Yang instantly felt that Yi Feng, who he had locked onto, had vanished the moment the mysterious armor appeared. Looking at the unfamiliar armor, Jiang Yang's expression turned considerably dark. He coldly snorted, "Pretentious tricks." With that, his figure flashed and charged towards Yi Feng, a series of chilling winds cutting through the air, bringing with it an aura of cold that seemed to lower the temperature of the entire platform. A sinister coldness enveloped the entire arena, yet Yi Feng remained motionless. Ever since he summoned his mechanical armor, he had stood silently in place, showing no further movement. Phantom Thousand split. On the arena, with a cold shout from Jiang Yang, the single figure of Jiang Yang suddenly multiplied into two. Before the crowd could react, the two figures continued to split into 4 then 8. In mere moments, the entire arena was filled with Jiang Yang's doppelgangers, each exuding an aura remarkably similar to his original. From the direction of Kaoshan Sect, as Feng Kaiyun watched the thousands of Jiang Yangs appear, a hint of worry crossed her delicate face. Yifeng might not know, but on the previous True Qi First Layer arena, Jiang Yang had defeated opponent after opponent, using these myriad doppelgangers, ultimately claiming victory on that stage. It was precisely this sea of doppelgangers that left many sect disciples at a loss, and eventually Jiang Yang found his opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Feng Kaiyun gazed at Yifeng, surrounded by countless doppelgangers on the arena, her expression growing heavier. "You'll be fine, right?" she murmured softly, having no other recourse but to silently pray for him. On the arena, Yifeng naturally paid no heed to these doppelgangers. "With so many clones, you must have invested considerable effort in your cultivation." Yifeng casually turned his head, speaking toward a corner of the arena. Seemingly careless but deliberate, Jiang Yang's true body happened to be in that direction. The moment Jiang Yang saw Yifeng turn, a sense of foreboding surged within him. "Does he know?" he muttered inwardly, realizing he could no longer fathom the Yifeng standing not far before. As if sensing something, Yifeng grinned at Jiang Yang and said, "I wonder if all these clones were destroyed with you." With a clang, Jiang Yang's heart tightened, and he silently cursed. Simultaneously, Yifeng had already artificial ejection. Earlier, Yifeng had communicated with the system. Was Jiang Yang confident in his clones and speed? Very well, he would use speed to show Jiang Yang the gap between them. To the sect disciples, Yifeng still appeared stationary, but he had already moved the instant Jiang Yang did, without any delay. Thousand shadows. Jiang Yang also sensed something amiss with Yifeng. The next moment, the Yifeng who had remained in place began to dissipate, shattering into fragments of shadow that faded into the air. It wasn't that Yifeng hadn't moved, his speed was so blinding that no one in the arena could react, not even Jiang Yang himself could discern his movements. A crisp, piercing sound rang out, faint yet distinct. As the sound faded, one of Jiang Yang's myriad doppelgangers on the arena shattered, dissolving into fragments of energy that scattered across the field. Jiang Yang was stunned, as were the disciples below. Only the elders could clearly perceive what Yifeng had done. From the direction of 10,000 flowers, Sect the elder watched the shattered clone dissipate, a grave look in his eyes. He had seen it clearly, and that clarity only heightened his anxiety. Yifeng's destruction of Jiang Yang's clone required no special martial art. Only two simple elements, speed and power. Leveraging his speed, Yifeng, before Jiang Yang could react, casually struck the clone with a palm. No energy fluctuation, just a simple slap, and the clone crumbled like a bubble. Yifeng did not stop, he continued moving across the arena. With every movement, another clone dissolved into the air. Jiang Yang began to panic. He had intended to use these clones to confuse his opponent, as he had done with other sect disciples, and secure his victory. But facing Yifeng, he discovered that these clones were as powerless as children before an adult, offering no resistance and being destroyed outright. No, at this rate, I'm bound to lose. Jiang Yang grew frantic. He feared defeat and could not bear being bested by someone of a lower cultivation level. Yet now, in terms of speed, he could not even track Yifeng's figure, only barely catching some traces of movement. As for strength, after witnessing the fate of the man in red, fear had taken hold. Clone after clone dissipated. Within a few short breaths, Yifeng had eliminated most of Jiang Yang's clones, leaving only a dozen or so still standing. The disciples of Kaoshan Sect, seeing Yifeng's dominant performance on the arena, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Xian quietly watched Yifeng's fleeting figure, gently stroking his chin, a smile spreading across his face. "Jiang Yang, this is your confidence." Yifeng's piercing voice drifted into Jiang Yang's ears, causing the latter's face to darken. Yet he was utterly helpless against Yifeng, knowing he was outmatched in speed. "Yifeng, is this all you can do? Skulk in the shadows?" Jiang Yang's attack missed once more, his expression growing heavier. In this process, he had lost count of how many times he had struck out and how many times he had failed. "What's the matter? Can't even touch me now." Yifeng suddenly halted, standing in his original position, eyeing Jiang Yang with amusement. "I thought the true Qi realm was formidable, but it turns out you're only this strong. How disappointing." Yifeng shook his head. "Forget it, I'm done playing with you." As his words fell, Yifeng vanished once more. Jiang Yang's face twisted in alarm. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of danger flooded his heart. Acting on instinct, he retreated rapidly, but his speed paled in comparison to Yifeng's. Yifeng suddenly appeared before Jiang Yang, sneering, "Running. Can you escape?" Fear crept onto Jiang Yang's face. "How does he know my true Bodis location?" A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, but before he could react, Yifeng had already struck. The steel-clad hand came crashing down toward Jiang Yang's head. Jiang Yang could only hastily raise his arms to block. The next moment, a terrifying immense force transmitted from the steel palm through his arms, surging into his body, wantonly ravaging his vitality. A dull thud echoed as Jiang Yang's figure landed on the other side of the arena, kneeling on one knee with a thin trickle of blood slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the ground. Yifeng stopped at the position where Jiang Yang had stood before the steel giant hand still stained with a trace of blood, which had splattered there when Jiang Yang had been thrown out. Gently wiping away the bloodstains, Yifeng looked disdainfully at Jiang Yang and said, "Your blood has sullied my hand." He then took a step forward. "I truly don't understand what your pride is based on. Just before this, you kept claiming you would make me look bad, but what about now?" Yifeng walked slowly yet with a rhythmic pace, each step resonating like a giant wielding a war hammer, striking relentlessly at Jiang Yang's heart. PFF. Unable to endure the pressure exerted by Yifeng, Jiang Yang once again spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering the floor before him, painting it crimson. As Yifeng gradually approached Jiang Yang, an inexplicable aura began to form in the arena, this aura targeting only Jiang Yang, while the others remained oblivious. Feeling the weight of the mountain-like pressure, Jiang Yang even thought his body might dissolve under it. In the face of such power, a thought emerged in his mind. This was beyond his capacity to resist. Below the stage, the elder from the Wanhua sect watched the situation unfold on the arena, feeling like an ant on a hot stove, yet the overwhelming pressure from Yuxian kept him paralyzed with fear. Boom. Yifeng took another step forward. Now the distance between him and Jiang Yang was merely 3 steps, which seemed as distant as the horizon in Jiang Yang's eyes. "You dare, Yifeng!" The elder from the Wanhua sect finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. A surge of harmonizing energy amplified by his vitality rushed towards Yifeng. Before Yifeng could react, Yuxian lightly waved his right hand, causing the energy to dissipate gently into the air. "It's fine, you do your own thing." With just a simple sentence, Yuxian expressed his stance. Yifeng glanced at Yuxian, nodded, and then stepped forward again. Not far away, the elder from the Liang sect observed Yifeng's figure, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. Had they truly made a mistake? This child was able to invoke the power of heaven and earth even at the 9th level of vitality. Could there be limits to his future? The younger generation of disciples were completely in the dark, unaware of what was happening on the stage. Only a few elders from the major sects understood that Yifeng was not only gathering the power of heaven and earth, but also aimed to shatter Jiang Yang's martial heart in one fell swoop. This ruthless indifference was far more terrifying than simply killing Jiang Yang with a knife. Boom. As Yifeng took a step forward, everyone could clearly feel Jiang Yang's transformation. He was no longer the arrogant figure from before, but had instead become considerably dispirited. The elder from the Wanhua sect watched Yifeng's advancing step, unable to intervene. He knew well that with Yifeng's last step, Jiang Yang would be rendered utterly defeated. The scene gradually coalesced beneath Yifeng's feet, slowly lifting, ready to fall at any moment. This step was the final step. Yifeng deliberately took it slowly, yet Jiang Yang felt as if this step was like the heavens, impossible to block. The elder from the Wanhua sect had reddened eyes, finally unable to restrain himself from speaking again. However, this time, he did not amplify his vitality. He understood that with Yuxian present today, he could do nothing. "Yifeng, do you dare?" "Do I not dare?" Yifeng turned his head, casting a cold glance at the elder from the Wanhua sect. "Do you know what consequences you will face if this foot falls?" Before Yifeng could respond, Yuxian spoke. "First, Yifeng, do what you believe you should do. The Kaoshan Sect is... Yuxian, do you really want to start a sect war? Or do you think the Kaoshan Sect can withstand the 4 major sects?" The elder from the Wanhua sect's tone sharpened. "Whether the Kaoshan Sect has that strength is my own business. But you represent the Wanhua Sect and the other 3 major sects." Yuxian did not back down at all. "The moment your 4 major sects decided to ally, you should have known the stance of the Kaoshan Sect. You..." The elder from the Wanhua sect pointed at Yuxian, momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you mean by you? Old man, let me tell you, this foot is already set in stone." Yifeng looked at the elder from the Wanhua sect's frustrated expression and couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration. With that, he stepped down. Without any noise, just a simple step, yet everyone noticed the entire arena had already developed fine cracks spreading out like a spider web, with Yifeng at the center. And Jiang Yang, who had been half kneeling on the ground, became considerably weaker with this step, collapsing to the ground, his eyes blankly staring at Yifeng. Upon closer observation, one could see a hint of confusion in his gaze. He did not understand what this power was, nor did he realize that his life had already reached its end. This was his final destination. "Yifeng, the Wanhua sect will surely make you regret everything you have done today." The elder from the Wanhua sect shouted from below, disregarding the sect's image. Had it not been for the last shred of rationality keeping him sober, he would have rushed up long ago. "Wanhua sect, we will take it from here. Yu Xian said coldly, having already made his decision long ago. There was no need for hesitation. The power of heaven and earth gathered slowly but disappeared in an instant. On the arena, Yi Feng returned to his previous appearance, the mechanical armor having been retracted. Zhang Yang was also taken down by the elder from the Wanhua sect's subordinates, but the conflict between the two sects had been brought to light for the first time. Yet Yi Feng was completely unconcerned, especially since their Kaoshan Sect was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Good job, senior brother Yi Feng. Below the stage, the cheers of the Kaoshan Sect disciples echoed once more. They were unaware of the underlying issues, but Yi Feng had vented their frustrations, allowing these young disciples to lift their heads once more, which was enough. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Feng Shan didn't appear the slightest bit happy. Instead, he frowned slightly as he looked at Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled lightly. Haven't you prepared? He then turned to Yi Feng. If you're not ready, you must be prepared now, after all time is running out. Beside him, Feng Shan fell silent. He too understood that their time was truly limited, but was it really wise to place everything on Yi Feng's shoulders alone? Or was it truly fair? He did not know, Yu Xian did not know, and Yi Feng surely did not know. Ultimately, it was still a matter of insufficient strength, leaving them with little power to voice their opinions. As the competition of the true Qi realm's talented disciples came to an end, the name Yi Feng gradually spread among the 6 major sects. Previously, when facing the man in red, Yi Feng had unexpectedly crushed him using sheer strength, and during his battle with Zhang Yang, many felt his victory was inscrutable, leaving disciples from years ago baffled. In their hearts, Yi Feng was shrouded in a thin veil of mystery that they longed to uncover. However, what concerned them even more now was whether Yi Feng would choose to continue challenging the talented disciples of the second level of True Qi Realm. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Standing on the stage of the second level of True Qi Realm was none other than a prodigy from the Beast King Hall, Wang Cheng. It was rumored that Wang Cheng was not well known during his time at the Qi Gathering Realm, merely an ordinary disciple of the Beast King Hall, but since entering the True Qi Realm, his combat power had skyrocketed, defeating many talented disciples from the Beast King Hall, ultimately earning the opportunity to participate in this grand competition of the 6 sects. Yi Feng, do you want to take a break? Feng Shan approached Yi Feng, asking with concern. Elder, it's fine. Dealing with these small fry doesn't require a break. Let's just get started. After it's done, I still want to go soak in the hot springs. Yi Feng deliberately emphasized the words hot springs, casting a glance towards Feng Ziyun, who turned crimson. Pervert. Feng Kaiyun muttered softly before hurriedly shifting her gaze away from Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile, as this girl was still as shy as ever. On the stage of the True Qi Realm's talented disciples, Wang Cheng stood with his hands clasped in front of his chest and eyes slightly closed, appearing indifferent. Yet Yi Feng could sense that despite their small difference in realm, the strength of Wang Cheng and Zhang Yang was worlds apart. However, Yi Feng remained absolutely confident that he could defeat him. It was just that on the stage of the third level of True Qi Realm, he had seen a familiar figure, Lai Yan from the Liang sect. Well, since you feel confident, that's good. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's confidence, Feng Shan recalled a series of eye-opening events from earlier and felt reassured, stepping down from the stage to announce the beginning of the competition for the second level of True Qi Realm. Yi Feng gently nodded, and his figure appeared opposite Wang Cheng. When Yi Feng stepped onto the stage, Wang Cheng slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Interesting. The moment Wang Cheng opened his eyes, Yi Feng felt a sharp glint shoot towards him. He noticed that Wang Cheng's eyes were unlike those of ordinary people. Their color was not the standard black, but a light gray. You truly surprise me. Wang Cheng spoke, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if addressing a corpse. My apologies, there will be many more surprises. Yi Feng smiled lightly, revealing a row of bright, white teeth. I must say, to have come this far, you are indeed quite arrogant. Wang Cheng pointed towards the direction of the Beast King Hall, and continued, but do you think I am like that waste? Yi Feng followed Wang Cheng's finger, which pointed to the man in red he had previously incapacitated. But rest assured, I won't take revenge for him. His weakness is his own fault, but I hope you won't disappoint me. Before Yi Feng could respond, Wang Cheng continued, Heh. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, then said nothing more. Just as he had said, Wang Cheng was indeed somewhat arrogant, but did Yi Feng truly regard him at all? You can make your move, he'll give you 3 chances. Wang Cheng kept his hands clasped in front of his chest, seemingly unprepared to strike. No need, just one will suffice. Offended by Wang Cheng's disdain, Yi Feng's temper flared. He could not tolerate that someone in this world could be more arrogant than him. Yi Feng, be careful of his eyes. A kind reminder came from behind from a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect. Yi Feng waved his hand lightly in acknowledgement and prepared himself. Silently chanting particle gun separation cannon, Yi Feng's hands suddenly produced 2 long guns. Seeing Yi Feng pull out new items, the Kaoshan Sect disciples were puzzled. When did their sect become so wealthy? Yi Feng frequently produced things they had never seen before. Not far away, Wang Cheng observed the particle gun and separation cannon Yi Feng had produced, feeling perplexed. As an ancient reincarnator, he had seen many things, but the items in Yi Feng's hands were not only unfamiliar, he had never even heard of them. In an instant, Wang Cheng discarded his previous disdain, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. With 2 lifetimes behind him, his instincts told him that the items in Yi Feng's hands were very dangerous. I'll let you feel the power of my cannon. Yi Feng grinned at Wang Cheng, then, without hesitation, fired the particle gun and separation cannon. Bang! 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 The crisp sounds resonated as several rays of red, blue, and white light intertwined, racing towards Wang Cheng. In half a breath, they reached him. The projectiles from the particle gun and separation cannon traced beautiful arcs through the air, exuding a sense of elegance. Wang Cheng was not the least bit careless. He activated his chi in advance, causing his eyes to darken. Heaven's punishment light. Wang Cheng shouted, unleashing 3 gray energy beams from his eyes, which collided fiercely with Yi Feng's projectiles, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Boom! Several deafening explosions echoed, enveloping the stage in a cloud of white energy smoke. For a moment, the situation inside was obscured with shockwaves, causing the weaker disciples to retreat. Boom! The explosions continued for several seconds before the white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 2 indistinct figures on the stage. It was none other than Yi Feng and Wang Cheng. Yi Feng remained standing in place, while the particle gun and separation cannon had long since vanished from his hands. Opposite, Wang Cheng had indeed retreated a few steps, with his right leg half kneeling on the ground, struggling to support his weary body. You lost, Yi Feng stated calmly. Though his posture was intact, Yi Feng's aura was somewhat unstable, indicating considerable energy expenditure. Yes, I lost. Wang Cheng raised his head, gazing deeply at Yi Feng, before finally struggling to step down from the stage, but instead of returning to the position of the elders of the Beast King Hall, he headed towards the foot of the martial battle peak. Wang Cheng left without saying a word, and no one knew what had transpired during his battle with Yi Feng. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that Wang Cheng's eyes had not opened at all since his departure, with a trickle of dark liquid seeping from the corners. Wang Cheng left without saying a word, and no one knew what had transpired during his battle with Yi Feng. However, upon closer observation, one would notice that Wang Cheng's eyes had not opened at all. Elder, him leaving now, Wang Cheng replied, showing no signs of hesitation as he vanished over the horizon. The crowd, however, grew even more curious about Yi Feng. The elders of the Beast King Hall quietly watched Wang Cheng's departing figure, lost in thought. In their hearts, they believed that Wang Cheng could not possibly lose. Only they understood the true identity of Wang Cheng and how terrifying his heavenly punishment light was. Among his peers, they did not believe anyone could defeat him, yet the truth lay starkly before them. Both arenas of the Beast King Hall had been breached by Yi Feng, and now there was not a single arena left standing for the Beast King Hall. With this thought, the elder from the Beast King Hall felt a deep-seated hatred toward Yi Feng. Casting a cold glance at Yi Feng, the elder from the Beast King Hall said to his disciples behind him, "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, he turned and made his way toward the foot of the martial fight peak. Beast King Hall, take your time, but remember our previous agreement, Feng Shan said to the departing figures of the Beast King Hall, speaking slowly. The elder from the Beast King Hall paused in his steps, his body momentarily halted. Rest assured, today's events are merely the beginning, he said, filled with fury before departing the martial fight peak under the gaze of the onlookers. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect cheered with joy as Yi Feng had brought them countless surprises today. Initially, they thought that facing the 4 major sects they would not be able to claim a single arena, but Yi Feng's appearance shattered all of those expectations. In a place unnoticed by others, Yuxian quietly observed the departing figures, lost in thought. He knew that this was merely the prelude to an impending storm. With the departure of the Beast King Hall, the remaining 3 major sects began to stir, as well, fully aware of the reasons behind the elders' hasty exit. It could be said that if Yi Feng had not appeared, they would have unhesitatingly chosen to side with the Beast King Hall. However, now Yuxian had reached a legendary level, and Yi Feng had displayed such monstrous talent. The elders of the 3 major sects began to grow hesitant, feeling a sense of unease. Yi Feng, are you going to continue challenging? Feng Shan was already satisfied with the results achieved by the Kaoshan Sect, and at this moment, he asked Yi Feng, hoping to provide him with an easy way out. Yi Feng understood Feng Shan's intention. He smiled slightly at Feng Shan, then turned his gaze toward the 3rd layer of the true Qi realm, where Lai Yin seemed to sense something, and turned to look at Yi Feng. Their eyes met. Yi Feng smiled mysteriously at Lai Yin, who suddenly felt a rush of panic, and silently prayed that Yi Feng would not choose to continue the challenge. Yi Feng playfully chuckled, saying, "No need to continue, this is sufficient." He then stepped down from the arena and walked toward Feng Kaiyun. As Yi Feng's words echoed in the arena, Lai Yin suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. He took a deep breath as he truly did not want to face Yifeng, this monstrous individual. Even though he had some trump cards left, he had no absolute confidence against Yifeng. Conversely, the elder of the Liang sect had a slight shift in his impression of Yifeng after hearing his response. While others did not understand Yifeng's intentions, the smile he had just displayed allowed the elder of the Liang sect to glean some insights. Courageous and cunning, this child, if he does not fall, will surely achieve great things, the elder of the Liang sect thought to himself, suddenly feeling uncertain. With Yifeng's departure, the genius arena of the martial fight peak came to an end. Ultimately, the Kaoshan Sect independently claimed all 3 genius arenas, rightfully securing first place. Yifeng also revealed his strength for the first time among the 6 major sects, defeating the true Qi realm with vitality, a tale that quickly spread among the sects. Yet Yifeng seemed unconcerned by all of this. At this moment, he had arrived in front of Feng Ziyun, who was quietly sitting on the ground, her head lowered. Despite sensing Yifeng's arrival, she did not dare to lift her head. The injury she had sustained during her battle against the Wanhua sect had long since healed. What, seeing your master and not moving at all? Yifeng, seeing Feng Kaiyin's stillness, could not help but tease you. A faint voice reached his ears, and Yifeng felt the urge to playfully provoke this adorable maid. Your courage is growing bolder. Your master stands here, and you, a maid, sit straight. Do I need to go back and teach you proper manners before you will listen? No, Feng Ziyun, hearing the slightly annoyed tone in Yifeng's voice, became flustered. Haha. Yifeng laughed heartily, then crouched down, gently cupping Feng Kaiyin's delicate face. She closed her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushing, appearing at a loss. Ziyun, you truly are charming like this, he said, and the imagined reprimand never came. Instead, Yifeng's gentle voice filled her heart. You? Are your injuries healed? Yes. In the future, don't be so foolish. Don't believe everything others say. Yifeng gently ruffled Feng Kaiyin's hair, a soft hue flashing in his eyes. Feng Kaiyin spoke softly, obedient to Yifeng. Remember, you are my maid, and from now on only I can bully you. Pay no heed to what others say. Yifeng's tone turned domineering, carrying an unarguable firmness. What about my grandfather? Feng Ziyun, after a long silence, suddenly looked up, staring at Yifeng with a silly expression, her eyes carrying a hint of innocence. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause he awkwardly chuckled. As for the Grand Elder's words, of course you can listen to him. Without waiting for Feng Kaiyin to respond, Yifeng dashed away from the martial fight peak, as if escaping. Little did Yifeng know his simple words today would deeply imprint themselves in the innermost part of the young girl's heart, a mark that could never be erased. The events at the martial battle peak have concluded, and the 4 major sects arrived in a furious manner. Now the Beast King Palace and the Wanhua sect had to leave martial battle peak in disgrace. Of course, Yifeng was completely unconcerned about this. At this moment, he was in a hot spring, enjoying the warmth of the sun, the comfort of the hot spring, making him unable to suppress a series of moans. The martial battle peak was no longer bustling as before. Instead, it had become exceptionally quiet. With the end of the Tianjiao competition, the remaining 5 sects also departed, while the disciples of the Kaoshan sect gradually scattered. Now on the vast martial battle peak, only Yu Xian and Fengshan remained. Standing at the highest point of martial battle peak, one can clearly see the entire situation of the Kaoshan sect from here. Martial battle peak is the most mysterious place in the Kaoshan sect and the highest point of the sect. Looking at the diligent disciples training below, Yu Xian's heart became much more relaxed. For a long time, facing the pressure from the 4 major sects as the leader of the sect, the burdens he bore were evident. Junior brother Feng. After a long time, Yu Xian withdrew his gaze from the Kaoshan sect disciples and looked at Fengshan beside him. This time he did not call him the Grand Elder. Instead, he addressed him as Junior Brother. Kaoshan Sect. Yu Xian hesitated, his expression no longer as calm as before. Senior brother, the situation is not as dire as we imagined. We still have a chance. After a long, while Fengshan managed to squeeze out a few words. Even he was well aware in his heart. A chance? Is there really one? He did not know. Outside Hongyue Valley, 2 women walked forward, one on the left and one on the right. The woman on the left was dressed in white, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, walking quietly. The woman on the right, on the other hand, was more flamboyant, dressed in red with a hint of wildness in her demeanor, bouncing along energetically. These 2 were the Kaoshan Sect's 2 leading ladies, Feng Kaiyin and Yu Honghua. Although the Tianjiao competition at Martial Battle Peak had ended in the hearts of these 2 women, it never truly ended. Even 3 days later, they could find no trace of Yifeng, having not seen him within the entire sect. Ziyin, you are his maid, right? What's going on? Have you not seen that brat at all in these 3 days? Yu Hongyue clung to Feng Kaiyin's arm, shaking it as she spoke. I don't know. My grandfather has asked me to focus on my training these past 3 days and break through to the true Qi realm, Feng Kaiyin replied helplessly. Don't worry. I want to see if that brat is hiding from us or secretly up to no good. As Yu Hongyue said this, she waved her small fists. If I catch him, he will be in for it, hum. Hongyue, why do you seem a bit off today? Normally you don't pay attention to those men at all. Why are you so concerned about Yifeng today? Feng Kaiyun looked at Yu Hongyue in confusion. Being simple-minded, she never thought too much about it, and whatever thoughts she voiced them all to her good sister. Well, Tsai and I am standing up for you. Think about it, you are his maid and he treats you like this, disappearing for days with— Really? Feng Kaiyun asked, feeling a little uneasy. Hongyue, why do I feel something is off? She looked at Yu Hongyue with a puzzled expression, tilting her head slightly, her eyes filled with innocence. Hey, let's go, we have arrived at Hongyue Valley. Saying this, Yu Hongyue did not give Feng Kaiyun a chance to retort directly, pulling her along, quickly walking towards the valley. Hey Hongyue, don't pull me, slow down, wait a second. Outside the valley, the sounds of the two girls teasing each other could be heard, but unfortunately, they were not seen. Inside the valley, Yifeng was still sleeping soundly in the hot spring. It must be said that soaking in the hot spring was indeed delightful, pure, and unpolluted. Over the past 3 days, Yifeng spent most of his time not sleeping, but soaking in the hot spring. He felt as if he had become addicted to it. Clear streams flowed continuously from the crevices of the surrounding rocks, bringing with them a hint of warm mist that slowly infused into the hot spring. At this moment, Feng Kaiyun and Yu Hongyue arrived at Yifeng's usual room. They hesitated at the door for quite a while, and after finally gathering the courage to lift their feet and step into the room, they found it to be empty, let alone seeing Yifeng's figure. That brat, where did he run off to this time? Yu Hongyue punched the nearby round table, producing a cracking sound as a corner of the table splintered. Gritting her teeth and glaring at the room, Yu Hongyue was furious. Hongyue, since he is not here, let's leave. It feels inappropriate to stay in someone else's room like this. Feng Kaiyun said gently, believing that since Yifeng was not here, he must have been busy with something. No, wait, Tsai, we cannot leave empty-handed today. Yu Hongyue said insistently, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings restlessly, as if she was plotting something. This is not right, Hongyue. Feng Kaiyun whispered beside her, but her confidence was clearly overshadowed by Yu Hongyue. What are you afraid of, Kaiyun? That brat doesn't even know. Yu Hongyue smiled mysteriously, then moved closer to Feng Kaiyun, whispering in her ear. As Yu Hongyue said something, Feng Kaiyun's face gradually turned red, and soon her pretty face was completely flushed. So what do you say, Hongyue? Are we going or not? Yu Hongyue smiled at Feng Kaiyun, her eyes filled with anticipation. Hongyue, we can't. If someone sees us, how will we face others? Feng Kaiyun covered her face, turning to the side, no longer looking at Yu Hongyue. Yu Hongyue looked at Feng Kaiyun, her big eyes darting around. Then she wrapped her arms around Feng Kaiyun's waist, shaking her continuously, saying, Kaiyun, just this once, okay? We'll leave right after soaking. No one is here anyway. No way, that's too embarrassing. That's— Kaiyun, it's fine. I heard that the hot spring Yifeng has is great for nourishing the skin and has whitening effects. Yu Hongyue continued to tempt her. Kaiyun, don't you want to become a little more beautiful? Who knows, that brat Yifeng might even fall in love with you someday. What are you talking about, Hongyue? Feng Kaiyun's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe red apple. Let's go, Kaiyun. Let me tell you, that hot spring is really comfortable. As Yu Hongyue said this, she pulled Feng Kaiyun slowly toward the direction of the hot spring. In the hot spring, Yifeng lay on the surface, his body sinking naturally. Due to the thin mist, only a vague outline of him was visible on the calm water. Without careful observation, one would never notice another person's presence in the spring. At this moment, Feng Kaiyun and her companion had already changed clothes, leaving only their undergarments, revealing their flawless figures and long fair legs. Kaiyun, come on, hurry up. Yu Hongyue was audacious, dashing swiftly to the edge of the hot spring. With a splash that sent ripples and droplets flying, she appeared on the other side of the spring in the next moment, moving swiftly through the water like a mermaid. On the bank, Feng Kaiyun hugged her delicate form, her hands shielding her chest, looking utterly flustered. This was entirely beyond her comprehension. Even though she believed no one was around, her inherent conservatism made this difficult to accept. Hongyue, let's forget it. We should go back. Feng Kaiyun watched Hongyue, who was swimming joyfully like a fish in the water, a hint of longing stirring within her. Kaiyun, what's there to fear? We'll head back in a bit. Come on, and it's truly comfortable. Yu Hongyue swiftly moved to Feng Kaiyun's side. Before the latter could react, she grabbed her foot, followed by a splash, and Feng Kaiyun's scream. Waves splashed high. Hongyue, you. Feng Kaiyun struggled to rise from the water. The spring wet her hair, droplets clinging to her blushing face. Yu Hongyue, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. Instead, she made a funny face at Feng Kaiyun and began to fondle her recklessly. Feng Kaiyun, unable to withstand such boldness, could only passively cover her vital areas, and the two women frolicked with abandon, oblivious to a figure stirring in a dim corner just a few meters away. They might have noticed Yifeng under normal circumstances, but their earlier failure to find him led them to subconsciously assume he wasn't in Red Moon Valley. Coupled with the safety of Mount Leaning Sect, their vigilance was at its lowest. Yifeng had been enjoying a pleasant dream playing with a crowd of beauties only to be startled awake by splashing water. Just as he was about to curse in frustration, two familiar voices drifted past his ears. No way, when did these two girls become so daring? Snapping back to reality, Yifeng fixed his gaze on the pair frolicking nearby, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He couldn't fathom how they had ended up in his hot spring. He could somewhat excuse Yu Hongyue, but Feng Kaiyun truly shouldn't be here. Saiyan, I never realized you've developed so well. So big and soft, he. As Yifeng was still pondering, Yu Hongyu's familiar voice reached his ears again, instantly igniting a surge of unruly heat within him, while her words echoed in his mind. Damn it, these two girls are tempting me to sin, he muttered under his breath, yet he couldn't help but fix his gaze up. Hongyue, stop it. Feng Kaiyun blushed, letting Yu Hongyue have her way, utterly powerless. If only those hands were mine, Yifeng thought wickedly. Yifeng watched the fair hand fondling Feng Kaiyun's chest, his thoughts turning dark. Drool unconsciously trickled from the corner of his mouth. Giggles echoed in his ears. Yifeng felt he could endure no longer. Damn it, I can look, but not touch. Are these two doing this on purpose? I need to teach them a lesson. Yifeng fumed at his own discomfort. Ahem. Just as the two women were thoroughly enjoying themselves, a foreign sound shattered the harmony. Who's there? Yu Hongyue was the first to react, withdrawing her mischievous hands and crossing them over her chest, alertly scanning her surroundings. She crouched lower until only her head remained above the water. Feng Kaiyun was startled by the sound, frozen in place, and at a loss. It took a nudge from Yu Hongyue for her to snap out of it. She quickly crouched down beside Yu Hongyue, their heads turning to survey the area. However, Yifeng had anticipated their reaction and submerged himself just in time. Hongyue, Feng Kaiyun's voice grew anxious as she saw no one around. She dreaded the thought of being discovered like this. Her eyes began to glisten with tears. Saiyan, don't be afraid, I'm here. Let's see which little thief dares to peek at me while I bathe. Underwater, Yifeng clearly heard their conversation and couldn't suppress a smirk. Damn, interrupting my sweet, who would have thought? The two proud daughters of Mount Leaning Sect would sneak into someone else's home to soak, and Yifeng deliberately lowered his voice, using the system to project it outward. As long as he didn't want to reveal his location, even someone a full realm above him couldn't pinpoint him, let alone Feng Kaiyun and her companion. Who are you? Hiding and skulking? What kind of man are you? If you've got the guts, show yourself. Haha, you think he'll come out just because you say so? Who do you think you are? What are you worth? Underwater, Yifeng leisurely admired the figures of the two women while speaking casually, feeling immensely pleased. After the martial arts peak event, he had been terribly bored and finally found some amusement. He wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Hongyue, what should we do? Feng Kaiyun looked at Yu Hongyu's furious face, her worry deepening. Tisk tisk, so fair. I never noticed before how good Yu Hongyu's figure is. Everything that should be big is big, though her chest is a bit small. No matter, it doesn't affect things. Yifeng's gaze shifted from Yu Hongyue to Feng Kaiyun. On my own, maid has a much better figure. Perfect proportions, long legs. If only he. Yifeng entertained wicked thoughts, completely oblivious to the two women's mounting fury and Yu Hongyu's harsh curses, which he automatically tuned out. With beauties before him, why not enjoy the view? Time slowly trickled by. As if growing weary, Yifeng unconsciously shifted his body, causing a slight ripple in the water around him. The moment the water stirred, Yifeng knew he was in trouble. A second later, Yu Hongyu's roar like a lioness reached his ears. Pervert. I finally caught you. Hiding underwater to spy on me. Prepare to die. As Yu Hongyue spoke, she directed a palm strike towards Yifeng, instantly splashing water around. What the hell, this girl is actually serious. Sensing the force behind Yu Hongyu's strike, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise, but his figure was not slow. He quickly twisted to the side and dodged. At the same time, Yifeng's body was exposed on the water's surface, completely naked except for a small pair of Yifeng. Yu Hongyue looked at the suddenly appearing figure with a hint of astonishment, then gritted her teeth and said, You bastard, shameless scoundrel, you actually peeped on us. Hongyue, let me explain. Yifeng hurriedly waved his hands, speaking to Hongyue, who was ready to strike again. Beside them, Feng Kaiyun turned crimson the moment she saw Yifeng appear, her little head almost completely submerged in the water, not daring to look at him. What do you want to say? Yu Hongyue scoffed. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. She even forgot that she was standing in the water, her upper body exposed to Yifeng's gaze. Yifeng glanced at her chest, and just as Yu Hongyue wanted to say something, she suddenly caught his eyes and shouted, You bastard, don't look. She quickly covered her chest with both hands and crouched down. I didn't mean to, you all continue. Yifeng chuckled, awkwardly stepping towards the shore, preparing to make a quick exit. Although he knew it wasn't his fault, he understood that at this moment he shouldn't reason with women, or else he might lose his life without knowing why. Seeing Yifeng about to leave, Yu Hongyue shouted, Yifeng, you can't leave. Why not? Yifeng turned his head back, looking at the two girls in confusion. For no reason you can't leave. If you dare to run, just wait and see how I deal with you. Yu Hongyue said, while waving her little fist at Yi Feng. Feng Ziyun, who had been crouching in the water, was at a loss, and could only quietly watch the two, unsure of what to do. I say, little girl, this is my territory. If I want to leave, I will. What can you do about it? Ignoring Yu Hongyue, Yi Feng continued to walk forward, during which he had already put on his clothes. You? For a moment, Yu Hongyue pointed at Yi Feng, suddenly at a loss for words. What do you mean, little girl? I haven't even pursued you for barging into my house. If you keep talking, I will go to the sect and tell everyone. Bastard. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng laughed heartily, hands behind his back, humming a tune, swaying as he walked towards the... What a beautiful day today, really fucking beautiful. Little white legs, big white bunnies running in the jungle, splash, 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 clap, clap, clap. The hunter is coming, run quickly. The harsh sound of Yi Feng reached Yu Hongyue's ears. She gritted her teeth, staring intently at Yi Feng's departing figure as if she wanted to devour him. Hongyue, don't be angry. Feng Kaiyun tugged at her hand and softly spoke, but the redness on her face had not faded. Zion, you just speak for that bastard. Look at him, he's just a scoundrel. Hongyue, it was really our fault. You only know how to speak for him. I don't understand what kind of drug that bastard Yi Feng has poured into you. Yu Hongyue pointed at Feng Ziyun, speaking with a tone of disappointment, while the latter lowered her head, not knowing what to think. Forget it, little girl, let's go back. Looking at Feng Kaiyun's appearance, Yu Hongyue understood, oh, after all, wasn't she the same? If it were someone else, she would have rushed up to fight already, but... Hey, Yu Hongyue, you are not as developed as my Ziyun, haha. By the way, Ziyun, you are my maid, remember that. Just as the two girls were getting up to leave, Yi Feng's voice came again. Yu Hongyue quickly looked towards the exit, but there was no sign of Yi Feng. That bastard. Hearing Yi Feng's voice, Feng Kaiyun instantly became shy again, lost in her thoughts. Yu Hongyue secretly cursed, then recalled Yi Feng's words, thinking, where is my figure not good? She then looked at Feng Ziyun, her face revealing a hint of blush. Feng Kaiyun looked at Yu Hongyue's strange expression and asked, Hongyue, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing, let's go. Seeing Yu Hongyue's demeanor, Feng Kaiyun wanted to say something, but held back, only softly responding with a sound, and fell silent. The two girls left, but notably Yu Hongyue had not spoken again. They maintained a rare silence, and shortly after they departed, a figure appeared at the entrance of Hongyue Valley. It was the departing Yi Feng, but he had not gone far. After the two left, he returned. Looking at the two figures, Yi Feng let out a soft sigh, his face changing from its previous nonchalance to a heavier expression. However, in just a moment, he returned to normal. Hongyue, are you okay? After a long silence, Feng Kaiyun broke the quietness. Watching Yu Hongyue's calm demeanor, she felt a bit anxious, unsure of what was happening, as if something was about to be taken away. I'm fine, Ziyun, let's go, Yu Hongyue casually replied, then quickened her pace. Hongyue, you go back first. I am his maid now. On the spot, Feng Kaiyun stopped and called out to Hongyue. Yu Hongyue halted, her body pausing for a moment. After a few seconds, she turned around and smiled, saying, Ziyun, you don't mean to. No way, don't talk nonsense, I'm just his maid. I see you are just infatuated, ha. Yu Hongyue teased, then before Feng Kaiyun could respond, she lifted her foot and quickly disappeared. After Yu Hongyue vanished, Feng Kaiyun remained silent for a while, as if remembering something. Her face flushed again, and she headed towards Hongyue Valley. Not far from where they parted, Yu Hongyue walked alone on the path, her face no longer wearing the earlier smile. With her head down, she kept kicking the stones beneath her feet, muttering curses. Damn, Yi Feng, bastard Yi Feng. Yet she did not realize that at this moment she was no longer the same. Instead, she had become gentler, her tone much calmer. However, her voice went unheard, echoing in the night before quietly disappearing into the darkness. Without, Yi Feng remained oblivious that he had slowly intruded into the hearts of the two girls, planting a seed of growth, within uncertain of when it would grow into a towering tree. In the Red Moon Valley, Yi Feng gazed at the mist rising from the hot spring, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He did not know how much time had passed, and suddenly he chuckled softly. At this moment, Feng Kaiyun arrived behind him, silent, as she watched Yi Feng in front of her. She couldn't understand why, but the image of Yi Feng emerging from the water kept flashing in her mind. His bronze skin accentuated by delicate curves and a broad chest that seemed to offer warmth and a long-lost sense of security. She didn't know when it started, but Feng Kaiyun suddenly felt that as long as she stayed by Yi Feng's side, she would not feel fear or dread, only a growing sense of anticipation. Thinking of this, her face involuntarily began to flush. Ahem. Yi Feng turned around at some point, and upon seeing the lovely figure before him, a tender expression crossed his face. What, haven't had enough to look at? He teased, a wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. No. Feng Kaiyun snapped back to reality, her right hand instinctively brushing aside a lock of hair by her ear. Little Ziyun, you're blushing. Yi Feng looked at Feng Kaiyun with amusement, leaning slightly closer, closing the distance between them until they were just a step apart, at which point he slowly halted. Feng Kaiyun lowered her head, unsure of what to do. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Why did she choose to come back? Was it really just because she was Yi Feng's maid? She didn't know. Are you regretting it? Yi Feng asked, observing the silent Feng Caiyun, and continued, I. Feng Caiyun looked at Yi Feng, who was now so close, and instinctively took a step back, recalling the moment he had seen her completely unclothed. She wished there were a crack in the ground she could disappear into. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I was just getting comfortable in the hot spring when you interrupted me, Yi Feng said, looking at the still silent Feng Caiyun. Do you not know what a maid should do? A maid is supposed to assist her master in bathing and changing clothes, right? Yi Feng leaned in closer, his lips almost brushing against Feng Caiyun's ear, and she could feel his distinctly masculine aura, stirring a sense of attachment within her. Already blushing to the roots of her ears, Feng Caiyun managed to let out a faint sound from her by the hot spring. Feng Caiyun gently closed her eyes and slowly undid Yi Feng's outer robe. If one could see her cheeks, they would notice they were nearly dripping with blood from embarrassment, and even her hands began to tremble slightly. Yi Feng, however, was fully aware of this, though at that moment, he had his eyes half closed, relishing the service. While Yi Feng was still enjoying himself in an unknown grand hall, several elders gathered in the center, and at a prominent position above them sat a man in a splendid robe. Sect Master, the Kaoshan Sect has been incredibly arrogant this time, openly declaring war on us, began one elder. If Yi Feng were present, he would recognize this person as the elder from the Beast King's Hall at the martial arts peak. However, the sect of the Beast King's Hall did not respond, instead looking at the crowd. I heard that a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect has reached the 9th level of the Qi realm. Yi Feng. Yes. The elder answered honestly, though he was puzzled as to why the sect would be interested in such a minor disciple. Yes, investigate that disciple, Yi Feng. The Beast King sect leader turned around and continued, if possible, let him disappear forever. Sect Master, wouldn't that be too? The elder did not finish his sentence, but everyone present understood his meaning. A genius, when allowed to grow, becomes a true genius. A genius stifled in the cradle is just The leader of the Beast King's Hall glanced at everyone and continued, never underestimate your opponents. Get to work. I do not wish to hear any bad news again. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving the others looking at each other, helplessly unable to do anything. Meanwhile, deep within the Kaoshan Sect, Yu Xian stood atop a mountain peak all alone, gazing down from the summit, able to see the world outside the Kaoshan Sect clearly. Even Yu Xian could not take it all in. Beast King's Hall. After a long while, Yu Xian slowly uttered those 3 words. If one could see the direction Yu Xian was looking at, would be toward the Beast King's Hall. Go check on the movements of the Beast King's Hall. They will not let this matter rest. Yes. A deep voice came from behind, though no figure was visible. They may pose a threat to Yi Feng. If possible, eliminate that as well, Yu Xian said without turning back, continuing on his way. No further sounds came from behind, only the wind howling. Yi Feng, however, was completely unaware of any of this. At that moment, he was soaking in the hot spring, while behind him, the lovely maiden's petite fists continued to pound on his shoulders. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. Kair, a bit to the left. Yes, right there, so good. Yi Feng sighed in pleasure, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Kair, just like that, a bit harder. Yes, just like this. Behind him, Feng Caiyun did her best to meet Yi Feng's series of requests. For her, simply being able to quietly stay behind Yi Feng brought her immense satisfaction. Is it done yet? After a long while, feeling her arms beginning to ache, Feng Caiyun couldn't help but ask, but Yi Feng's voice was still absent. Hesitating for a moment, Feng Caiyun stood up and slowly approached Yi Feng's right side, holding her breath like a thief afraid of being discovered by Yi Feng. However, at that moment, Yi Feng had already fallen into a deep slumber, off fishing with the god of dreams, his head resting back, and Feng Caiyun could clearly hear the soft sound of his snoring. Huff. She let out a deep breath, then bent down to sit at the water's edge, splashing her feet on the surface, gazing at the reflection in the water, a charming smile blooming on her face. At the entrance of Hanyue Valley, Yi Feng stood before the gate, gazing ahead as a crimson figure gradually materialized in the distance, moving slowly. Yu Hanyue felt a struggle within her heart, but ultimately made a choice, as she could not simply give up on Yi Feng. Even though she was the best of sisters with Feng Caiyun, love was not something she could control. Yi Feng. From a distance, Yu Hanyue began to call out his name with a hint of surprise, her personality instantly becoming lively, as if what had happened yesterday was merely a dream. Feng Caiyun stood behind her, watching Yu Hanyue approach, and suddenly felt a tinge of discomfort. However, her innate simplicity prevented her from overthinking it. She merely suppressed all her uneasiness deep in her heart. What are you here for? Didn't you see enough yesterday? Do you want to take another look today? Yi Feng revealed a mischievous smile, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Hanyue's charming face. Unexpectedly, Yu Hanyue was not intimidated by Yi Feng. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, "Oh brother, Yi Feng, you have no idea how I returned home last night, unable to think of anything, but you, especially your strong physique, truly captivating me." As Yu Hanyue spoke, she winked at Yi Feng and gently licked her red lips. Yi Feng was struck by the tingling sensation of her voice, instantly feeling a shiver down his spine. He felt deeply impressed by Yu Hongyu's boldness. Were women nowadays this daring? However, if he were frightened by her like this, how could Yi Feng hold his head high in front of others? Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and said, "Since you want to see, I'll let you look more. But I'm not one to do it for free, I expect some interest in return." Behind them, Feng Kaiyun watched the flirtation between the two and felt a surge of panic rise within her. She did not understand why she felt this way, a feeling she could not control, and blurted out, "Young master, we should go to the hot spring." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Feng Kaiyun covered her red lips with her small hand, unable to believe that she had actually said that. Even Yi Feng and Yu Hongyue turned to look at Feng Kaiyun in shock. Yi Feng was merely slightly surprised, but Yu Hongyue was different. Having known Feng Kaiyun for so many years, she knew that Feng Kaiyun would never claim to understand her better than herself. Before this, Yu Hongyue would never have believed that Feng Kaiyun could utter such words. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she would have doubted whether the sun had risen from the west. However, after a moment of astonishment, Yu Hongyue quickly responded, saying to Feng Kaiyun, "I didn't expect you to have been hiding this from me for so long." That's not it. I don't know." Feng Kaiyun quickly waved her hands in explanation, but she could not articulate. "In that case, Kaiyun, we can only rely on our own abilities." Yu Hongyue disregarded Feng Kaiyun's words and directly addressed her, realizing that if Kaiyun was no longer as naive as before, she would not feel guilty. With that thought, she smiled alluringly at Yi Feng, saying, "Brother Yi Feng, let's go soak in the hot spring." However, Yi Feng looked into her questioning eyes and felt a sense of apprehension, sensing that this might not be a good thing. Seeing Yi Feng remain still, Yu Hongyue stepped closer, pressing against him tightly. From Feng Kaiyun's perspective, it seemed as if Yu Hongyue was hanging on Yi Feng. Yu Hongyue wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck, and her delicate red lips suddenly exhaled a breath that brushed against Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng could no longer bear it. He had never experienced such a thing before. Although he had acted boldly before, it had been limited to verbal flirtation. In truth, he was just a millennium-old virgin, and such temptation was a first for him. He stood frozen, his body stiffening, feeling powerless against Yu Hongyue, the charming little enchantress. "Young master." The gentle voice of Feng Kaiyun reached from behind, acting like a breath of fresh air that instantly roused Yi Feng from his stupor. He immediately pushed Yu Hongyue away from him, his chest rising and falling erratically. "Brother Yi Feng, you're so heartless." Yu Hongyue's magnetic voice echoed in his ears, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He shook his head vigorously, then turned to Yu Hongyue, who was pouting her red lips and looking at him with a resentful gaze. Yi Feng felt utterly powerless, saying, "I say, miss, what exactly do you want?" "I don't want anything, I just want to be with you, brother Yi Feng." Yi Feng felt speechless. He sensed that if he stayed here any longer, he would go insane. Damn it, what kind of situation was this? It should have been him teasing Yu Hongyue, yet he felt like he was the one being teased. "Cyan, can you keep an eye on things for me? I just remembered that I have some matters to deal with, so I'll take my leave." With that, without waiting for Feng Kaiyun's response, Yi Feng swiftly disappeared from the scene, leaving the two women standing there in shock. Seeing Yi Feng flee, Yu Hongyue stamped her foot in frustration. "Hongyue, what's gotten into you today? Why are you acting so strangely even with him like that?" Feng Kaiyun, on the other hand, showed no unusual reaction as she approached Yu Hongyue, reaching out to touch her forehead. "You're not even running a fever." Feng Kaiyun looked at Yu Hongyue in confusion. "I am running a fever." Looking at Feng Kaiyun's innocent eyes, Yu Hongyue truly did not know what to say. She could only scold, "Oh, I really don't understand why you are so naive. I'm afraid that one day you'll be sold and still help others count their money." "I'm not afraid you're here, aren't you?" Feng Kaiyun said with a smile, but in her heart, she had an unspoken thought. With Yi Feng around, she was not afraid. "You forget it." Yu Hongyue poked Feng Kaiyun's forehead, wanting to say something, but ultimately shook her head. Feng Kaiyun was left looking around in confusion, muttering to herself, "Why is everyone acting so strange today?" She then walked into the room. At the entrance of Hongyue Valley, Yu Hongyue stood still, gazing inside, her right hand clenched into a fist, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. "Yi Feng, you will not escape my grasp." With that, she leaped and vanished from sight, leaving behind only a few fallen leaves gently floating to the ground without making a sound. In an unknown corner, Yi Feng was half squatting, panting heavily, glancing back from time to time, fearing that a figure might suddenly emerge. "Damn, that girl Yu Hongyue has truly gone mad." He muttered softly, then reached out his right hand to tousle his already messy hair. Then he got up and walked forward. This was a quiet little path devoid of anyone, and Yi Feng could clearly feel the gentle breeze around him, bringing a touch of coolness that penetrated his heart. In Hongyue Valley, Feng Kaiyun was busily cleaning everything that Yi Feng had used, a hint of smile lingering at the corner of her mouth, as if no matter what happened she could face it calmly. Looking at the strange piece of iron on the table, a simple mech, Feng Kaiyun didn't know what it was, but upon seeing it she recalled the day when Yi Feng descended like a god at the martial peak, and saved her a moment she would never forget in her lifetime. Saiyun working so hard. Yi Feng's soft laughter came from the doorway, startling Feng Ziyun, who immediately tilted her body slightly to the right. Just as she was about to have a close encounter with the ground, Yi Feng swiftly moved, appearing behind her in an instant, his right hand reaching out to embrace her soft waist. What he felt was a softness along with Feng Kaiyun's unique girl scent, which kept brushing against Yi Feng's face with the surrounding air, causing his body to instinctively react. Feng Ziyun, however, was blank in her mind, at a loss, allowing Yi Feng to hold her nose, clearly picking up Yi Feng's unique masculine scent, which was just as intoxicating as it was back then. The two remained in this position motionless for a long time, until Feng Kaiyun's tiny voice, barely the size of a mosquito, drifted to Yi Feng's ears. "Can you let go of me?" As her words fell, Yi Feng came back to his senses and immediately released Feng Ziyun, their bodies parting in an instant. Yi Feng helplessly ruffled his messy hair, while Feng Kaiyun stood to the side, her small hands tightly clasped together at a loss. After a long while, Yi Feng slowly spoke, "Ziyun, I didn't mean to. It's fine, I was careless." Feng Kaiyun didn't dare to look at Yi Feng, her pretty face flushed. As a novice in romance, Yi Feng also didn't know what to do, and they both stood there in a daze, the atmosphere gradually turning silent. Perhaps the quiet of the night made them feel somewhat uncomfortable, or maybe it was the buzzing of insects outside that reminded Yi Feng. He coughed lightly to break the night's tranquility, saying, "Ziyun, it's getting late, you should go rest." "But I am your maid." After a long pause, Feng Kaiyun finally managed to utter those words. "You are my maid, but I never said my maid needs to do these things. From now on, you just need to serve me and let them handle these chores." Yi Feng's tone carried an unmistakable air of finality. "All right, you should go rest." Yi Feng continued. "Oh." Feng Kaiyun softly responded, then slowly moved towards the door, each step filled with reluctance. However, Yi Feng did not notice Feng Ziyun's reluctant feelings. Tonight would surely be an unsettling night. Yi Feng lay on the golden cotton bed custom made for himself because he disliked the beds of this continent. Looking at the night window above, Yi Feng's thoughts had already flown beyond it, flashing through everything from the day. The figure of Yu Hongyue appeared in his mind, followed by Feng Kaiyun's blushing face. He became restless. He knew how both women felt, but he didn't want to hurt any of them. He couldn't bring himself to do. Sighing deeply, Yi Feng shook his head vigorously, then closed his eyes, trying not to think about these matters, and entered the system. Meanwhile, in a room not far from Yi Feng, a girl sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her eyes staring blankly ahead towards the hot spring, a smile forming on her lips, her face filled with contentment. This girl was naturally Feng Kaiyun. She was completely immersed in her fantasies, and from the expression on her face, it was clear that she was very happy at this moment. At the foot of the Kaoshan Sect, on a path that was a must to enter the sect, the moonlight gently spilled onto the small road, casting a hazy glow that made the path no longer pitch black. The flowers and trees along the road gently swayed in the cool night breeze. At the end of the road, two disciples of the Kaoshan Sect stood on either side of the path, completely sealing off the route to the mountain. Both were dressed in light gray clothing with a long sword hanging at their waist, their right hands resting on the sword hilt, ready to react immediately to any unexpected situation. However, tonight they were destined to become unfortunate individuals. Not far from them, a man clad in black quietly lay in wait in the bushes, motionless, his breathing synchronized with the gentle fluctuations of the surrounding breeze, as if he had merged with the very essence of the world. His eyes fixed firmly on the two disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, like a venomous snake lying in ambush in the darkness, targeting its prey, a chilling aura emanating involuntarily from his gaze. "Third brother, do you feel that? It suddenly feels so cold tonight." One of the Kaoshan Sect disciples closer to the mysterious man spoke to his companion, his body trembling, forcing him to hug himself tightly. At the same time, his right hand, which had been resting at his waist, was also withdrawn. Little did he know that this simple action of withdrawing his hand would seal his fate. Before his companion had a chance to respond, a chilling wind rushed toward him, and he vaguely sensed something brushing past. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and he turned around to see his companion falling straight down, eyes wide open, yet he could see the terror reflected in his companion's gaze, as if something dreadful had happened. A black dagger was embedded in his chest, black blood seeping from his torso, slowly oozing out. Black blood continuously flowed from his chest, slowly soaking the clothing of the disciple of the Kaoshan Sect before him as he turned his head slowly. A flicker of terror crossed his eyes, and soon his body began to fall backward, the back of his head striking the edge of the stone path, producing a muffled thud. Embedded in his chest, like the previous disciple of the Kaoshan Sect, was a black dagger, but this dagger was slightly different. It had a tiny notch on its blade that would be nearly impossible to notice unless one looked closely. Before the two disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, a man in black stood on the stone path, expressionless as he gazed at the fallen disciples, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Then he picked up the dagger embedded in their chests and vanished into thin air like a wisp of shadow. Soon after the man in black disappeared, the bodies of the two disciples of the Kaoshan Sect also began to slowly dissipate, transforming into wisps of black smoke that floated toward the sky with the night air. Yet none were aware of this. As time passed, the Kaoshan Sect remained oblivious to everything that had occurred on the path. Many were still diligently cultivating, while only Yi Feng was sound asleep, having entered dreamland. However, tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Outside the Red Moon Valley, a shadow swiftly traversed the path, merging perfectly with the surrounding woods. At this moment, the man in black was hiding behind a large tree, quietly observing the surroundings. Chirp, chirp. All around, mosquitoes buzzed, playing a symphony in the tranquil night. Their sounds added a touch of vitality to the stillness of the evening. The man in black remained motionless, holding his breath as he continued to observe every movement around him. He was acutely aware that he had only one chance. He needed to strike true. In the high sky, the moon, emitting a faint glow, slowly moved behind him. The man in black glanced at the moon's position, still waiting. As a professional assassin, he knew the best moment to strike was approaching. He waited for the moon to disappear just a second before dawn. Inside the Red Moon Valley, Yi Feng remained completely unaware of the impending danger. The dark night before dawn was the perfect moment for a person to let their guard down. As time passed, the surrounding mosquitoes seemed to tire of their singing, one by one ceasing their chirping, beginning a new day's journey. Darkness began to envelop the area and the moon started to vanish little by little. In the next moment, the man in black moved. His speed was swift like a ghost in the night, weaving back and forth among the trees. In just a few seconds, his figure appeared at the entrance of the Red Moon Valley, while the afterimages he left behind in the woods slowly began to dissipate. Looking up at the three large characters above, the corner of the man in black's mouth revealed a cruel, sinister smile, as if he were a specter from hell. His figure vanished again, and the next moment he had entered the valley. Danger was closing in step by step. Yi Feng remained completely oblivious, still lost in his dreams. In his dream, he saw the figure of Feng Tsayun dressed in white, gazing affectionately at him, accompanied by a fiery red figure Yu Hongyue, both looking at him with fervent eyes. Unbeknownst to him, a clear liquid began to trickle from the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly noticed that not far away the smiling figures of Feng Kaiyun and Yu Hongyue had changed. They were now rushing towards him with bared teeth and claws resembling vengeful spirits. Whoosh! Yi Feng was suddenly awakened from his beautiful dream, sitting up with a deep breath. Looking out the window into the pitch-black night, he couldn't help but murmur, "Why am I having such a strange dream?" Just as Yi Feng was about to fall back asleep, a soft sound reached his ears. Yi Feng clearly recognized it as the sound of footsteps, even though the person had made a deliberate effort to minimize the noise. However, with the system, Yi Feng's senses, both auditory and visual, were sharper than those of others at all times. Yi Feng quietly got out of bed, arranging the covers to create the illusion of someone being inside, then softly approached the windowsill, patiently waiting for the mysterious intruder. Not long passed. Just a few seconds later, another sound reached Yi Feng's ears, the sound of a door opening. Simultaneously, he saw a small bamboo tube, emitting smoke, suddenly appear on the ground. "Damn it, there's actually a chi disperser." Muttering to himself, Yi Feng wasted no time in communicating with the system, activating the artificial hibernation. Instantly, he held his breath, isolating himself from the outside air. Though he had effectively blocked the effects of the chi disperser, Yi Feng dared not let his guard down. Until now, he still had not seen the mysterious intruder. Another few seconds passed, and then a sound came again, this time noticeably louder than the previous two. The door was fully opened. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the doorway, watching as it opened gradually, his mind racing with questions. Who was trying to kill him, and how did they know his location so precisely? Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the doorway, watching as it opened gradually, his mind racing with questions. Who was trying to kill him, and how did they know his locations? Yi Feng's body tensed up, and he communicated with the system to deploy his mechanical armor, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. In the next moment, the man in black fully emerged into Yi Feng's line of sight. Yi Feng could clearly see those eyes filled with murderous intent, as if they were from the depths of hell. The man in black began to advance slowly. Upon noticing the small bamboo tube on the ground, he clearly quickened his pace, heading straight for the bed. At the same time, two daggers appeared in his hands, glinting faintly in the darkness, as they flew fiercely toward the bed, aimed at the occupant's head and heart. However, this strike was destined to miss. The anticipated sound of daggers piercing flesh did not come. Instead, there was a crisp sound, the noise of the daggers making contact with the bed frame. Realizing this, the man in black lunged forward, gripping the dagger tightly in his hands, just as a powerful gust of wind surged from Yi Feng's counterattack. Yi Feng would naturally not let this golden opportunity slip by. He transformed into a fierce gust of wind, charging toward the back of the man in black. Simultaneously, his right hand extended, revealing a steel fist with 5 sharp claws, each measuring 10 centimeters in length, with tiny barbs sprouting from each claw. However, the man in black was not slow to react. The moment the dagger missed its target, he realized that his plan. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, he instinctively leaned slightly to the right. At that moment, Yifeng's attack had already reached him, barely grazing the left side of the shadowy figure's face, with a difference of only about 1 centimeter. It was at that moment that Yifeng clearly saw the face of the man in black for the first time. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and what he saw was not a complete human face, but rather something that did not belong to humanity. Black marks were scattered across the man in black's cheeks, and a prominent black crescent mark adorned his forehead. His bloodthirsty eyes glanced lightly at Yifeng, making him feel as if he were being targeted by a dark demon. Yifeng had no time to think. His body instinctively retreated a step, but it was already too late. The man in black, who had initially been dodging, swung his right hand, and the dagger he held emitted a faint cold light as it lunged toward Yifeng's chest. Bang! The sound of steel clashing rang out as the dagger struck Yifeng's steel armor. As Yifeng twisted his body, the dagger sparked against the armor. The man in black glanced at Yifeng in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew the sharpness of this dagger, yet he never expected Yifeng to possess a divine weapon to protect him. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Yifeng distanced himself from the man in black, his chest heaving. Looking at the man in black not far away, Yifeng's face showed a hint of seriousness. From their brief skirmish, he clearly understood that there was a significant difference between him and the man in black, whether in realm speed or strength. Had it not been for the unexpected sturdiness of the steel armor in that moment, he might have already fallen. Realizing this, Yifeng's expression turned grim. "Who exactly are you? Who sent you?" He managed to utter a few words during this fleeting moment, but the only response he received was the piercing gaze of the man in black. Yifeng wished to buy time. He knew he was definitely no match for the man in black. "I say, buddy, where are you from? I know I won't survive, but at least let me die with some clarity, will you?" Seeing the man in black prepare to attack again, Yifeng quickly waved his hand. "Humph." The man in black obviously saw through Yifeng's intentions. He snorted coldly, showing no mercy as his entire aura began to radiate, and a dark attribute martial spirit slowly floated behind him. Feeling the aura that did not belong to the Qi realm, Yifeng's face grew even more serious. He was uncertain who had spent such effort to hire a master beyond the Qi realm to assassinate him. The man in black charged forward, locking onto Yifeng's presence. At this moment, Yifeng knew that fleeing was not the best option. "Damn it, I'm going all out with you," Yifeng shouted, simultaneously communicating with the system. "I want the electromagnetic cannon. Tech points 5,000. Yifeng felt a pang of pain in his heart, but there was no alternative. No matter how valuable the tech points, they were not worth more than his life. The electromagnetic cannon appeared in his hand. Yifeng aimed at the man in black and pulled the trigger with his right hand. Instantly, a multicolored projectile surged toward the man in black. Dark Moon Kill. In the white light of the electromagnetic cannon's projectile, the man in black let out a hoarse voice. At the same time, the surrounding space around him began to distort. In the arena, Yifeng saw several beams of white light intersecting in a cross pattern across the electromagnetic cannon. However, the man in black clearly did not understand the power of the electromagnetic cannon. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. The imagined disintegration of the projectile in the man in black's mind did not occur. Instead, it was met with the sound of the projectile exploding. Yifeng looked at the center of the explosion. The black figure was distinctly visible. Though somewhat disheveled, Yifeng could sense that this blow had not posed a significant threat to the man in black. Sure enough, seconds passed. As the white light dissipated at the explosion's center, the man in black reappeared. Yifeng saw that his once intact black attire only had minor damages, and the man in black was merely somewhat fatigued, his chest heaving, but sustained no real injury. "You truly surprised me. I never expected to be injured today by an ant of the Qi realm. However, can you deliver such an attack again?" As the man in black spoke, he slowly approached Yifeng. Yifeng was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that the man in black was stronger than he had imagined. He could indeed not fire the electromagnetic cannon again, as it cost 5,000 tech points to launch just one. Yifeng was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that the man in black was stronger than he had imagined. He could indeed not fire the electromagnetic cannon again. Yifeng feigned calm as he looked at the man in black. He was gambling that he could buy a little more time, or perhaps he could hold out until the sect's experts arrived. The explosion had been so loud that it had echoed throughout the entire sect. He believed that the elders had already noticed his predicament and would arrive soon. However, while Yifeng understood this reasoning, the man in black was certainly not unaware of it. "Huh." Suddenly, the man in black laughed loudly, looking at Yifeng with mockery. He continued, "I must say you really surprised me, but do you think I don't see through your little tricks?" You want to delay time to give those damned elders from your sect a chance, right? But your plan is destined to fail. Farewell. If you want to know who I am, go ask King Yin in the underworld. As he spoke, the man in black transformed into a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from sight. At the same time, a hoarse voice echoed through the arena. Cross seal kill. As the man in black disappeared, Yi Feng's heart was already in his throat. Danger. At the moment the figure in black disappeared, Yi Feng felt an unprecedented sense of peril, a danger more severe than any he had encountered before. Outside, Hanyue Valley shadows flickered as disciples of Kaoshan Sect moved swiftly, with Yu Xian and the Grand Elder at the forefront. As soon as they heard the commotion from Yi Feng's room, they rushed over, though only a few seconds had passed. Yu Xian moved quickly, vanishing in an instant only to reappear moments later. Behind him, numerous elders followed closely, but their speed was still lacking compared to Yu Xian. Inside the room, Yi Feng was already prepared, fully aware in his heart. One strike. As long as he could withstand that single blow, the others would arrive in time, for he could faintly hear the cries of the disciples outside Hanyue Valley. However, could Yi Feng truly block this impending attack? He himself was unsure. In the midst of his thoughts, the figure in black appeared before Yi Feng, an overwhelming aura that did not belong to the realm of true Qi pressed down upon him. He felt a tremendous force, as if his bones were about to shatter, rendering him unable to move. The gap in cultivation between the two was too vast. The mere pressure of the black-clad figure's aura left Yi Feng gasping for breath. However, it was impossible for him to surrender. Oh! Yi Feng gathered all his strength and let out a loud shout, his vital energy erupting forth instantly. Yet as soon as this energy met the terrifying aura of the figure in black, it was instantly shattered and dissipated into the air. Yi Feng did not give up. He forced himself to stabilize his stance, his bones emitting a series of crisp sounds. Clang! A sound of metal clashing echoed in the arena, followed by streaks of white light flashing through, slicing horizontally and vertically across Yi Feng's armored body. The sound of a dagger striking the steel armor reverberated throughout the space. Uncertain of how many times he had been attacked, a line of blood began to form at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth, slowly trailing down towards the floor. In a mere breath, the figure in black had cut into Yi Feng's body hundreds of times. He firmly believed that even those of the same rank could not withstand his relentless assault in such a situation devoid of resistance. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Feng felt that his steel armor had already been shattered and blood was staining his mouth. His mind sank into his body, and all his internal organs shifted. Yi Feng could no longer hold on. His vision began to blur, and his body slowly tilted backward. In the second before he closed his eyes, he saw a familiar figure. It was Feng Xian, not far from Yi Feng, within Hanyue Valley. Upon hearing the sounds of battle, she rushed over immediately, but her low cultivation made her speed insufficient. As she stepped into the room, Feng Kaiyun saw Yi Feng beginning to fall. Crying out his name, she dashed toward him, her tears dampening her delicate face. Yi Feng. The figure in black halted, turning around, without even glancing at the fallen Yi Feng. To him, Yi Feng was already a dead man. No one had ever escaped from his dagger, and this was his confidence. Seeing Feng Kaiyun rushing over, he scoffed coldly and casually slapped her shoulder. She instantly flew backward like a kite with its string cut. You overestimate yourself. The figure in black snorted coldly, then moved swiftly, transforming into a shadowy wind as he rushed toward the door. However, the figure in black did not anticipate that Yu Xian would arrive sooner than he imagined. Just as he reached the doorway, Yu Xian stood before him. Seeing Yu Xian appear before him, the figure in black came to a stop, realizing that since Yu Xian had shown up, he had lost all chance of escape. Yu Xian, I didn't expect you to come personally. It seems that the dead man inside is of great importance to your Kaoshan Sect. The figure in black gripped his dagger tightly, showing no intention of surrendering even when faced with Yu Xian. I was careless. I didn't expect the Beast King Palace to have bribed your assassination guild. I don't care what your position in the assassination guild is. If anything happens to my disciples from Kaoshan Sect inside, be ready to face our wrath. Yu Xian declared, his killing intent gradually spreading. Yu Xian, are you threatening me? Haha, I expected you to take this job. The figure in black responded with a sneer. Yu Xian ceased to engage in further conversation, lightly waving his right hand. The figure in black saw a gust of wind swirling around Yu Xian's hand, slow, yet imbued with an inescapable feeling. Dark Moon Kill. Without hesitation, the figure in black unleashed his full strength, realizing he could not. However, that gust of wind seemed to ignore the figure in black's attack, swiftly reaching his chest. In the figure's astonished gaze, it gently struck his torso. As soon as the gust of wind touched his chest, he felt an unmatched force radiating from it. The figure in black was violently propelled backward, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and then he crashed heavily onto the floor. Holding his chest with both hands, he thought, I didn't expect you to have made such progress, Yu Xian. The figure in black looked at Yu Xian with a hint of disbelief, in his eyes a trace of complexity flashing through. Soon after, he closed his eyes and fell into unconsciousness. Yu Xian naturally did not intend to kill him, so he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After dealing with the figure in black, the Grand Elder and Feng Shan arrived. You stay here and watch him. Feng Shan, go check on Siyun. Yu Xian instructed before rushing into the room only to find chaos. Yi Feng lay on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. His body was soaked in blood, especially around his chest, which had begun to cave in. Without a moment to think, Yu Xian immediately helped Yi Feng up. He lightly probed Yi Feng's nostrils and felt a wave of relief. There was still a breath. With his right hand pressed against Yi Feng's back, his vital energy surged continuously into him. Gradually, Yi Feng's breathing began to stabilize and the indentation in his chest slowly started to heal under Yu Xian's vital energy. However, the internal injuries would not heal so quickly. Once Yi Feng's breathing had gradually steadied, Yu Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. The room was filled with members of the Kaoshan Sect, with Yu Xian standing in the front, gazing at the unmoving Yi Feng, his face devoid of expression. Have you found out anything? Master, this person is a core disciple of the Assassination Guild, and last night he assassinated 2 of our disciples guarding the foot of the mountain. An elder spoke from behind. The Assassination Guild, very well. Yu Xian snorted coldly, then turned and walked toward the door. Go check on that disciple from the Assassination Guild. The Grand Elder closely followed behind. How is Kai Yun? She's fine, just sustained some external injuries, nothing serious. She has already regained consciousness. The crisis came swiftly but also calmed quickly as the Kaoshan Sect promptly sealed off all news regarding Yi Feng's assassination, leaving the outside world unaware of the situation within the sect. In the Beast King Hall, the same hall, the Hall Master stood quietly above his back, turned to the crowd in the hall. What is the situation? There is still no news from the Assassination Guild, spoke an elder of the Beast King Hall, glancing around lightly before continuing. But rest assured, the disciple sent by the Assassination Guild this time is Phantom. Phantom. The crowd in the hall became astonished upon hearing this name. Phantom, one of the most outstanding core disciples of the Assassination Guild, had never failed since his debut. In fact, just a few months ago, he successfully killed someone 2 realms above him. The Hall Master of the Beast King Hall responded softly, do not let your guard down. Investigate the situation of the Kaoshan Sect with all your might. I do not wish for any unexpected events to occur. Yes. One more day passed, and Yi Feng still showed no signs of awakening. In the meantime, Feng Kai Yun, having sustained lighter injuries, had almost fully recovered. Yu Xian appeared once again only to see Yi Feng's tightly closed eyes. Yi Feng's external injuries had mostly healed, but his internal injuries were severe, with all his organs displaced and significant blood loss. Now, even though there was no immediate danger to his life, there was no telling whether there would be lingering effects in the future. In a basement, a figure in black was imprisoned, bound by iron chains around his hands and feet. It was Phantom, severely injured by Yu Xian. An elder of the Kaoshan Sect stood before Phantom. Phantom, confess for leniency, I'll resist for severity. Phantom slowly raised his head, his enchanting eyes coldly glancing at the elder of the Kaoshan Sect. Head, the Kaoshan Sect is nothing special. Crack. The response to Phantom was not from the elder of the Kaoshan Sect, but the sharp sound of a whip striking his body. Still defiant. What agreement did the Beast King Hall reach with your Assassination Guild? Upon hearing the name Beast King Hall, a flicker of surprise flashed in Phantom's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Since he chose to come to the Kaoshan Sect, he was fully prepared for what lay ahead. In his view, he had completed the mission for the organization. Yi Feng was destined to die, and that was his confidence. However, Yi Feng was destined not to let him have his way. Beside him, the elder of the Kaoshan Sect was about to continue speaking when a voice drifted past his ear. No need to ask. The newcomer was Yu Xian, who had just left the Red Moon Valley. Master. The elder of the Kaoshan Sect slightly bowed to Yu Xian. He has already resigned himself to death. There is no need to ask. Just deal with it and hand the body over to the Assassination Guild. Also inform them. As Yu Xian spoke, he cast a cold glance at Phantom. I hope they can withstand the wrath of my Kaoshan Sect. After saying that, Yu Xian left. The Assassination Guild is a professional assassination organization specifically accepting assassination activities. Their strength is only beneath the 6 great sects. While they may not match the 6 great sects, their assassination prowess is not to be underestimated. The leader of the Assassination Guild, Sha Tian, possesses assassination skills that are extraordinary, akin to a dragon that is seen only by its tail, with few knowing who Sha Tian truly is. However, despite the strength of the Assassination Guild, there is still a gap compared to sects like the Kaoshan Sect, especially now that Yu Xian has stepped into that tier. The Kaoshan Sect no longer needed to heed the faces of the other major sects. In the main hall of the Kaoshan Sect, Yu Xian sat firmly in the first seat with a group of elders below. Once everyone was present, Yu Xian slowly spoke. Now that Yi Feng has been exposed, I have discussed with my master and the others to prepare to open the sealed grounds. What do you all think? With Yu Xian's words, the crowd below began to stir. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. After a long while, the Grand Elder stepped forward and addressed Yu Xian. Master, are you suggesting sending Yi Feng into the sealed grounds? Yes. After a long while, the Grand Elder stepped forward and addressed Yu Xian. Master, are you suggesting sending Yi Feng into the sealed grounds? I know. Yu Xian stood up. But Yi Feng's talent has already been exposed. This time the Assassination Guild and the Beast King Hall caught us off guard. This time Yi Feng was fortunate not to perish, but if there is another opportunity, I believe they will not miss it. Slowly Yu Xian walked in front of the Grand Elder, continuing, I understand your concerns, but the sealed grounds have been in place for 1,000 years now, and there have been no incidents during this time. I believe this time will not bring any danger either. The Grand Elder still wanted to say something, but Yu Xian interrupted him with a wave of his hand. It is decided. If anything arises, I will discuss it with my master. I believe there will be no major issues. Seeing that Yu Xian had made up his mind, Feng Shan no longer argued, but he felt in his heart that this time the sealed grounds would encounter significant changes. All right, you all prepare. Once Yi Feng recovers, we will send him into the sealed grounds. Understood. Time gradually fell back into calm, and the Beast King Hall did not take further action. On the contrary, the friction above continued unabated. One could often hear clashes between the disciples of the Beast King Hall and those of the Kaoshan Sect, leading to fierce battles, but due to the absence of high-level combatants, both sides suffered losses. Each collision was merely a fleeting encounter. Meanwhile, the other three major sects had been silent since the last martial arts summit, secretly observing the situation between both sides without easily participating. However, whether it was the Beast King Hall or the Kaoshan Sect, they understood that the Great War had not yet begun, though it merely lacked a spark. This tense standoff was unlikely to last long. As for these matters, Yi Feng remained oblivious. He still showed no signs of awakening. In the Red Moon Valley by the bedside, a girl in a red dress supported her head with her hands, gazing at the unconscious boy on the bed. Feng Kaiyun wiped away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, her throat slightly constricting, then turned her gaze to the room. Only some simple furniture was haphazardly arranged, revealing that the owner of the home lived a rather humble life, much like the surrounding environment. Through the beige sunlight and the dust-covered mirror, Feng Kaiyun looked at her own face reflected within, unconsciously touching it, tears streaking across her cheeks. Like the clouds at the edge of the sky, it evoked a wave of tenderness within her. Why aren't you waking up yet? Feng Kaiyun's eyes flickered back, focusing on the boy on the bed. The boy on the bed lay with his eyes tightly shut, his face pale, as if concealing countless sorrows that could not be spoken. This near-death state turned the rosy hues on Feng Kaiyun's face into a gloomy overcast. A heavy overcast loomed. Reflecting on the past, Feng Kaiyun felt as though her heart was shackled, the weight of the chains so heavy they threatened to suffocate her to death. If you die, I won't live either. Feng Kaiyun took a deep breath as if to draw back the tears along with it. Such emotions were like the soaring birds outside, their wings weighed down by lead, almost on the verge of falling. Outside the window was brightness, yet inside felt like the calm before a storm. The boy cracked a smile, coughing twice. For some reason, Feng Kaiyun recalled her earlier words, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet when she looked back at the boy, he still remained asleep. It was as if the clear cough that had just echoed in the room was merely a figment of someone's imagination. Her spirits had just begun to rise, only to plummet once more. Still not awake. Feng Kaiyun stared at the sleeping boy, lost in thought, extending her hand, but it halted midair, unable to advance. Between her palm and his face lay a transparent air, which seemed to symbolize the insurmountable distance. If there were possibilities in this world, what would they be like? Feng Kaiyun gazed at the boy's face, her pale fingers tracing his features, finally resting on his cheek, gently caressing the most important thing in her life. Usually she was not good with words, but what did that matter now? She had already expressed everything through her action. If you wake up, I will marry you, whether it's like a moth to a flame or facing any other consequences, I am willing. Saying this, Feng Kaiyun gently leaned against the boy's chest, cautious, as if afraid of waking him. After a moment, the silence in the room was broken by another cough. Thirsty. Feng Kaiyun suddenly jolted awake, sitting up to find him with eyes open, her face instantly burning, like fire flames erupting from her chest and spreading throughout her body. Thirsty. He'll get you some water. Upon hearing him mention thirst repeatedly, Feng Kaiyun snapped back to reality, quickly standing up and murmuring as she poured water from the pot into a cup on the table. After taking a sip of water, Yi Feng felt much better. The tightness in his chest eased, and life seemed to regain its beauty. Then Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, gently closing his eyes to regulate the various joints of his body. Meanwhile, Feng Kaiyun lowered her head, but occasionally glanced at Yi Feng, her gaze complex. I wonder if he heard what I just said. As Feng Kaiyun muttered to herself, a sudden rush of heat blasted past her ears, causing her to turn around abruptly. Oh, my nose. Yi Feng covered his nose. What's wrong? What's wrong? After stuttering for some time, Feng Kaiyun's neck flushed, unsure of what to say, as she looked at him, who appeared to be in great pain, cautiously moving closer to ask, "Are you okay?" "How could I be fine? That just now, my nose nearly shattered." Yifeng tilted his head back as if trying to stop a nosebleed while exclaiming, "I don't care if my nose breaks, you have to compensate me." Feng Kaiyun was taken aback, quietly asking, "How do I compensate? Are you asking me to give you my nose?" "I just woke up. What nonsense are you saying about cutting things off?" Yifeng lightly tapped Feng Kaiyun's forehead. She yelped in pain, resembling a cat scratching an itch, and "What are you doing?" Feng Kaiyun shot a glance at Yifeng, and upon seeing him curiously studying her face flushed again as she quickly lowered her head. Suddenly Feng Kaiyun recalled something, her eyes widening as she looked up, pointing at Yifeng's nose. "Your nose is fine. It's a little better now, not as painful as before," Yifeng downplayed. "But why do I feel like you're acting a bit strange?" Feng Kaiyun thought of the words she had spoken to the sleeping Yifeng earlier and quickly replied, "What's strange? You're just imagining things. Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat." "No need for food right now, just pour me another cup of water. I feel extremely thirsty." Yifeng shook his head, feeling that Feng Kaiyun seemed to be hiding something, but whenever he probed deeper, she shyly evaded the topic. It was quite suspicious. However, before Yifeng could ponder further, a fiery figure burst in, none other than the long-absent Yu Hongyue, who now appeared rather disheveled, her face smeared with dirt, clearly having rushed here. "Yifeng, don't die. I don't want you to die." Yu Hongyue held a blood-red snow lotus in her hand, matching the crimson of her attire, a flower that only grows atop the Tianshan Mountains. Judging by its size, it was at least 1,000 years old. As Yu Hongyue approached the bed, Yifeng, halfling at the edge, looked at her with a hint of a smile, saying, "Why do you want me dead so badly?" Seeing Yu Hongyue momentarily stunned, a warm current flowed through Yifeng's heart as he understood the value of the snow lotus she held, and that she risked her life to obtain it for him. "Thank goodness you're not dead." "Woo." Yu Hongyue ignored Yifeng's words, and instead with a hint of a sob lunged forward and embraced him tightly. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Yifeng gently patted her fragrant shoulders, saying, "It's all right, see, I'm perfectly fine." Watching the two embrace, Feng Kaiyun felt no sadness as she had imagined. She simply stood quietly to the side, silently observing them as a single tear glistened at the corner of her eye. The silence would not last long. Yifeng felt the importance of strength for the first time. This time luck was on his side, allowing him to survive, but what about next time or the time after that? He did not understand why he had been targeted for assassination. In his arms, Yu Hongyue continued to sob, her fragrant shoulders trembling incessantly. She was afraid for the first time. She feared that if Yifeng were to leave her like this, she would go mad. For the first time, she revealed her feelings in front of Yifeng. "It's okay, see. I'm fine." Yifeng patted Yu Hongyue's back repeatedly. "No one in this world can take me down, not even the king of hell would dare to." Just keep being vain." Yu Hongyue stood up from Yifeng's embrace, tidying her disheveled hair, but her tear-streaked eyes knew that everything that had just happened was real. It would be impossible for Yifeng not to be moved. He never expected that Yu Hongyue would risk herself just to obtain this snow lotus for him. "Although this item may not be of great use now, it will greatly aid in your recovery." Yu Hongyue looked at the snow lotus in her hand, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Did she not know how many life and death crises she had faced, and how many times she had raced against death to obtain this snow lotus? But none of that mattered now. It was all worth it. Simply because in her heart there was someone who had settled deeply within, someone who could never be replaced. Here Yu Hongyue presented the snow lotus to Yifeng. Looking at the crimson snow lotus, Yifeng did not know what to say. He gazed deeply at Yu Hongyue, reaching out to accept the snow lotus. Although it currently offered him little help, obtaining it meant he could exchange it for technological points in the system to become stronger. "Quickly wash your face. Look at you, you've turned into a little raccoon." Feng Kaiyun teased as she looked at the mud on Yu Hongyue's face. She merely wanted to alleviate the somber atmosphere in the room. Yu Hongyue blushed immediately at Feng Kaiyun's reminder, covering her face with her hands as she dashed toward the door, leaving the sounds of laughter from Yifeng and herself echoing softly in the room. How embarrassing. Yu Hongyue looked at herself in the mirror, her mind flashing back to Yifeng's lecherous smile, her face turning even redder. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Relying on his extraordinary recovery ability, Yifeng had mostly healed his injuries. However, during these 3 days he experienced both happiness and pain. The 20 hours of round-the-clock care from the two women brought Yifeng immense comfort. Yu Hongyue had returned to her previous self, but compared to before she had become bolder, often teasing Yifeng. Each time, Yifeng was lost and thought Yu Hongyue would immediately reject his advances, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Feng Kaiyun had also become bolder than before, but her innate shyness prevented Yifeng from crossing any boundaries. Damn it, when will my virgin life come to an end? At night, Yifeng lay in bed, unable to help but groan into the darkness. The only reply was the endless night. Come eat this, it's a great supplement. In the morning, Yi Feng was awakened early by someone. Looking at the mysterious black substance in the bowl, he instinctively took 2 steps back, a look of horror flashing across his face. Seeing the fear in Yi Feng's eyes, Yu Hongyue smiled wickedly and said, "Come on, hurry up and eat it. I went through a lot of trouble to get this. Do you really want to waste my good intentions?" Pouting her little mouth, she seemed to convey that if he didn't eat, she would cry. "My dear aunt, please stop torturing me. Haven't you fed me enough of these so-called supplements over the past few days?" Thinking of the torment he had endured every night, Yi Feng hurriedly shut his mouth, shaking his head continuously. Even if he was beaten to death, he did not want to eat this. "You really won't eat?" Yi Feng shook his head. "Are you sure you won't eat?" "Yi Feng, you should eat it. I personally made this for you with great effort," Yu Hongyue said, setting down the small bowl and grabbing one of Yi Feng's hands, shaking it incessantly. Coincidentally, Yu Hongyue's firmness occasionally brushed against him. "Just eat it. There's a reward if you do." As she spoke, she licked her red lips. Feeling the softness on his arm, the last bit of Yi Feng's resolve began to wear away. "Yi Feng, if you eat it, I'll take the night watch tonight," Yu Hongyue said, winking at him. "Damn it, this little devil." Yi Feng cursed inwardly. Yet he found himself surrendering verbally. "Really? Yi Feng, how could I lie to you?" Yu Hongyue continued to shake his hand. "All right, I'll eat." Yi Feng looked at her with glowing eyes, thinking wickedly, could it be that tonight I would finally end this torturous virgin life? Anticipating the night's arrival, Yi Feng picked up the small bowl beside him, without hesitation swallowing down the good thing that Yu Hongyue had prepared for him. However, Yi Feng did not notice that at the moment he lifted the bowl, a mischievous smile flashed across Yu Hongyue's face. Slap. He forcefully set the small bowl aside, wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth, and said to Yu Hongyue, "Yi Feng, you did great." Yu Hongyue said, leaning in closer, her red lips gently pecking his right cheek amidst his surprised gaze. The moment her lips touched, they parted instantly. Before Yi Feng could react, Yu Hongyue had already reached the door. "Yi Feng, I'll be going now. Wait for me tonight." As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance back at him. Touching his right cheek, which had just been invaded by Yu Hongyue, Yi Feng smiled, feeling even more excited for the night ahead. However, while thoughts were beautiful, the outcome was unexpectedly surprising. Yi Feng was tormented. Ever since Yu Hongyue left less than half an hour ago, he began to feel discomfort in his body, a discomfort that was far from ordinary. "Damn it, this enchantress, I will never trust her again." Yi Feng could only feel waves of discomfort, but thankfully, Yu Hong knew some restraint, allowing him to barely hold on without losing himself. "What's wrong?" Feng Kaiyun had appeared in front of Yi Feng, without him noticing, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at his flushed face and pained expression. Tsai, I'm fine, really," Yi Feng awkwardly explained, but his body betrayed him. "How can you still say you're fine? Look at you, has your injury relapsed?" Feng Kaiyun said as her small hand reached for Yi Feng's forehead. He could not stop her in time, and her delicate hand touched his face. Because Feng Kaiyun leaned too far forward, and Yi Feng was lying on the bed, his head was directly facing her chest, with less than a palm's distance between them. Yi Feng could distinctly feel the fragrant scent emanating from Feng Kaiyun, and a surge of heat burst forth from his heart. "Kaiyun, I'm really fine," Yi Feng hurriedly said to Feng Kaiyun. He wanted to continue like this, but he couldn't. Facing Feng Kaiyun, Yi Feng felt she was like a fairy from the heavens, someone he could not desecrate. However, Feng Kaiyun's innocence was even more terrifying. The warmth from her hand only confirmed Yi Feng's illness further. "You still say you're fine? Look at you," Feng Kaiyun said with concern, her eyes shimmering as if on the verge of tears. At that moment, Yi Feng really wanted to say, "I'm really burning up." But he couldn't say that, because in front of him was Feng Kaiyun, and that alone was enough. Yet inhaling Feng Kaiyun's unique maiden fragrance, Yi Feng felt he could no longer control himself, his breathing becoming rapid. The waves of heated breath kept brushing against Feng Kaiyun's chest, making her feel a tingling sensation. Her pretty face immediately turned bright red, yet being as innocent as a blank sheet, she wouldn't think of anything else, especially not in that direction. Yi Feng felt that if this continued, he might really lose control. He could only say to her, "Kaiyun, I'm really fine. By the way, I'm a bit hungry. If could you help me prepare something to eat?" "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine, really. Look at me, such a serious injury is healed. What else could be wrong?" Yi Feng forced a smile as he spoke to Feng Kaiyun. At that moment, he just wanted some peace. "All right then." Feng Kaiyun didn't think much of it. Upon hearing Yi Feng's affirmative reply, she smiled happily, but the redness on her face was not entirely natural. Yi Feng hurriedly turned his head, not daring to look at Feng Kaiyun. After enduring a torturous moment with only him left in the room, Yi Feng let out a long sigh, feeling extremely repressed. "Tonight, I will definitely make you pay." Thoughts of Yu Hongyue's puzzled figure flashed through his mind. Yi Feng wickedly contemplated that he couldn't bear to disrespect Feng Kaiyun, but as for Yu Hongyue, he wouldn't think too much about it. But at night, would it really go as he wished? Daytime was a torturous time for Yi Feng. He felt as if each day dragged on for years, every minute and second was a struggle. However, just thinking of the benefits of the night made his displeasure vanish instantly. As dusk gradually descended, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting slanted beams of light that filled every corner of the room, bringing a touch of warmth to the surroundings. Yifeng sat at the table reminiscing about his previous encounter with the man in black. Although he had no strength to resist, he still gained much from the experience, feeling as if something within him was loosening. Yifeng knew that this was the beginning of a breakthrough. He had reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm and was just a step away from the true Qi realm. However, even this step was incredibly difficult for Yifeng, yet he had absolute confidence that this was not his endpoint, nor was true Qi. On the table, 2 black daggers lay quietly, and even the golden rays of the setting sun could not mask the cold emanating from the daggers. These were the 2 daggers belonging to the man in black, which Yu Xian had handed to him. After a long while, Yifeng grasped both daggers in his hands, immediately feeling a chilling sensation spread through his palms. Interesting. Yifeng smiled lightly. However, these 2 daggers were not suitable for him. He tossed them aside, and they instantly vanished, appearing in the system the next moment. Exchange for technology points. Upon seeing these 2 daggers, Yifeng had already prepared himself for high-grade dagger technology points 2,000. The emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind, and Yifeng smiled faintly. This outcome was not unexpected. Then Yifeng took out the snow lotus flower. Looking at the crimson snow lotus, a complex glimmer flashed in his eyes before it vanished. 1,000-year snow lotus technology points 5,000 few. After exchanging for the technology points, Yifeng took a deep breath. He originally thought that the snow lotus would be worth at least 10,000 technology points, but it turned out to only reach half of that. After a moment of silence, Yifeng looked out the window as the last moment of dusk was about to disappear. Thinking of the approaching night, Yifeng began to feel excited. Should I be more proactive, or should I be more Standing up, Yifeng paced back and forth, muttering about the events of the night. In the Kaoshan Sect's main hall, Yu Xian stood at the forefront. Yifeng has nearly recovered. How are your preparations going? We're about ready. We can start anytime, but... Feng Shan replied, a hint of worry on his face. I know what you're worried about. Every great achievement has its risks, and many have walked the line between life and death. Yu Xian waved his hand. Go inform Yifeng. We cannot delay any further. Yifeng was completely unaware of everything happening in the Kaoshan Sect's main hall. At this moment, he was lost in his fantasies, a lewd smile occasionally flickering across his face. Just as Yifeng was lost in thought, while looking at the items available for exchange with technology points, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Yifeng felt somewhat displeased and asked bluntly, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he hid the technology point exchange. What a joke! Although it was written in the introduction that no one other than the host would see this, who knows if the system ever makes a mistake? If someone were to see it, wouldn't they treat him like a guinea pig and drag him into a small dark room for research? Outside, someone cleared their throat a couple of times as if to get their voice ready. May I ask if senior brother Yifeng is in? Yifeng immediately frowned in displeasure and coldly replied, I am Yifeng. The door is not locked. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden door opened in response. Yifeng looked over, and his frown eased. Standing outside was a middle-aged man, somewhat elegant in appearance, dressed in a blue robe, seemingly exuding an air of scholarly grace. Such a person would likely evoke a considerable sense of fondness in both men and women. Yifeng was no exception, but he had to ask what was necessary. What is it? The elegant middle-aged man clasped his hands and said, Senior brother, Yifeng the sect master has urgent matters to discuss with you. Urgent matters? Yifeng frowned. What kind of urgent matters? Hearing Yifeng's doubts, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratched his nose, and then smiled faintly. I also do not know the specifics. You'll find out when you meet senior brother Yifeng in person. Being called senior brother by a middle-aged man made Yifeng feel a bit uneasy, but he did not show it on his face. He nodded and said, Lead the way. The middle-aged man seemed taken aback by Yifeng's quick agreement. After all, the rumors said that Yifeng was quite difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eyes darted around, wondering if he had encountered an impersonator of senior brother Yifeng. Yifeng stood at the door, but did not hear any footsteps coming from behind him. He turned his head and said coldly, Where are you? Lead the way. His voice was cool and indifferent, yet it sounded like celestial music to the middle-aged man's ears. This was indeed the style of the rumored senior brother Yifeng. It seemed he had not made a mistake. If he had made a mistake, he would have been scolded severely for causing such a blunder. He had already caused enough blunders in the past. The sect master was kind-hearted and still believed in him. However, this time the middle-aged man knew that the sect master was somewhat urgent in finding senior brother Yifeng. What are you standing there for? Hearing the displeased voice of senior brother Yi Xian ahead, the middle-aged man chuckled. With his elegant demeanor, if Yi Xian saw him in person, he would undoubtedly think that they were mismatched. The middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward to lead Yi Feng. In fact, Yi Feng also knew the way, he just didn't know why his initial fondness for the middle-aged man had turned into a feeling of bullying. Of course, this kind of bullying was different. On the way, Yi Feng looked at the flowers and plants passing by, feeling somewhat bored. He didn't know which person from the Kaoshan Sect had set the rule prohibiting flying within the sect. Sighing, Yi Feng brought up the old topic again. What exactly is the matter for us to go to the Kaoshan Sect this time? Senior brother Yi Feng, I genuinely do not know. You don't need to inquire about information from me. When you meet the sect master, you will know what you need to know. The middle-aged man scratched his nose and then smiled bitterly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng shook his head, saying, talking to you is really pointless. Huh? The middle-aged man did not grasp the meaning. Yi Feng emphasized, I mean, talking to you is real. What does that mean? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. No one has ever said that to me before. Yi Feng rolled his eyes at him and then casually asked, don't you think your conversation is boring? I think your conversation is quite similar to mine. How could it be boring? The middle-aged man seemed even more puzzled, scratching his head, as if recalling something. His eyes brightened, and he said earnestly, but I remember once a female disciple from another sect said this to me as well. Other sects? Female disciple? Yi Feng caught on to these two phrases and asked curiously. The middle-aged man explained, it was like this. When my master and I went down the mountain for training, we saved a pair of female disciples from another sect from a group of unfriendly cultivators. The elder one seemed to be called Shuang, and the younger one was called Shuang. Yi Feng saw that the middle-aged man was rambling on, so he quickly interrupted. I didn't ask you this, get to the point. The middle-aged man awkwardly smiled, then continued. That Shuang also said the same thing that you just... That statement is a bit convoluted. The middle-aged man didn't seem to notice, but Yi Feng took a long time to barely understand what he meant and didn't point it out. Instead, he became deeply interested in the gossip and immediately asked, did she say anything else afterward? At that time, she was afflicted with a type of San. I spent 10 years of my cultivation to barely remove the poison from her body. After she woke up and learned the whole story, she said this to me. As for whether she said anything else afterward, let me think for a moment. The middle-aged man patted his forehead and suddenly remembered something excitedly, said to Yi Feng, how did you know she said something else afterward? Yi Feng felt a bit speechless and waved his hand, just a random guess. Your guess is really accurate. Yi Feng said, don't talk about that for now. Did that girl named Shuang say you deserve to be single for the rest of your life? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. The middle-aged man's curiosity deepened, and disregarding his image, he grabbed Yi Feng's hand. Senior brother, Yi Feng, how did you guess that again? How could I not guess these things? Yi Feng smiled proudly and said, let me tell you, although a woman's heart is often described as a needle at the bottom of the sea, their thoughts are as clear to me as day effortlessly flipping the clouds and rain. The conversation between the two ended amidst the middle-aged man's admiring gaze. And during this time, they had just arrived at the sect's headquarters. Senior brother, Yi Feng, this is it. You can go in first. Do I want to accompany you in? You aren't going in. Yi Feng scratched his head. The sect master instructed me to bring you here, but he didn't say I had to go in, the middle-aged man explained. All right, then I'll go in first. Yi Feng shook his head, clasped his hands to the middle-aged man, and entered the enormous black door of the Kaoshan Sect. The figures inside were somewhat sparse, and from their attire they appeared to belong to the miscellaneous category, lowering their heads so much that it was hard to see their faces. Just as Yi Feng found it a bit strange, his name echoed in the hall. Who is it? Yi Feng. The voice arrived first, but the person did not. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a scheme set by someone. Just as he braced himself with vigilance, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Yi Feng, it's me. Don't be so tense. This is the Kaoshan Sect, not a man-eating sect. Yi Feng suddenly turned his head. The person before him was none other than Yu Xian, the leader of the Kaoshan Sect. Sect leader. Yi Feng lowered his head, easing his tension and respectfully addressing him. No need for such formalities. Yu Xian supported Yi Feng's shoulder and then turned around, casually asking, you have met Cho Chu, right? Cho Chu. Yi Feng frowned. He is the middle-aged man who appears quite cultured. I sent him to call you. Didn't you see him? Yu Xian asked with some curiosity. It turned out his name was Cho Chu. Yi Feng chuckled inwardly and then cupped his hands, saying, reporting to sect leader, I just met senior brother Cho Chu. Then where is Cho Chu now? Yu Xian inquired. He didn't come in. Yi Feng answered honestly. Why isn't he coming in? Yu Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it. If he doesn't want to come in, then let it be. Saying this, Yu Xian led Yi Feng to a low table and asked him to sit down. Do you know why I called you here today? Yi Feng shook his head. Didn't Cho Chu tell you? Didn't he see several elders preparing to open the barrier leading to the sealed land? What sealed land? Yi Feng's curiosity grew. Yu Xian noticed that Yi Feng's expression seemed genuine and that he had no motive to deceive him. His wry smile deepened as he repeatedly murmured Cho Chu's name. Seeing the confusion on Yi Feng's face, Yuxian explained, I thought that after Cho Chu saw the elders opening the barrier, he would guess what we were about to do. To avoid trouble, I sent Cho Chu to bring you here. But who would have thought he said nothing at all? After hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel that there was something off about Cho Chu and asked senior brother Cho Chu. Your senior brother Cho Chu once expended 20 years of cultivation to save a woman from another sect, causing his own energy to backfire and almost leading him to fall into a demonic state, which resulted in some issues with his mind. However, he is sincere and honest, so you need not harbor too many suspicions about him. Oh, I see. Yi Feng nodded in understanding. I initially thought his illness had lessened recently, so I brought him out of the cave, but unexpectedly his condition hasn't improved much. Yu Xian sighed, and then said, You need not concern yourself with these matters for now. Since Cho Chu hasn't informed you, we'll tell you why I called you here today. Yi Feng nodded, his expression turning somewhat serious. Do you know about the sealed land? Yu Xian asked directly. Yi Feng nodded. I understand a little. It is like this because your strength exceeds what I and the elders expected. This trip to the sealed land is partly to seize some treasures from there. At this point, Yu Xian smiled. Don't think the sect is taking advantage of you. As long as you don't lose your life, this trip will definitely be immensely beneficial for you. Upon hearing Yu Xian's words, Yi Feng dared not overreach and immediately cupped his hands, saying, Sect leader, I don't mean that at all. I am truly honored to be able to go to the sealed land with you. Huh? Yu Xian pointed at Yi Feng. You have a way with words. If Cho Chu had your mindset back, then perhaps this situation wouldn't have occurred. Saying this, a hint of melancholy appeared on Yu Xian's brow. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between Cho Chu and Yu Xian. However, after a brief thought with no fruitful conclusion, he decided not to delve deeper into this issue. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between Cho Chu and Yu Xian. However, after a brief thought with no fruitful conclusion, Yi Feng asked, As soon as the barrier is opened, we will set off immediately. Yi Feng frowned. Is it that? Yu Xian sighed. There's no other way. If we let other sects get there first, how many treasures from the sealed land would actually end up in our Kaoshan Sect? At this point, Yu Xian raised an eyebrow and said, It's strange that Cho Chu didn't explain things clearly to you or give you some time to prepare. If you need anything, just tell me without hesitation, and I'll have someone arrange it right away. Yi Feng certainly understood what Yu Xian meant, but still shook his head as he was still under Yu Xian's roof and wanted to gain some goodwill from him. Moreover, the most important thing was that his most treasured item was hidden within his mind. You don't need to be, Yu Xian emphasized. Yi Feng smiled. Sect leader, do you think him that kind of polite person? Just as he finished speaking, a disciple suddenly approached. Seeing this disciple, Yu Xian immediately asked, Have the elders opened the barrier? The disciple nodded. Good, take us there quickly. With that, Yu Xian grabbed Yi Feng's hand and strode forward. After navigating through several dark paths, passing through a few screens, and walking past several large stone doors, Yi Feng initially thought that beyond this large door would be a cramped space. To his surprise, what lay before him was an incredibly vast altar. On the altar, several white-robed elders appeared, pale, evidently having expended considerable effort to break through the barrier. These white-robed elders were some of the elders from the Kaoshan Sect. Upon seeing Yu Xian, the elders stopped meditating, stood up, and respectfully cupped their hands to Yu Xian. No need for such formalities. Yu Xian gestured for the elders to sit down, then waved to Yi Feng, Come here. Thus the personnel for the trip to the sealed land had been finalized. While the elders were meditating, Yu Xian spoke to Yi Feng. As soon as the elders finish resting, we will set off immediately. After a while, the elders finally completed their meditation and stood up, speaking in unison to Yu Xian. We are ready, we must depart at once. With that, everyone stood on the altar. Following Yu Xian's instructions, Yi Feng placed his hand on a stone platform. Suddenly, a blazing white light erupted from the altar, enveloping everyone's figures. Under the intense light, Yi Feng's eyes were overwhelmed, and he quickly shut them. In that instant of closing his eyes, he felt as if the surroundings had undergone earth-shattering changes, with raging winds and torrential rains assaulting his body. After enduring one blow after another, he finally landed gently. A dim world shrouded in silence, an empty space devoid of life. Yi Feng stood at the center with no end in sight, and no one could fathom the true extent of this realm. The ground beneath him was equally deserted, nothing visible in existence. Yi Feng took a couple of steps forward, yet no sound echoed in response. The only sound in the air was his own breathing, somewhat hurried and chaotic, although Yi Feng remained oblivious to his own peculiar state. This was a situation never encountered before, yet he remained unaware. The grayness enveloped this new world, even the air had turned gray. Various objects floated in the air. Looking up, Yi Feng observed that the higher he gazed, the larger the object. Yi Feng carefully scanned his surroundings, immersing his mind in the system. Fortunately, the system was still operational, his greatest assurance, which was also the reason for his confidence in entering here. 1,000 years of isolation had passed without anyone entering this place. Perhaps new energy had been infused, or maybe Yifeng had disrupted the balance of this region as the objects floating in the air began to shift slowly unnoticed by Yifeng. The scene remained tranquil. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng casually chose a direction and began to walk forward. Unbeknownst to him, a suffocating aura gradually enveloped the area, causing his heart to race with an inexplicable anxiety. He halted to observe the surroundings, yet found nothing unusual. The floating objects around him maintained the same distance, neither increasing nor decreasing. Yifeng noticed this peculiarity, and at that moment his expression turned serious. He had been in motion just moments ago, although he still could not see the edge of this world. The objects nearby had been moving within his perception without his notice. Diving into the system, he gazed at the remaining tech points. His gaze landed on artificial hibernation exchange value 5,000 tech points. Yifeng felt a pang of regret, but sensing the pressure within his heart, he chose artificial hibernation. A chime from the system rang out, deducting 5,000 tech points. Artificial hibernation initiated. Instantly, Yifeng felt his entire being relax significantly, and the oppressive weight on his mind began to gradually return to normal. At this moment, Yifeng directed his gaze towards the floating objects above. He found that he could see them much more clearly now, their movements immediately visible to him. It turned out that these floating objects moved in sync with Yifeng. Although they appeared slow, their changes were rapid. Initially, he experienced a mental illusion, but under the effect of artificial hibernation, the oppressive aura vanished. Interesting. Yifeng muttered softly, then focused his gaze on a floating object before him, its dark red exterior resembling traces left by blood interspersed with small black spots that seemed to penetrate its entire form. Yifeng shifted his gaze to another floating object, noting a striking similarity between the two. Bang! A chi sword shot forth from Yifeng's hand towards the object ahead, a muted thud sounding as if a stone had struck steel. To Yifeng's surprise, these floating objects were not as fragile as they appeared. The chi sword left not a trace upon them and quickly vanished. In fact, even their forms showed no sign of disturbance, unmoving like a mountain. This was the impression these objects gave Yifeng. Yet Yifeng did not sense the slightest hint of danger from them, and thus he ceased his attack and continued. However, upon his movement, these objects began to float alongside him. To this day, Yifeng remained unsure of what they truly were, remains of spirit beasts or some special entities. A rustling sound began to spread around Yifeng's feet. He stopped to look, realizing that at some point his footing had changed. Crimson sand surrounded him, and the previous feeling of emptiness had abruptly vanished. Yifeng attempted to move his right foot, stepping onto the crimson sand. Another light sound brushed past his ear, reminiscent of bubbles being crushed. Yet Yifeng understood that the sand beneath him neither shifted, sank, nor broke. His expression grew solemn. Everything here was too bizarre. Meanwhile, in an unknown dark corner, a pair of eyes slowly opened, their size akin to that of a human, half black and half red, coldly glancing at Yifeng before slowly closing again, seemingly indifferent to it all. Damn it, where is this place? Yifeng muttered under his breath, feeling utterly lost now that he had entered. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger around. Spitting once more, Yifeng set forth again, disregarding the sounds beneath his feet. He was determined to walk on, believing there was no end in sight. At Kaoshan Sect, Yuxian and Feng stood tightly together, gazing ahead toward the sealed entrance, which was long since closed. Can he make it to the end? Feng looked at Yuxian with concern, and honestly, he doubted whether Yifeng could safely navigate this as a mere Qi realm cultivator. Whether he can or cannot, he has already entered. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, it depends on his own fate. We have done all we can. Yuxian lifted his head to gaze at the sky, which seemed different than usual, foreboding a storm. Let's go, we must also prepare ourselves. With that, Yuxian vanished while Feng glanced back at the entrance, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes before he slowly shook his head. Yifeng, I hope you won't let us down. With that, he too disappeared, leaving behind the empty, deathly silent entrance to the sealed area, which began to take on an illusory quality as everything returned to its original state. Roar. Yifeng was unaware of how long he had been walking. Was it a day, a month, or even a year? The crimson sand beneath his feet seemed boundless from afar. However, upon hearing a roar reminiscent of a spiritual beast pass by his ear, the long quiet world suddenly transformed. That sound seemed to shatter the long-standing balance, and in the next moment, Yifeng noticed the floating objects around him moving, beginning to slowly rotate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire world spun around him like a whirlpool in the sea, gaining speed, while Yifeng stood at the center of this vortex. What the hell is this? Yifeng muttered softly, spreading his feet slightly apart to stabilize himself, a serious expression flashing across his face. Even now he was unclear about the meaning of these objects. At least up to this point, he felt no trace of danger. He knew that someone was manipulating these things from behind the scenes. Deep inside, the cold expression of those who had opened their eyes again appeared, their gaze indifferent to everything, as if proclaiming themselves the rulers of this realm beyond denial. The eyes glanced at Yifeng, a flicker of confusion flashing within them, followed by surprise, and then a hint of... The expression cycled through a myriad of changes, hesitating for a long time, as if the eyes had made a decision, flashing with determination, then deeply gazed at Yifeng before vanishing into the darkness, as if they had never appeared. In that moment, Yifeng felt something. Just as the eye had appeared, he suddenly felt a panic in his heart, as if someone was watching him from behind. Yet when he turned around, all he saw were the rotating objects before him, and the space behind him was empty, yet the feeling of being watched lingered. Knowing that the eye had disappeared, the feeling gradually faded away with it. Sweat began to dampen, Yifeng's clothes, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, penetrating roar. Once again the same voice echoed, only this time it was louder than before. Yifeng felt that this roar did not merely brush past his ears, but instead resounded directly in his mind, clear, yet agonizing. Oh! Yifeng felt as if something had appeared in his mind, like millions of ants gnawing at him, a pain from the depths of his soul that rendered him powerless. Outside, the rotational speed of the objects was increasing rapidly. As their speeds surged, the entire world seemed to twist along with them, as if the very fabric of reality was about to turn. However, Yifeng was oblivious to all of this. He was entirely focused on his sea of consciousness, the place where he had first suffered a heavy blow, now unresponsive and unable to take any action. Yifeng couldn't even tell where the enemy was. He had encountered soul attacks before, but he never expected it to strike so suddenly. The pain continued, forcing him to clutch his head and slowly squat down, as if this position could alleviate the suffering. Gradually, the pain began to dissipate, but his forehead was drenched with sweat, his entire body soaked through, leaving no dry spot. Time passed bit by bit, and the dim world began to twist and deform, resembling a scene from a movie where the visuals distort. Yet this time, it was truly happening before his eyes. The pain completely vanished, and Yifeng cautiously looked around, but there was nothing left. The objects had disappeared, as if the dark world was about to vanish as well. In the depths of darkness, the eye appeared once more, glancing at Yifeng with a hint of surprise, as if acknowledging that he could endure through such pain, and then it became even more delighted. Immersed in the system, observing the rows of technology, Yifeng began to hesitate about which option to choose. Yet even now he did not understand what the entity truly was. Recalling the torturous experience, Yifeng's gaze settled on a small particle not far away. To him it appeared to be merely a digestive tablet. But Yifeng knew of the power of that single tablet. It could temporarily numb his senses, making him oblivious to his own pain. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to exchange 10000 tech points. The system's cold voice echoed in Yifeng's ear, and he felt a pang of pain. Damn it, such a tiny tablet costs 1000 tech points. If weighed by the pound, who knows how much that would cost? An outrageous price. Huh. He exhaled sharply, gritting his teeth. I'll exchange it. He had only managed to squeeze out those two words through clenched teeth, and now Yifeng understood how great those hospitals in his world truly were. From now on, if anyone dared to tell him that hospitals were exploitative and that medicine was expensive, he would argue with them. Exploitative. Is this garbage system exploitative? Expensive. This garbage system is expensive. With that ridiculously overpriced tablet in hand, Yifeng felt no different, his heart filled with complaints towards this greedy system, mentally cursing its ancestors countless times. At that moment, Yifeng exited the system, only to be profoundly shaken by the world before him. The space had completely twisted, and all the previous objects had vanished, leaving an eerie silence. Yifeng could still see his own hazy silhouette in the space before him, albeit slightly blurred. In the depths of darkness, the roar continued, but this time, Yifeng felt nothing, standing freely in place without concern for the source of the sound. Yifeng looked at the distorted world and attempted to shoot out a chi sword. However, the result was even more surprising. There was no sound, no fluctuation, and not even the slightest ripple. The chi sword simply vanished silently before him, utterly disappearing. The surrounding space continuously twisted and gradually began to compress, and Yifeng realized that he could now see the endpoint of this space, which was constantly approaching him. What on earth is happening? Why wasn't I informed about this? Yifeng murmured quietly as he looked at the continuously shrinking space. Everything before him had surpassed his understanding, and even in his previous world, he had never encountered something akin to this. Now Yifeng felt as if he were no longer in this world, but rather like a ferocious beast trapped in a cage surrounded by solid iron bars. He had tried several times to break this spatial prison, but Yifeng found that his strength was truly negligible. Even when he struck with all his might, it only caused the space to ripple slightly. It was like a raindrop falling on the surface of a lake completely without impact. The distortion and compression of space continued unabated, and a long time had passed. Yifeng slumped helplessly on the ground, having just experienced another wave of soul-wrenching pain, while the effects of the previous pills had long since faded. Yifeng looked helplessly at the twisted space, understanding in his heart that if another attack like the previous one came, he would not withstand it. Whoosh! At some unknown point, a second voice appeared in this world, lacking the previous dominance and aggression, like a breeze brushing against his cheek, bringing a slight chill. This sudden breeze jolted Yifeng back to awareness. It came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. I cannot give up like this. Yifeng motivated himself. He could not simply yield without understanding what was happening, as even now he was unclear about this place and what lay within it. He could not simply die without knowing the truth. If he were to die, he should at least do so with clarity. With this thought, Yifeng slowly began to stand up, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Looking at the world sealed off by space, Yifeng slowly opened his mouth and shouted, "I want to see what you—" No voice responded, only the continuous echo of Yifeng's shout rebounding off the barriers of the sealed space, spreading throughout the entire world. Time passed again, though he could not tell how long, and the space had shrunk to only a few meters in front of Yifeng, leaving him with barely any room to move. If it weren't for Yifeng's meager support, he might have already twisted and spun along with the collapsing space. The roars from the depths of darkness seemed to cease, but Yifeng had no time to care. The space had compressed to his very front, and a sense of dizziness began to emerge. Finally, Yifeng was engulfed by the endless space. However, the imagined sensation of being crushed never came. In the last second before he lost consciousness, he only felt a slight dizziness without the expected pain. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In a dark cave resembling a small black room, there was a pool of water not far away, surrounded by sharp rocks. At the top, a droplet of water gradually formed on an inverted rock, and then slowly dripped into the center of the pool, creating a ticking sound. With each drop, the originally tranquil cave became somewhat lively. Beside the pool, a figure lay quietly on the ground, motionless. If it weren't for the faint sounds of breath, one would think it was a corpse. This figure was Yifeng, who had followed the chaotic flow of space. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The droplets from the rock never ceased to fall, as if they were endless. The figure on the ground had lain there for a long time, a day, a month. No one knew. Yifeng groaned as he slowly crawled up from the ground, his right hand harshly slapping his head, as if he had not yet regained his senses. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth proved that this was not a dream. Yifeng glanced around, and the first thing that caught his eye was the pool of water. At first glance, the pool appeared unremarkable, but the longer Yifeng looked, the more he realized that the water was exceptionally clear, a pure whiteness. Colorless clarity. Lifting his feet, he slowly walked towards the pool. The ground was a mix of damp rock and soil, yet the soil here was different from that outside. Both the rock and soil were black and glossy, forming a stark contrast with the pool. Looking at his reflection in the water, Yifeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. I never expected to fall to this state. His hair was untidily scattered over his shoulders, and his face was smeared with blood and dirt, not a clean spot to be found. Perhaps intuition told Yifeng that the water was safe. His throat felt dry, scraping against the tender flesh, painfully swallowing saliva that was no longer there. He reached both hands towards the pool, cupping the water, and took large gulps of the tasteless clear spring, which felt more refreshing than any sweet spring. However, Yifeng did not notice that as he touched the pool, subtle changes began to occur. The water started to flow gently. When Yifeng looked at the pool again, he suddenly realized that the originally crystal clear pool, which had been so transparent, now appeared unfathomably deep, seemingly close yet far away. The water continued to flow, and at the same time, Yifeng saw a clear character gradually appearing within it, reflected in his eyes. Heart. Yifeng stared at the character, a simple heart. What does heart mean? Is it the heart of a person, the hearts of various creatures, or is it your attitude, your views, your understanding, your insights? However, Yifeng did not know how to ponder this, and more words began to appear in the pool. The heart is as great as the water is deep. 8 words arranged in front of Yifeng. As he murmured them softly, he suddenly felt that the bottleneck he had been stuck at in the pinnacle of the Yuanxi realm had suddenly loosened a bit. Though the change was very subtle, Yifeng still perceived it keenly. He directed his gaze towards those 8 words. The heart is as great as the water is deep. Just those 8 words had already shown a significant increase in his realm. This was merely from a glance, and he wondered how much he would improve if he could fully comprehend it. Yet as Yifeng wanted to continue looking, tick-tock, a droplet of water fell from above, splashing ripples in the pool, and at the same time those 8 words vanished. In the space, only the sound of Yifeng's steady breathing remained, along with the ticking of the droplets. Although the 8 words had disappeared, Yifeng knew that one phrase had deeply imprinted itself in his mind, seemingly impossible to erase. Shaking his head, Yifeng dismissed those 8 characters from his mind. Huh. Yifeng looked at the pool in astonishment. The previously crystal-clear water, which had been distinctively white, suddenly transformed, reverting to its original transparent state, where the bottom was visible. The water also changed, taking on a greenish hue like that of a normal spring. Sealed for 1,000 years, finally someone has arrived. Before Yifeng could react, a voice suddenly echoed through the space. He could not discern its origin, or it seemed to materialize out of thin air. After a moment's hesitation, Yifeng clasped his hands respectfully toward the air and said, "Senior." A trace of tension permeated the air, all emanating from Yifeng. This was the first time he had heard another person speak since entering this bizarre world. He wondered whether it was a senior from the Kaoshan Sect or the ancient demon sealed away all those years ago. "Are you a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect?" After a brief silence, the aged voice resonated again through the cave, tinged with confusion and a hint of excitement. "Senior, I am the junior disciple of Yu Xian, the 18th patriarch of the Kaoshan Sect," Yifeng replied. As he spoke, he tried to locate the source of the aged voice, but to no avail. He had no idea where it came from. "The 18th generation. I see. So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. The Kaoshan Sect still endures." The aged voice carried a note of surprise, as if the sect's continued existence was unexpected. "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Yifeng asked, confusion evident in his eyes. Why would the voice think the Kaoshan Sect had ceased to exist? "Never mind. Since you are here, I shall grant you a great opportunity." The aged voice rang out again, this time carrying a hint of relief. "May I ask who you are, Senior?" Yifeng pressed. "I am the founder of the Kaoshan Sect. You may call me the Burial Sky Elder." The Burial Sky Elder spoke softly, his tone laced with reminiscence. "The Burial Sky Elder. If you are the founder of the Kaoshan Sect, why did you say it would vanish?" "It has to do with a great war 1,000 years ago." The aged voice gradually sank into recollection. 1,000 years ago, the human race saw a surge of heroes. It was the most prosperous era for humanity, and all other races could only bow in submission. The Burial Sky Elder spoke with a hint of pride in his voice. "But the greater the power, the greater the desire for dominion. This is a world where the strong rule and the weak are eliminated, left behind in the river of history." Yifeng listened quietly to the Burial Sky Elder's tale, his heart filled with astonishment. Had humanity truly been that powerful once? All races bowing in submission. Though Yifeng had not witnessed it, he could imagine the scene 1,000 years ago. But why had humanity become so weak now? What had happened in between? As if sensing Yifeng's thoughts, the Burial Sky Elder said, "Do not be too surprised. Humanity is a unique race. Though cultivation relies on diligence, our penchant for ingenuity can keep us at the forefront of all races." Yifeng nodded thoughtfully. The Burial Sky Elder continued, "Unfortunately, after becoming powerful, humanity grew suspicious. The major powers sought to unify the race, eventually sparking a devastating civil war. That war lasted 100 years. In battle, there are always winners and losers. At that time, Burial Sky and the opposing Soul Emperor were the strongest on each side. In the end, one side prevailed, but the defeated side was not completely routed. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor was defeated by me. Though I won, it was a Pyrrhic victory at best." The Burial Sky Elder's tone suddenly grew agitated. "But I never imagined that the Soul Emperor, desperate to win the war, would resort to the most heinous and inhuman methods. He massacred the entire continent, absorbing millions of wandering souls into his body, thereby greatly increasing his cultivation. Then he fought me again. By then I was no longer his match. However, the Soul Emperor, ravaged by the backlash of those millions of souls, had lost his sanity. In the end, I had to mobilize the entire sect's power to seal him within this world." As Yifeng listened to the Burial Sky Elder's fragmented memories, he felt as if he had become a seed of reincarnation, traveling back to the battlefield of that era. "Senior, those floating objects up ahead. What are they?" Yifeng suddenly recalled the objects in that gray world. "That is the body of the Soul Emperor," the Burial Sky Elder said calmly. "The Soul Emperor's body. But why?" "After the Soul Emperor fell to demonic influence, his body became enormous. That was also a result of the backlash from the wandering souls." "Senior, about that," Yifeng said with a sly tone. "You young man, though your cultivation is low, you are acceptable. Since you have come here, fate has brought us together. I will bestow upon you a great opportunity. Whether you can comprehend it is up to you." Yifeng was thinking, "I don't want any great opportunity. Oh, I just want to know how to get out." But before he could speak, a mysterious force enveloped him and instantly entered his sea of consciousness. The next moment, the scene before his eyes shifted. A colossal figure that blotted out the sky appeared in Yifeng's vision. He could not gauge its height, but even the distant mountains seemed dwarfed beside it. The giant was shrouded in black mist. With a single step, it flattened a small hill, instantly staining it black. The entire sky was also engulfed in darkness. The black giant moved forward, leaving behind a trail of demonically corrupted land. Countless creatures fled before it, but with each step, countless lives were crushed forever. The giant continued its advance. Though it moved slowly, each step seemed to span millions of miles. In the distance, a blade of light shot toward the giant at incredible speed, tearing through space itself. Before the giant could react, the blade struck its chest. A stream of black fluid gushed from the wound, and the giant halted its forward momentum. At the same time, a white-haired old man stood directly in front of the giant, a long blade in his right hand. Anger flickered in his eyes. Their physiques were as different as heaven and earth, but the old man's aura was in no way inferior to the giant's. Without a word, after a brief pause, they charged at each other. Boom, boom. The sounds of collision rang out, accompanied by billowing dust that filled the air. Yi Feng watched the two combatants, feeling as if he were one of them, his blood surging. Just then a cool force descended, and the feeling in his heart vanished. In the distance, a dense crowd gathered, watching the clash between the elder and the giant. None dared to intervene, so they could only observe from afar. The scene suddenly shifted back to the same realm, but it no longer resembled its original form. The entire expanse seemed on the verge of shattering, with corpses strewn across the ground. In the distance, the giant was also covered in black liquid, while the elder floated nearby in the air. Though the elder's injuries were not visible, Yi Feng could tell that his body had become increasingly ethereal. Suddenly, the elder raised the blade in his hand and pointed it towards the sky, calling out, "Spirits of the world, lend me your strength." Behind him, countless powerful beings surged forth, channeling their energies towards the heavens directly above the elder. Gradually, a long blade made entirely of condensed chi appeared in the arena. This blade was even larger than the giant itself, overshadowing the entire sky behind it. In the next moment, the long blade was under the elder's control, racing towards the giant at incredible speed. The blade sliced through the giant's body, cutting back and forth repeatedly. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his body becoming even more ethereal, as if he might vanish at any moment. Bang! Another earth-shattering explosion occurred as the giant's body exploded in place. The elder's expression remained unchanged as he waved his left hand and uttered "Seal." Instantly, the scene began to warp. Both the elder and the giant started to slowly disappear along with the overwhelming demonic energy. At this point, the scene froze. Yi Feng found himself back in the cave. Nothing had changed, yet the image of the battle kept flashing through his mind. It was the most brutal and powerful fight Yi Feng had ever witnessed. Looking back, he realized that their previous battle was nothing compared to the elder and the giant. It was like playing. However, Yi Feng did not feel discouraged, for he firmly believed that one day he too would possess the power of the elder, able to overshadow the heavens with a mere gesture. Yet now he needed to find a way out. Senior Yi Feng clasped his fists towards the front. Young one, the path of cultivation is still long, and the Qi realm is just the beginning, the aged voice replied, sounding somewhat weaker. In cultivation, the greater your heart, the higher the heavens you can reach, the elder of the tomb continued, though his voice was noticeably quieter this time. I will heed your teaching, senior. Go on, there are ominous signs waiting for you ahead. Surmount this tribulation and the path of cultivation will become much smoother, but whether you can pass depends on yourself. Another 1,000 years, I wonder where it will begin again. The aged voice gradually faded from the scene. The greater your heart, the higher the heavens. Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to break through to the Qi realm, the elder's final words echoing in his mind. The long-standing bottleneck began to loosen. Yi Feng gathered all his Qi and charged violently at the barrier. Bang! The Qi slammed against it, creating ripples, but failing to break through. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as Yi Feng fought the urge to spew it out. He swallowed hard, forcing the liquid down. Yi Feng was not disheartened. He knew it was unrealistic to expect an easy breakthrough. Bang! Preparing for the next attempt, he charged at the barrier again, but still failed. Time and again, Yi Feng lost count of how many times he had failed. Excitedly, he looked at the already shattered barrier, a fierce glint in his eyes. This was the last time. Bang! A surge of energy several times stronger than before erupted in the arena, breaking through. In that instant, Yi Feng felt the Qi within him raging like a primal beast, filling his entire being. As his eyes opened, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through his pale face, now adorned with a smile. I have finally reached the Qi realm. Yi Feng stood up, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, free from the fatigue of before. He lightly threw a punch forward, feeling the strength behind it, and nodded in satisfaction. I am now absolutely confident that if I faced any of the Qi realm first-stage prodigies from before, I could win without relying on system technology, and even those in the second stage wouldn't stand a chance against me. It's time to find a way out. Yi Feng adjusted his stance and began searching for an exit, but he was puzzled to find none, only a pool of water. After circling around several times, Yi Feng found no hidden mechanisms. He tried to open an exit in the surrounding stone walls, but found the rocks to be exceptionally hard. Even after breaking through to the Qi realm, his attacks left no mark, not even a trace. Damn it, what kind of stone is this? Yi Feng had never seen such rocks before. After a long time, he stopped panting, staring at the stone wall, his mind racing with frustration. I need to figure out a way to get out. Yifeng slumped down, calming himself and contemplating everything around him. Tick-tock. The water droplets continued to fall into the pool, and Yifeng turned towards the sound, frowning. Is there something wrong with this pool? Muttering to himself, Yifeng stood up and approached the pool. At the edge, he could see his reflection in the water, and at the bottom, he noticed rocks of the same color as the ground. Tick-tock. Yifeng gently closed his eyes, recalling the events that had transpired, from falling into the cave to the elder vanishing. He reflected on it all multiple times. After a long time, Yifeng opened his eyes and gazed at the rippling pool, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The greater your heart, the deeper the pool. This must be it. Without hesitation, Yifeng leaped into the pool. Splash. Yifeng fell into the water, and just as he had imagined, he did not touch the surface. Instead, his body sank straight down, and the water quickly enveloped him completely as he continued to plunge downward. Oh! Yifeng let out a tragic cry, then got up and observed the surroundings. This is another new world, but it is much smaller than the previous gray world. Yifeng could at least see this space clearly, with white walls blocking the edges. However, this space is far darker than before, with black air floating in the atmosphere resembling the night sky, but lacking its comforting essence. An unpleasant odor permeated the air, and Yifeng couldn't help but feel nauseous, but a scent similar to rotting corpses began to waft through the air, but Yifeng understood that it wasn't the stench of decaying bodies, it was a presence that lingered in this sky. It was strikingly similar to the black energy from the fierce battle before, but the depth of color was vastly different. Is this the place where the Soul Emperor is sealed? Yifeng walked forward, mumbling to himself. Occasionally he heard sounds resembling the breathing of a giant beast, which was overwhelming. He felt somewhat out of place. Damn it, even sealed it makes such a commotion. Suddenly 2 enormous eyes appeared ahead. Yifeng felt that if possible he could stand within those 2 eyes, but that was merely a thought. He took 2 cautious steps back, feeling tense. Human. An ugly voice emerged from the air, far more unpleasant than the previous old man's voice. I accidentally entered here. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Yifeng said nervously, intending to escape, but as soon as he turned around he was dumbfounded to find there was no way out behind him. True Chi realm. So weak. The ugly voice continued to echo in his ears. Yifeng pouted slightly. What do you mean weak? I'm young, a genius, all right. Blind as a bat. However, he would never dare to voice these thoughts. Who knows what other means this sealed, ancient demon possesses? After all, it was a great demon from 1,000 years ago, who just a casual flick of its finger could easily crush him. Senior, since you see me as so weak and useless, could you give me a hint on how to get out? Yifeng said, but in his heart he was thinking, once I get out, I'll burn paper for you every day, praying that you remain sealed for another 10,000 years, never to emerge again. Kid, do you want to become stronger? However, the ancient demon did not answer Yifeng. Instead, it posed a question. Become stronger, really? Yifeng's eyes sparkled as he looked at the giant eyes before him. Haha, wanting to become stronger is just a thought away for me, but all depends on whether you want it or not. Senior, you must have some conditions, right? Yifeng glanced around. Until now, he could only feel the ancient demon's presence, but the latter had not struck directly at him. Instead, it was negotiating conditions, clearly indicating some constraints. Realizing he was temporarily out of danger, Yifeng let out a long breath. The requirement is very simple. As long as you can help me with a small task, I will pass on to you a supreme technique allowing you to surpass your peers, and your cultivation will grow rapidly. In the future, reaching heights beyond your imagination will not be impossible. The ancient demon continued to tempt him. Senior, what do you mean by a small task? Yifeng pretended to be very surprised. Do you see that wall in front of you? Beneath that wall lies a long blade. All you need to do is remove that long. Yifeng followed the ancient demon's direction and saw a sharp long blade slanted at a 45-degree angle into the ground. The ground still emitted wisps of black demonic energy, but as soon as that energy approached the blade, it slowly dissipated. Yifeng looked at the long blade, and in his mind, he seemed to see the figure of the elder Zhang Tian, holding the long blade, standing invincibly before a giant. Senior, are you sure I can lift that blade? Yifeng cautiously asked. You can rest assured, that blade is the blade of virtue. Anyone with a kind heart can lift it. Although I see you have some bad traits, you are not an evil person. The ancient demon's voice echoed in his heart. Yifeng couldn't help but smirk slightly. This demon wanted to trick him, but he wouldn't fall for it. Senior, if I remove the blade, will you be able to come out? Yes, as long as that blade moves, I can easily break this seal. At that point, I will reward you with a supreme technique. Senior, what if you come out and kill me? Yifeng asked cautiously. Haha, with you, I wouldn't even bother to make a move. If I want you dead, it's just a thought away. Then Senior, let me die. I don't want to save you only to have you come back and kill me. Yifeng pouted slightly. How can someone sealed still be so arrogant? Do you really think you can demand? You kid, you want to die? Yeah, I just want to die. You come at me. Yi Feng said defiantly, spreading his arms wide and puffing out his chest, as if to say, "Come at me, ooh, I won't resist." You. The ancient demon was so furious it could hardly find words. Yi Feng could clearly sense its aura becoming agitated. "Kid, are you sure you don't want to do this? You must know my technique is sought after by the world for 1,000 years. There is no other technique that can compare. Kid, have you made up your mind yet?" After a long silence, the evil voice of the ancient demon echoed in Yi Feng's ears again, but this time, the ancient demon's tone was not as forceful as before. "Now you know to seek my help," Yi Feng chuckled mockingly. "Senior, I could help you, but is the technique you mentioned really that extraordinary?" Yi Feng expressed his disbelief. "You dare doubt me? I wouldn't stoop so low as to deceive a mere practitioner of true qi like you." The ancient demon seemed a bit displeased. "It's not that I don't believe you, Senior, but if your claims are so impressive, why are you still trapped in this desolate place?" As Yi Feng spoke, his voice grew quieter. But who was the ancient demon? The greatest demon from 1,000 years ago. How could he not hear? Suppressing the malice that threatened to burst forth from within, the ancient demon took a deep breath. "Kid, focus your mind. I will impart to you half of a technique." Before Yi Feng could react, he suddenly felt something new in his mind. Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique. Looking at the 4 large characters that appeared in his mind, Yi Feng was deeply shocked. The name was indeed quite imposing. "In the beginning of heaven and earth, what is good and what is evil?" The lines of text that entered his sight were deeply etched in Yi Feng's mind. "In the way of the world, who else but me can consume? Who cannot swallow, and what cannot be fused?" The Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique primarily relies on devouring souls to increase one's own power. In the early stages, it involves swallowing humans and spiritual beasts, and later, everything can be consumed, culminating in the ability to swallow the heavens. It must be said this Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique is indeed quite powerful. Since ancient times, who has dared to contend with heaven and earth? Neither man nor beast can, yet this technique seeks to go against the heavens. Swallowing hard, Yi Feng found himself with many thoughts swirling in his mind, but in that moment he rejected them. He would not engage in such heavenly and earthly matters. Seemingly aware that Yi Feng had finished reading, the ancient demon spoke lightly. "So how is it, kid? Are you tempted? Let me tell you, this is only the upper half of the technique." The ancient demon, with a hint of pride, said, "Kid, I don't believe you aren't tempted." Seemingly already envisioning his impending liberation, the ancient demon's large eyes flickered with a glint of cold light. "After 1,000 years, all that the heavens and earth owe me must be returned." "That, Senior, this technique is indeed powerful, but it is entirely a demonic path technique, which seems a bit unsuitable for me." Yi Feng's voice shattered the ancient demon's illusions, and the latter paused slightly. As long as there was no outright rejection, it was fine. "Kid, do you think this is a demonic path technique? Is it the path of evil, eh?" The ancient demon's voice continued to echo in his ears. "Isn't it? Then let me ask you, what is good and what is evil?" Yi Feng muttered quietly, suddenly realizing he found this question hard to answer. "Kid, there is no good or evil in this world. What is considered good and evil is merely a lie concocted by those so-called wise old men." The ancient demon continued to tempt him. "Let me ask you, if one day your loved ones were killed and you took revenge, then are you good or evil? And what about that person?" "Of course I am good and he is evil," Yi Feng blurted out. "Haha, good and evil, kid, you have killed, are you good? That person also killed, yet how can he be deemed evil?" Yi Feng was left speechless. So-called good and evil are merely perspectives of what you do. You believe is right, thus you are good. But have you considered, is what you do not also the good side for others? Senior, this. Yi Feng felt as if his mind was not quite up to par. Thus there is no absolute good or evil in this world. Good and evil exist relatively. Where there is good, there is evil. Where there is benefit, there is harm. However, when you choose what benefits yourself, you are simultaneously harming others. To others, aren't you also a kind of evil? Yi Feng looked at the world before him and became somewhat bewildered. Though he clearly knew that this ancient demon was merely trying to confuse him, what he said did hold a certain truth. Recalling the scene at the martial combat peak where he had crippled the disciples of several major sects, was that truly a good deed? Even though they had harmed the Mountain sect, were they truly unforgivable? Yi Feng cradled his head in his hands and slowly squatted down. Just like a butcher, is he truly good? His hands are stained with the blood of countless souls. For example, during a war between two nations, how much blood is required to honor the defeat or victory? The ancient demon's voice continuously echoed in Yi Feng's mind, gradually influencing his original intent, his true heart. At that moment, Yi Feng realized that he was not as strong and resolute as he had imagined. He initially thought that upon arriving in this world, no one could surpass him. He needed to regard everyone as beneath him. Even those stronger than him, he looked down upon, believing he would ultimately surpass them. He, Yi Feng, would eventually stand at the pinnacle of this world. At this moment, Yi Feng wavered. He realized how weak he truly was. Just a few short words had already stumped him. If he could not even accomplish this, how could he contend with heaven and earth? Yifeng clutched his head, shouting madly, his energy spilling out uncontrollably. Bang bang bang. Explosions echoed throughout the area, and black smoke billowed wildly. Yet no matter how much Yifeng tried to unleash his power, this world, this space, remained utterly unmoved. Meanwhile, the ancient demon did not continue speaking, but quietly watched the frantic Yifeng, a hint of a smug smile flickering in his eyes, maintaining control over the rhythm. After a long while, Yifeng seemed to feel exhausted. This time, in releasing his pent-up energy, he had drained every ounce from his body. He was genuinely tired, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yifeng suddenly realized that being powerless did not feel so sorrowful. Instead, it was quite liberating. He lay carefreely on the ground, unrestrained and free of worries, feeling that this was indeed much better than he had imagined. In this state, he did not need to think too much, he only needed to live for himself. Kid, whether you become a demon or not, the concept of good and evil is not that simple. The ancient demon looked at the weakened Yifeng, deciding to add a few more strong doses of temptation. Yet this time, the ancient demon misjudged Yifeng's true thoughts. Yifeng was not pursuing power, but rather was fixated on simplicity. The calm storm gradually assailed Yifeng's body as he lay in this unfamiliar space. Despite the presence of an ancient demon before him, he felt no fear. He had come to understand that he must stay true to his heart. In this sky, no one could make him surrender. He was destined to stand at the highest point, surveying the distant scenery. Senior, I can help you, but I do not trust you. After a long silence, Yifeng spoke for the first time, and he realized his tone had changed, a fact not lost on the ancient demon. He had become more confident, not just a simple confidence, but one that stemmed from within. Even facing a being like the ancient demon, Yifeng felt none of the previous dread. The ancient demon clearly noticed this change, his eyes fixed intently on Yifeng, a fleeting glimmer of disbelief passing through them, though it vanished almost instantly. Yifeng did not notice it, and even if he had, he would not change anything. You don't trust me? Kid, you really are bold. The ancient demon continued to exert pressure, unable to believe that a mere true Qi realm insect could face him so easily. Yet Yifeng was not like others, and the ancient demon would be disappointed. Senior, I said I could save you, but can you make me trust you? That should be something you need to resolve. If there is another instance, I will turn and leave without hesitation. Actually, Yifeng wanted to turn and leave just like that, but he had his own selfish motives. That scroll of techniques was extraordinary, far beyond what their sect's top techniques could compare to. Although he could not use it now, who could say that he wouldn't need it in the future? Such divine techniques were rare and hard to come by. Since he had encountered it, he did not want to give it up so easily. That was not his character. Kid, do you really think the Soul Emperor would deceive you? The ancient demon snapped, his anger evident. In the past, who would dare speak to him like this, let alone someone like Yifeng whom he could blow away with a single breath? Yet now wanting to escape required relying on others, and the ancient demon found himself at a loss, seeking to compromise. Rest assured, I swear by my soul that if you save me, I will give you the lower scroll of techniques. The ancient demon's voice held a hint of helplessness. As a dignified Soul Emperor, he had found himself in such a predicament. Who would believe it if he told them? Senior, it's not just that. If you escape, you will seek me out immediately. Wouldn't that leave me with no room for resistance? Yifeng said, helplessly winking at the ancient demon, as if to convey that he simply did not trust him. You kid, don't go too far. The ancient demon said angrily. Senior, it's just that my strength is too weak. Though I may seem insignificant in your eyes, my life is precious. If you come out later and happen to blow in my direction, wouldn't that mean certain death for me? Yifeng spread his hands, admitting that he simply wanted to survive and nothing more. All right, kid, you can proceed. The ancient demon said helplessly, and then a tiny version of himself floated out from his eyes, addressing you. This is a fragment of my soul now entrusted to you. If I regret it later, you can lightly crush this soul fragment, and my main body will suffer a severe injury. Even if I do not die, escaping will be impossible. After the ancient demon finished speaking, he fell silent. However, Yifeng was unaware that the ancient demon had already marked him as a primary target for elimination. The ancient demon's hatred for Yifeng was only second to the old man of the burial sky. However, with the old man now dead, Yifeng had naturally become the main subject to eliminate. Holding the tiny version of himself, Yifeng felt a hint of surprise. He had not expected this ancient demon to so readily entrust such a soul fragment to him. Though Yifeng's realm was low, he understood the significance of this soul fragment. To a cultivator, it was akin to his second life. The ancient demon had handed over his second life, indicating the level of importance he placed on this opportunity for rebirth. However, Yifeng thought carefully, anyone sealed in this desolate place for over 1,000 years would develop a stronger desire for escape. Now that Yifeng had appeared, it gave the ancient demon a glimmer of hope that he could not afford to relinquish. He gently squeezed the tiny figure in his hand. It felt quite soft, but a horrific scream echoed through the arena. Yi Feng stood frozen in place for a moment before realizing that the scream belonged to the ancient demon. Kid, let go quickly. The ancient demon's anxious voice reached his ears, causing Yi Feng to panic and inadvertently tighten his grip, resulting in another scream that was even more agonizing than the last. Senior, I apologize. I lost control of myself. Yi Feng quickly released the tiny figure he had been holding, awkwardly addressing the ancient demon's eyes. However, this time, there was no response from the ancient demon. Yi Feng looked at him with confusion, doubt flickering in his eyes, while he muttered softly, "No way, he can't be dead, can he? He shouldn't be that fragile." As he spoke, Yi Feng prepared to squeeze the tiny figure again. He had to admit it was rather adorable, but this was at the cost of the ancient demon's true identity. This was also the first time Yi Feng had seen such a soul fragment. He had previously only heard about it by chance. "Kid, what do you plan to do?" Seeing Yi Feng prepare to squeeze the soul fragment again, the ancient demon could not help but speak up, though this time his voice trembled slightly, clearly affected by the pain from Yi Feng's earlier actions. Senior, I noticed you hadn't responded, so I thought you were asleep and was about to wake you." Yi Feng smiled lightly, then warily watched the ancient demon's giant eyes, feeling that something was off, and tightened his grip on the tiny figure. The ancient demon, seeing Yi Feng's nervous demeanor, relaxed his guard, believing Yi Feng was merely worried for his life and had no other intentions. But was that truly the case? Was Yi Feng really that simple, merely wanting to preserve his life? If the ancient demon thought so, he was gravely mistaken. From the very beginning, he had been wrong. The moment he laid eyes on Yi Feng, it may have been an opportunity for him, but he was fortunate. This time he encountered Yi Feng. His thoughts and dreams of escape were destined to remain just a dream. "Kid, it's time now." The ancient demon, having recovered for a long while, slowly transmitted a voice. "It's time to draw the sword." As he mentioned drawing the sword, a hint of excitement crept into the ancient demon's voice. After a millennium, he was finally about to break free from his seal. Yi Feng looked left and right, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, his lips slightly parted. Seeing Yi Feng's indecisive demeanor, the ancient demon couldn't help but ask, "Kid, what do you want to do?" The ancient demon said this, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Yi Feng put away the miniature figure and immediately placed it in the system, believing that was the safest place. Then he placed his hands on his chest and poked at it, saying, "Senior, you see, I don't have a suitable weapon. If something unexpected happens when I draw the sword, it wouldn't be good for my safety, right?" After Yi Feng finished speaking, he looked at the ancient demon with guilt. The ancient demon felt disdain in his heart. "Damn it, if you want a weapon, just ask for it straightforwardly. Kid, what trick are you trying to play? I don't have a weapon, and even if I did, it wouldn't be suitable for you." The ancient demon casually dismissed Yi Feng. All he wanted was for Yi Feng to quickly break the seal. He could no longer endure being sealed in this desolate place. "Senior, I'm thinking of you. Think about it, my strength is so low, just a mere true Chi realm character. If something unexpected happens, it would be fine if it happens to me, but if it delays your breaking of the seal, that would be terrible." Yi Feng continued. However, he knew for whom he was truly concerned. The ancient demon understood too, yet neither would openly acknowledge it. "You kid, you're something else." The ancient demon was utterly impressed by Yi Feng's shamelessness. He had never seen someone so brazen. But Yi Feng didn't care about that. If there were benefits to be had, he wouldn't be a fool to pass them up. The ancient demon did not move, and Yi Feng was not in a hurry, quietly standing in place, merely a few seconds passing. Clang! Yi Feng heard the sound of a sword ringing out, and at the same time a sword suddenly appeared before him, slanting into the ground in front of him, its hilt shaking back and forth, clearly the sword that the ancient demon had just conjured. Yi Feng looked at the sword, noting that its blade was a dark red color with a long white line running along the edge, and its hilt was a light green. Yi Feng could clearly see that at the very bottom of the hilt were two tiny characters, Zhan Tian. "Zhan Tian," Yi Feng murmured quietly. "That's right, this sword is called Zhan Tian. Back in the day, it was ranked among the top 10 famous swords." The ancient demon's proud voice echoed in the space. Approaching, Yi Feng placed his right hand on the hilt. Instantly a sword ringing resounded, and at the same time the Zhan Tian sword's blade trembled slightly, as if rejecting Yi Feng. "Kid, this divine sword cannot be drawn by just anyone. You must communicate with it." The ancient demon's proud voice rang out, and seeing Yi Feng struggle, he felt a sense of delight. And the humiliation Yi Feng had faced before seemed to vanish in this moment. "The sword is right before you. Whether it belongs to you or not depends on you." The ancient demon's voice was tinged with a hint of mockery as it reached Yi Feng's ears. He was convinced that Yi Feng could not possibly draw this sword, only he knew how proud this sword had once been. Zhan Tian, sword the foremost of the top 10 famous swords. Yi Feng murmured quietly, his face bearing a somber expression, yet more confidence shone through. "In the past you could battle the heavens and the earth, but today you can only languish for another 1,000 years. You must feel lonely and unwilling, right?" Yi Feng murmured softly, gripping the hilt of the Zhantian sword. If one were to come closer, they would notice that Yi Feng's right hand was subtly trembling. Clang. It seemed that the Zhantian sword could hear Yi Feng's voice emitting another sword ringing, as if it were responding to him, conveying its unwillingness. Follow me, rest assured, one day I will bring you back to the 9 heavens so you can once again battle the heavens. Yi Feng shouted deeply, and around him he didn't know when a gentle breeze began to rise, brushing past Yi Feng's garments and stirring his disheveled long hair. In that moment, Yi Feng's aura transformed. He gazed indifferently at everything in the world, as if among all things he was the king and no one dared to oppose him. At this moment, the ancient demon was the most shocked. After all, he was one of the strongest beings 1,000 years ago. It could be said that Yi Feng had no chance of resisting before him. A true Qi realm was no more than a breath away from being extinguished. Yet at this moment, Yi Feng made him feel a hint of danger, even a sensation akin to worship. This kid is not simple. The ancient demon silently thought, and at the same time his enormous eyes held a hint of seriousness. At this moment, the ancient demon hesitated. Was his gamble this time right or wrong? The Zhantian sword continued to wail incessantly, as if lamenting its past fate. Follow me, and I will not let you fall into obscurity. Yi Feng bellowed loudly, and then he applied a slight force with his right hand, gradually pulling the Zhantian sword from the ground. Though it was slow, it still moved. Although the sword had moved, Yi Feng was not feeling well at all. His right hand trembled continuously, veins bulging, and one could clearly see the swollen blood vessels, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Tiny droplets of blood began to surface on Yi Feng's arm, and gradually those droplets covered his entire right hand. Yet Yi Feng did not stop drawing the sword, even though the Zhantian sword had only been pulled out a third of the way. The ancient demon had been observing silently from the side, neither speaking nor interrupting Yi Feng. At this moment, he felt a hint of curiosity about Yi Feng, because even he, as a powerful being at his peak, might not have been able to wield this sword. Yet now Yi Feng had achieved it, and he was merely a small, true Qi realm warrior. How could this not astonish the ancient demon? The sword drawing continued, and now Yi Feng's entire arm was drenched in blood. The initial droplets had vanished, replaced by lines of blood appearing on his arm, blood gushing forth and flowing into the hilt of the Zhantian sword, continuing downward through every part of the sword's blade. Gradually, the blade of the Zhantian sword became saturated with Yi Feng's blood, the sword body slowly turning red, yet it seemed unsatisfied. Blood continued to flow from Yi Feng's arm until it reached the blade. At this moment, Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot and his hand was in excruciating pain. The hilt of the sword seemed like a demon's bloodthirsty maw, frantically devouring the essence within Yi Feng's body. Blood flowed continuously from his arm, reflecting fiery red veins. A series of sounds akin to sacred chants erupted from his ears, and soon blood began to trickle from Yi Feng's facial features. However, his hand seemed glued to the hilt, unable to move at all. Yi Feng stared at the sword with blood-red eyes, feeling as if his very lungs were on fire. Flames cascaded down his body. The ancient demon watched Yi Feng, who appeared as a being of fire standing beside the sword of heaven, slaying. The entire space seemed to freeze because of this action, and the still air burned like flames. How powerful is this sword really? The ancient demon looked at Yi Feng again, his eyes filled with curiosity. It was because of this sword that he had been trapped for such a long time. Before this, the ancient demon could never have imagined that a mere true Qi realm warrior would be able to draw this sword. As long as this sword was drawn, it meant he could escape the cage and return to freedom, dominating the world. Thinking of this, the ancient demon's eyes began to burn with fervor. He wanted to loudly encourage Yi Feng, but the latter looked too terrifying at that moment, and he held his tongue. Moreover, Yi Feng was fully concentrated on drawing the sword. If he shouted, it could cause Yi Feng to lose control, which would be detrimental to both of them. Thus, the ancient demon quietly cheered Yi Feng on. If the outside world knew that the renowned ancient demon was currently cheering for a mere true Qi realm warrior like a child, while not daring to be loud, they would surely be astonished to the point of dropping their jaws. "Senior, I need your help." Yi Feng, who was in the process of drawing the sword, suddenly spoke to the ancient demon. "This sword is indeed strange. It is continuously siphoning my essence. I can no longer hold on." The meaning was clear. Yi Feng was asking the ancient demon to contribute his own essence. The ancient demon, being a master of cultivation, certainly understood Yi Feng's intention. His brows furrowed even deeper, yet he said nothing. Then he waved his finger toward the air above his arm. Instantly, a cut appeared on his arm. Under the guidance of the ancient demon, the red essence that oozed from the cut was drawn like a thread, transmitting from his arm to Yi Feng's back. After absorbing the ancient demon's essence, Yi Feng's eyes noticeably brightened. However, at that moment, a burst of fireworks erupted right beside him. What the hell is this? It even produces fireworks. Despite being drenched in sweat and startled by the sudden spectacle, Yifeng couldn't help but complain. Yifeng's voice was quiet, but the ancient demon was no ordinary being. His whispers could not escape his ears. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the ancient demon almost spat blood. This was no fireworks, it was the essence bursting forth due to being overly abundant. While lamenting Yifeng's extraordinary luck, the fervor in the ancient demon's eyes reignited. Because of that burst of energy, the sword had slowly begun to loosen. 2/3 of the way, Senior. Yifeng pulled forcefully on the sword, and noticing the inscriptions on it, hurriedly spoke to the ancient demon. What are you waiting for? Just pull it out with full force. Do you think I don't want to? Senior, am at my limit. Yifeng shouted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, which were instantly evaporated into white mist, leaving faint crystals of salt on his skin. You can hold on, or just exert yourself a bit more, and it will come out. The ancient demon was notoriously stingy with his essence. The fact that he had already transmitted essence to Yifeng was already a significant act of generosity. Yet this fellow acted as if his essence appeared out of thin air. However, when the ancient demon noticed that Yifeng's demeanor seemed off, his brows furrowed again. He snorted and said, "This is the last time. You need to put in more effort. My essence was hard-earned." Understood, understood. Yifeng responded casually. Hurry up, I truly can't hold on any. Upon hearing Yifeng's plea, the ancient demon did not dare to delay any longer and transmitted his essence to Yifeng once more. The final third. Yifeng had already exerted all his strength, and it was no exaggeration to say he was completely oblivious to the fact that he was already on fire, his entire being having transformed into a fiery figure. However, no matter how much Yifeng pushed his limits, the sword, which had only been pulled 2/3 out, remained immovable. The ancient demon continued to transmit essence, while watching the sword of heaven, slaying, remained still, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, he absolutely could not falter. Thinking this, the ancient demon could no longer be stingy. There was no choice if he continued to be stingy, and Yifeng truly collapsed. Who knew when the next destined person to draw the sword would appear? How long would that take? Rather than passively waiting for someone to rescue him, the ancient demon would much rather escape this place first and find a secluded area to restore his essence, reaching his former peak. The ancient demon dared not speak unnecessarily, but his lips trembled as if he were the one drawing. At the same time, the essence from his hand continued to expand. The ancient demon's eyes turned blood-red, disregarding how much essence he had transmitted, akin to a gambler betting everything on the line, engaging in a life-or-death gamble with someone. Finally, the sword began to shift. Yifeng, like a farmer catching eels, gripped the sword tightly and pulled with all his might. On the other side, the ancient demon was like a fisherman pulling on the slippery eel, exerting force on the bank. Pull, pull, pull. The seal on the sword of heaven, slaying, finally began to loosen again. Seeing this, both Yifeng and the ancient demon revealed expressions of joy. However, the joy did not last long before they were struck with shock. It was not that the sword had stopped moving. On the contrary, the sword was being pulled out continuously. However, it seemed as if the sword's body had firmly rooted itself in the ground with no end in sight. Yifeng pulled, and by the end the sword had already extended to the length of a spear, yet it still had not been completely drawn out. The ancient demon's transmission of spiritual energy slowed momentarily, and then his eyes brightened as something transparent and crystal clear slipped from his clothing. Looking at this crystal, the ancient demon felt a pang of pain in his heart. Finally, he turned his face away, seemingly unable to bear it, and threw the crystal forcefully towards the sword of heaven, slaying. Instantly, the sword of heaven, slaying, erupted with dazzling flames. Following that, Yifeng let out a loud shout. The entire sword was suddenly drawn out. What had once been a long sword now revealed itself to be composed of segments, ultimately appearing as an. In the sky, the sound of sword cries echoed, and in Yifeng's hand the Zhantian sword trembled incessantly, as if it wanted to break free from him. At this moment, Yifeng's right hand was already stained red with blood, vivid crimson lines appearing on his hand, looking particularly ferocious. Gripping the Zhantian sword tightly, Yifeng's face paled. Drawing the sword had caused most of his blood to be absorbed by it. Kid, this sword has absorbed your essence blood and is not fully integrated yet. You must hold on during this. The ancient demon's voice rang out, infused with a hint of surprise. He had not expected Yifeng to reach this point, far beyond his anticipation. Initially, he had merely drawn the Zhantian sword to placate Yifeng, never believing he could wield it. Senior, what should we do now? It keeps trying to break free. Yifeng forced out a few words, his voice low but clear in the silence of the sealed space. I don't know, just hold on tight to it. The ancient demon's voice finally came, slow and deliberate after a long. Yifeng was instantly speechless. That was essentially no answer at all. Now he could no longer grip the Zhantian sword with his right hand, both hands tightly holding the hilt, yet the sword still trembled uncontrollably. As time passed, Yi Feng felt his entire body weaken. If it weren't for the system's continual support he feared, he would have long since collapsed. However, as this time went by, Yi Feng noticed that the force of the Zhan Tian sword trying to break free was diminishing, and he even sensed a faint connection forming between him and the sword. Yi Feng shook his head vigorously, unsure whether this feeling of weakness was an illusion or reality. Another quarter of an hour passed. Now the Zhan Tian sword no longer attempted to escape Yi Feng's hands, while the sensation in Yi Feng's heart grew increasingly strong, as if the sword was him, and he was the sword. He could sense its subtle emotions. With a casual swing of the sword, a hissing sound filled the air, the sound of the air being sliced, demonstrating the sword's sharpness. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then sat down. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to examine the Zhan Tian sword closely. Initially, the Zhan Tian sword was the same size as him, but now it had grown into a 3-foot-long blue blade, its body displaying a blood-red hue. Suddenly, Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He noticed that the tip of the Zhan Tian sword was flat, unlike the pointed tips of other swords. "Senior, what is the matter with this sword?" Yi Feng looked up at the expressionless eyes, tentatively asking. This time, however, the ancient demon did not respond, falling silent instead. Yi Feng felt as though the ancient demon was deep in thought, and he did not rush to speak, sitting quietly in place with the Zhan Tian sword resting on his lap, taking this hard-won moment to quickly restore his inner energy. After a long while, the ancient demon's grave voice finally broke the silence. "This sword named Zhan Tian actually has another name, Zhu Tian." Zhu Tian. Yi Feng mumbled softly, recalling the ancient demon's words from before, his expression growing serious. "Zhu Tian, this sword is not yet complete. Lacking its tip, its current sharpness is less than 1/10 of what it once was." The ancient demon said, becoming slightly solemn, continuing, "Even in my prime, I would not dare to directly touch its sharpness." Hearing this, Yi Feng's expression turned grave. From his previous encounters with the Burial Heaven Elder, Yi Feng knew just how powerful the ancient demon had been. That towering giant with just one step made it impossible for others to resist. But now the ancient demon claimed that at his peak he was inferior to a mere sword. Contemplating this, Yi Feng turned his gaze to the Zhan Tian sword in his arms, which lay quietly, as if it hadn't previously sought to compete with the heavens. As if sensing Yi Feng's gaze, the Zhan Tian sword trembled gently in his embrace, emitting a faint sound of a sword cry. Yi Feng smiled softly, then gently stroked the sword's body with his right hand, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you return to your peak, reclaim your tip, and I won't let you fall into obscurity." After saying this, Yi Feng looked towards the horizon, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. All of this was witnessed by the ancient demon, who, seeing Yi Feng's earnest demeanor, could not help but nod. "What a pity." The ancient demon sighed lightly in his heart. "Kid, can I help you draw the sword now?" He slightly calmed his emotions, his tone returning to its previous state. "Yes, senior, don't worry, I promise I will do it," Yi Feng said calmly, remaining still as he gradually restored his inner energy. The ancient demon did not disturb Yi Feng further, instead casting his gaze towards the distant white wall, his eyes filled with resentment, as if that represented a pain he had endured and a memory. He could never erase, a memory he could never forget. Yi Feng stood up, placing the Zhan Tian sword into the system. He took a deep breath and began to walk quietly towards the ancient demon's enormous eyes. "Senior, this time, I will help you break free. We will owe nothing to each other. I hope you won't go back on your word," Yi Feng said calmly, his face betraying no emotion. "Yes, don't worry, kid, I, the Soul Emperor, am not so petty as to quibble with you, a mere true Qi realm cultivator," the ancient demon replied, his tone laced with disdain. Yi Feng said nothing more, but turned his gaze towards the white wall, slowly stepping forward. He walked slowly, very slowly, while the ancient demon watched the receding figure with a hint of madness in his eyes. This day he had waited for a very long time, so long that he nearly forgot the passage of time. Had it not been for the sword from Burial Heaven, he would never have forgotten. "Burial Heaven, it seems that in the end I have won," the ancient demon murmured softly, turning his gaze towards the direction Yi Feng had come from, where Burial Heaven was located. In the distance, Yi Feng's figure continued to move forward, the white wall remaining at the edge of the world. Although the white wall was right in front of him, Yi Feng discovered that no matter how he moved, the wall maintained the same distance from him, showing no sign of change. Stopping in his tracks, Yi Feng recalled the ancient demon's words. It was not going to be that simple. Senior, it seems I might not be able to do it." Yi Feng turned around, awkwardly glancing at the ancient demon, while his right hand unconsciously ran through his hair. "Kid, if it were that simple, would I still be trapped in this cursed place, eh?" The ancient demon's voice echoed in Yi Feng's mind. "You actually came from that old man Zhang Tian's place. Didn't he tell you anything? Senior, you know where I came from." Yi Feng looked at the ancient demon in surprise. Of course, who else in this space would know? The ancient demon spoke disdainfully. However, Yi Feng did not share the same opinion, whispering to himself, "Isn't this space only occupied by you?" His voice was very soft, but the ancient demon's presence was such that he could not possibly miss it. The ancient demon felt a slight anger within, but soon realized that he was the one who needed something from this insignificant ant, so he refrained from showing his wrath. "Think carefully, that old man Zhang Tian must have told you something before." "Oh," Yi Feng replied vaguely, but he truly could not remember what Zhang Tian had given him. It seemed there was nothing. The surroundings gradually became quiet, as Yi Feng stood still, feeling the cold winds blowing from afar, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "What kind of cursed weather is this? Why am I trembling?" Yi Feng murmured to himself. "Kid, think quickly, this is all normal, you just haven't adapted yet." The ancient demon continued to urge Yi Feng, unable to wait any longer. After a long silence, Yi Feng suddenly shouted, "That's it. It should be like this," Yi Feng thought to himself, and he took another step towards the white wall. This time he walked slowly, yet there was something different about it. The ancient demon watched Yi Feng lift his foot again, his gaze filled with seriousness. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly feel the distance between Yi Feng and the white wall decreasing bit by bit. At that moment, Yi Feng was unaware of the situation outside. He had closed his eyes, and in his mind the 8 characters kept appearing: the greater the heart, the higher the heavens. This was exactly what the old man Zhang Tian had told him before. Now Yi Feng realized he had gained a slight understanding. Continuing to walk forward, Yi Feng could clearly sense that he was getting closer to the white wall, yet from an outsider's perspective, he still appeared to be standing in place. If it weren't for the ancient demon, a powerful being, one would be completely unable to tell Yi Feng's current state. No wonder he was chosen by that old man Zhang Tian. The ancient demon thought, feeling somewhat complicated as he watched Yi Feng's back, unsure of what he was thinking. At this moment, Yi Feng had reached the edge of the white wall, only a few meters away. However, despite this mere few meters, Yi Feng chose to stop. He turned around, looking at the ancient demon with a half smile. "Senior, I'm about to pass through. You won't go back on your word, will you?" The ancient demon's heart skipped a beat. Did he discover something? Impossible. He was just a mere true Qi realm martial artist. How could he know my thoughts? The ancient demon comforted himself internally, then said, "Don't worry, kid. I keep my word." "Really? Kid, you don't trust me?" The ancient demon fell silent. No, senior, I was just kidding." Yi Feng quickly waved his hands and turned his body away. However, the ancient demon was unaware that a strange smile briefly appeared on Yi Feng's face. The few meters became a fleeting moment. As Yi Feng stood in front of the white wall, the surrounding space underwent subtle changes. The originally dark world seemed to gain a hint of brightness, as if this was the last pure land of this world. It seemed that Yi Feng carried the aura of the old man Zhang Tian. The long knife that suppressed the ancient demon trembled slightly as Yi Feng approached, as if welcoming the arrival of its master. Yi Feng gazed at the knife, which appeared far sturdier than the Zhang Tian sword in the system. "Don't worry, your mission is complete," Yi Feng said softly, looking at the long knife, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. "Phew." Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng suddenly stepped forward, grasping the hilt of the long knife embedded in the ground. Instantly, Yi Feng felt a powerful repelling force transmitted to his hand, causing him to immediately release the hilt. This was merely the knife's self-defense instinct, not aimed at Yi Feng specifically, yet it made him feel quite uncomfortable. Even now, his arm still felt numb, devoid of any sensation. No wonder this was the knife of the old man Zhang Tian, Yi Feng murmured. Behind him, the ancient demon felt a surge of nervousness as he watched Yi Feng grasp the hilt. But after Yi Feng released it, immediately confusion filled his heart. "Kid, what happened?" the ancient demon immediately asked Yi Feng. "Senior, it's nothing. I was just pushed back a bit," Yi Feng casually replied, then ignored the ancient demon, focusing on the long knife in front of him. He saw that on the blade, 2 opposing forces, one black and one white, were continuously clashing. However, Yi Feng could tell that rather than a true conflict, the white force was suppressing the black force. Needless to say, the black belonged to the ancient demon, while the white belonged to the old man Zhang Tian. "Senior, what you said I will accomplish. You can rest easy now," Yi Feng whispered in his heart, though he did not know whether this senior was directed at the ancient demon or the old man Zhang Tian. This was something only Yi Feng was aware of. After speaking, Yi Feng hesitated no longer. He leaned forward once more, took a deep breath, glanced at the long knife, and without further hesitation once again grasped the long hilt. The same prickling sensation returned, as if tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity had struck his hand. Yi Feng's right hand involuntarily began to tremble, but this time he chose not to let go. Instead, he tightened his grip. Sizzle. In the air, a faint sound echoed. Yi Feng's face was already beaded with cold sweat, continuously dripping onto the ground without making a sound. The ancient demon gazed at the trembling figure of Yi Feng, his heart rising to his throat. "Kid, you must..." Quietly cheering for Yi Feng, the ancient demon couldn't understand why he felt this way. Could it truly be that the 1,000-year seal has dulled his edge? As time passed slowly, Yifeng gradually began to adapt to the tingling sensation. His right hand remained tightly gripping the hilt, not in a hurry to draw it out. At this moment, Yifeng discovered an inexplicable surge of power within him, occupying a minuscule space in his dantian. It was small, yet he felt that this tiny bit of qi contained immense strength greater than what his entire dantian could offer. Could this be the hidden hand left behind by the burial elder? Yifeng suddenly recalled the time in the mysterious cave when the burial elder had inexplicably said to him, "There is still a difficult trial ahead, I hope you won't disappoint me." Could it be that the burial elder had foreseen this? Yifeng pondered, feeling the unfamiliar power, and forget it, if it's a blessing not a curse, I can't avoid it anyway. Yifeng returned to reality, looking at the longsword in his hand. With a loud shout, rise. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, as Yifeng exerted force, the longsword trembled slightly, and at the same time the entire world began to shake. Upon witnessing this scene, Yifeng was momentarily shocked, then continued to gather his qi. Not far away, the ancient demon watched the trembling world, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. After 1,000 years, this emperor is finally about to emerge. The ancient demon roared wildly in his heart. No one knew how intensely he longed for this moment. Oh! Suddenly, Yifeng shouted, and the longsword began to move slowly, rising from the ground. As the longsword moved, the demonic energy that had been suppressed underground began to seep out slowly. Gradually, Yifeng's feet were completely surrounded by demonic energy, which continued to disperse outward. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Yifeng fully drew the longsword out. Looking at the longsword, which was taller than himself, Yifeng couldn't help but recall the burial elder's frail figure. The two seemed disproportionate. However, Yifeng had no time to ponder as the previously silent white wall suddenly collapsed. Deafening sounds echoed repeatedly in Yifeng's ears. As the white wall fell, Yifeng noticed that not a speck of dust was raised, and there was no trace of ruins. The white wall vanished without a trace. Before Yifeng appeared a massive vortex, yet it held no allure. Haha, this emperor has finally emerged. Burial elder, did you ever expect that I would have a day to reappear? Huh. Suddenly, the ancient demon's thunderous laughter rang in Yifeng's ears, echoing throughout the world over and over. Yifeng tightened his grip on the longsword, warily watching ahead as the ancient demon, with its two enormous eyes, gradually came into view. Seemingly sensing its master's emotions, the longsword began to tremble. Yifeng lowered his head, gently glancing at the longsword, his left hand lightly brushing the blades back. Rest assured. The longsword seemed to understand Yifeng's words, immediately quieting down. Standing still, Yifeng watched the gradually emerging ancient demon with a serious expression. Time passed unknowingly, and finally, as Yifeng observed, the ancient demon's figure fully appeared in his line of sight. Just like the scene the burial elder had shown him, the ancient demon before him was immensely large, occupying half the sky of this world, blocking everything. With the appearance of the ancient demon, the air in this space turned completely black, engulfing Yifeng in darkness. Senior, now that you are free, can you send me out? Yifeng looked at the somewhat ethereal ancient demon, which resembled the burial elder from before. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this ancient demon also lacks a physical body? Then, recalling the previous scene where the ancient demon was gradually dismembered, Yifeng felt at ease. Haha, kid, what did you say? Senior, you aren't thinking of going back on your word, are you? Yifeng's face turned somewhat unnatural. Although he already knew the ancient demon wouldn't act, as he said, the prospect of a direct reversal still made him uneasy. Kid, when did I ever say I would go back on my word? The ancient demon laughed heartily, looking at Yifeng below, as if he were a clown. Then what do you mean, senior? Yifeng asked, confused, as he still couldn't understand what the ancient demon wanted. However, Yifeng was surprisingly aware that although the ancient demon was as massive as when he first saw it, this ancient demon seemed somewhat different. It felt almost unreal. Kid, what are you in a hurry for? This emperor has just emerged and is at his weakest. There's no need to rush outside yet. Senior, but I want to go out. Yifeng replied helplessly, though he had another thought unspoken. It is precisely because you are at your weakest that I want to go out. However, Yifeng dared not say it to the ancient demon. The ancient demon ignored Yifeng and instead opened its massive mouth, sucking in a deep breath. Yifeng saw the demonic energy of this world rushing toward the ancient demon at high speed. As the demonic energy flowed toward the ancient demon, its body began to grow larger, becoming more solid. Whoosh! Finally, as the last trace of demonic energy entered the ancient demon's body, it exhaled a cloud of foul air. Not bad, not bad. This kind of aura smells much better to me. Huh? The ancient demon laughed wildly in the void. Then, looking at Yifeng, a hint of mockery gleamed in its eyes. Kid, you have satisfied me. Tell me, what wish do you have? I will fulfill it all. Yifeng looked into the ancient demon's eyes, and for some reason a sense of crisis surged within him. Senior, you have already given me the Zhan Tian sword. I do not need anything else. I only hope you can fulfill your promise and let me out. Yi Feng slightly cupped his fists toward the ancient demon, lowering his head and daring not to look into the ancient demon's eyes filled with malice. Kid, don't worry, he'll get you out of here. Yi Feng felt an urge to curse, but remembering the being's power, the ancient demon's eyes ceaselessly swept over Yi Feng, sending a chill down his spine. Senior, what do you mean by this? Yi Feng's voice was low, clearly displeased. Kid, do you want to become stronger and possess greater power? Instead of answering, the ancient demon posed a question, his voice sounding unnaturally sinister to Yi Feng. With that thought, Yi Feng slowly immersed his mind into the system, scanning the dazzling array of technology points one by one. Finally, Yi Feng's gaze settled on a small, all-like object, the soul all. It had immense effects on the soul. No matter how powerful one's soul force, it would bow before the soul all. Yi Feng continued reading. Special reminder. The soul all works best with electromagnetic current. A smile crept across Yi Feng's lips. These two it is. The system said soul all and electromagnetic current total 1500 technology points. Yi Feng felt a surge of irritation. Damn it, this is such a ripoff. But recalling his predicament, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly exchanged for both items. Exiting the system, Yi Feng looked at the ancient demon once more. Now composed, he felt capable of resisting the demon's power. If the ancient demon truly intended harm, he would have no choice but to strike back. This thought steadied Yi Feng's heart. Senior, I decline this power. Power not cultivated by oneself can never truly belong. I have that much self-awareness. Yi Feng calmly refused. But the ancient demon grew displeased. A demonic aura swirled around him, and an oppressive force descended upon Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt a tremendous pressure, as if a giant were pressing down. Without his steel battle armor, he could not have withstood it. Even so, his knees slowly bent, and the crack of bones was audible. Kid, are you sure about this? The ancient demon's voice deepened, tinged with anger. Yi Feng clenched his teeth and looked at the demon. Senior, treating a junior like this. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Laughed at? Ha ha ha, kid, not only is this space empty of others, even if they were here, who would dare mock me? Not even heaven itself. Arrogant. Unquestionably, after breaking the seal, the ancient demon was unbearably arrogant, deigning not even to acknowledge heaven. The ancient demon was now utterly inflated. Kid, I'll ask you once more, do you want this power? If so, your suffering may be lessened. The ancient demon deliberately emphasized the word suffering. Yi Feng had reached his limit. Enduring the demon's oppressive aura was a feat in itself. Despite his technological arsenal, the gap between them was too vast to bridge with external aids. But if the ancient demon thought Yi Feng would yield so easily, he underestimated him. Yi Feng said nothing, but let out a roar. Oh! With a sudden surge of strength in his legs, his bent knees slowly straightened until he stood upright before the ancient demon. He didn't speak, but his actions conveyed his answer. Very well, kid. Among the juniors, I've seen you rank among the top few, but no one has ever defied me like this. A flicker of admiration passed through the ancient demon's eyes, but it was overshadowed by anger at Yi Feng's defiance. Senior, I've fulfilled my promises. Now it's your turn to keep yours, not to coerce me. As a soul emperor, surely you wouldn't stoop to arguing with an ant like me, eh? Yi Feng still clung to a sliver of hope that the ancient demon might show mercy, though he knew it was nearly impossible. Still, he chose to try. But the ancient demon's words shattered his last hope. Kid, you will take my power whether you want it or not. That is not for you to decide. The ancient demon smiled mockingly, his gaping mouth exuding demonic aura. Yi Feng's face darkened. Now he understood the demon's true intent. Kid, are you ready? Ha ha. The ancient demon's laughter echoed through the space. Don't worry if you're not. The process won't be too painful. Once we're fully merged, it'll show you the highest views of this world. Heights you could never reach alone. As the ancient demon's voice faded, Yi Feng saw the once gigantic figure begin to shrink. In an instant, the ancient demon was about Yi Feng's size, but his form was far more solid than before. Whoosh! Yi Feng felt a gust of wind, and the ancient demon vanished. His expression shifted dramatically as he sensed something appear in his sea of consciousness. It was the ancient demon himself. The demon's speed was so blinding that Yi Feng couldn't react before it invaded his sea of consciousness. Gazing at the miniature figure in his sea of consciousness, Yi Feng materialized a similarly sized form, standing opposite the ancient demon. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Yi Feng feigned ignorance, asking in surprise. The ancient demon stood still, surveying his surroundings, and chuckled. Kid, you surprise me. Your sea of consciousness is vast, far beyond that of an ordinary true Qi realm martial artist. He nodded approvingly. Good, this saves me the trouble of slowly cultivating my soul. As the ancient demon muttered to himself, a glint flashed through Yi Feng's eyes, so fleeting that even the demon didn't notice. Soul seizing. Yi Feng stared at the ancient demon before him, naturally understanding its intent. However, the ancient demon had gravely miscalculated its target this time. Previously, Yifeng had been worried that if the demon attacked him outside, even with the soul spike and electromagnetic flow, he lacked sufficient confidence. Just as he was pondering how to lure the ancient demon into his sea of consciousness troubled by this very dilemma, unexpectedly the demon walked straight in on its own. This was something Yifeng had never anticipated, but since it had entered here, he need not be courteous any longer. Senior, you have violated the natural order of heaven and earth, Yifeng said softly, interrupting the demon's satisfaction with his sea of consciousness. Haha, heaven and earth. Boy, I am this very heaven and earth. Everything is under my command. The ancient demon laughed heartily, looking at Yifeng with mockery, yet refraining from attacking. The ancient demon preferred to watch Yifeng crumble on his own, slowly breaking him down piece by piece. This was the demon's greatest pleasure. Such a feeling had not surfaced for an eternity, and he yearned for it. Yet the panicked expression he imagined on Yifeng did not appear. Instead, Yifeng stood still, arms crossed, gazing calmly at the ancient demon. He looked like a spectator watching a clown perform on stage. The ancient demon was furious. He saw disregard, pure disregard in Yifeng's eyes. Boy, since you refuse to cherish this fleeting time, very well, I shall grant your wish now. With those words, the ancient demon suddenly transformed into a black hurricane surging toward Yifeng. Yet Yifeng paid no heed. With a flick of his right hand, the soul spike materialized before him. The ancient demon's speed was immense, and the distance between them was merely a few meters. In an instant, the demon appeared before Yifeng. In the demon's eyes, Yifeng was no different from fish on a chopping block ready to be butchered. His right hand, wreathed in demonic chi, casually descended like a slap toward Yifeng. The ancient demon had absolute confidence in his power. A mere true chi realm martial artist like Yifeng could never withstand it, even though the demon was not even a tenth of his former strength. But it was more than enough to deal with Yifeng. As if envisioning the soul figure of Yifeng shattering under this blow, the ancient demon grew even more exhilarated. Boy, you could have avoided this suffering, but you chose to oppose me. Since that's the case, I have no choice. Hearing the demon's hollow words, Yifeng sneered in disdain. Since all pretense had been cast aside, he need not hold back any longer. Old fiend, since you seek death, I shall grant it. Then Yifeng gripped the soul spike tightly and swung it with a surge of courage. Under both their gazes, the spike collided with the demon's soul hand. No violent clash resounded. Only ripples spread across the sea of consciousness. Oh! Suddenly the ancient demon let out a loud cry, retreating hastily. Boy, what is that thing? The demon's shrill voice rang out. Old fiend, are you afraid now? Yifeng chuckled softly. Something you will never know. With that, Yifeng charged at the demon. He had just witnessed the soul spike's power. The soul force the demon had unleashed nearly suffocated him. In a gamble, he tried it, and to his surprise, its restraint on the demon was immense. Boy, you merely possess a soul artifact. Do you think I, this emperor, fear you? The ancient demon, watching Yifeng charge, already felt a hint of retreat. Soul artifact? What is? Yifeng murmured, puzzled, yet his feet never paused as he continued toward the demon. Standing before the demon, Yifeng raised the soul spike and struck wildly without any technique. He had no idea how to wield it properly. Seeing Yifeng's unorthodox assault, the demon's desire to flee grew stronger, yet the last shred of a powerhouse's dignity compelled him to hold his ground. In the field, Yifeng's chaotic attacks caused the ancient demon's silent suffering. Yifeng fought with no rhyme or reason, and the soul spike in his hand was far too effective against the demon. Whenever the demon touched the soul spike, his soul force would inexplicably vanish. Within the sea of consciousness, the ancient demon was chased all over by Yifeng, completely devoid of his former arrogance as the supreme being. Yet one could hardly blame the demon. It was Yifeng who was the anomaly, possessing too many divine artifacts, each capable of driving this world into frenzy. Panting heavily, time passed. Yifeng, clutching the soul spike in his right hand, bent over, slightly gasping for breath as he faced the ancient demon. The chase had drained his soul force immensely. Though the soul spike was effective, he discovered it consumed soul power at an alarming rate. Had his soul force not far surpassed that of his peers, he might not have sustained it. In the distance, the ancient demon appeared far more at ease. Seeing Yifeng stand still, the demon paused briefly before realizing what had happened. Boy, come on. Your soul force is nearly depleted, isn't it? The demon sneered at Yifeng, delighted by his exhaustion. Recalling how he had been chased earlier, the demon's murderous intent flared even brighter. The demon said, clasping his hands together, closing his eyes slightly, and muttering strange incantation. The demon said, clasping his hands together, closing his eyes slightly, and muttering strange incantation. At the same time, a soul force, several times more powerful than before, spread across the field. Before the demon, a soul orb gradually condensed, no larger than a football, yet radiating a danger far surpassing any previous attack. Seeing this, Yi Feng ceased his restraint. Electromagnetic flow began to course over the soul spike, and soon white electric arcs crackled across its surface with a sizzling sound. Soul obliteration. The ancient demon roared, and the soul orb before him shot toward Yi Feng. Along its path, space itself shuddered violently, as if threatening to tear apart Yi Feng's sea of consciousness. Yi Feng gazed at the rapidly approaching small sphere, his heart starting to feel uneasy as he looked at the soul cone in his hand. Big brother, you need to step up here. If I perish like this, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. With that, Yi Feng took a deep breath, and the soul cone in his hand charged towards the small sphere. Hiss! As the two made contact, a series of electrical sounds echoed in Yi Feng's sea of consciousness, and the continuous collision inflicted immense damage on him, resulting in injuries that stemmed from his soul. At this moment, Yi Feng felt his mind in disarray, accompanied by intermittent sharp pains. In the distance, the ancient demon appeared no better than Yi Feng. He too wore a deathly pale expression, and the surrounding demonic energy was sparse and pitiful. The soul cone continued to absorb the soul power from the small sphere, gradually causing the sphere to shrink bit by bit, a result of the power being slowly drawn in by the soul cone. Seeing this scene, the ancient demon's expression darkened. He never expected Yi Feng to possess such a divine artifact. At this moment, Yi Feng stood behind the soul cone, his face equally pale. As the soul cone slowly absorbed the power within, Yi Feng gradually felt that the soul cone was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. It was simply due to the overwhelming power contained within. Yi Feng was still too weak. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed in Yi Feng's sea of consciousness. He felt as if his head had exploded, and the pain coming from deep within his soul was unbearable, causing him to clutch his head. Ah! Yi Feng cried out repeatedly, his body slowly squatting down. This pain had surpassed his limit of tolerance, and gradually, he felt his consciousness becoming hazy. Everything around him turned dark. Yi Feng closed his eyes and fainted. Everything happened too suddenly. The ancient demon had not reacted in time. Originally, he thought his opportunity had slipped away, but unexpectedly at this crucial moment, Yi Feng collapsed. Ha ha, truly a blessing from heaven for me. A smile appeared on the ancient demon's pale face, but with that smile, he looked even more terrifying. Of course, the ancient demon was oblivious to this. He approached Yi Feng, who had fallen unconscious, and since the soul cone was also left uncontrolled, it dropped from the air. It fell to the ground, its once flickering electrical gleam gradually dimming, almost resembling a lifeless. What exactly is this divine artifact? I have never seen anything like it. The ancient demon did not pay attention to the now unconscious Yi Feng, and instead walked towards the soul cone that had lost its luster. Compared to Yi Feng, the ancient demon was much more interested in the soul cone before him. Let me see what you really are. With that, the ancient demon reached out to grasp the soul cone. Hiss! However, the moment the ancient demon's palm touched the soul cone, a hissing sound was heard. At the same time, he felt a wave of numbness coursing through his body, as if he was about to lose all strength. The ancient demon's expression grew serious, and he retracted his outstretched hand, no longer attempting. Then he looked at the unconscious Yi Feng and said, "Let's deal with this kid first. Once I control his body, I'll see what secrets he holds." Looking at that delicate face, it's a pity, kid, if only you hadn't defied me. Otherwise, I could have preserved both your soul and spirit. One day when I return to my peak, at least you would have been able to witness it. The ancient demon said, his face flashing with a cruel expression, recalling how he had nearly fallen to Yi Feng's hands before he no longer hesitated. "Rest easy, oh, I will take good care of everything that belongs to you." Ha! With that, the ancient demon struck down towards Yi Feng. The ancient demon's hand, infused with demonic energy, rushed gently towards Yi Feng's body, as if he could already envision the scene of Yi Feng's small form shattering. Boom! Suddenly, a clear shattering sound echoed in the area. The ancient demon looked at Yi Feng, and the palm he had formed from soul power suddenly shattered. Who? The ancient demon hurriedly retreated a few steps, his eyes scanning the entire sea of consciousness. Sigh. In the silent sea of consciousness, an ancient voice echoed. This voice was very small, yet so clear, resonating into the ancient demon's ears from all around. "Who dares to play tricks in front of me? Soul Emperor, I never expected you to truly take this step." The ancient voice spoke again, and at the same time before the ancient demon, Yi Feng stood suddenly confronted by an old man who appeared out of thin air. Seeing the old man suddenly appear before him, the ancient demon's eyes turned blood red, filled with infinite hatred. He gritted his teeth and rasped, "Zhang Tian, I never expected you to still be alive." The old man Zhang Tian. The one who suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's sea of consciousness was none other than the previous Zhang Tian. However, at this moment, just like the ancient demon, his body was also infinitely ethereal. Clearly both were in a soul state. "Soul Emperor, as long as you're not dead, I naturally cannot die." The old man Zhang Tian spoke lightly while he looked at the unconscious Yi Feng, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You've worked hard, well done, I'm very satisfied. Old ghost Zong Tian, so it turns out all of this was your idea. The ancient demon looked at the old man Zong Tian, the hatred in his eyes growing stronger. If looks could kill, he would have wished to dismember him at that moment. If there was anyone in this world that the ancient demon hated the most, it would undoubtedly be the old man Zong. Soul Emperor, it has been 1,000 years, yet your obsession remains so deep. Why bother? Why not let go of everything and reincarnate as a human? In the next life, you might not be any less than a powerful figure. Why cling to this path? The old man Zong Tian looked at the ancient demon and gently sighed, filled with pity for him. However, his eyes displayed no emotion, revealing not a hint of feeling. Zong Tian, I do not require your guidance in my affairs. Do you really think you are a god? Last time you got lucky, I only lost to you by a small margin. Fine, since you are not dead, either let us settle the grudges from 1,000 years ago once and for all this time. The ancient demon spoke fiercely, and at the same time a soul storm erupted from his body. Soul Emperor, why go through all this trouble? The elder of Burial Sky shook his head. What trouble? Burial Sky, what I despise the most is your pretense of caring for the world. I cannot stand people like you. The ancient demon looked at the elder of Burial Sky's carefree demeanor and couldn't help but want to tear him to shreds. Soul Emperor, your obsession runs too deep. Let it all go and enter the cycle of reincarnation. It wouldn't be a bad thing for you. The elder of Burial Sky tried to persuade him further. The ancient demon laughed maniacally, his aura continuously rising. Burial Sky, you should keep such words for yourself. Today, I am taking back everything that belongs to me. Alas, since you are so stubborn, I can only act on behalf of heaven. The elder of Burial Sky's face revealed a trace of helplessness. Burial Sky, do you really believe you are still the person you once were? Now you are merely a wisp of a remnant soul. Saying this, the ancient demon rushed towards the elder of Burial Sky, causing the space around him to tremble violently. Seeing the ancient demon charging at him, the elder of Burial Sky withdrew his previous compassion. He clasped his hands together, and a surge of white soul power burst forth from his body. At this moment, the elder of Burial Sky was no less formidable than the ancient demon. Heavenly Demon Palm. The ancient demon shouted, and immediately a gigantic hand formed from soul energy appeared in the void, occupying half of the sky. The giant hand rushed towards the elder of Burial Sky at high speed, arriving above him in an instant. Then it came crashing down heavily onto the elder's head. Stop! The elder of Burial Sky's lips slightly parted, and a single word floated out. Instantly, the enormous demonic hand still rolling in the void halted just a few miles away from the elder, unable to move. Seeing his attack easily blocked by the elder of Burial Sky, the ancient demon was not the least bit surprised. If the elder could not withstand such an attack, he would not be the Burial Sky he knew. Annihilate! The ancient demon shouted from afar, and the hand that had originally stopped began to inch closer towards the elder of Burial Sky. Yet the elder of Burial Sky remained completely unfazed. Shatter! Another aged voice echoed, and the massive hand began to dissipate at a visible rate in front of their eyes, turning into countless black fragments that vanished into the void. In place, the ancient demon stood before the elder of Burial Sky, his expression slightly somber. Soul Emperor, stop struggling. Let go of your obsession to escape the sea of suffering. Why go through all this trouble? The elder of Burial Sky replied unhurriedly. Nonsense, Burial Sky, you only know how to spout such nonsense every day. If you want to escape suffering, you should leave the opportunity for yourself. The ancient demon roared angrily. Shatter the heavens with one strike. The ancient demon continued to shout, and at the same time a massive fist began to coalesce, this time even more terrifying than the previous hand. The elder of Burial Sky could clearly feel that after the ancient demon formed this fist, his face had turned considerably pale. Watching the black fist tightly wrapped in demonic energy, the elder of Burial Sky, whose face had remained unchanged, now showed a hint of seriousness. Soul Emperor, this must be your strongest strike yet, right? No kidding, Elder Burial Sky, are you sure you can take it? The ancient demon was unfazed. At this moment, he would not let go of everything, for this was his final chance for rebirth. Alright, since that's the case, I will make you admit defeat willingly. The elder of Burial Sky suddenly looked towards Yi Feng's heart, then swiftly made a beckoning gesture. Clang! A sound of a blade echoed suddenly in the arena. At the same time, a long knife appeared in the elder of Burial Sky's hand, unmistakably the very blade that suppressed the ancient demon. Looking at the long knife that had appeared in his hand, the elder of Burial Sky's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia and became much gentler. The long knife seemed to sense the elder's emotions, trembling slightly and producing ringing sounds. With the appearance of this long knife, a hint of worry flashed across the ancient demon's pale face. This knife was the one he was most familiar with aside from the elder of Burial Sky. Chenji, long time no see. The elder of Burial Sky gently stroked the blade of Chenji, and the knife also trembled lightly, as if responding to the elder's touch. Soul Emperor, since it is this way, let's settle the score. The Elder of Burial Sky held the knife in his right hand, waved it gently, then spoke to the ancient demon. Chun-Ji sliced through the surrounding space, creating ripples. Burial Sky, don't think that just because you have Chun-Ji you can defeat me. The ancient demon snorted coldly, though his tone lacked the previous confidence. The Elder of Burial Sky understood, but chose not to expose him. Shatter the heavens with one strike. The ancient demon slammed his palm onto his chest, and instantly countless demonic energies surged towards the black fist, which solidified even further. Go. With the ancient demon's soft shout, the black fist charged towards the Elder of Burial Sky at high speed, its aura far more terrifying than the previous giant palm. Chun-Ji slash. The Elder of Burial Sky stepped back, then held the knife with both hands and slashed forward. Instantly, a pale blue blade light surged towards the approaching fist. Bang! The sound of collision echoed continuously in the arena as time passed. The blade light began to dim, and the ancient demon's black demonic fist also faded. However, it was evident that the blade light was gradually gaining the upper hand. As expected, in no time the black demonic fist appeared utterly defeated, and the Elder of Burial Sky shouted again. Oh! The blade light directly pierced through the black demonic fist, heading straight for the ancient demon's face. The blade light flashed by penetrating the ancient demon's body before vanishing into the void. The ancient demon's body became extremely ethereal. His knees bent slightly as he knelt towards the ground, letting out a muffled sound. Why? The ancient demon looked quietly at the Elder of Burial Sky, his eyes calming significantly. The Elder of Burial Sky's body was also quite ethereal, but slightly better than the ancient demon's as he gazed at Chun-Ji beneath him. Soul Emperor, do you know why it is called Chun-Ji? The Elder of Burial Sky looked at the ethereal figure of the Soul Emperor, a hint of smile in his eyes. That is because it is prouder than Tianzhu. Huh. The ancient demon laughed loudly, then vanished from the arena, leaving no trace. For a long time, the Elder of Burial Sky glanced at the still unconscious Feng, his eyes revealing a trace of tenderness. Little one, I hope you won't disappoint me. He then looked at Chun-Ji in his hand and sighed softly. After 1,000 years, it's finally over. Oh. Feng did not know how long he had been unconscious. He awoke with a groggy head, having already retreated from his own sea of consciousness. Gazing at the emptiness around him, the world that had once been shrouded in darkness had reverted to its former state, and the demonic chi had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. He stood up, rubbing his head, which still throbbed with a slight dizziness and pain. Didn't I pass out? Where is the ancient demon? Feng looked around in confusion, finding not a shred of the ancient demon's presence. Before him, only the long blade stood silently in place. Was it you who saved me? Feng muttered to himself. Then he retrieved the long blade, glanced at his surroundings, and saw the vortex still swirling in the distance. Forget it, I'll just get out first. Hopefully I won't encounter anything else. The Leaning Mountain Sect. It had already been a month since Feng entered the sealed land. A month might seem but a fleeting moment to those in seclusion. Yet a month could also give rise to countless events. Now the conflict between the Leaning Mountain Sect and the Beast King Hall had reached a fever pitch. The skirmishes between the two sides grew increasingly overt, with the fiercest clashes occurring among those at the primordial Qi and true Qi realms. The Beast King Hall was far stronger than the Leaning Mountain Sect, especially in lower-tier combat power. The battles between the two factions mostly revolved around these disciples. Even the Beast King Hall dared not rashly initiate an all-out war, as the mere aftershocks of such a confrontation would be unbearable for either side. Heavenly Pond. This was a cultivation site for the disciples of the Leaning Mountain Sect. However, due to its distance from the main sect, it had become a frequent battleground for the ongoing strife. In the distance, two groups stood in opposition. From their attire, it was clear that the disciples of the Beast King Hall and the Leaning Mountain Sect had encountered each other. Lin Chung, this cultivation site is ours now. Take your men and get lost. A disciple from the Beast King Hall, standing at the forefront, sneered disdainfully at the Leaning Mountain Sect crowd, his words laced with contempt. He was Mo Lin, a prodigy of the Beast King Hall whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of the true Qi realm. He was even more remarkable than the Beast King Hall disciples previously seen at Martial Combat Peak. However, due to being in seclusion during the grand tournament, he had not accompanied them then. On the Leaning Mountain Sect's side, a young man in a white robe stood at the forefront. Hearing Mo Lin's provocative words, his face hardened into a mask of frost. He was Lin Chung, the very person Mo Lin had addressed. As a prodigy of the Leaning Mountain Sect, his cultivation was unfortunately only at the 3rd level of the true Qi realm, making him the highest among the Leaning Mountain Sect disciples present. Yet he was clearly no match for Mo Lin. Behind him, over a dozen Leaning Mountain Sect disciples glared angrily at the Beast King Hall members, their hands instinctively resting on the swords at their right sides. However, Lin Chung stepped forward to block them. Mo Lin, what is the meaning of this? Lin Cheng stared gravely at the Beast King Hall disciples. Sensing the depth of their aura, he realized that this time the Beast King Hall had come prepared. Their cultivation levels were clearly a step higher. If they fought here, they stood no chance of victory. Brother, let us go. Well, fight these bastards to the death. A young Leaning Mountain Sect disciple urged Lin Cheng from behind, with the rest of the group itching for action. Over the past month, the Leaning Mountain Sect had suffered several surprise attacks from the Beast King Hall disciples. Many had been brutally killed, and some were captured alive, subjected to humiliation until death. The female disciples in particular met the most tragic fates at the hands of the Beast King Hall. Now, seeing these Beast King Hall disciples blocking their path, how could they not be enraged? But Lin Cheng remained level-headed. Turning to his fellow disciples, he said helplessly, "Brothers, it's not that I don't want to fight them to the death, but what would charging in achieve? It would only be a senseless sacrifice." Lin Cheng, stop your babbling. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here now. Mo Lin continued his arrogant taunts, showing no regard for the Leaning Mountain Sect disciples. Yeah, you trash from the Leaning Mountain Sect, crawl back to your den and stop making a fool of yourselves. The Beast King Hall disciples behind him chimed in one after another, bursting into laughter. You? Lin Cheng pointed a trembling finger at the insolent Beast King Hall disciples, his chest heaving with fury. Had it not been for the last shred of reason holding him back, he would have wished to tear them apart limb by limb. You what? Get lost now. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to bother with you. If you don't leave, I'll make sure none of you walk away. Mo Lin continued his threats. In truth, he knew that while his side could decisively defeat the Leaning Mountain Sect disciples, it was not a sure thing, especially since the opposing group was on the verge of a rage-fueled frenzy. If they were to fight with reckless abandon, even victory would come at a heavy cost. In Mo Lin's mind, such a trade-off was hardly worthwhile. He had all the time in the world to wear down the Leaning Mountain Sect. Brother, we can't just let this slide. Have you forgotten how junior sister Yi was humiliated to death by these beasts just a few days ago? Behind him, a Leaning Mountain Sect disciple at the first level of the True Chi realm glared at the Beast King Hall disciples with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to devour them alive. That's right, brother. We might as well fight them, heathen. One life for one. If we can kill these beasts, we'll have avenged our fallen brothers and sisters. Moved by his words, the Leaning Mountain Sect disciples present began to echo the sentiment, their resolve hardening as they prepared to charge into battle, ready to fight to the death. Across from them, the Beast King Hall disciples tensed at the sight of such fervor. They were not afraid of a fight, but they dreaded a desperate suicidal charge. The cost was something they were unwilling to pay. The situation on the field grew increasingly volatile, as if a full-scale battle could erupt at any moment. All it needed was a single spark to ignite the flames of war. Brothers, stay calm. We are no match for them right now. Charging in would only mean death. Lin Cheng continued to placate the crowd, but his words only sparked dissent. Lin Cheng, we've seen through you. If you're afraid to die, just say so. No one will force you. Fine, you stay. We'll go ourselves. The disciple who had spoken earlier shot him a cold glare before turning to the others. Come on, brothers. We must avenge our fallen comrades. With that, he was the first to charge forward. Everything came too suddenly. Lin Cheng had not yet reacted when the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect rushed out. On the opposite side, the disciples of the Beast King Hall were also taken aback. They had not expected that the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, clearly weaker than them, would have the courage to strike first. However, since the other party was coming to seek death, they could only oblige. Since you've come to seek death, I shall send you on your way. Mo Lin cast a cold glance at the rushing disciples from the Kaoshan Sect. Then he pulled out a scythe, licked the blade with a wicked smile, and charged forward with the disciples of the Beast King Hall closely following. The battle was about to erupt. Lin Cheng looked at the already charging figures and could only helplessly unsheath his long sword, saying, "In that case, I can only accompany you out." He then unleashed his martial soul, which was a sword-type martial soul, exuding an aura that matched him. Lin Cheng's aura locked onto Mo Lin, who seemed to sense it as he turned to look at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, it seems you truly wish to seek death. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Mo Lin gave a wicked smile, and then released his martial soul, which was of a dark attribute. As Mo Lin unleashed his martial soul, the temperature in the arena seemed to drop sharply, a chilling wave sweeping through everyone's hearts. However, they were not significantly affected, and both sides began to fight. Meanwhile, in the sealed area, Yi Feng finally arrived at the Vortex Money. He took a glance at the world behind him, took a deep breath, and then leaped in without hesitation. What the hell is this? Just moments after Yi Feng entered, a scream echoed from inside. He found himself in a space filled with swirling spatial storms. Yi Feng tried to tear off a corner of his clothing and tossed it out. In an instant, that piece disappeared without. At this moment, Yi Feng felt a shiver run through his heart. Fortunately, he had stopped in time, otherwise it would have been him being torn apart instead of just his clothing. Damn it, how do I get out of here? Yi Feng complained, yet his mind did not stay idle. He kept scanning his surroundings hoping to find a way out. However, the area was pitch black and Yifeng couldn't see anything else present, not even a strand of hair. Damn it, why do I always get sent to these desolate places? Yifeng grumbled, originally expecting to pass through easily only to unexpectedly enter this spatial storm. Earlier, he had heard Yu Xian mention that their realm was not very stable with many spaces existing in chaotic currents. Within these currents were spatial storms which were extremely powerful. Even ordinary martial artists would not dare to linger within. Yifeng recalled that he had previously asked Yu Xian if it was possible to move within those currents, and Yu Xian had only smiled mysteriously without answering. Looks like I can only try to see if the mecha can withstand the shredding of these spatial storms, Yifeng muttered softly as he entered the system. He looked at the rows of mechas. Ordinary mecha capable of withstanding a pull of 10,000 pounds, technology points 5,000. Diamond mecha made from the hardest diamonds, not easily broken. Technology points 1,000. Damn it, even a pile of scrap metal is this expensive. Yifeng looked at the dwindling technology points and couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. Hey system brother, could you give me 2 pieces of this mecha's material? I want to test its hardness. System technology points 1,000. Damn it, did you fall into a money pit? No, you've fallen into a tech point pit. Why do you always need tech points for everything? Yifeng couldn't help but curse, but the system ignored him completely. System brother, can we discuss this? Yifeng said softly as if trying to coax a child, but only silence responded him. Silence. The system chose to remain silent in the face of Yifeng's unreasonable demands. What if I write you an IOU? Would that work? Yifeng continued to try, but the silence remained unchanged. At that moment, Yifeng really wanted to curse, but he dared not, as the system before him was like a master he could not antagonize. Fine, 1,000 points it is. It's not like I'm short on this little money of this little tech points. Yifeng grumbled, and in the end, despite his heart bleeding, he forcibly exchanged for 2 pieces of mecha material. Looking at the tiny pieces of material in his hand the size of a fingernail, Yifeng felt on the verge of tears. This was supposed to be the material. Come on, could you be a little stingier? Seriously, just this little bit. No, I must remain calm, I must remain calm. Yifeng took a deep breath to comfort himself, then looked at the 2 pieces of material in his hand, unable to help but smile bitterly. If I were to weigh this, I wonder how much it would cost per pound. It's as if they were treating me like a wealthy patron. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the ordinary mecha material floated away, landing perfectly in the midst of the spatial storm. The piece of material did not disappear instantly like the clothing before, but it was disappearing at a noticeable speed. In less than a moment, that piece of material vanished completely. So ruthless. Yifeng was dumbfounded. He had not expected that the ordinary mecha material would only last for such a short time as he had anticipated it to endure for a while. Swallowing, Yifeng focused his gaze on the last piece of material, cradling it in his hands, and even bowing to the dark void. Big brother, you have to be strong, or whether I can get out relies on you. There are so many beauties waiting for me outside. I can't be trapped in this desolate place for life. Having said that, Yifeng no longer hesitated, flicking his hand, sending the last piece into the spatial storm before him. Clang, clang. Suddenly, Yifeng heard the sound of metal clashing. That was the spatial storm relentlessly shredding the piece of mecha material. However, this piece of material lay quietly within, showing no signs of movement. Even as the spatial storm raged violently, it seemed unmoved, retaining its original form. The terrifying spatial storm could only leave behind some faint traces, unable to budge it even an inch. Ha ha ha. Yifeng's unrestrained laughter echoed through the spatial turbulence. Immediately within his system, Yifeng reluctantly exchanged resources for the Vajra mech armor. White plating enveloped his body tightly, transforming him into a celestial warrior clad in white, save for the long halberd he lacked in hand. Clang. Yifeng leapt into the spatial storm. Instantly, its crushing force surged toward him, slamming violently against his armored frame. What an exhilarating rush! Yifeng cried out, elated. Yet as his excitement subsided, a sudden thought struck him. Damn it! Where exactly is the Kaoshan Sect? Yifeng stared blankly at the churning void. Oh well, I'll scout around first. Meanwhile, battle had already erupted at Tianqi Lake. The Kaoshan Sect disciples, slightly inferior in cultivation realm to their counterparts from the Beast Sovereign Hall, gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet their fighting style was brutally straightforward, reckless, unyielding, and utterly fearless. You stab me once, I'll bite you back. Guided by this life-or-death ethos, the Kaoshan Sect slowly stabilized their position. Though such attrition could only delay defeat, collapse was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Lin Sheng, how much longer do you think you can hold on? Ha ha ha. Mo Lin mocked, his gaze flickering with disdain as he watched the Kaoshan Sect disciples being relentlessly overwhelmed. Though Mo Lin cultivated one minor realm higher than Lin Cheng's martial soul, the sword soul, was among the most aggressive known, rendering their offensive prowess nearly equal. Unable to subdue Lin Sheng swiftly, Mo Lin could not divert aid to his allies. Yet all remained firmly within the Beast Sovereign Hall's control, so he felt no urgency. Mo Lin, you beasts of the Beast Sovereign Hall. Wait, Kaoshan Sect will send someone who will end you. Lin Sheng glared at Mo Lin, eyes burning crimson with murderous fury, yet powerless to tear him limb from limb. As his comrades fell one by one, grievously wounded, none collapsed, each staggered upright again, pressing forward. A single crystalline tear trembled at the corner of Lin Sheng's eye, but he clenched his jaw and held it back. Just moments earlier, a Kaoshan Sect disciple had lost his arm in a single blow, yet he bore the strike, without faltering, then slashed a deep, bloody gash across his opponent's chest. Had that Beast Sovereign Hall disciple not retreated in time, the exchange would have cost both their lives. Combat raged on. Kaoshan Sect clearly faltering, two disciples now fallen lifeless. Yet even in death, each had inflicted grievous wounds upon their foes. Faced with such suicidal ferocity, the Beast Sovereign Hall disciples visibly recoiled. The ochre earth lay drenched in blood, littered with severed limbs and mangled flesh. Nearby viscera floated in crimson pools. Every Kaoshan Sect disciple wore robes stained scarlet. Once pristine white, now uniformly dyed red. Some blood, there's far more their own. Lin Sheng himself had been wounded. Distracted by the sight of his comrades suffering, he'd left an opening. Mo Lin seized it instantly, sweeping his blood-stained scythe toward Lin Sheng's throat. Only a last-moment evasion spared him from decapitation. Even so, half his shoulder hung precariously, blood streaming freely from the wound. His face paled with, "Senior brother." Kaoshan Sect disciples rushed toward Lin Sheng. The Beast Sovereign Hall disciples made no move to intercept, allowing them to regroup freely around him. Though they'd earlier resented Lin Sheng's caution, they understood his intent had been protection. Yet now, seeing even their strongest peer wounded, fear gripped them. Combat paused, but escape was no longer possible. The Beast Sovereign Hall disciples had begun encircling them, tightening the noose. Lin Sheng refused to leave when told. "Then leave your lives here instead." Mo Lin licked fresh blood from his scythe, revealing a grotesque, grinning visage. "Perfect, we've been short on playthings lately. Haha. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I acted The disciple who'd charged ahead earlier spoke apologetically beside Lin Sheng. His torso split by a gash over 30 centimeters, long bone gleaming beneath torn flesh. Had he not clung to consciousness through sheer will, he would have fallen long ago. "We are fellow disciples, brothers in the Tao. No apologies needed. But this time, I cannot lead you home." Lin Sheng spoke quietly. "Strike now, delay invites disaster." Mo Lin seized the moment, refusing them even a breath to recover. Just as they prepared to surge forward once more, boom. A deafening explosion shook the air, and a colossal rift tore open in the sky. From within, a shrill, agonized scream echoed faintly, "Damn it, this hurts." Then, a flash of white shot forth from the fissure. Before anyone could react, the figure plummeted downward with terrifying force. By uncanny fortune, he crashed precisely between the two factions. Boom. Impacting the ground directly, sending up billowing clouds of dust. Cough, cough. A rasping cough cut through the silence. As the dust settled, a lone figure emerged. "Damn it, finally out. Nearly killed me," he muttered under his breath, brushing dust from his armor. Then finally took in the battlefield before him. This was Feng, battered and exhausted from his ordeal in the spatial turbulence. "Huh, people. Excellent. Excellent. Haven't seen a living soul in ages." Feng exclaimed, jubilant. "Might I ask, who are you?" Lin Sheng stared, stunned, then quickly regained composure and offered a formal bow. "Who's this brash whelp? Get lost. This is Beast Sovereign Hall business." Mo Lin sneered, stepping forward arrogantly. The Beast Sovereign Hall. So you're from the Beast Sovereign Hall." Feng glanced at Mo Lin, a wry, knowing smile curling his lips. He hadn't expected to encounter disciples of the Beast Sovereign Hall the very moment he emerged, and fate had delivered his perfect outlet for weeks of pent-up frustration. "Since you know I am a disciple of the Beast King Hall, you should quickly get out of my way." Mo Lin looked at the young lad in front of him, who only possessed the strength of the first level of true Qi realm, and slowly relaxed his previously tense heart. "Fine, since you are disciples of the Beast King Hall, I won't hold back," Feng said nonchalantly, then stretched his fists and legs. He began to warm up before the battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Soon Feng started doing calisthenics in front of everyone. The crowd fell silent, but since Feng was now encased in a diamond mecha and being shredded by a spatial storm, he also appeared quite disheveled, with no part of him unscathed, and the mecha was covered in various marks. The disciples of the Mountain Support Sect did not recognize Feng, let alone the disciples of the Beast King Hall. "Kid, stop pretending to be mysterious and come at me with your life." A disciple of the Beast King Hall at the first level of true Qi realm charged at Feng. "Brother, be careful. Lin Sheng from the Mountain Support Sect warned Yi Feng as he watched the Beast King Hall disciple rush forward. Yi Feng, however, did not regard his opponent at all and continued with his calisthenics. Soon the Beast King Hall disciple reached him. With a long sword stained with traces of blood, he struck towards Yi Feng's chest at high speed. Yi Feng didn't even glance at him, casually throwing a punch. Clang! The crowd heard a clear sound, and then saw the long sword in the Beast King Hall disciple's hand shatter upon contact with Yi Feng's fist like a piece of tofu. The Beast King Hall disciple had no time to react, as Yi Feng's fist headed straight for his chest, landing a heavy blow in front of the astonished crowd. Puff! A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, and the Beast King Hall disciple flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He then crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His neck twisted as he fainted. All of this happened within the span of a single breath. Shoo! From the Mountain Support Sect's direction, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, as if they had forgotten the pain from earlier injuries. At this moment, the disciples of the Beast King Hall slowly came to their senses, several of them rushing to the fallen disciple, calling out his name repeatedly, but no matter how much they shouted, he remained completely still. Oh, was he that weak? It shouldn't be, I didn't even use much strength. Yi Feng stopped his calisthenics, waved his fist in front of him, and said casually. Yi Feng's voice was soft, but every martial artist present clearly heard it. The disciples of the Beast King Hall glared at Yi Feng with fiery eyes. Kid, you have guts daring to hurt a disciple of the Beast King Hall. Mo Lin was the first to recover from his shock and coldly regarded Yi Feng. Beast King Hall? What is that? Is it very powerful? Yi Feng looked at the people from the Mountain Support Sect with confusion. As for Mo Lin and the others from the Beast King Hall, Yi Feng had not even glanced at them. Contempt. Mo Lin felt himself being openly disdained by this kid at the first level of true chi. A surge of anger rose in his heart, and he gritted his teeth. Kid, you're good. You've thoroughly infuriated me. No matter who you are, you won't be leaving today. Leave? When did I say I wanted to leave? Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. Kid, good. It seems that you're quite confident in yourself. They'll make you cry later. Tsk tisk, then come at me. Yi Feng crossed his arms and said nonchalantly. Just as the Beast King Hall said, they did not want to let him go, and he was not prepared to let them leave either. However, only Yi Feng knew who the hunter was and who the prey was. Brother, you should leave quickly. Mo Lin is a master at the 4th level of True Chi realm. You are no match for him. Lin Sheng, having seen Yi Feng knock down the disciple of the Beast King Hall, was shocked for a long time, but seeing Mo Lin's terrifying aura, he couldn't help but remind him. Although he felt no connection to Yi Feng, seeing him take action against the disciple of the Beast King Hall naturally gave him some goodwill. Yi Feng, however, shook his head and smiled lightly, saying, It's fine. A waste like him can't hurt me. After speaking, Yi Feng cracked his neck, producing a series of popping sounds. Kid, you're looking for death. Mo Lin, seeing that Yi Feng completely ignored him, became even angrier and immediately wielded his scythe, charging at Yi Feng. His speed was significantly faster than that of the previous disciple of the Beast King Hall, stirring up clouds of dust along his path. Yi Feng looked at the charging Mo Lin, a slight smile on his face. Not bad speed, better than that trash before. The crowd was momentarily speechless. The guy was already charging at him, and he was still standing there with his arms crossed, commenting as if he were a judge at a sprint. In just a breath, Mo Lin reached Yi Feng's front. Kid, you'll regret this. You're the first who dared to Mo Lin's eyes were fierce as he swung the scythe, which was enveloped in a black aura, down at Yi Feng. Too slow. Yi Feng covered his mouth with his hand, yawned lightly, and then raised his right hand to meet the descending scythe's path. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Yi Feng caught Mo Lin's scythe with his bare hands. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. How is this possible? Mo Lin was stunned watching Yi Feng catch his scythe with his bare hands. Yi Feng, however, did not give him time to react. Speed is just a bit faster than trash. In the end, it's still just big trash, and your strength is pitifully small. Yi Feng smiled faintly. His left hand extended, forming a fist, and before Mo Lin could react, he punched directly into his abdomen, causing Mo Lin to double over. Immediately afterward, he flew backward, blood gushing from his mouth like it was free. Ding! The scene fell silent. They never expected that the strongest originally here, Mo Lin, could not withstand even a single punch from Yi Feng. It all happened too suddenly. Many had yet to react. From the direction of the Mountain Support Sect, Lin Sheng couldn't help but swallow hard. This is simply a freak. The others, after standing up, nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing a hint of fervor as they looked at Yi Feng. Who is this great figure? Even Lin Sheng, the strongest of their group, is no match, having had half of his shoulder severed by Mo Lin of the Beast King Palace. Yet this mysterious visitor can effortlessly crush them, with Mo Lin, who was once so formidable, unable to withstand even a single punch. Heavens! Is he really only at the 1st level of the True Chi realm? A disciple from the Mountain Support Sect couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Sheng also looked parched, clearly in disbelief. The usually domineering Beast King Palace with Mo Lin at the 4th level of the True Qi realm has been defeated. You are really only at the 1st level of the True Qi realm. The fallen Mo Lin staggered to his feet, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly having sustained severe injuries. Having just emerged from the secret realm, Feng ignored him and turned to glance at the group accompanying Mo Lin, a hint of mockery appearing in the corner of his eye. Since Mo Lin is a member of the Beast King Palace, those wearing the same clothes as him are clearly disciples of the Beast King Palace as well. Feng never had much fondness for the Beast King Palace, and having been trapped for an unknown amount of time, his strength had increased significantly. Although he sensed something was off, he felt no fear. With his current level of vitality, he is more than capable of dealing with the remaining disciples of the Beast King Palace. He had no intention of annihilating them entirely, but if someone insists on being foolish, he won't show mercy. Sure enough, the disciples of the Beast King Palace subtly closed in on him, forming a semi-encirclement, clearly unwilling to let him go easily after injuring Mo Lin. A smirk of derision appeared on Feng's lips. If he could defeat Mo Lin, who was at the 4th level of the True Qi realm, then these remaining disciples of the Beast King Palace were hardly worth his notice. A bunch of trash, you're not even worthy to stretch your muscles. After saying this, Feng, although sensing some wrongness, charged recklessly into the encirclement of the Beast King Palace. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Cheng shouted loudly. This benefactor is indeed strong, but he doesn't realize that the Beast King Palace has thrived for many years, clearly possessing unique aspects in cultivation. The formation these disciples of the Beast King Palace have formed is the Beast King's protective formation. Beast King Locking Heaven Formation. This formation integrates offense and defense, being truly indestructible, sweeping away everything in its path. However, as long as one does not enter the formation, the actual enhancement of its power is limited. But if one accidentally steps into it, it would indeed be a dragon's pit and a tiger's den, with peril at every step. The disciples of the Beast King Palace, sensing Mo Lin's injury, began to encircle Feng. The disciples of the Mountain Support Sect had already noticed this early on and were secretly preparing to counterattack. They had been unable to contend before, but now Feng has appeared. Though they did not know who Feng was, upon hearing that he was an enemy of the Beast King Palace, he immediately made it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Cheng understood this principle, so he quickly instructed the disciples of the Mountain Support Sect to prepare for a decisive strike, leaving no survivors among the Beast King Palace. I must say, Lin Cheng does possess a certain heroic quality. If he cannot win, he chooses the path of least sacrifice. If he can win, he intends to leave not a single one of his opponents alive. But as the saying goes, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. They believed they were well prepared, but seeing Feng recklessly charge into the formation, they suddenly felt a sense of dread, as if the scales of fortune had tipped. A disciple of the Mountain Support Sect beside Lin Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother Lin Cheng, that person has directly entered the Beast King Locking Heaven formation. Should we continue with our original plan?" Lin Cheng was also speechless regarding Feng. It is one thing to possess formidable combat strength, defeating Mo Lin, who is at the 4th level of the True Qi realm, with a single punch, indeed impressive. But the other disciples of the Beast King Palace are not weak either. Once trapped in the formation, Feng's advantage in strength would vanish. He felt a strange power enveloping him in an instant, making it difficult for him to circulate his qi, while the disciples of the Beast King Palace were just the opposite. Fortunately, Lin Cheng was not a naive person. He understood that opportunities are rare. If they seize the moment, they may win. If they don't, it is likely that all disciples of the Mountain Support Sect would perish here. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and gave the order, "Execute." After saying this, it was as if he was encouraging himself, continuing with greater emphasis, adding, "According to the original plan." Upon hearing Lin Cheng's command, the previously anxious minds of the Mountain Support Sect disciples were somewhat calmed by his affirming words. Many were ignited with fighting spirit, ready to engage in battle. The disciples of the Mountain Support Sect had perhaps been suppressed for too long, and now, when they launched their attack, they seemed to have an overwhelming momentum. But just as they finally made their decision and charged forward, the situation of the battle transformed instantly. For Feng, who had been trapped in the Beast King Locking Heaven formation, not only showed no sign of discomfort, but instead appeared more vigorous. Previously, his movements had seemed a bit sluggish due to the formation's influence, but now he clearly fought fiercely against the formation formed by the disciples of the Beast King Palace, occasionally even counterattacking. How is this possible? Even Lin Cheng, who was usually steady, was left dumbfounded. Could it be that this benefactor's strength is unfathomable? This is the true Beast King Locking Heaven formation. Although it is merely a simplified version formed by disciples, it is not something an initial True Qi realm cultivator can escape from unscathed. Moreover, this cultivator, who was initially only at the 1st level of the True Qi realm, is clearly not merely struggling for survival, but has surplus energy. This is simply incredible. In the next moment, two disciples of the Beast King Palace died at Yi Feng's hand. Lin Cheng inhaled sharply, but he felt gratified by his decision. Initially, he thought that even if he died, he would protect the most talented disciples of the Mountain Support Sect. Now, with Yi Feng alone already turning the tide of the formation, let alone the reinforcements from the Mountain Support Sect, Lin Cheng felt that if he couldn't take down the disciples of the Beast King Palace at this moment, he might as well eat. When Yi Feng first entered the formation, he sensed something was off, but relying on his confidence in his own strength, he not only refrained from using the system to exchange for technology points, but fought solely with his genuine cultivation to integrate his recent gains. Originally, his true Qi cultivation at the first level was only comparable to that of a 5th-level true Qi realm cultivator, but gradually through life and death battles, even cultivators at the 6th level of the true Qi realm could no longer inflict effective damage on him. At this moment, Yi Feng finally seized the opportunity and executed two disciples of the Beast King Palace. This scene was precisely witnessed by Lin Cheng and others who rushed to save him, leading to the earlier spectacle. With the Mountain Support Sect's reinforcements, joining in the battle became a foregone conclusion. Yi Feng, who had originally intended to further hone his skills, found that he had already adapted sufficiently and swiftly resolved the conflict. After eliminating the two strongest disciples of the Beast King Palace aside from Mo Lin, who were at the 3rd level of the true Qi realm, Yi Feng then withdrew from the battle and approached the severely injured and dying Mo Lin. Previously, Mo Lin had observed the disciples of the Beast King Palace setting up the Beast King's locking heaven array, and indeed, he was not disappointed as he watched Yi Feng step by step enter the protective mountain array of the Beast King Palace, clenching his fists in excitement. However, the good times did not last long. Mo Lin then saw Yi Feng effortlessly take down the disciples of the Beast King Palace, killing them one by one as if they were merely cutting vegetables. In the end, with the addition of the disciples from the Kaoshan Sect, the disciples of the Beast King Palace collapsed one after another, and before long, even those who had fled early in fear were caught and slain. At this moment, Mo Lin saw Yi Feng approaching, and his lips involuntarily twitched. It was hard to imagine that the elegantly poised leading disciple of the Beast King Palace was now in such a state. "Brother." Mo Lin forced a smile, attempting to feign flattery, but his smile was as out of place as a chrysanthemum blooming in excrement. Yi Feng cast a disdainful glance at him and unhesitatingly ended his life. At that moment, Lin Cheng and the others who had already cleaned up the aftermath came before Yi Feng. "Thank you, friend, for your timely rescue. Here are the spoils from this battle. Oh, I hope you will accept them." Originally, Yi Feng had intended to return to the Kaoshan Sect, but upon seeing these people before him, his eyes suddenly brightened. Though Yi Feng did not care much for the spoils, the technological points were essential for his cultivation. The reason he managed to emerge unscathed from the black hole was due to the diamond mecha exchanged with technological points. In Yi Feng's eyes, all the spoils that originally belonged to the Beast King Palace were nothing but technological points. He stored everything in his system, instantly gaining over 1,000 technological points. The more than 2,000 technological points spent on the diamond mecha exchanged from the black hole had returned half, bringing a broad smile to Yi Feng's face, as if he had received great comfort. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect watched Yi Feng take the spoils not only without discontent, but felt indebted to this friend. If it hadn't been for his timely intervention, they would not have suffered total annihilation, but at least half of them might have perished here. Though Yi Feng accepted the spoils, he had indirectly saved their lives, and it was also possible they feared Yi Feng's strength. After all, this was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. "May I ask your surname, friend?" Lin Cheng inquired amicably. "My surname is Yi." Yi Feng revealed his true surname to those who bore a grudge against the Beast King Palace. "Brother Yi, now that this matter is settled, where do you plan to go?" Lin Cheng asked. "Where is this place?" Yi Feng did not immediately answer Lin Cheng's question, as he was still unaware of his location. Lin Cheng did not mind and replied, "This is Qingming Mountain." "Qingming Mountain. Then I must head south. Everyone, the mountains are high and the waters are deep. We shall meet again." Yi Feng cupped his fists in respect to the group from the Kaoshan Sect. "Heading south. We are also traveling south. May I ask if Brother Yi could accompany us?" Lin Cheng inquired. "That would be fine." This would actually be Yi Feng's first venture outside of Feng Nation and the Kaoshan Sect, and he wanted to engage more with people outside his sect. With their respective intentions, the two conversed merrily along the way. Lin Cheng sought Yi Feng's insights on cultivation, and before long he found himself deeply impressed by Yi Feng's knowledge, eventually dropping the title of Brother Yi and addressing him as master with evident respect. Yi Feng had not expected Lin Cheng to be so eloquent. Unable to resist, he abruptly waved his hand and expressed his desire to take Lin Cheng as a disciple. Despite the gap between them, with Lin Cheng's realm even slightly higher than Yi Feng's, Yi Feng possessed cross-realm combat abilities, making his statement not entirely out of place. Previously, the two had enjoyed pleasant conversation, and Lin Cheng had been smiling, but upon hearing this, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Is he joking? I am a core disciple of the Kaoshan Sect at the 3rd level of true Qi. While you may have superior strength, but you can only match up to a maximum of 2 small levels. I've never encountered someone so shameless. Yet Lin Cheng thought again, considering that the other party was so young, yet had attained such cultivation, it must be that he had powerful backing. If he were to become Yi Feng's disciple, it might not be a bad thing. After some hesitation, Lin Cheng cupped his hands and said, Master Yi, you know I am from the sect, and the sect does not oppose taking another master. However, could you share who your master is? In other words, he was attempting to ascertain Yi Feng's background. Yi Feng was not surprised, although he had a system and was destined to be a protagonist, others did not know that, and if Lin Cheng had not asked, he would have been hesitant to accept him. Yi Feng pondered for a while, realizing that some matters were not for him to disclose. For instance, he did not even know the true names of the 3 ancestral masters, so it was indeed difficult to answer Lin Cheng. After thinking for a long time, Yi Feng still did not know how to speak. In the end, he could only say, my senior brother is at least in the gestation realm, and my master is referred to as ancestor by a group of senior brothers above the gestation realm. However, it is a rule in my sect that their names cannot be disclosed. Yi Feng stated. He had not intended to deceive Lin Cheng. After all, he could tell that this person's talent was lacking, and his previous defeat to Mo Lin was merely due to their realm difference. Those above the gestation realm were in the nascent realm, and to be referred to as ancestor by those in the nascent realm. Lin Cheng could hardly imagine it. Although he was a core disciple within the sect, he was regarded by the elders, yet his own master was just an ordinary elder with only the gestation realm. Upon further reflection, Lin Cheng concluded that since Yi Feng's master was at least in the nascent realm, it indicated that Yi Feng must possess talent exceeding that level. In terms of talent, he could be on par with the sect leader. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng cast aside his reservations and bowed deeply. Master. This single word was uttered with utmost sincerity and even a hint of respect. Lin Cheng could not help but fantasize about whether he too might reach the nascent realm. With Yi Shixiang becoming master, though only a single word had changed, this was Yi Feng's first disciple since his arrival in this world. Many years later, when Lin Cheng reflected on the decision he made today, he felt a sense of nostalgia. At that time, even Lin Cheng himself had long surpassed the nascent realm by several major levels. After becoming a disciple, the bond between the two grew closer in an unspoken way. Yi Feng generously exchanged a piece of spirit jade from the system and tossed it to Lin Cheng, claiming it as a token from the sect. Lin Cheng sought Yi Feng's guidance on numerous cultivation issues, and Yi Feng shared everything he knew, showing great concern for his newly accepted disciple. Of course, everything was conducted in soundproof conditions. Yi Feng spent 100 technology points to exchange for a soundproof device, ensuring that no one but Lin Cheng could hear a word. Yi Feng was not being stingy. Much of what he imparted to Lin Cheng was knowledge acquired from the 3 patriarchs, and even the profound experiences of the enigmatic elder Zhang Tian, much of which could not be shared outside. As the saying goes, the law should not be passed to 6 ears. Receiving such generous teachings from Yi Feng, Lin Cheng felt many of his previously unclear concepts suddenly became clear. He believed that with a little time, his original strength would surely see significant breakthroughs, leading him to secretly think that this master was truly worth the homage. The two chatted happily along the way, and as they were only a few dozen miles from the Kaoshan Sect, Yi Feng took the lead and prepared to bid farewell. Lin Cheng bowed, deeply hoping to see him again next time. Though they had only recently met, the special master-disciple relationship made their parting feel somewhat reluctant. Master, after this parting, I do not know when we shall meet again, Lin Cheng lamented. Yi Feng had given him much knowledge of cultivation he had not known before, and Lin Cheng now held deep respect for Yi Feng from the bottom of his heart. Next time we meet, I hope to see you as a practitioner of the transformation stage. That would bring me great joy, Yi Feng said. Although he was not very old, he spoke these words with a sense of gravitas. Lin Cheng, though feeling somewhat old-fashioned, silently resolved to devote himself to cultivation upon returning to the sect, determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. As Yi Feng departed, Lin Cheng suddenly recalled that he had a younger brother disciple whom he had never met, and he murmured, both my master and that younger disciple, Yi Feng, share the surname. Could there be any relation? He then shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. His master was knowledgeable and surely a direct disciple of some hidden sect, while his senior brothers were all experts at the nascent soul level, a status equivalent to the headmaster in their Kaoshan Sect. At this moment, Yi Feng first headed west until he could no longer see Lin Cheng and the others, then suddenly accelerated, flying swiftly back to the sect. He recalled the admonitions from his senior brother, and the slight joy he felt from taking on a disciple now felt somewhat heavy. What had become of the Kaoshan Sect? Meanwhile, as Lin Cheng and the others followed, Yi Feng's departure, their pace quickened slightly. The previous pursuit by Mo Lin clearly represented only a small fraction of the Beast King Hall's disciples. Now that war had been declared, where were the true core forces of the Beast King Hall? As for his master, Lin Sheng believed he would eventually see him again, though he did not expect it to happen so soon. At the entrance of the Kaoshan Sect, Feng changed into his gray robe and unexpectedly encountered his newly accepted disciple Lin Sheng and his group. "Oh, what are you all doing here?" Feng sensed something was amiss and asked Lin Sheng. Master. Lin Sheng never expected to see his master, whom he thought he would never meet again, standing at the entrance of his sect. Hearing Feng's question, Lin Sheng almost drew his weapon from his waist, wondering if he had been tricked. Hello, at the Kaoshan Sect, only a few did not know Feng, and at this moment, the guarding disciple of the Kaoshan Sect clearly had an extraordinary relationship with Lin Sheng. He looked at Feng with admiration and was quite satisfied to see Lin Sheng's astonished expression. He hurriedly reminded Lin Sheng, "What nonsense are you talking about, Lin Sheng? Didn't you always want to meet our sect's headmaster disciple?" Lin Sheng felt somewhat uneasy, wondering if it was truly. "Are you a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect? You are truly a direct disciple of the headmaster." Both of them asked the question they most wanted to know. What in the world was happening here? First was Feng, who originally thought he had saved a group of brothers in the martial world by slaying the Beast King Hall's members, only to discover upon returning to the sect that they were fellow disciples. Then, having accepted Lin Sheng as a disciple, did that mean he had accepted his own senior brother as a disciple? Feng discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his elbow, as no one would expect that even the headmaster's personal disciple, who could defeat heaven and earth, would secretly wipe away sweat at the Kaoshan Sect. After Lin Sheng regained his composure, his originally handsome face turned bright red, as if someone had gripped his throat. It was hard to imagine that the fierce Lin Sheng was now displaying a demeanor akin to a shy young girl. However, this momentary awkwardness was quickly shattered by the arrival of two individuals who were none other than the sect leader's niece Hongyue and the granddaughter of the Grand Elder Feng Kaiyun. Both of these young ladies were revered as goddesses among the many disciples of the Kaoshan Sect. At the sect's entrance, many outer disciples gaped at the sight of them with unknown liquids dripping from their mouths, looking completely foolish. Conversely, Feng appeared much happier, as one of the newcomers had a good relationship with him, while the other was his. The two ladies had also heard the news of Feng's return to the sect and rushed over, immediately demonstrating their concern for him. At that moment, Feng stood at the entrance of the Kaoshan Sect feeling a headache due to the complex relationship with Lin Sheng, and upon seeing the two ladies approaching, a brilliant idea struck him. Feng. The voices of the two ladies came simultaneously, and then they felt a bit awkward exchanging glances. As they noticed each other, a faint blush appeared on their faces. Feng, however, did not pay attention to their awkwardness and hurried over to pull the two ladies close, saying, "Are you here to invite me to dinner?" No, you all stop." As he said this, seeing the two ladies still approaching, and even suspecting why their little feet under their skirts were moving so quickly, he thought they were almost running. Feng's words of "stop" were slightly forceful, and finally the two slowed their pace, only to see Feng rushing toward them, pulling one of them along as he sped toward the inner door of the Kaoshan Sect. What Feng was thinking was naturally the 36 stratagems where retreating was the best strategy. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng's face had turned ashen. Did he not know Feng, but did he not recognize the two beauties of their sect? This was truly. He left so quickly, and he took away two of the sect's greatest beauties with just one. The guarding disciple of the Kaoshan Sect sighed, and after a moment finally came back to his senses, staring at Lin Sheng in shock, and shouted loudly, "Lin Sheng, did you just say he is your master?" Lin Sheng had already disregarded everyone and was the first to flee. The residence of Lin Sheng, a core disciple of the Kaoshan Sect, was crowded for 2 or 3 days, as everyone wanted to witness the curious figure who dared to take a junior disciple as his master. In fact, most disciples did not know Lin Sheng. They primarily came to seek the thrill of having a granduncle. Originally in the Kaoshan Sect, such a prominent figure would undoubtedly be Feng, but this time Lin Sheng bore all the hardships for Feng. One must say, as Feng's eldest disciple, he was quite considerate. At this moment, Feng, having conquered the 2 arenas of the Beast King Hall and returned from an expedition, was comfortably lounging in the hot springs of Hongyue Valley. At this time, Feng Kaiyun was personally preparing meals for Feng, cooking in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Hongyue, known as Little Chili, appeared unusually gentle, quietly resting her chin on her hand as she watched Feng Kaiyun cook. She also wanted to prepare a meal for Feng, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at Feng in the center of the hot spring, his comfortable demeanor, and through the mist, she could faintly see his sturdy chest. She dared to look only once, and then her heart raced like a startled deer, thumping wildly. It took her quite a while to calm down. While cooking, Feng Kaiyun hummed gentle melodies, and if one listened closely, they could feel how beautiful life. Yi Feng was currently checking his system, and the total number of technology points had exceeded 5000. For the previous Yi Feng, 500 technology points were undoubtedly a huge fortune, but now after numerous recent experiences, he felt quite dissatisfied with this amount. Upon reviewing, he found that simulating the God Origin 9 Refinement's 5th level required a staggering 600 technology points. In fact, apart from the elders at the Kaoshan Sect, no one knew better than the three of them that this current tranquility was a precursor to an impending storm. It was as if the calm before a tempest, where the more peaceful life was, the stronger the forthcoming storm would be. Thus, Yi Feng was eager to enhance his strength. He hoped that when the storm really arrived, he would be able to bolster his power, as Yi Feng, while not yet a master, still had people he wished to protect, such as Feng Caiyun, Little Chili Yu Hongyue, and even Wu Yong, who kindly reminded him, plus the newly accepted disciple Lin Cheng. Yi Feng did not want anything to happen to anyone at the Kaoshan Sect aside from Elder Shui. Traversing this world, he was initially the prince of Maple Leaf Nation, bearing the burden of people's livelihood and governance. Later, he was deceived by the national master, leading to a coup, and he took on the mission of reviving the royal family. After entering the Kaoshan Sect, Yi Feng was fortunate to gain the favor of the ancestral master, becoming his disciple and forming good relations with senior brother Yu Xian, senior brother Feng Shan, and others at the scripture pavilion and transmission hall. Although he occasionally enjoyed pranking them, deep down, he considered the Kaoshan Sect his home. If someone were to threaten your entire family, what would you do? Thus, Yi Feng prepared to train desperately, hoping to advance his strength during these last peaceful days. Aside from the sky-vanquishing sword which he hadn't exchanged, he had turned all his other possessions into technology points, watching his points soar from 500 to 1300, which left Yi Feng quite satisfied. After spending 600 technology points, the God Origin 6th Refinement was completed under the system's simulated cultivation, and Yi Feng's cultivation realm rose directly from the first level of true Qi to the 5th level. At the first level of true Qi, Yi Feng's strength was comparable to that of a cultivator at the 6th level, and now as a 6th level true Qi cultivator, Yi Feng was evidently many times stronger than before, with significant improvements in both reaction speed and the duration of true Qi operation. Yi Feng's strength had again increased significantly. To test it out, after putting on his clothes, he sought out the bored Yu Hongyue, who stubbornly refused to participate. It was ridiculous. The two powerful disciples of the Beast King Hall had nearly defeated the invincible forces of the Kaoshan Sect, only to be defeated by Yi Feng. Though she was already a 9th level expert in the true Qi realm, she was still unwilling to be a practice partner for Yi Feng. Finally, after Yi Feng repeatedly assured her that he would not use his special martial spirit, Yu Hongyue reluctantly nodded, albeit cautiously, bringing along Feng Caiyun, who was also at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. However, until the match began, Feng Kaiyun still had lingering thoughts about the unfinished meal. Initially, Yu Hongyue was somewhat worried that Yi Feng would play tricks, but upon seeing that he truly did not use his martial spirit, she relaxed considerably. The two women joined forces to battle Yi Feng, who was at the 5th level of true Qi, and they fought vigorously, with each side claiming victories. In the end, however, Yi Feng's stamina proved superior, and he defeated both Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun. Both women were already unwilling to continue fighting, having worked up a sweat, and with the day darkening, the sparring that had begun with the sun hanging precariously in the sky had now transitioned to a sky full of stars. Yi Feng, having reached the 5th level of true Qi, could indeed fight against peak true Qi experts, and especially against the two beautiful women of high caliber from the sect. Yi Feng felt quite excited inside, while the two women fought with great fervor. What puzzled them was that the previously defeated disciples of the Beast King Hall were evidently stronger than the two of them combined, yet Yi Feng did not appear smug. However, at this moment, despite being utterly exhausted, they could still sense the joy emanating from Yi Feng's heart. In truth, Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun did not realize that Yi Feng had previously defeated the disciples of the Beast King Hall using technology points and equipment provided by the system, while now he was employing his own strength. The difference between winning through one's own power and through external means naturally affected one's state of mind. In the night, the endless darkness loomed like a fierce demon king, seemingly intent on shrouding the Kaoshan Sect in shadows. Yet the sky full of stars appeared to be guards of light. Even as the night obscured everything, they remained steadfast in their posts, diligently guarding the last glimmers of brightness. At this moment, the three direct disciples of the Kaoshan Sect gazed at the sky, as if they all simultaneously reached an epiphany. This night was akin to the overwhelming tyranny of the Beast King Hall, while the stars represented the resistance of the Kaoshan Sect. However, even if the night engulfed all realms, light still existed. Among the three, only Yi Feng, after closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, radiating brilliance like the sun breaking at dawn. Yifeng Yuhongyue and Feng Kaiyun sat under the moonlight enjoying the meal prepared by Feng Kaiyun. Yuhongyue, as usual, delighted in beer, and the three of them raised their glasses together under the moonlight, making heartfelt wishes. At Kaoshan Sect, aside from a few outer disciples who remained unaware, the mid-level leadership was already deeply engaged in intensive preparations. Yu Xian, the sect master of Kaoshan Sect, issued orders one after another. Although he was already aware that Yifeng had returned from the secret realm, he had no time to inquire about Yifeng's journey. Upon receiving the news of Yifeng's return and the significant boost in his strength that allowed him to annihilate a small team from the Beast King Hall, he felt a sense of comfort. Yifeng was initially regarded as a waste without a martial soul, but later became a disciple of three ancestors. Time and again he surprised them. Although his current strength was low, his extraordinary talent was already closely linked to the future of Kaoshan Sect. This time of tribulation for Kaoshan Sect had already been anticipated by Yu Xian, Feng Shan, and the others. They were determined to protect Yifeng, Yuhongyue, Feng Tseyun, and other seeds of Kaoshan Sect. Even if Kaoshan Sect were to cease to exist, as long as they were present, they believed that Kaoshan Sect would eventually re-emerge in the world, possibly even restoring its former glory. Are we all ready? Yu Xian inquired strangely, finding himself speaking to a void, as there was no one. A voice emerged from a dark corner. We are almost ready, however we still lack enough top-grade spirit stones. Frighteningly though they could hear the voice, they could not locate its source. Shadow, ever since you awakened your shadow martial soul, you have been following me for about 13 years now. Yu Xian addressed the person in the corner. But there was no response from the corner, clearly unwilling to answer Yu Xian at that moment. Moreover, this person's martial soul was also a rare shadow martial soul. No wonder nothing could be seen before. Yu Xian stopped trying to converse with Shadow and looked back at the mountain of intelligence reports piled on the table. Meanwhile, in the residence of the core disciples of Kaoshan Sect, Lin Cheng's house was overcrowded to the point that even a fly couldn't get through. Lin Cheng was huddled inside, looking dispirited. The once spirited core disciple of Kaoshan Sect now regretted immensely. Apprenticeship. Apprenticeship. What a joke of a master! My worthless master is practically ruining me. I am now a laughingstock within the entire Kaoshan Sect. And then there was Wang Cheng, the guard from that day, whose words, "I want to take him as my master," had come from his mouth. Wang Cheng, I want to sever ties with you. Lin Cheng angrily cursed. In his heart, he had already equated Yifeng with a fraud. What master, what senior brother at the nascent soul stage were all merely jokes in Lin Cheng's eyes at that moment. In Kaoshan Sect, only the sect leader, the grand elder, and important supervisors like those in the scripture pavilion had the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Yifeng was clearly the sect leader's disciple. Even if he was a direct disciple, he was still a disciple and equal to Lin Cheng. Yet, he had to be his master and boasted about having a senior brother at the nascent soul stage. He was truly the biggest fraud of all. Lin Cheng was now eager to find the sect leader Yu Xian or confide in his own master within Kaoshan Sect. However, after peering through the door gap and seeing the densely packed figures outside, Lin Cheng did not dare to go out. He feared that the moment he stepped out he would be surrounded by numerous senior uncles. Even with his cultivation at the third level of the true Qi realm, he doubted he could break through. At the Beast King Hall, the situation was evidently somewhat similar to that of Yu Xian. Lin Cheng, the hall master of the Beast King Hall, was said to have been an orphan saved by a she-wolf. He grew up nursing from the she-wolf and playing with wolf cubs. It was not until much later that he learned human language and gradually adapted to human life. Notably, Lin Cheng's awakened martial soul was the Howling Moon Wolf, which explained why he was saved by the she-wolf, possibly due to the nature of his martial soul. Martial souls hold significant influence in this world, yet few can utilize them effectively, and it was clear that the application of martial souls still needed further development. At this moment, Lin Cheng invited the 6 elders of the Beast King Hall to discuss the matters at hand. Lin Cheng said, "We intend to go to war with Kaoshan Sect, as everyone is aware. I have called this meeting to discuss the specifics. But while I am speaking, please do not interrupt. I will allow time for questions later." With that, he continued speaking regardless of whether the other elders agreed. Kaoshan Sect was the only cultivation sect 1,000 years ago, while all other sects relied on Kaoshan Sect daring only to call themselves factions, never truly establishing themselves. However, after the mysterious disappearance of Kaoshan Sect's founder Zhang Tian, their sect has been declining year by year, and no remarkable talents have emerged since, so they can barely maintain their foundation, but cannot restrain the major factions. After centuries of martial conflicts, aside from the already profound Kaoshan Sect, 5 powerful cultivation sects have emerged, culminating in the current 6 major factions. Kaoshan Sect has dominated as the leading sect for over 1,000 years, yet now, aside from the exceptionally gifted Yifeng, Kaoshan Sect's strength is still insufficient to hold such a title. For this reason, I have chosen to ally with the people from the Liang Sect and Danwu Pavilion. My plan is... Alright, you may speak now. After Lin Chong finished speaking, the elders below began to discuss among themselves. Ultimately, only one elder raised a question, noting that Kaoshan Sect had once been the top sect 1,000 years ago, likely possessing many valuable resources, but its current strength was uncertain. The alliance of 3 major sects could affect the benefits obtained. In response, Lin Chong replied, Kaoshan Sect was once the top sect, and its foundation is undoubtedly profound. Even a lion must use all its strength to catch a rabbit. This matter must involve alliances, or our Beast King Hall will never bear the risk alone. The elder who raised the question nodded, and thereafter no one else voiced opinions on the matter. At that moment, 12 figures in black had already arrived at the gates of the Beast King Hall. Who goes there? The Beast King Hall is a restricted area. You cannot trespass. The Beast King Hall sure has quite the reputation, said a short, seemingly unruly individual. Though the short man did not exude any aura, the disciples guarding the Beast King Hall had some discernment. Seeing that these 12 individuals not only did not show respect, but were entirely unafraid, the guarding disciple hurriedly reported to the higher-ups. Before long, Lin Chong and the higher-ups of the Beast King Hall descended from the mountain together. Haha, I didn't expect individuals from Liang Sect and Damu Pavilion would come together. Sect Master Lai, Sect Master Hong, it's been a while. Lin Chong greeted them with a hearty laugh. The guarding disciple, seeing Lin Chong personally descend to welcome these individuals, had already guessed their status would not be low. However, he still did not expect that the visitors would include the sect master and deputy sect master from the other 2 major sects. In an instant, cold sweat covered his forehead. He had just made a grave mistake by attempting to block the sect master of Liang Sect and the sect master of Danwu Pavilion. If they had harbored any murderous intent, he might have been killed without anyone stepping in to help. Having just walked through the gates of hell, the disciple's legs trembled uncontrollably. The master of the Liang Sect, true to his name, is indeed the short, middle-aged man from earlier, while Master Hong of the Danwu Pavilion possesses the skill to refine earth-grade pills. The top combat powers of the 3 major sects have successfully engaged, transforming the original crisis into a dire predicament for the Kaoshan Sect. When Yuxian received this news, his brow furrowed. Soon he summoned Feng Shan, Yansu Lu Yuan, and others to discuss the plan for this journey. They ultimately reached a consensus. Yi Feng's unparalleled talent must be well protected. For safety, sake, they should set off immediately. These past few days, Yi Feng has been diligently cultivating in the Red Moon Valley, not only stabilizing his recently upgraded strength, but also advancing from the initial stage of the True Qi realm to the 6th stage. If others from the Kaoshan Sect were to hear about Yi Feng's rapid cultivation speed, they would surely be shocked. Originally just a practitioner at the Qi gathering stage, he emerged from the secret realm at the 1st stage of True Qi, and after a single afternoon of traveling, he jumped several levels to reach the 5th stage. Just 2 or 3 days later, he surprisingly broke through again, advancing to the 6th stage of the True Qi realm. Yi Feng's relentless training is driven by his desire to contribute during the impending crisis of the Kaoshan Sect. However, this determination was shattered by Yuxian's summons. What? You want me to leave? Yi Feng said with disbelief. This is a special time. You must go. Yuxian showed no hint of compassion, his demeanor cold and distant. Yet in reality, it was out of concern for Yi Feng that he exhibited such behavior. Elder Feng Shan advised, Yi Feng, we know you have already reached the True Qi realm, but the minimum combat strength for sect battles is above the embryonic stage. Your cultivation is still shallow, you shouldn't hold us back. Elder Lu Yuan added, Yi Feng, you have great talent, but talent does not equate to strength. As your seniors, we believe that one day you will not be inferior to any of us, but right now what you need most is to preserve your life. Yi Feng understood their disdain for him. Their words about his low cultivation and holding them back were all aimed at giving him a chance to save his life. He was not foolish. Yet for some reason, as he looked at the several elders before him reminiscing about their clumsy arguments, it felt as though a group of hawks was protecting a chick, unwilling to let it suffer even the slightest harm. This made him find the once majestic elders somewhat endearing. Who says I'm only at the 1st stage of True Qi? Yi Feng declared, releasing his presence. The intense fluctuations of his True Qi were unmistakably those of the True Qi realm. Even though the elders had seen much, they still found it hard to believe. Even the usually composed Yuxian was astounded. At this point, how could they not feel that Yi Feng's aura was not inferior to that of the Gale Qi realm? You already possess the strength of the Gale Qi realm. Elder Lu Yuan questioned, yet his tone carried an air of certainty. He certainly knew about Yi Feng's current condition, but he couldn't believe that merely at the 6th stage of True Qi, Yi Feng could emanate an aura comparable to that of the Gale Qi realm. If this is the case, coupled with Yi Feng's rare martial soul, he might even be able to contend with peak experts of the Gale Qi realm. No way. Yuxian said, having initially overestimated Yi Feng's potential, but now seeing such talent, he was even more worried about Yi Feng encountering accidents on the battlefield. It was akin to a fully self-reliant adult, yet in the eyes of their parents still merely an inexperienced. Seeing Yi Feng's stubborn expression, clearly not ready to agree easily, Yu Xian sternly stated, "Even if you truly possess combat strength of the embryonic stage, can you withstand a punch from me? On the battlefield, circumstances change rapidly. Do you think practitioners of the embryonic stage won't attack you?" He continued, "Let's not mention anything else, just the two proud disciples of the Beast King Palace that you defeated. Do you think Lin Chong of the Beast King Palace won't come after you?" Yu Xian continued. Yi Feng calmly listened to what Yu Xian said without any hesitation, stating the reason he had long considered, which was also his final reason. "But I am a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect." A disciple of the Kaoshan Sect. Shouldn't the people of the Kaoshan Sect act when the sect is in danger rather than only think of preserving themselves? After hearing Yi Feng's words, not only Yu Xian, but Feng Shan and Lu Yuan also fell silent for a long time, pondering over what Yi Feng had said. His words touched that sacred part of their hearts. Indeed, he is a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect. As a disciple of the sect, given the resources for cultivation, shouldn't one step up to contribute when the sect is in trouble? If one truly avoids responsibility, how would they explain it when the Kaoshan Sect is rebuilt in the future? At that time, facing the other disciples who had once bled for the Kaoshan Sect, would one say, "I avoided war for this day. My talent and growth today are all thanks to your protection." When that day truly arrives, not to mention Yi Feng, even Yu Xian would likely find it hard to say such things. Elder Feng Shan is not the type to only seek survival, nor is Elder Lu Yuan, and neither is the Elder of the Scripture Pavilion, and most certainly neither is the Sect Master Yu Xian. Yu Xian initially thought he would never agree to Yi Feng participating in battle. But when Yi Feng expressed his simple reasoning, he finally chose to compromise. "I am a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect. Disciples of the Kaoshan Sect should not fear for their lives, nor should they turn a blind eye or retreat in times of danger." Yu Xian's compromise was partly because Yi Feng's strength had indeed increased, and partly because he felt Yi Feng was right. As a disciple of the Kaoshan Sect, he has the duty and responsibility to protect the sect. If Yi Feng were to simply leave without saying anything, what then? Would he really come back to rebuild the sect once he gained strength? If he could escape once, then he could potentially escape a second time. Yi Feng's extraordinary talent requires unyielding resolve. Has the Kaoshan Sect kept him hidden for so long? Is that truly beneficial? After much contemplation, Yu Xian ultimately decided not only to agree to Yi Feng's request, but also to announce Yi Feng's true identity throughout the sect. That day, the sect master of the Kaoshan Sect, Yu Xian, announced a confidential piece of news. Yi Feng is not the direct disciple of the sect master Yu Xian, but rather Yu Xian's junior brother, and his master is one of the three ancestral masters of the Kaoshan Sect. This news instantaneously elevated Yi Feng from the status of a disciple to that of a granduncle. Yi Feng knew this was Yu Xian coming to terms with reality. Now that he had agreed to his request to stay, Yi Feng turned and returned to the Red Moon Valley to continue his training, faintly sensing that his body was about to undergo another transformation. At this moment, all the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect were digesting this news. Yi Feng is not the sect master's direct disciple, but rather a disciple of the ancestral master. In a moment, the entire entrance of the Kaoshan Sect was abuzz with opinions regarding this matter. "Have you heard? Yi Feng is actually a disciple of the three great ancestors." "Yes, I know too. When did you find out?" The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect gathered to discuss this announcement, but one crucial point was that they all confirmed Yi Feng's true identity. A joke? Could the headmaster's personal acknowledgement be false? At the same time, various messenger birds flew out from the Kaoshan Sect to convey the news. However, preparations had already been made in every corner of the sect. Those disciples who sent messages via carrier pigeons were swiftly apprehended by the law enforcement hall and beheaded in no time. Yu Xian's decisive actions evidently instilled fear among many outer disciples of the Kaoshan Sect. But soon the next day, Yu Xian announced the crimes of those disciples who sent messages to the outside, colluding with the enemy and betraying the sect. He also informed the sect's disciples to prepare early, putting the Kaoshan Sect on high alert. All disciples within the sect became solemn. Even during the night, they had to take turns on duty guarding against potential enemies. Many disciples did not understand the importance of this alert. Some even voiced complaints questioning how the Kaoshan Sect, the strongest among the 6 major sects, could possibly require such vigilance. But soon they would be grateful for the sect's decision. On the third day of the sect's alert, 12 figures in black appeared in the skies, 10 miles away from the Kaoshan Sect. "Yu Xian, we from the Liang Sect have come to pay our respects. We from the Danwu Pavilion have come to pay our respects." The leaders of the Liang Sect and Danwu Pavilion, Liang and Hong Tian, had actually arrived. However, their intentions this time were clearly different from those at the Beast King Hall, as the overwhelming pressure of their powerful presence enveloped the entire Kaoshan Sect causing many disciples of lower realms to vomit blood under the strain. You two are both masters of the fetus stage, yet you dare to harm the ordinary disciples of my Kaoshan Sect. Do you think Yu Xian is soft-hearted and dares not pay a visit to your sect? At this moment, Yu Xian's voice resonated from within the Kaoshan Sect, countering the oppressive force. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect suddenly felt the pressure lift from their bodies and turned their gazes toward the 12 figures in black, revealing fierce glints in their eyes. Yu Xian, do you dare? Said the leader of the Liang Sect, a short, middle-aged man. What do I have to fear? If you intend to destroy my Kaoshan Sect today, do you not fear retribution in the future? Retribution? What is that? Lin Chong, the leader of the Beast King Hall, also charged in. By the time you all are dead, will there be any retribution left? The three major sects joined forces subtly surrounding the Kaoshan Sect. Unlike the Liang Sect and Danwu Pavilion, which only sent 6 people each, the Beast King Hall dispatched their entire sect, including masters of various realms such as Yuanqi Jinqi, in both the fetus and nascent stages. Yu Xian looked at Lin Chong, the leader of the Beast King Hall, knowing there was nothing left to say. The battle today was evidently anticipated by both sects. Without a clear victor, they would not easily relent. Yu Xian looked at Lin Chong, the leader of the Beast King Hall, knowing there was nothing left to say. The battle today was evidently anticipated by both sects. Without a clear victor, they would not easily relent. Thus, the assailants targeting the Kaoshan Sect included a total of 8 experts at the nascent stage. In contrast, the Kaoshan Sect had only 5 at the nascent stage: Yu Xian Feng Shan, Yansu Lu Yuan, and Feng Tian Cheng, who was usually away training and was currently not present in the sect. Attack! Lin Chong commanded. The 3 sect leaders collaborated, holding a decisive advantage with 8 masters at the nascent stage against 4, and they struck first. Yu Xian had already informed his disciples to prepare for battle as soon as the forces of the Liang Sect and Danwu Pavilion arrived. Even though the Beast King Hall initiated a full-scale attack, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect were determined to defend, seeking to avoid mistakes rather than strive for glory. Intense battles erupted between the two sides, resembling a clash of armies, a pure brawl. Unlike the conflicts among mundane feudal states where the targets are ordinary people, the battle between these two sects was of a vastly higher caliber. In an instant, various martial souls emerged, some of which were impressive in size. On the battlefield, martial souls like the giant ape and the bull, which originally had low battle power, became extraordinary in the midst of this conflict. Utilizing their massive bodies, they manifested forms on the battlefield, rampaging through the ranks, toppling many opponents, some of whom were trampled to death after being knocked over. Aside from the martial souls, disciples formed distinct battlefields due to their varying strengths. Disciples at the Jinqi stage could not enter the battlefield of the Yuanqi stage, or they would certainly be caught in the powerful momentum. Similarly, the arrival of elders at the fetal stage could trigger the collapse of the entire Jinqi stage battle group. Hence, the lives of practitioners who were originally superior to ordinary people now felt as if they had become the cheapest commodities. Severed limbs and broken bodies were scattered everywhere. In just the first wave of charges, the casualties on both sides amounted to no less than 2,000 disciples. That was 1/10 of the entire sect's population. On the battlefield, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, who had previously looked down on this war, were now trembling in fear at the sight of such carnage. Even the invading disciples from the Beast King Hall found the grim state of the battlefield overwhelming. Yu Xian and the others watched with heartache as their fellow disciples of the Kaoshan Sect fell in battle. He wished to save everyone, to help each one, but he could not. With Lin Chong and Liang locking onto him, if he made a move, they would surely respond. With a sigh, Yu Xian soared into the air. As he floated, the Xianpeng martial soul erupted forth, its wings fanning out, generating a tornado in the air. Initially small, it grew larger with the wind until it reached Lin Chong, where the tornado expanded from 2 or 3 meters to over 20 or 30 meters, forming wind blades that left no doubt about their destructive power. Lin Chong's figure appeared insignificant before the 20 or 30-meter tornado, but as the tornado approached, he unleashed his howling moon wolf martial soul. The silvered giant wolf emitted piercing howls, causing the already formidable tornado to shrink gradually until it was reduced to a mere 10 meters, crashing into the howling moon wolf. Yu Xian launched an attack. The full extent of his strength at the 9th level of the nascent stage was displayed in an instant, while Liang was at the 8th level and Lin Chong was at the 9th level. The 3 powerful figures battled in the air, and a careless shift of the massive shockwave directly cleaved a mountain peak belonging to the Kaoshan Sect. Feng Shan, Lu Yuan, and others, also elders at the nascent stage, were each engaged with 2 experts of the same realm. However, among the cultivators of the same generation apart from Yi Feng, very few could fight 2 opponents at once, especially when they were the top elders of their respective sects. Naturally, they held an advantage over the ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Soon the top combatants of the Kaoshan Sect found themselves in dire straits, their true energy completely exhausted and on the verge of drying up. The fight among the ordinary disciples of the Kaoshan Sect had just begun, and both sides had casualties, but the difference was not significant. However, gradually the fearless ferocity of the Beast King Hall disciples along with their inherent strength began to suppress the Kaoshan Sect disciples, leading to numerous deaths and injuries among them. "What should we do?" "I don't want to die," a timid disciple cried out. "What are you afraid of? Killing one won't cost you anything, and killing two is a profit. Follow me," Lin Cheng Yifeng's senior disciple said. At this moment, with his true energy level being only average on the battlefield, he had already defeated 3 disciples of the Beast King Hall of the same realm and aimed to rally the morale of the Kaoshan Sect disciples. Indeed, some disciples who had initially been terrified by the gruesome scene slowly regained their senses and followed Lin Cheng fighting their way through. However, the battle was truly brutal. Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun joined the fray, and their strength was not weak at all. They quickly killed several disciples of the Beast King Hall, bringing significant confidence to the Kaoshan Sect. Yet many disciples were puzzled. Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyun have arrived, but why hasn't Yi Feng, who was with them, shown up? Did he run away? However, they had no time to dwell on this, as the flashing blades and sword lights quickly passed before them, forcing them to focus on dealing with the enemies at hand. At this moment, Yu Xian finally gave the order. Kaoshan Sect disciples quickly regroup and activate the mountain protection formation. Yi Feng did not arrive because he was avoiding the battle due to the gruesomeness of the war, but because he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. Martial prowess is one aspect, but the martial spirit is another, especially at the beginning of cultivation when the effect of the martial spirit is even more pronounced. However, previously Yi Feng had not awakened his martial spirit because he had crossed over and originally did not possess one. Yet now Yi Feng felt a strong conviction that today he would surely awaken his martial spirit. This feeling was mysterious and indescribable, yet it seemed like a destined certainty. Even if he had this feeling, Yi Feng would not necessarily believe it, especially with the imminent battle between the Kaoshan Sect and the 3 major sects. But astonishingly, the system that resided in his mind contacted him, claiming it could help him form an unparalleled martial spirit for just 500 technology points. It also informed him that a top-tier martial spirit originally cost a staggering 1 million technology points, but with the aid of a certain special item, it could be realized. At this moment, the true foundation of the Kaoshan Sect was revealed for the first time since its establishment. 36 spirit stone pillars erupted from the ground, each with a diameter exceeding 1 meter. Even from a distance, one could sense the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from them. In the previous second, the Kaoshan Sect was still a realm of slaughter, but the instant these 36 spirit stone pillars emerged, it transformed into a paradise. Some of the spirit stone pillars were not far from the crowd, and one could vaguely see that they were carved with strange beasts. Each pillar bore a different beast. Some noted a dragon, while others spotted an ancient divine beast, the Qilin, with all 36 pillars featuring 36 different divine beasts. Disciples with lower cultivation levels felt they could break through their current barriers with a deep breath, while those with higher levels found great benefits for their bodies. The true foundation of the Kaoshan Sect emerged, and even Yu Xian, the sect master, was astonished to discover just how powerful the foundation of the Kaoshan Sect truly was. A vast wave of energy surged forth, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of oppression, and it spiraled around the gathered disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, targeting only the invading experts from various sects. Lin Cheng had already sensed the impending danger and quickly fled to the farthest edge from the Kaoshan Sect. However, the other experts were not as quick as Lin Cheng. Even the formidable sect master of the Danwang Pavilion, Qi Tian, was unable to evade in time. He was struck on the arm by the overwhelming radiance, and in an instant the affected arm vanished, as if it had evaporated from existence. Qi Tian screamed in pain, knowing that even nascent soul experts could not remain indifferent to such acts. The range of the Yingyu radiance was vast, covering not only the 60 miles of the Kaoshan Sect, but extending for dozens of miles beyond it. Even Qi Tian was affected, let alone the other experts from the 3 major sects. After this incident, the 3 major sects that attacked the Kaoshan Sect suffered heavy losses, if not complete annihilation. Fortunately, this radiance did not possess penetrating properties. Many experts noticed in time and used various corpses to block the majority of the radiance. Even so, among the original 8 nascent soul experts, 2 were directly killed, completely dissipating into nothingness. The experts at the Qi level suffered severe losses, while the ordinary disciples of the sect, perhaps due to their previous melee with the Kaoshan Sect disciples, were largely unscathed, resulting in minimal casualties. This was the foundation of the Kaoshan Sect. Even the usually aloof Lin Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror. He was reluctant to believe this was real. In a frenzy, his eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and transmitted a message in the dark. Master, it seems I can only ask for your intervention now. Finally, at this moment, a ripple finally emerged in the once still sky. The greatest trump card of the Beast King Hall, the Master of Lin Chong, finally appeared. In the sky, a faint seam seemed to open and a figure stepped out from the void. The overwhelming oppressive force did not only weigh down on the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, but also on the disciples of the Beast King Hall Danwu Pavilion and other experts. Yi Feng felt this deeply as his previously restless martial spirit seemed to tremble. Yu Xian, seeing this person appear, urgently called for the ancestor, hoping they could emerge and fight. With the great enemy at hand, Yu Xian's previously tense heart finally relaxed slightly. The trump card of the Beast King Hall was finally revealed, but strangely only one expert from the nascent soul realm had come. Though Yu Xian was puzzled, the three ancestors within the Kaoshan Sect were undoubtedly nascent soul cultivators. In this battle, facing 1 against 3 shouldn't pose much of a problem. Indeed, 3 explosive sounds echoed from the closed meditation chambers of the 3 ancestors. Who dares to offend my Kaoshan Sect? However, the person emerging from the void did not answer the words of the Kaoshan Sect ancestors, but suddenly threw out a black object. This black object, with its regular octagonal shape, shone with a pitch-black luster in the void. Yet this object managed to immobilize the 3 great ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect. The once formidable aura of the 3 ancestors suddenly waned, and although they did not know the reason, their true energy could not be mobilized, causing their cultivated true energy to stagnate, rendering their strength nearly non-existent. At this moment, ding, the system in Yi Feng's mind emitted a sound announcing that the opportunity to awaken the martial spirit had arrived. Would he spend 500 technology points to exchange for the martial spirit? Yi Feng was certainly willing. The system indicated that due to the rarity of such a supreme martial soul, it would require at least 1 million technology points. Exchanging for a supreme martial soul required 1 million technology points, and now it only needed 50,000. Of course, he was willing to take advantage of such a system doing good. Without hesitation, Yi Feng said exchange. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless tiny needles were pricking him at hundreds of times per second. Yi Feng, known for his calm demeanor and ability to endure hardships, still found this pain unbearable. Deep mournful wails escaped him. For Yi Feng, it was a kind of pain he could scarcely describe. In just 1 minute, Yi Feng felt pricked at least 800 times. He suddenly realized that the supreme martial soul costing 1 million technology points would surely be far less painful than this. Having already spent the technology points, how could Yi Feng easily concede? Yi Feng would never admit to being reluctant about the facts. However, he thought for a moment that 50,000 technology points could exchange for many particle cannons, or even create 2 of the last time's diamond match that crossed the black hole. Ultimately, he decided to persevere, unwilling to give up so easily. Then the piercing pain of being pricked vanished, and Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had his martial soul been formed? Yi Feng hurriedly looked at his right wrist. The martial soul usually would not manifest, but generally there would be noticeable marks on the right wrist. However, there was nothing on Yi Feng's wrist at that moment. System, where is my supreme martial soul? Yi Feng said anxiously. After a while, the system finally displayed a line of text. Your tolerance level has been tested at F grade, insufficient to endure C grade pain. You can choose to exchange for a pain-reducing fruit for a total of 100,000 technology points, or you can choose to give up and the points spent will not be refunded. What? Yi Feng shouted in panic, realizing the system was indeed a scam. Continuing would require another 100,000 technology points, but if he didn't continue, the 50,000 he had spent would vanish. Yi Feng couldn't help but recall the scam organizations from his past life, where fraudsters exploited human weaknesses to scam people. They would first deceive someone out of 100 yuan, promising that for only 50 yuan more they could claim a prize worth thousands. But if they didn't pay that 50, their previous 100 would vanish. Yi Feng lamented, system, can we not scam people like this? Moreover, Yi Feng currently did not have that many technology points, and since the expert from the Beast King Palace appeared, the crisis at the Chang Mountain Sect had not only not been resolved, but had become even more dangerous. How long will it take to continue transforming into a supreme martial soul? Yi Feng gritted his teeth. If the system's reply took too long, he was ready to abandon the 50,000 technology points. If only he could avoid losing the 50,000 technology points without reason, Yi Feng did not want to give them up so easily. Soon the system provided an answer within 1 minute. Yi Feng glanced at the Zhutian sword in the system's storage space. Although he felt reluctant, he was not a sentimental person. He understood that even if this sword could become his reliance in the future, it evidently could not at this moment. 1 minute. Yi Feng was unwilling to believe if the Chang Mountain Sect could hold on. All he could do was, however, he had already run out of technology points. To acquire more, he would need to exchange with the system, and the only thing he had left was the Zhutian sword, which no longer had a blade. Rather than letting the resources sit idle, it was better to utilize them now. Though it pained him for the sake of his strength's enhancement, Yifeng decisively chose the exchange option. Ding, the system's prompt sounded. Zhutian's sword, an ancient divine weapon valued at 10 million technology points, but due to the lack of a blade it can be exchanged for 1 million technology points. Do you agree? 10 million technology points. An ancient divine weapon. Yifeng had long known the Zhutian sword was precious, but he never expected it to be this valuable. Hearing the system's subsequent words, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart and silently cursed this cunning system again. The Zhutian sword, half intact, had lost tenfold in value simply due to the absence of a blade. Fortunately, Yifeng understood that this was not the time to dawdle. Moreover, he had dealt with the system multiple times, and whatever the system stated was the final word. It would not haggle with him. Exchange. Ding, 1 million technology points have been credited. Account balance, 91380 technology points. Ding, do you wish to spend 100,000 technology points to exchange for the pain-reducing fruit? Since he had already exchanged the most precious Zhutian sword for technology points, Yifeng certainly chose to exchange for the pain-reducing fruit. Exchange. Yifeng continued. Soon he heard a light ding, and a crimson fruit appeared in his hand, which he swallowed, and the taste was somewhat unpleasant, but soon a small mountain-shaped shadow appeared on Yifeng's wrist. Having already prepared to endure the pain, Yifeng felt as though he had been lightly tapped by a word almost completely devoid of feeling. At this moment the system emitted a mechanical voice. The martial soul Yuan magnetic sacred mountain has successfully bound with the host. Meanwhile, outside, while Yifeng was still complaining about the system's arbitrary collection of technology points, an unusual event occurred at the Chang Mountain Sect. The treasure that had previously suppressed the cultivation of the 3 patriarchs of the Chang Mountain Sect inexplicably vanished. Even Lin Chang's mysterious master, who was connected to this treasure, wore an expression of disbelief. How could there be a master capable of silently taking away one's magical artifacts in such a broken place? Impossible. Yet to say it was not true, he himself did not believe that the top-tier magical artifact he had painstakingly refined for years, which even in the central heavenly domain was a rare treasure, had suddenly severed its connection with him here. And it vanished without a trace. With Mo Changsong's magical artifact mysteriously disappearing and losing a significant support, the battle situation for the Chang Mountain Sect instantly turned favorable for them. Ever since the founding patriarch Zhang Tian fought against an ancient demon and went missing, his disciples became the current 3 patriarchs. They were the direct disciples of Zhang Tian and had already lived for over 1,000 years, making them ancient monks. A Qi-gathering realm cultivator has a lifespan of 100 years. A true Qi realm cultivator lives twice as long, reaching 200 years. A Qi-Si realm cultivator, 300 years. A nascent infant realm cultivator, 500 years. And the maximum for a Zhutai realm cultivator is only 1,000 years. The 3 patriarchs of the Chang Mountain Sect had evidently lived beyond the standard lifespan of 1,000 years, and since there were no new Zhutai realm experts emerging from the Chang Mountain Sect, even though they still claimed to have 3 patriarchs, most sects did not believe it. If you truly had 3 patriarchs, would you still be subservient to other sects ranked at the bottom among the 6 major sects? You would likely have ranked first long ago. A lifespan of 1,000 years does not equate to actually living 1,000 years. To other sects, the 3 ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect have long passed away, and they do not believe that there are still any elders left in the sect. It is worth noting that even among the other 5 major sects, there has never been anyone who has ascended to the Foundation Establishment realm. This is also the reason why the Beast King Hall, with only 1 Foundation Establishment expert, dares to attack the Kaoshan Sect. Even if you have 3 ancestors who are not dead, they are merely 3 aged individuals. How much peak combat power can they exert? At this moment, as the 3 ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect were unsealed, their auras surged dramatically, showing no signs of the frailty suggested by rumors. Their vitality was vigorous, blood coursing through their veins. Calling them middle-aged would be an exaggeration, but living another 200 to 300 years was absolutely no problem. In contrast, the sect master of the Beast King Hall, Lin Chong, was unwilling to accept the reality before him and spoke to Mo Chingsong, saying, "Master, how could this be? Did you not say that even if the 3 great ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect are truly alive, you have a way to counterbalance them?" Hearing Lin Chong's lack of awareness of the situation, Mo Chingsong's heart, which was already bleeding, felt an even greater pain. "I do have a way to counterbalance. Did you not see how my treasure suppressed the 3 Foundation Establishment masters? Are you blind? Or are you blind now? My treasure has inexplicably gone missing, and yet you still come to poke at my sore spot. Is it that you resent your master's long life and wish to drive me to my death?" Mo Chingsong did not respond to Lin Chong's words, but he had clearly cursed him countless times in his heart. Having lost his most relied-upon treasure and encountering such a short-sighted disciple, Lin Chong was still not thinking about how to salvage the situation. Instead, he wished to annihilate the Kaoshan Sect, simply a longevity, star committing suicide, longing for death. Lin Chong did not secretly send a sound transmission. He had almost fanatically believed in his master. Mo Chung-song's identity was mysterious, and he had encountered him by chance in the Beast Forest. He had obviously been unconscious for a long time, but mysteriously amidst so many exotic beasts in the Beast Forest, none had torn him apart. Originally curious about saving someone, he did not expect that upon awakening this person would unleash a power fluctuation no weaker than that of a Foundation establishment expert. After just half a year, he had already become a Foundation establishment master, and it was said that this was far from his previous realm. If the Foundation establishment realm is not the highest realm, how high was this person's original realm? This was already beyond Lin Chong's comprehension. Subsequently, Lin Chong took Mo Chung-song as his master, and the Beast King Hall gained an ancestor above the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Yi Feng had already rushed out from the place of the awakening of martial spirits. Seeing the temporarily still situation before him, he secretly rejoiced that nothing major had gone wrong. However, seeing the thousands of deceased disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, Yi Feng's relief dissipated. Even though he had known from the beginning that this was a sect war, that it would inevitably involve bloodshed and sacrifice, which were unavoidable, even he himself had held a resolution to die. But knowing it was one thing, witnessing thousands of corpses was another feeling. Thousands of corpses. They were spread across the mountains and fields. Although the Kaoshan Sect had tens of thousands of members, those who had already perished might have been laughing heartily just yesterday, celebrating their progress and strength, drinking fine wine with their brothers, and envisioning their future together. Yet regardless of what they were doing yesterday, today they had turned into lifeless corpses devoid of thought. Many scenes from the past surfaced in Yi Feng's mind. He saw the corpse of the guard Wang Chong from that day, recalling how he had affectionately called him senior brother. He also saw the disciple Wu Yong from the scripture pavilion, now among the thousands of corpses, unable to remind him to be cautious, no longer calling him his distant relative. So many. Yi Feng's usually strong heart seemed to shatter at this moment, tears streaming down his face. A good man does not shed tears easily, but this was a moment of sorrow. Kill. Yi Feng wished to slay all the garbage that dared to bully the Kaoshan Sect, leaving not a single one alive. Kill. The three great ancestors of the Kaoshan Sect issued commands. Although at this moment they were still unaware of the reason behind the disappearance of the hexagonal black treasure that had previously suppressed their strength, seeing Yi Feng already rushing forward, their anger was ignited. To the other five major sects, the Kaoshan Sect ranked last among the 6 sects, but in the hearts of the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, they had always been number one. The legacy of the Kaoshan Sect had not been severed, and there were still them. Boom. A sound of united will emerged. At this moment, Yi Feng also felt the momentum generated by the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect and merged himself into it. Yi Feng was still rushing forward, but he began to soar into the air. Only those at the Qi condensation realm could fly, yet Yi Feng managed to do so, relying on the momentum gathered by the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect. At this moment, Yi Feng was in the air, charging forward, carrying this marvelous momentum, and threw a long-prepared punch at a figure in black robes. No. The voice came from Feng Kaiyun. Yu Honyue also felt a cold sweat for Yi Feng, knowing that the short figure in black was the strongest among the black-clad individuals. The sect master of the Liang sect, Liang. A master at the nascent soul realm, specifically a top master at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. One could say he was the strongest person apart from Mo Chung-song. The only one comparable to him might be Lin Chong, the sect master of the Beast King Hall. If Yi Feng rushed over like this, he would likely be captured by Liang as a hostage. Moreover, Yi Feng's identity had already been exposed. He was a disciple of the 3 great ancestors, holding a status comparable to that of Yu Xian and Feng Shan from the Kaoshan Sect. Even in terms of talent, he was far superior. Liang had already seen the young man Yi Feng rushing towards him, and a cruel and sinister smile had appeared at the corners of his mouth. Such temperature even caused the elder Lu Yuan of the transmission hall to clench his fists tightly. Yi Feng was rushing too fast. Even if they wanted to save him, it was already too late. Such temperature even caused the elder Lu Yuan of the transmission hall to clench his fists tightly. Yi Feng was rushing too fast. Even if they wanted to save him, it was already too late. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Yi Feng's fist and the flames in Liang's hand, suddenly someone noticed that the sky had darkened. A massive mountain overshadowing the sun was descending towards the ground, precisely where Yi Feng was about to clash with the sect master of the Liang sect. Just looking at such a large mountain was somewhat terrifying. The Yuan magnetic holy mountain, spanning a radius of 3 miles, was descending from the sky. This was Yi Feng's latest and most powerful martial spirit, the Yuan magnetic holy mountain. Liang was somewhat surprised by Yi Feng's martial spirit not being a mech, but his surprise quickly turned into a cold sneer. Even with dual martial spirits, it was of little consequence against a master at the nascent soul realm. The phrase nascent soul experts can move mountains and fill seas was not merely a saying. Lai Yang thrust the flame coalesced in his palm toward Yifeng, simultaneously raising his wrist, whereupon a metallic furnace soared forth from it. The furnace glowed crimson throughout, its surface etched with arcane patterns and radiating an intense wave of scorching energy. Lai Yang's soul artifact, the Rongtian Furnace. Even if its name, furnace that melts the heavens, is hyperbolic, there is no doubt that Lai Yang's soul artifact ranks among the absolute apex of such artifacts. Fortunately, the Rongtian Furnace did not target Yifeng directly, otherwise he would not even have withstood the mere aura emanating from it. Yet even the flame Lai Yang had held moments earlier filled Yifeng with profound dread. Vajra Mecha Armor. Activate. Yifeng spent 20,000 tech points without hesitation. He still possessed 913,800 points, rendering this some trivial. Even clad in the Vajra Mecha armor, however, Yifeng felt an unbearable heat surging toward him as though the armor itself were on the verge of melting. Fortunately, the Vajra Mecha armor held firm. The searing temperature dissipated entirely just before reaching Yifeng's body. The armor's defensive capacity was not inherently so weak. Rather, its metallic composition conferred only modest heat resistance, thus nearly compromising Yifeng's safety. Though Yifeng's sudden transformation had long ceased to surprise the disciples of Kaoshan Sect, members of Liang Sect and Danwu Pavilion, having only heard rumors, now witnessed firsthand how he withstood a strike from Liang, a nascent soul realm expert. Instantly, their estimation of Yifeng soared beyond measure. Yifeng had actually blocked Liang's blow. Yet astonishment had only begun. Yifeng's second soul artifact, the Yuan Ci Sacred Mountain, descended from the heavens and crashed toward Liang, who merely countered with a manifestation of his own soul artifact, scarcely deigning it further attention. Indeed, not only Liang but nearly all observers believed that even if Yifeng survived the first assault, he could not possibly endure the second. As for soul artifacts, preposterous. Even if yours truly were a mountain, the soul artifact manifested by a nascent soul realm master would vastly surpass one forged by a Qi refinement realm cultivator. Yifeng, however, held no such belief. Even the system, renowned for its sarcasm, had declared his soul artifact peerless. Oh, surely it must possess powers far exceeding what had yet been revealed. True enough, the moment the Yuan Ci Sacred Mountain, now expanded to a diameter of 3 kilometers, made contact with the Rongtian Furnace, it effortlessly halted the furnace's upward momentum. Moreover, the mountain, previously plummeting straight downward, now accelerated, drawn irresistibly toward the Rongtian Furnace. With a thunderous crash, the two soul artifacts collided, the sound alone threatening to rupture eardrum. Yet what followed defied all expectation. Within an eye blink, the Rongtian Furnace, once blazing crimson and exuding overwhelming majesty, had devolved into ordinary iron magnetically fused to the surface of the Yuan Ci Sacred Mountain. At that very instant, just as Lai Yang prepared his second strike, the Yuan Ci Sacred Mountain descended with crushing finality. Lai Yang sensed himself enveloped by a looming shadow, one that swelled with terrifying speed. A flicker of danger flashed across Lai Yang's consciousness, but evasion was already impossible. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to meet the descending mountain. Alas, his desperate counterattack against the Yuan Ci Mountain resembled a child swinging feeble fists at a boulder weighing dozens of kilograms. Not even a single boom resounded. Lai Yang was reduced instantly to a shapeless pulp. Yifeng felt a quiet satisfaction regarding his peerless soul artifact, purchased at the cost of 150,000 tech points, and finally ceased berating the system. Though immersed in cultivation, he had long fixed his gaze upon Lai Yang and his entourage, intending precisely this confrontation to test his new soul artifact. He had already pushed his expectations to their limits. Yet even after witnessing the Yuan Ci Sacred Mountain reduce Lai Yang to viscera, he realized he had still underestimated it. Who then was Lai Yang? Patriarch of Liang Sect, nascent soul realm 9th layer. In both power and status, he stood among the absolute apex of the cultivation world. Unless a heaven embryo realm grandmaster emerged, he reigned supreme. And yet such a sovereign figure had been crushed beneath a mountain wielded by Yifeng, a fate both staggering and profoundly poignant. Witnessing this, Yu Hongyue, the fiery beauty of Kaoshan Sect, nicknamed Little Chili Pepper, gaped in wide-eyed wonder, her delicate doll-like face rendered utterly endearing. Feng Kaiyun cried out, Yifeng's name leaping with unrestrained exhilaration. This was Yifeng. This was the Yifeng worthy of boundless pride. Yu Xian Fengshan, and even Lu Yuan, the transmission elder who moments earlier had doubted Yifeng and prepared to rescue him, stood utterly dumbfounded. None had ever seen Yifeng manifest such a soul artifact. Could it be? Yifeng had always possessed dual soul artifacts. Though elated by Yi Feng's defiant clash with the Vajra mecha armor and his subsequent mountain strike that obliterated Lai Yang, the disciples of Kaoshan Sect did not slacken their advance. In fact, their momentum surged even more fiercely in the wake of his feat. Unwittingly, Yi Feng had become a paragon for Kaoshan Sect's disciples, a truth even he remained unaware of. Kill. Lin Cheng charged valiantly toward a Qi refinement realm disciple of the Beast Sovereign Hall, cleaving the youth's head clean off with a single stroke, the blood gushing upward from the severed carotid artery. Yu Hongyue's sword tip danced in rapid succession, each precise thrust felling a Beast Sovereign Hall expert clutching their throats. All shared one identical wound, a thumb-sized aperture piercing the neck. Feng Kaiyun too wielded a long sword, moving like a celestial dancer poised midair, her elegant lethal choreography felling countless disciples of the Beast Sovereign Hall. Senior experts of the nascent soul realm, including Yu Xian, encircled Lin Cheng Qi Tian and the sole remaining nascent soul realm opponent. The three patriarchs subtly sealed off the retreat path of the Heaven Embryo Realm Master hovering in the void above. Elders Luo and Jin, and others of the sect, joined the Qi Condensation Realm battlefield under Yi Feng's leadership. Thus the tide turned decisively against the Beast Sovereign Hall. In truth, their defeat had been sealed the moment Lin Cheng's mysterious master lost his artifact. Kaoshan Sect's three elder patriarchs, vital and vigorous, fought three-tune, leaving no room for doubt. Coupled with Yi Feng's ascendant combat prowess, now rivaling that of the nascent soul realm thanks to his peerless soul artifact, he had slain Lai Yang outright, igniting an unstoppable surge of morale. Defeat had become inconceivable. Yet the most stunned observer was neither Yu Xian nor Yu Hongyue or Feng Kaiyun, but Imo Chingsong, the master who had just emerged from the void. Yi Feng might not fully comprehend his own soul artifact, but Imo Chingsong, perhaps second only to the system in grasping its true nature, stood closest to the truth. My Yuan Ci Bagua mirror. Imo Chingsong's voice emerged low and guttural, his face purpling with fury. Though identical materials occasionally appeared in the world, and though Yuan Ci, or though rare, could conceivably manifest twice in one era, it remained an extraordinary anomaly. Yet Imo Chingsong knew with absolute certainty that this was unmistakably his own Yuan Ci. Imo Chingsong watched as the disciples of the Beast King Hall were slain one by one. Despite their superior overall strength, they were unable to defeat the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, who were at a lower realm. Though he was reluctant to believe it, he knew the tide of battle was beyond recovery. At this moment his eyes were filled with rage. He, a dignified sage-level figure, was actually going to die in such a small place. While Imo Chingsong was unwilling to accept his fate, Lin Cheng was already blinded by rage. Around him the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect fell one by one. He had no intention of fleeing. The foundation of the Beast King Hall, built over hundreds of years, was crumbling before his eyes. Moreover, the Kaoshan Sect held the advantage and would undoubtedly not let him, the main culprit, escape. Lin Cheng was not engaged in battle with Yu Xian and the others. He wanted to circumvent them. At this moment, the person he hated the most was not Yu Xian or the three grandmasters, but the Kaoshan Sect disciple Yi Feng, who only possessed the strength of the true Qi realm. Through Imo Chingsong's transmission, he had already learned what Yi Feng's martial soul was. Although his master did not know why that artifact had transformed into his martial soul, in an instant the artifact that had been refined with the blood of his mind would still resonate with him even if the connection had been severed. This kind of intuition could not be wrong. Seeing Lin Cheng charging towards him, Yi Feng knew he could not hold him off, but his response was simple. He manifested the Origin Magnetic Mountain before him. Lin Cheng stared at the Origin Magnetic Mountain that stood between him and Yi Feng. Instead of stopping, he accelerated, trying to bypass the mountain to strike at Yi Feng once more. But how could Yu Xian let him kill Yi Feng? As Lin Cheng turned back, Yu Xian caught up to him. Lin Cheng, what else do you want? Yu Xian shouted. At this moment Lin Cheng knew he was cornered. The Howling Moon Wolf martial soul erupted, revealing an enormous silver wolf. Yet the originally gleaming sharp fangs seemed devoid of coldness, appearing more like a desperate open mouth lacking any hint of menace. Lin Cheng unleashed his famed violent skill, striking towards Yu Xian. Surprisingly, Yu Xian was forced back half a step, but with the arrival of elders Lu Yuan and Feng Shan, Lin Cheng's situation became perilous. In the end, even though Lin Cheng was unwilling, he still perished at Yu Xian's hands. Lin Cheng, the founder of the Beast King Hall, a once dominant figure and a peak expert of the fetal infant mirror, met his end here. With Lin Cheng dead, the disciples of the Beast King Hall, already on the brink of collapse, fell into further chaos. Many disciples lost their fighting spirit as the Kaoshan Sect disciples launched a counterattack, turning the situation from a slight disadvantage for the Kaoshan Sect into an overwhelming rout. Indeed, before long, the disciples of the Beast King Hall were pursued one by one, either punched or slashed, turning them into lifeless corpses. Ultimately, the disciples of the Beast King Hall were so terrified that a portion chose to surrender. They dropped their weapons and retracted their martial souls, but what awaited them were the blades, fists, and swords of the Kaoshan Sect disciples. Now surrendering. Is it of any use? If it weren't for Uncle Yi Feng retrieving that strange artifact, if the three grandmasters of the Kaoshan Sect were not still alive and vigorous, and if this battle had not activated the long-dormant mountain protection array, what would have happened to the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect? No need to think, but it would be death, and a very miserable one at that. This battle quickly came to an end. Yu Xian dispatched several teams to pursue the fleeing disciples of the Beast King Hall, and among the high-ranking members of the three sects that arrived, not a single elder-level expert survived. The leader of the Liang sect was smashed into a pulp by Yi Feng's martial soul, the Origin Magnetic Holy Mountain, while Qi Tian of the Danwu Pavilion had his arms severed by the mountain protection array and ultimately fell to Lu Yuan's sword. Lin Chong was slain by Yu Xian, and the other three elders and two other fetal infant mirror experts were killed by the light of the mountain protection array. Yu Xian announced that the injured disciples of the Kaoshan Sect should wait on the spot, while those with minor injuries were to form rescue teams to assist the severely injured and line up at the Dan Hall to await the distribution of elixirs. Then a report appeared before Yu Xian. A master of the Beast King Hall, 2 fetal infant mirror elders, and 8 true Qi elders had been eliminated. The master of the Liang sect, Liang, 2 fetal infant mirror elders, and 3 true Qi elders had been eliminated. Qi Tian, the master of the Danwu Pavilion, 2 fetal infant mirror elders, and 3 true Qi elders had been eliminated. The total number of invading disciples from the Beast King Hall was 7,800, with over 6,000 corpses collected, and fewer than 2,000 had escaped. Originally, this data would be a triumphant report, but upon seeing the subsequent news, Yu Xian could no longer feel joy. According to the real-time statistics from the Kaoshan Sect disciples, at least 3,869 of their own had perished. 3,689 people, 1/5 of the total number of disciples in the Kaoshan Sect, and this was the result of what was essentially a crushing victory. Yi Feng approached, and like Yu Xian, he saw that list of deaths. Although almost all of the invading sect disciples had been eliminated, it was precisely because of the sect battle they initiated that so many casualties occurred. Let's hold a memorial service, Yi Feng said. He knew that Yu Xian would certainly feel worse than himself, and remarkably this time, he did not argue with him. But Yu Xian, astonished, said, "What is a memorial service?" After Yi Feng explained, Yu Xian immediately decided to establish this memorial service, ensuring it would be grand and held every year on this day. Yu Xian inquired about the whereabouts of the 3 grandmasters, but they could not be found. He had originally intended to retrieve important items from the Beast King Hall, such as heavenly materials and earthly treasures, to compensate for the losses of the Kaoshan Sect. Since the 3 grandmasters were absent, Yu Xian sent an elder to clean up the aftermath. The next day at dawn, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect had already risen early, draping the sect in white cloth. Sect leader Yu Xian ordered the memorial service to be held today, but what exactly a memorial service was, the many disciples of the Kaoshan Sect did not know. After hanging the white cloth, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect gathered in a vast square, which once resplendent and magnificent, was now a shadow of its former self due to the ravages of war. Yi Feng stood with Yu Xian, Fengshan, Lu Yuan, and the elder of the scripture pavilion. His identity had been revealed, so it was no longer appropriate for him to pay respects to Yu Xian as a disciple. They stood on the high platform above the square, with the true Qi elders of the Kaoshan Sect standing first. Below them, followed sequentially by core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. This time they all experienced the calamity of the sect, and almost everyone bore wounds of varying severity. Many disciples of the Kaoshan Sect, severely injured, lay in bed mourning for the deceased disciples of their sect. At this moment, Yu Xian stood on the high platform looking at the sect disciples who had dwindled by nearly half. Being of considerable age, his eyes were filled with tears. Yi Feng's eyes were red and his heart was filled with immense sorrow. If it weren't for his insistence on awakening his martial soul, would the number of deceased disciples have been fewer? Yi Feng was ultimately someone from another world. He still held the concept that human life is as precious as Mount Tai. Compared to those born in this world, he seemed to bear even more burdens. Yi Feng spent 100 technology points to exchange for sound equipment from the system, and the square played a sorrowful background melody. As the somber music began to resonate, the memorial service of the Kaoshan Sect commenced. 1,000 years ago, our Kaoshan Sect was founded by the Elder of Burying Heaven, and it was the top sect of its time, without equal. However, yesterday our Kaoshan Sect faced the greatest crisis since its establishment a millennium ago, on the verge of being overturned. Facing a situation that seemed almost certain death, the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect did not flinch, but stepped forward to confront the enemy, and for that I am truly gratified. This battle we have won. Everyone participated in this fight, They are the heroes of our Kaoshan Sect. Yet many compatriots have perished. Our victory today was bought with their lives. They, the youngest among them, only 11 or 12 years old, the oldest, Elder Han, sacrificed himself at the age of 180. Elder Han came to talk to me the day before yesterday, saying he was about to become a great-grandfather, and he would definitely invite me to celebrate the full moon. As he spoke, Yuxian's voice could not help but tremble. The many disciples below could not help but feel their noses tingle. Elder Han was an ordinary elder of the inner sect known for his kindness, and many had received his guidance. Several of Elder Han's direct disciples had already begun to weep. Moreover, there was a young couple, and the woman was heavily pregnant as she attended the memorial service, currently sobbing uncontrollably. That woman was indeed Elder Han's granddaughter, and the unborn child in her womb was the great-grandson Elder Han had mentioned to Yuxian. Yuxian fought back tears and continued. Elder Han died unwillingly, but countless disciples of the Kaoshan Sect felt the same. They created opportunities for us with their lives, and we must remember them. They have passed away, gone forever. Please remember them, a total of 3869 people. Now let us bow our heads for 3 minutes of silence to send them off. After saying this, Yuxian was the first to lower his head, silent, standing straight. Yi Feng followed suit, and the remaining disciples of the Kaoshan Sect did the same. For 3 minutes he thought of those who had once cried and laughed together with him. The stern yet benevolent master, the elders. What could 3 minutes accomplish? If you were to ask the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect at this moment, they would surely say that 3 minutes could recall a person's entire life. However, the 3 minutes quickly came to an end, and many felt that time passed too swiftly. All those beautiful memories had faded away and could never return. For those deceased disciples, if they have family members who wish to cultivate, they may remain in the Kaoshan Sect, and we will take them as disciples. If they desire wealth and honor, I shall order someone to draft a proclamation for the surrounding feudal states. In the past, we were the foremost sect, but then one day a demon appeared in this region, whose realm surpassed that of the Elder of Burying Heaven at the time. Fortunately, we had the advantage of geography and managed to severely injure him. After being severely injured, the demon's strength was only slightly weaker than our founders, and the founding ancestor did not hesitate to pursue him alone. Though the ancestor ultimately did not know the outcome of the battle, the demon has never reappeared. Unfortunately, the ancestor also vanished without a trace. When the ancestor went missing, the Kaoshan Sect was still the strongest sect. Yet many years later today, it is because our cultivation is inadequate that the originally #1 sect of the Kaoshan Sect was actually besieged. In the end, it was the legacy left by the ancestor that saved us. It was my junior brother Yi Feng who retrieved that mysterious treasure, while what we truly did was insignificant. Yet the Kaoshan Sect still stands, and we are still here. I hope that the events of yesterday, where the Beast King Palace, the Fierce Sun Sect, and the Alchemy and Martial Arts Pavilion dared to infringe upon us, will never happen again. Do you all want to become stronger? Yuxian raised his voice, asking the many disciples. Yes. The disciples of the Kaoshan Sect were also inspired by Yuxian's words. Against the backdrop of the music facing the bodies of the deceased comrades, the remaining 7,000 disciples of the Kaoshan Sect shouted out a thunderous cry. Then let us strive so that those who have passed can see that their sacrifices were not in vain. The memorial service lasted throughout the morning, and it wasn't until the afternoon that the bodies of the deceased Kaoshan Sect disciples were finally cremated. Ultimately, the crisis of the Kaoshan Sect came to a close. In the Red Moon Valley, Yi Feng soaked in the hot spring, still not fully recovered from the shadows of death. Beside him was a cup of hot water prepared by Feng Kaiyun. The hazy steam from the hot spring rising with the swirling mist faintly suggested that someone was approaching. Kaiyun, Yi Feng called out. Feng Kaiyun, who was approaching slowly, did not answer, only quietly acknowledged with a soft sound, and Yi Feng could hardly see her face. Kaiyun, why did you come here? Yi Feng looked at Feng Kaiyun, who was not far from him, with confusion. However, the next moment Feng Kaiyun directly jumped into the water and embraced Yi Feng. Yi Feng was taken aback. Even though a beautiful woman was in his arms, he had no other thoughts at this moment, only confusion, as he could feel the person in his embrace subtly crying. Could it be? Did some close friend of Feng Kaiyun sacrifice themselves? It was no wonder Yi Feng was overthinking. Just this morning they had held a memorial service, and his mind was still echoing with that music. He had not fully moved past it. The deaths of so many Kaoshan Sect disciples had greatly impacted him. Woo, Feng Kaiyun gradually began to cry aloud. What's wrong? It's okay, everything will pass. Who would have thought that? Upon hearing this, Feng Kaiyun's cries intensified. Yi Feng wanted to comfort her further, but immediately afterward, he felt a painful pinch at his waist. Hiss, Yi Feng yelled, thinking to himself, this girl is indeed ruthless. Just as he wanted to ask what was going on and why Feng Kaiyun was acting this way, he heard the words faintly escaping her lips, I can't bear to part with you. Can't bear to part. Yi Feng felt a wave of confusion. He had initially assumed that Feng Kaiyun was crying for the loss of a close friend, but for her it was an entirely different sentiment. Feng Kaiyun was in a bad mood today, very bad. It was the 30th day since she had made a bet with Yu Hongyue. 30 days ago she was the pride of her sect, but after that bet with her good friend Yu Hongyue, she became Yi Feng's maid. Initially she resisted the identity of a maid, very much hoping that this month of dreadful experience would end quickly. However, she later inadvertently discovered the increasing charm of Yi Feng. She gradually became infatuated with something about this man, knowing that it was not love. One day her brother returned to the sect, not wanting her to be Yi Feng's maid, but surprisingly she was bold enough to refuse her brother for the first time. As time spent together increased, their relationship grew closer. From her friend Yu Hongyue, she often heard teasing remarks about her and Yi Feng. Does she love Yi Feng? She didn't even know if this could be considered love, but just thinking about the fact that it had already been 30 days made her feel very sad. This time she jumped into the hot spring, voluntarily embraced, Yi Feng burying her head in his arms. Crying was due to reluctance. Crying was because she had already gotten used to the days with him. In a corner of Hongyue Mountain behind a large rock, Yu Hongyue quietly peeked out holding a delicate sachet in her hand, but the characters on it were stitched crookedly, showing that this little spicy girl of the sect was still somewhat inexperienced with such tasks. She bounced down from Hongyue Mountain wanting to give Yi Feng a surprise, but unexpectedly saw Yi Feng and Feng Kaiyun in each other's embrace. Yu Hongyue looked at the scene in surprise, and then to her astonishment, she started to laugh happily. The sachet had fallen to the ground, without her noticing, as she turned and hurried down the mountain, her chin glistening with tears from behind. Neither Yi Feng nor Feng Kaiyun noticed Yu Hongyue's coming and going, as she had already broken through to become a master at the true Qi realm. Although Yi Feng was quite powerful in battle in terms of realm, he was not much higher than Yu Hongyue. What are you Feng Kaiyun said angrily. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then said, "Aren't I trying to comfort you? How can you comfort someone like this?" Feng Kaiyun was on the verge of breaking down, but after a moment's thought, she realized Yi Feng's misunderstanding. Feng Kaiyun explained, "Today is the 30th day." Yi Feng finally understood, but Feng Kaiyun had already freed herself from his embrace and turned to leave. Yu Xian stood at the head of the meeting hall of the Kaoshan Sect. Why was he standing instead of sitting? Now that the Kaoshan Sect had defeated the Beast King Hall, it was subtly on the verge of becoming the #1 sect in the world. Who could make the dignified sect master Yu Xian stand? At this moment, 3 old men with white beards sat before him, one of whom had a slight injury. Their faces were haggard, as if they wouldn't live much longer. Needless to say, these 3 were the 3 grandmasters of the Kaoshan Sect. At this time they each took out numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, pills, and magical weapons, account too great to enumerate. What is this? Yu Xian was astonished to see such an abundance of treasures. Each grandmaster brought out items roughly equivalent to the entire sect's resources. No wonder even Yu Xian, who had seen many storms, was dumbfounded. The collections of the Beast King Hall, the Fierce Sun Sect, and the Pill Martial Pavilion. Yu Xian, being quite astute, quickly guessed where these items came from. "Yes, that's right," one of the old grandmasters said. "With so many resources, our Kaoshan Sect will surely see a significant increase." He raised a finger. 10%. All right. Yu Xian knew that during this sect battle Yi Feng had made significant contributions. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to deal with that. He raised a finger. 10%. All right. Yu Xian knew that during this sect battle Yi Feng had made significant contributions. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to deal with that formidable opponent of the embryonic realm. 10%. The Grandmaster asked back. Yu Xian immediately stated, 10% is absolutely no problem. Even if it means distributing 10% to him beforehand, that's absolutely no problem. Who would have thought that the Grandmaster would jump up angrily, scolding, "What 10%? Are you blind?" He raised another finger. Yu Xian was astonished, saying, "Could it be 20%? But before Yu Xian could ask again, the Grandmaster immediately gave him a knock on the head. "Are you stupid? How can one finger be 20%? Yu Xian painfully rubbed his head, feeling somewhat distressed. Did the Grandmaster think he was too extravagant? Was he only planning to give one item? He immediately said, "That's not enough, too little. Yi Feng has made great contributions. There's no way we can reward him with just one magical weapon. That would make him feel disheartened." The Grandmaster was so furious he looked like he could kill someone. This person's comprehension ability was just too poor. He then raised his middle finger and said, "Do you see clearly? Do you see clearly? This is half. The meaning of half." Yu Xian felt that this old Grandmaster's reasoning was quite unique. If one finger meant half, then would 2 fingers mean the whole? This was simply intolerable for Yu Xian, but he had to endure. After all, the 3 Grandmasters were also his mentors. What else could he do? Yi Feng was still very happy when he heard that they were going to give him something, as his storage space was empty and he truly needed some items. However, when he saw how much the sect was going to give him, he felt it was quite unbelievable. Yu Xian, with a bandage on his head, looked at Yi Feng with a face full of grievance, not understanding why this kid was so lucky. Everyone was a disciple of the Grandmasters, yet he had been following them longer and recently had been working day and night. First, he had to teach in place of his master. Next, he had to deal with the news before the great battle. Then he had to preside over the great battle of the Kaoshan Sect. Finally, he had just finished the memorial service. Why hadn't any Grandmaster given him even 10%? No, 0.5% would be fine. Yu Xian was not greedy. What's wrong with you? You look like a resentful woman. Who has wronged you? Yi Feng asked with concern. I am fine. You hurry and choose. Yu Xian urged. At this moment, the three Grandmasters were no longer here. They had only left a letter for Yi Feng and continued their seclusion. Seclusion was on one hand to strive for that elusive breakthrough, and on the other to reduce the passage of their lifespan. Moreover, now Yu Xian could handle the affairs of the Kaoshan Sect alone, and they no longer needed to take action. Yi Feng casually picked a black cloak and a light green pill before hurriedly saying his goodbyes. He also understood that the sect was in dire need of these resources, and taking too much for himself would be improper. Besides, these two items had been appraised by the system and were among the most valuable of the lot. Just these two? Yu Xian asked. He already knew the value of the black cloak, but the green pill was a mystery to him. Even if it were a heaven-grade elixir, it could hardly compare to half the worth of all the other resources combined. Moreover, the pill seemed to contain not a trace of the spiritual energy cultivators required. It might even be poison, which would diminish its value by several degrees. Yi Feng had selected only 2 treasures, yet in truth this pill required more tech points to redeem. Furthermore, Yi Feng already regarded himself as a member of the sect. With 893800 tech points at his disposal, he could obtain anything he wished from the system. These resources which the sect needed far more were of limited benefit to him. Thus it was better to leave them for the disciples to enhance their strength. After all, he was now an elder of the foremost among the 6, no 3, great sects, the Backing Mountain Sect. With such a high seniority, it would be unbecoming to compete with the younger disciples for resources, would it not? Yi Feng took his leave of Yu Xian. With the sect's crisis resolved, he now possessed the strength to contend with nascent soul experts. He was returning to Maple Leaf Kingdom to exact his revenge. After all, he was not only a disciple of the sect, but also the crown prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom. His forced exile had been due to his lack of strength. Though Yi Feng was still no match for nascent soul experts, he was now unrivaled in the qi refining realm. Yi Feng packed his belongings lightly and noticed a letter left by the 3 patriarchs. He tore open the envelope, finding only a thin sheet of paper inside. Yi Feng, are you now heading to Maple Leaf Kingdom for revenge? Though surprised that his thoughts had been read, he soon accepted it. The 3 patriarchs had long known he was the fugitive prince of Maple Leaf Kingdom. Now that he had the strength to seek revenge, it was no wonder they knew his intentions. The 3 of us were all taken as disciples by our master in this forsaken land. You may think we are formidable as nascent soul experts. In truth, our cultivation far surpasses that realm. It is merely the rules of this world that restrict us to manifesting only nascent soul level power. Reading this, Yi Feng couldn't help but wonder what lay beyond the nascent soul realm. The patriarchs did not elaborate, only fueling his desire to know. Lifespan is determined by heaven. A nascent soul cultivator's lifespan is 1,000 years. By our reckoning, even the youngest among us is over 1100 years old. We have lived this long not because we found miraculous elixirs, but because our cultivation realms had already reached that level. Yi Feng silently committed the patriarch's words to memory. At this moment, for the first time, he communicated with his never-met master through this letter. It enlightened him on many matters. Yi Feng silently committed the patriarch's words to memory. At this moment, for the first time, he communicated with his never-met master through this letter. It enlightened him on many matters. The patriarchs had not passed down cultivation techniques or centuries of power. Instead, they had shaped his worldview and shared some arcane secrets. Also, Mo Chengsong is not dead. The 3 of us together could not catch up to him. We suspect his strength also far exceeds the nascent soul realm. He may be from that world. So if you ever encounter him, do not engage in a prolonged battle. From the patriarch's message, Yi Feng learned that their power was far beyond the nascent soul realm. Moreover, Lin Chang's master Mo Chengsong had survived the combined assault of the 3 patriarchs, leading them to suspect his true cultivation level was much higher. Such a formidable opponent should be avoided until Yi Feng had grown stronger. And that world, what world was it? Compared to the natives, Yi Feng had a keener understanding of the concept of world. As a transmigrator himself, the earth he once knew was a world entirely different from this one. Yet that other world was clearly not Earth, for Earth had no cultivation civilization. Because your progress has been too rapid, I fear you may suffer when confronting your kingdom's national preceptor. According to our investigation, he might not be from this world, or more likely, he is a puppet controlled by someone from that world. Not from this world. Yi Feng frowned. Strictly speaking, he himself was not from this world. Could it be? Yi Feng had no time to dwell on it. The National Preceptor might also be a transmigrator like himself. If so, it would easily explain how the Preceptor had seized Maple Leaf Kingdom from his father in this life. As a transmigrator, he understood the immense butterfly effect a transmigrator could have on the original world. The reason we took you as our disciple was not because of your unparalleled martial soul. Over the years we have seen many geniuses. We would not have ended our seclusion solely for that. From the very beginning we sensed that your physique differed from native cultivators, suspecting you might be from another world. However, we eventually discovered you are not from that world. Your exact origins remain unknown, but at least we found that you harbor no ill intentions toward the Backing Mountain Sect. Now I am willing to speak these words to you as a gesture of openness. Also, you should have chosen some rewards from the sect's gains. Consider this a gift from the Backing Mountain Sect. I hope that at the very least we will not become enemies in the future. If you ever manage to reach that world, do not believe that this place is a forsaken land. They are the true forsaken ones. Here we are a gate connecting to the real world. That is all I will say. Remember this gate is the path to true immortality. Yi Feng struggled to digest the contents of the letter. At its end were 3 signatures, clearly the real names of his 3 never-met patriarchs. Zhuge Zhonghan, Mo Xiangkong. Yi Feng silently memorized the names of these 3 patriarchs. This single letter contained too many secrets previously unknown to him. From this moment onward, Yi Feng's cultivation gradually gained direction. When Yi Feng had first encountered the heaven-slaying sword, he had thought that both the sky burial and the ancient demon far exceeded anything he had seen. He had assumed it was because of his low cultivation level and lack of exposure to higher realm experts, so he naively believed the sky burial was at most on par with the 3 patriarchs. However, after the great battle between the Backing Mountain Sect and the Beast King Hall and other sects, Yi Feng realized that while nascent soul experts were formidable, they were still within his comprehension. The patriarch's might was indeed impressive, but it still fell short of the scenes he had witnessed in the secret realm. At this moment, after reading the letter left by the 3 ancestors, Yi Feng became more attentive to these matters, and many things began to connect and coalesce in his mind. Moreover, the original national teacher of Feng Kingdom might also be a transmigrator. The outside world turned out to be a forsaken land, and this world was originally a gateway, leading to the realm of immortality. After reading this letter, Yi Feng's previously relaxed mood about descending the mountain grew heavy, and he felt an underlying unease. Yi Feng finally understood why, as he cultivated and his realm elevated, the system bound to him remained in a basic mode, unable to unlock its deeper levels. It turned out that the highest realm of martial arts in this world was not the embryonic stage, but could possibly be even higher. He was currently in the initial phase of his training, thus the system's activation was at a basic level. In the Kaoshan Sect at the core residence. What brings you here? The speaker was Lin Cheng, Yi Feng's disciple, who upon seeing Yi Feng's stern expression coldly remarked. Yi Feng had come to find his disciple with great enthusiasm, but he did not expect Lin Cheng to suddenly adopt such a demeanor. However, upon reflection, Yi Feng understood. He naturally knew about the embarrassing incident where Lin Cheng was recognized by many disciples a few days ago, likely the reason behind his attitude. Yi Feng's guess was correct. In fact, Lin Cheng had finally emerged from the gloom in the past few days. His life had returned to normal since the day the sect leader Yu Xian announced Yi Feng's identity. Many disciples who had good relations with Lin Cheng now looked at him with envious eyes. Especially after the sect battle, when Yi Feng killed the sect leader of the Liang sect, this trend became even more pronounced. To be honest, he knew that the change in attitude of the surrounding disciples was due to Yi Feng. After some serious thought, he even felt a hint of gratitude towards Yi Feng. It was clear that when Yi Feng told him his senior brother was at the embryonic stage, Yu Xian had not yet announced Yi Feng's status as a disciple of the ancestors, showcasing Yi Feng's trust in him. Yi Feng had concealed his identity at that time not out of fear that his talent would be stifled in the cradle, but because he told Lin Cheng the truth, though not in great detail, and he did not deceive him at all. Lin Cheng could see that Yi Feng truly regarded him as one of his own. However, just thinking about being blocked by the sect disciples for several days, where everyone from the core disciples to the outer disciples gathered to watch him, all being his senior uncles, he could not swallow this grievance, hence his previous cold remarks. Seeing the slightly helpless look in Lin Cheng's eyes, Yi Feng realized there was a rift between him and this disciple. However, if a disciple spoke to their master in such a manner lacking even the most basic respect, Yi Feng felt that he was indeed somewhat unaccustomed to it. Then at the core disciples' residence a commotion broke out, but it was unclear why it ultimately turned into mournful wails vaguely resembling human voices. At this time, Yi Feng had already arrived at the foot of the mountain, humming a little tune, feeling an indescribable exhilaration within. He had upgraded the cultivation technique Lin Cheng practiced from a Xian grade technique to a Tian grade technique, spending 1 through 0 technology points. Firstly, Lin Cheng had good talent equivalent to the strength of 3 individuals at the same realm. Secondly, Lin Cheng was straightforward, always speaking his mind, even boldly admitting when he took the blame for Yi Feng. Such a person might be described as simple-minded, yet this was indeed an essential quality for martial cultivators. While Lin Cheng might not possess a heart as pure as a child, he was free from distractions, making his training more efficient. However, at this moment Lin Cheng was in his room, covering his eyes. Through the gaps between his fingers one could faintly see his dark eye sockets, and his face was swollen, resembling that of a pig. Afterward, Yi Feng went to bid farewell to Yu Hongyue. Originally, Yi Feng wouldn't have made such a fuss, but after reading the letter from the ancestor, he vaguely felt that many things might happen on this journey. He wanted to meet everyone he needed to see in the sect, hoping that if anything did happen, it would not leave him with regrets. Yu Hongyue seemed particularly kind to him today for some reason. The sachet she had dropped on Hongyue Mountain was now returned to him. Feng Kaiyan's face quickly turned red upon seeing him, perhaps recalling the scene at the hot spring on Hongyue Mountain, feeling somewhat shy. Yi Feng also met with Fengshan, Lu Yuan, and other senior brothers, and now he could openly call them senior brothers. They were somewhat puzzled by Yi Feng's special farewell, but still reminded him to take care as he was leaving. Not knowing what to ask, Yi Feng increasingly felt uneasy. Even after saying goodbye to everyone, he still felt he owed a great deal to the Kaoshan Sect. In the end, Yi Feng decided that since there were no communication devices within the sect, he would spend 1 technology points to build a base station not far from the sect, and provide each person with a satellite phone, teaching them how to use it. If possible, Yi Feng would also contact them using the satellite phone. As for the satellites, Yi Feng could not launch them at this time, but that did not prevent him from building the base station high. Thus, if there were no mountain obstructions, it would not be too difficult for his trip to Feng Kingdom to have mobile signal. Yi Feng and a few others tried calling each other, chatting happily, without worrying about phone bills, as the base station was his own, so there were naturally no charges. The 2 girls were very pleased with the gifts Yi Feng had given them, and the phone even had a messaging function. Yu Hongyue and Feng Kaiyan quickly grew fond of this feature. This messaging method felt like secretly talking to Yi Feng, and the anticipation and tension of waiting for a reply made the 2 budding beauties captivated. Lin Cheng merely tested the call with Yi Feng and then returned to his cultivation. His master Yi Feng had surpassed Lin Cheng's achievements gained over more than a decade of training in just 1 month. Although this was an accomplishment of Yi Feng, as his disciple Lin Cheng felt proud, yet motivated to cultivate harder. After getting the phone, Yu Xian told Yi Feng to call if there was anything the Kaoshan Sect needed to take action on. After getting the phone, Fengshan reminded Yi Feng not to forget his training. Finally, before leaving, Yi Feng left 3 satellite phones at the place where the ancestor was in seclusion. It seemed he had prepared everything and was ready to descend the mountain. Yi Feng was going to Feng Kingdom to seek revenge. When leaving the Maple Leaf Kingdom, Yi Feng knew that one day he would return, but he never expected that in just 1 month his cultivation had reached the true Qi realm, and his combat power was no less than that of experts in the nascent soul stage. As he set out for the Maple Leaf Kingdom to seek revenge, Yi Feng, had he not read the letter from his ancestor, might have charged straight in. However, after reading the letter, he decided to deliberate, for although he possessed a system, he was still a mere mortal. He could bleed from injuries and die if his head were severed. Thus, Yi Feng traveled slowly, pondering whether the former national master of the Maple Leaf Kingdom, if indeed a time traveler, might also possess a system. The Kaoshan Sect was not far from the Maple Leaf Kingdom, and with Yi Feng's current speed, he arrived in less than 3 hours at the capital city, Maple Leaf City. Although the architecture of Maple Leaf City had not changed much from before, in just a month the changes were necessarily limited. However, the Maple Leaf Kingdom had transformed from its original 3 provinces and 12 counties into 5 provinces and 18 counties, promoting from a 3rd-tier lordship to a 4th-tier lordship. In just 1 month, 2 provinces and 6 counties were added. This was something that the original emperor of the Maple Leaf Kingdom, who was also Yi Feng's father, had never achieved. This seemed to further validate the conjecture of the 3 ancestors that the former national master of the Maple Leaf Kingdom likely did not belong to this world. Maple Leaf City remained the capital of the Maple Leaf Kingdom. As Yi Feng gazed at the grand palace, observing the guards at the gate maintaining a meticulous demeanor and the faces of the common folk displaying joy, he suddenly felt the illusion that such an emperor was favored by the people, making the nation stronger. The entire roof of the palace was coated with glazed gold paint, shining brilliantly, and the palace walls were dyed a deep red hue, appearing resplendent. Yi Feng was never a man lacking in patience. He carefully observed that the palace guards had increased from 4 shifts a day to 8 changing shifts 8 times, maintaining ample energy and high vigilance, and the number of guards in each team had expanded from 8 to 30. If the patrolling guards had been strengthened so much, one could only imagine the situation inside. Yifeng knew that charging in directly was somewhat unrealistic, and he was only at the 6th level of the true Qi realm, not an expert in the nascent soul stage, so it was wiser to be cautious. The marketplace was bustling with people completely unlike what one would expect after a nation's downfall. Children were playing on the street, with a little boy mischievously tugging on a little girl's braid. No, it is precisely because everything seems too normal that it becomes the greatest abnormality. He entered a tavern. The Zui Xianju opposite the palace was his most frequented tavern. Upon entering, he noticed that the surroundings had not changed much, yet Yifeng felt that this tavern was unlike the Zui Xianju he had visited before. What exactly is going on? Yifeng ordered some food and drinks, and at that moment he finally realized something was amiss. He had come here to drink more than once, and logically speaking the waiter should definitely recognize him, but instead the waiter treated him like an ordinary customer, smiling and welcoming him as if he were a regular. He did not disguise his appearance, but had directly come to the Maple Leaf Kingdom. Although the identity of the prince was not something just anyone could see in Maple Leaf City, even if he were Prince Yi, many people should recognize him. At the very least, he had an impression of this waiter. Had he been brainwashed? At that moment, the restaurant owner, Manager Liu, appeared in Yifeng's private room. After looking at Yifeng for a long time, he finally said, "You seem familiar. Have you dined here before? What is going on?" The waiter might not have recognized him, which was somewhat understandable, but who was this Manager Liu? He was the most well-connected person in all of Maple Leaf City. From the highest officials to the various noble consorts, he could know them all. How could he possibly only have a vague impression of him? "I am Yifeng, Manager Liu. You truly are forgetful." Yifeng revealed his name, and although he had come with a cautious attitude, he wanted to test if things were truly as he imagined. A mere tavern owner shouldn't be able to stir up too much trouble. Indeed, not only did the waiter not recognize him, but even the smooth-talking Manager Liu seemed the same. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. He thought that even if he had been brainwashed, it had only been a little over a month, one would still have some impression upon hearing their name. How could they completely forget? Brainwashing, in essence, is about making the brainwashed believe what the brainwasher says, but it does not necessarily erase the original memories of the brainwashed. However, upon hearing Yifeng's words, Manager Liu recalled for a long time chewing on the name Yifeng and finally smiled awkwardly, saying, "I apologize, esteemed guest. For some reason my memory has been declining severely these days. I truly have no impression of Yifeng. In any case, I will remember this time. Welcome to visit often." Yifeng looked incredulously at Manager Liu, who actually said such a thing. Was he really brainwashed? Ultimately, Yifeng asked about some major events that had happened in Maple Leaf City previously. Strangely, Manager Liu had not forgotten these matters at all. In other words, it seemed he only forgot about himself, or perhaps the nobles of the palace. Manager Liu felt somewhat awkward. He answered all of Yifeng's questions smoothly, but completely did not remember this young gentleman's name. Previously, he had a vague impression, but now he was certain that he had never seen such a person before. Yifeng was ultimately helpless. He had already revealed too much today. Fortunately, both the owner of Zui Xianju and the waiter had inexplicably lost their memories, so the likelihood of being discovered was very low. However, if they continued to chat, Manager Liu might inevitably sense something. If he slightly remembered something and directly reported to the current national master, he could very well be surrounded. If it came to that, even though he had considerable strength and a system employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers could wear him down. Although it seemed Yifeng did not particularly fear such tactics. Thinking of this, Yifeng said to Manager Liu, "In that case, I will certainly come again next time." The implication was that Manager Liu could leave. Manager Liu also said his goodbyes, but unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said to Yifeng, "I apologize for the previous offense. I observe that young Master Yi has an extraordinary aura. I assume your cultivation is not lacking. Are you here for the dragon competition? The dragon strife?" Yifeng had not visited Maple Leaf City for a long time and was naturally unaware of these matters. Initially, he intended to promise Manager Liu some benefits and directly ask him, but upon considering the bizarre amnesia of these individuals, Yifeng chose to remain cautious and refrained from inquiring. However, at this moment, since Manager Liu spoke up himself, there were no issues. Yes, the Emperor's daughter has reached the age of marriage, but she desires a powerful prince consort. The Emperor originally intended to marry her off to another country, but having heard of his deep affection for her, he acquiesced to her wishes and initiated a contest to recruit a prince consort. Thus it was named the Dragon Strife. As the name suggests, the first-place winner of the competition will become the Emperor's son-in-law, ascending to a high position. Moreover, it is rumored that the princess is an unrivaled beauty in the world. Manager Liu continued, but upon hearing this, Yifeng lost interest as a plan began to brew in his mind. Yifeng stepped out of the drunken immortal and having already conceived a mature plan in his mind. 15 days later, the bustling Maple Leaf City was crowded with throngs of people filling the streets and alleys, creating a lively atmosphere. Today was the day the Emperor of Maple Leaf Kingdom summoned suitors for his daughter, starting the preliminary selection in the morning and hosting the champion of the Dragon Strife in the evening. With only one day for the competition, selecting the strongest young talents was no easy feat for those aspiring to be the prince consort. The competition rules stated that participants must be between the ages of 15 and 25, and Yi Feng just happened to fit the criteria. However, he had not been seen for a long time. It was only a preliminary selection for the Dragon Strife, and the current Emperor of Maple Leaf Kingdom was not expected to attend. Surprisingly, Yi Feng did not show up. Where did he go? Wasn't he supposed to participate in the Dragon Strife? The preliminary selection had already begun. A handsome young man stood with a sword, a charming smile gracing his lips. In his arms was a peculiar long sword, the heavy sheath indicating that this sword was extraordinary. It's your turn. Are you going to step up, or are you too scared? Behind this handsome young man stood a towering figure, a giant over 2 meters tall, but since he managed to register, he clearly did not worry about being too old. The giant's loud voice caught the attention of many around. Numerous onlookers turned to glance, and some women were instantly captivated by the sword-wielding young man, whispering to themselves how handsome he was. The sword-wielding young man frowned, but soon resumed his charming smile. He was Yi Feng, who had undergone a transformation at a secret disguise shop in the royal city. Although Yi Feng's original appearance was not necessarily inferior to his current one, the disguise had somewhat altered his demeanor. The disguise shop was the same one Yi Feng frequently visited, and the woman who transformed him, Granny Hua, was someone Yi Feng was familiar with, yet she did not recognize him. Thus, Yi Feng had already set aside his disdain for the national teacher, so even though he was currently hiding his appearance, he did not wish to attract too much attention. However, things did not go as planned. Yi Feng felt that despite his transformation, which he believed made him far less impressive than his former self, he still stirred waves of interest. Previously, Yi Feng had not participated and had observed this person's battles. This individual only harmed others when he chose to strike, and many participants had their Previously, Yi Feng had not participated and had observed this person's battles. This individual only harmed others when he chose to strike, and many participants had their cultivations severely damaged by him. Injury and killing cannot be equated, but it was evident from the arena that this dual-blade fighter had tried to hold back as much as possible, yet his opponents continued to get hurt, with many rendered unable to fight. Yi Feng could see that he was not intentionally hurting people, yet others lacked such insight. This exemplified the second type of suppression that those of higher realms exert over those of lesser realms, the first being sheer strength. Acts of intentional harm and killing could very well be within his capabilities, so despite his strength, he had already become the target of public ire. Kill him! Kill him! How could he be so ruthless? This butcher must die to assuage our anger. However, Wu Xingxian was very strong. The insults not only failed to kill him, but instead provoked his ferocity. He originally was an assassin ill-suited for arena battles. Though he injured others, he truly had shown mercy. It was one thing not to be appreciated, but to be called a butcher was intolerable even for someone with a strong mindset. He could not withstand the collective scorn. As Yi Feng stepped onto the stage, the crowd who had lost their rationality were momentarily stunned by the sight of such a handsome youth, but it lasted only a moment before being filled with righteous indignation. Kill him, get rid of him. This cruel butcher. Executioner. Demon. Wu Xingxian was originally a top assassin for a certain organization, and though he was not young, he had thought that with his strength, becoming a prince consort would be merely child's play. Little did he know that once he entered the arena, his one-sprout assassination skills became a hindrance, leaving him suppressed at every turn. From the first time he harmed someone, he was criticized, and as he continued to injure others, and even cripple a participant, the number of people cursing him grew, eventually forming a tidal wave that unsettled his mental state. When Yi Feng appeared, his handsome appearance caught the attention of many girls, which made Wu Xingxian scoff. With a face like that, he probably was a pretty boy. Kill this butcher. Enough. Wu Xingxian could no longer endure it, revealing a cruel smile, as he said to Yi Feng, "Kid, today, I'll unleash a massacre. Have you cleaned your neck?" The assassin's nature was not going to be hidden any longer. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng furrowed his brows. He could tell that this man had not harmed others out of malice, but to see him unable to contain himself before him revealed his true nature. To be honest, Wu Xingxian was indeed strong, but just strong enough. Yi Feng did not even bother to engage him. He originally wanted to swiftly conclude this battle and grant him a merciful release, but seeing this man's tone, he actually sought his life. There had been those who dared to seek Yi Feng's life, but even the master of the Kaoshan Sect had fallen. As for this person before him, he was truly overestimating himself. Hee. Yi Feng chuckled softly, just 2 words, but they inflicted unimaginable damage upon the dual-blade man before him. The tone was frivolous and full of disdain. Even a person with a calm demeanor would feel uncomfortable upon hearing these two words, especially when Wu Xingxian was currently in a fit of rage. These two words can be understood in several ways, yet they evoke an awkwardness regardless of how one thinks about them. Yi Feng scoffed, inwardly thinking, what a joke. In my past life, these two words were like divine words on the internet. They could answer any question, whether known or unknown, and were considered powerful retorts. Of course, Yi Feng would never admit to showing off. If someone provoked him, he would retaliate for that, is the essence of Yi Feng. Then Yi Feng asked Wu Xingxian, do you see that big tree 100 meters away? Wu Xingxian turned to glance back, feeling quite perplexed. He sneered, don't think you can divert my attention. Against someone like you, even if I do shift my focus, you don't stand a chance. Yi Feng was not the least bit angered. He replied, that's the place you'll be heading to shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion was heard, and everyone saw a shooting star streak across the sky, tracing a brilliant arc that landed directly on the big tree 100 meters away. Wu Xingxian was a master at the first level of true energy realm. He hadn't intended to use his deadly techniques in the arena, but the habits formed over many years constrained his abilities. Upon realizing that Yi Feng was also a cultivator at the true energy realm, he decided to no longer hide his strength and to set an example. He needed a blood-curdling display to ensure that no one dared to insult him again. Otherwise, when he faced true experts in the next round, such annoying voices could genuinely affect his performance. It must be said that Wu Xingxian's plan was good, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong target to assert his dominance. The person he had previously incapacitated could serve as a warning, and the burly man behind Yi Feng could too, yet he had set his sights on Yi Feng. Wu Xingxian found himself hanging from the branches of that big tree, and the pain in his chest was unbearable. He never wanted to experience again the feeling of wanting to breathe, but being unable to do so. At this moment, Wu Xingxian was surrounded by many people, all friends and brothers of those he had previously harmed, numbering over 20. Yi Feng did not deplete Wu Xingxian's cultivation, but he had long anticipated Wu Xingxian's fate. It was fortunate that Wu Xingxian had managed to stay in the arena until the end. Had he suddenly been injured, he would naturally have ended up in such a predicament. Although Yi Feng knew he had tried to hold back, he couldn't help but reflect on the fact that such deeply ingrained killing techniques must have claimed many lives to become so entrenched. Someone like him was undoubtedly a true executioner, and thus Yi Feng felt no guilt at all. Lin Yisheng. It turned out his name was Lin Yi. Since Yi Feng had already taken on a new identity, he naturally did not use his real name. Others had lost their memories and no longer recognized him, but what about the national master of Feng Kingdom, now the emperor of Feng Kingdom? Had he also lost his memory? Yi Feng did not know, but he did not want to gamble, so he used the alias Lin Yi. So cool. Truly impressive. With a single punch, he could send that damn executioner flying. Many people, upon seeing Yi Feng send Wu Xingxian flying, couldn't help but clap in delight. Lin Yi, go for it. I believe in you. The previously boisterous woman exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, the burly man behind Yi Feng also stepped onto the stage and said to him, you are at the first level of true energy realm. That's quite good for your age. You should step down, or I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you later. Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. Having already sent one flying, did people still not learn their lesson? The newcomer was clearly not a fool. The bearded man exuded a powerful aura, unmistakably at the second level of true energy realm. So far, he was the highest level cultivator known to everyone in the arena. At that moment, a gasp arose from the crowd. Second level of true energy realm. Due to age limitations, most previous contestants were at the 8th or 9th level of vitality realm. Then a contestant at the first level of true energy realm appeared and defeated several opponents. Following that, the dual blade master Wu Xingxian appeared, injuring and incapacitating one, culminating in Yi Feng's entry. However, there was an unwritten rule, although not openly stated. It was a silent consensus. Under the age of 25, the highest one could reach was the second level of true energy realm. At this moment, the bearded man, though somewhat older and not handsome, appeared to have more masculinity compared to. It can be said that preferences vary instantly. Many young women cast hopeful glances at the burly man. They were certainly too shy to cheer him on directly, but their gazes unmistakably directed toward him. People always believe that a higher realm equates to greater combat power. But that is merely a secular perspective, and Yi Feng does not fall into that category. Even when Yi Feng was at the first level of true energy realm, he was capable of defeating the 4th level master Mo Lin, and ultimately, he unleashed combat power equivalent to the 6th level of true energy realm, breaking the renowned Beast King Sect's mountain guarding formation, the Beast King locking heaven array, successfully escaping with the group from the mountain guard sect. Let alone a mere second level of true energy realm, even a 9th level true energy realm, or a strong practitioner at the Qi realm, Yi Feng would not shy away from them. He participated in the dragon contest not to seek any title of a royal consort or to win the favor of a beautiful princess. He was there solely for the opportunity to confront the national master. What a joke. Did he, the crown prince of Feng Kingdom, need the daughter of a national master to elevate his status? He came for revenge with the intent of killing the treacherous national master, a dragon son-in-law. He couldn't care less. Yifeng looked at the burly man before him, too lazy to engage in conversation, casually launching an attack. The man at the second level of true energy realm could not withstand Yifeng's punch and was sent flying farther than the dual-blade assassin. Yifeng was completely unconcerned by this scene, even contemplating the feasibility of an assassination at the evening banquet. This was a banquet hosted by the national master for many talented youths. Naturally, the geniuses would be unruly and guards would be dispatched for safety. However, how many guards would there be? Coming back to reality, seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Yifeng felt no pride at all and nonchalantly said next. Then the next person who came up was also sent flying off the stage. Lin Yi. It was unclear who first shouted Yifeng's name, but soon others followed shouting invincible. Lin Yi. Invincible. As the crowd below chanted his name time and again, accompanied by one contestant after another being sent flying off the stage, by the end, even before the competition concluded, Yifeng had completely locked in the first place. Below the arena, someone quietly asked the defeated participant, "How could this happen, Letian? Aren't you at the third layer of true qi? How could you be defeated by just one punch from him?" In fact, Lishan at the third layer of true qi was considered a frontrunner for the championship in this contest, as everyone else was at the second layer of true qi or below. His true strength at the third layer allowed him to dominate his opponents. However, when he faced Yifeng, it was still a single punch. At this moment, the voices calling for Lin Yi had gradually converged into a tide, creating a magnificent and grand spectacle. Yifeng did not care who approached him. He was not afraid of the national master. He participated in the dragon contest primarily to seek a safe opportunity to meet the national master. As for the ridicule or admiration from the disciples during the contest, he was not particularly concerned. Seeing those who were once his father's subjects now loyal supporters of his enemies, Yifeng could hardly contain his anger, wishing he could rush into the palace right then and punch that treacherous national master to death. Eventually, a woman appeared on Yifeng's arena. Not only was she not unattractive, but she also had a bit of beauty. However, when Yifeng saw her, he was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but shiver all over. Was this considered a lily? With just one punch, the beautiful woman who had come up was knocked off the stage by Yifeng. Before the woman stepped onto the stage, she had indeed caused quite a stir. Yifeng glanced at her in surprise. Her cultivation was indeed not low. At just 25 years of age, she had reached the 7th layer of true qi, even surpassing Yifeng. She was certainly not an unknown figure, but Yifeng couldn't be bothered. Whoever it was that wanted to hinder his revenge, he simply dismissed her with a palm, making it clear that it was impossible. Before the woman could display her strength, she was defeated by Yifeng. She walked away with a gloomy expression, clearly reluctant. Soon after, he encountered a contestant at the 4th layer of true qi. This one was a bit clever, showcasing his superior cultivation even before stepping onto the stage, boasting that Yifeng's victories would soon come to an end and that he was the true candidate for the prince consort. Yifeng couldn't even be bothered to speak to him. Putting aside everything else, even that lily girl, this 4th layer of true qi contestant, was definitely no match for him. Boom. With another punch, the man was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Yifeng had no interest in meaningless words and turned his gaze to the next cultivator lining up to take the stage. After Yifeng defeated the 4th layer of true qi master, those who initially wanted to use Yifeng's reputation to gain fame fell silent. On the contrary, the enthusiasm of the onlookers surged, especially those who had supported Yifeng from the start, who would point at anyone and say, "Impressive, this is the one I supported first." It was as if Yifeng's unbeatable prowess was solely due to their efforts. Moments later, the arena beneath Yifeng's feet had no more contestants. Many had never been around this arena, but more of them, seeing Yifeng's strength and realizing they couldn't compete, had moved on to other arenas. Suddenly, the pressure on the arena masters in other locations increased. Upon learning what had transpired, they silently bore a grudge against the name Lin Sheng. After defeating the 4th layer of true qi, Yifeng noticed that his original opponents had fled to other arenas. Initially, he thought these people were wise, but after waiting for half an hour with no action, he grew a bit bored. This is taking too long. Yifeng jumped down from the arena and headed toward another platform. In the entire Maple Leaf City, there were 10 arenas set up for the dragon contest. Yifeng had already secured a place in the top 10, but his departure made those who remained feel as if fortune had suddenly smiled upon them. If Lin Sheng was no longer present, could he become the new arena master? Then he would be in the top 10, one step closer to becoming the prince consort. In truth, there were many participants, and quite a few were merely there to take part, not harboring hopes of victory. They knew their own abilities and were only using the competition as a means to hone themselves. However, this opportunity to be in the top 10 seemed not too difficult to attain. As soon as Yifeng left, someone jumped onto the arena. Yifeng was not withdrawing from the contest. He simply felt the pace of the competition was too slow and wanted to speed things up, so he decided to help push things along. Yifeng arrived at another platform, leaping onto it and sending the original third layer of True Qi Arena Master flying. He secretly sighed, thinking these trash are here to compete. Up until now, he hadn't even encountered anyone capable of making him don his mech, let alone using his exceptional martial soul. However, in the eyes of others, this seemed like blatant arrogance. He simply jumped onto the stage without waiting in line and knocked down a previously formidable opponent with a single punch, yet he still sighed. Many people became very displeased upon seeing Yifeng. At this moment, someone around shouted that he was not following the rules of the competition and had not lined up. But before Yifeng could respond, numerous supporters who had come with him began to defend him. Seeing others stand up for him, Yifeng found it quite enjoyable. Eventually, the person in charge of the dragon contest announced that Yifeng could continue. Many of those who had shouted in protest wanted to teach him a lesson, yet the result was always the same. They were sent flying by Yifeng's punch. Soon no one dared to challenge Yifeng on this platform anymore. Yifeng jumped down from the platform again, and everyone understood what he intended to do. Subsequently, many of Yifeng's supporters followed him to the next arena. It was as if those who were brushing through the arenas were him. These people were very willing to support Yifeng's reckless actions. "Look quickly, isn't that Lin Cheng?" someone said. "I heard he might be the champion of this competition." One of his companions immediately rolled up his sleeves and lightly tapped the speaker's head, saying, "What do you mean, might? It's definite. It is definitely the champion." Originally, that person was still unconvinced, but then they saw Yifeng jump onto the third arena and easily defeat a master at the fourth layer of True Qi. As they witnessed the previously invincible arena master fall to the ground, those who wanted to retaliate were left speechless. The expression of the person beside him was indifferent. He had long known that Yifeng would not lose. Fourth arena. Fifth arena. Finally, the preliminary rounds, which were supposed to last the entire morning, were announced to be over early as no one dared to take the stage anymore. However, the cultivators on the platforms varied in strength. The strongest, who Yifeng had not yet reached, was at the 8th layer of True Qi, while the weakest, the arena master from the first platform Yifeng occupied, was merely at the Qi condensation stage. The Qi realm cultivator seemed to have hit the jackpot, originally coming just to test his luck, but unexpectedly made it to the semifinals. At this moment, the national master finally sent word that the semifinals, originally scheduled to start at noon, would begin half an hour early. The previous Qi realm disciple wasn't worried at all. Many with backgrounds were also unconcerned, and Yifeng was naturally even less worried. However, he noticed a cultivator at the third level of the True Qi realm, who was decent among the participants, ranking at least in the top 3, if not considering Yifeng, but at that moment, he had a sorrowful expression. Yifeng understood that the national master wanted to select a royal son-in-law, and it wouldn't do to have someone with absolutely no background. After all, amidst such consecutive battles, one would need pills that could constantly replenish their True Qi or Qi. And the cost of the pills needed by a cultivator for a whole day of battles from morning till night would be quite considerable. This is the Emperor's strategy. He didn't require you to pay a registration fee, because he didn't need to, but merely by setting the competition rules, he could eliminate most of those he didn't want, if not all. Half an hour later, the semifinals began. The 10 champions from the preliminary round stood on a larger stage, where they would directly battle it out to determine the ultimate victor. Indeed, the person who had previously shown a hint of difficulty quickly fell, being eliminated. At this point, only 8 people remained in the arena. Weren't there 9 people? The Qi realm champion had already forfeited, satisfied to have made it into the top 10. Except for Yifeng, the remaining 7 already realized that Yifeng was undeniably the first. They had not moved for a long time, seemingly communicating through sound transmission to discuss their strategy. Should the 7 join forces to confront Yifeng directly, or should they first eliminate the weaker ones among them, leaving the final participants to battle Yifeng? These were the only 2 strategies, but for Yifeng, it didn't matter which one they chose. This was the confidence that came from strength, and he felt no fear. Ultimately, someone couldn't resist and attempted to attack Yifeng first. Having come this far, they naturally wanted to fight for the final first place, and the attacker was the previous champion at the 8th level of the True Qi realm. Yifeng originally intended to finish him off with a single punch, but after considering how much attention he had drawn along the way, defeating every opponent with a single blow, he thought that a single punch might be too astonishing. So this time, just 2 moves. Meng Pingyi was actually a disciple of a sect. He was not a disciple of any of the 3 major top sects. However, his sect was quite renowned in its 1,000-year history, known as the Body Sect. Though the Body Sect was not among the 6 major sects, disciples from the Body Sect would still command respect, even from the top sects. The Body Sect focused on physical cultivation, which made their attack range slightly weaker compared to typical cultivators, but their bodies were incredibly strong, akin to beasts of the same level. Keeping distance was manageable, but once they closed in the price would be steep. Yifeng naturally did not know that this person was from the body sect. Had he known, he would not have entertained his previous thoughts. Yifeng intended to test the waters with a punch, but was instead met with Meng Pingyi rushing